He had hoped to build archways like that at King's Bridge. But King Stephen had taken the side of William Hamley. The king had been faced with a straight choice: the justice of Philip's case against the advantage of William's army. He had failed his test. Philip was left with only one hope: that King Stephen would be defeated in the forthcoming battle. The bishop said Mass in the cathedral when the sky was beginning to change from black to gray. By then the horses were saddled, the knights were wearing their chainmail, the men at arms had been fed, and a measure of strong wine had been served to give them all heart. William Hamley knelt in the nave with the other knights and earls, while the war horses stamped and snorted in the aisles, and was forgiven in advance for the killing he would do that day. Fear and excitement made William light-headed. If the king won a victory today, William's name would forever be associated with it, for men would say that he had brought the reinforcements. That tipped the balance. If the king should lose, anything could happen. He shivered on the cold stone floor. The king was at the front in a fresh white robe with a candle in his hand. As the host was elevated, the candle broke, and the flame went out. William trembled with dread. It was a bad omen. Priest brought a new candle and took away the broken one, and Stephen smiled nonchalantly, but the feeling of supernatural horror stayed with William, and when he looked around he could tell that others felt the same. After the service, the king put on his armor, helped by a valet. He had a knee-length mail coat made of leather with iron rings sewn to it. The coat was slit up to the waist in front and behind so that he could ride in it. The valet laced it tightly at the throat. He then put on a close-fitting cap with a long mail hood attached, covering his tawny hair and protecting his neck. Over the cap he wore an iron helmet with a nosepiece. His leather boots had mail trimmings and pointed spurs. As he put on his armor, the earls gathered around him. William followed his mother's advice and acted as if he were already one of them, pushing through the crowd to join the group around the king. After listening for a moment, he realized they were trying to persuade Stephen to withdraw and leave Lincoln to the rebels. "You hold more territory than Maud, you can raise a larger army," said an older man whom William recognized as Lord Hugh. "Go south, get reinforcements, come back, and outnumber them." The Pillars of the Earth, 489, after the portent of the broken candle, William almost wished for withdrawal himself, but the king had no time for such talk. "We're strong enough to defeat them now," he said cheerfully. "Where's your spirit?" He strapped on a belt with a sword on one side and a dagger on the other, both of them in wood and leather scabbards. "The armies are too evenly matched," said a tall man with short, grizzled hair and a close-trimmed beard, the Earl of Surrey. "It's too risky." This was a poor argument to use with Stephen. William knew the king was nothing if not chivalrous. "Too evenly matched?" he repeated scornfully. "I prefer a fair fight." He pulled on the leather gauntlets with mail on the backs of the fingers. The valet handed him a long wooden shield covered with leather. He hooked its strap around his neck and held it in his left hand. "We've little to lose by withdrawing at this point," Hugh persisted. "We aren't even in possession of the castle." "I would lose my chance of meeting Robert of Gloucester on the battlefield," Stephen said. "For 2 years he's been avoiding me. Now that I have an opportunity to deal with a traitor once and for all, I'm not going to pull out just because we're evenly matched." A groom brought his horse, saddled ready. As Stephen was about to mount, there was a flurry of activity around the door at the west end of the cathedral, and a knight came running up the nave, muddy and bleeding. William had a doomy premonition that this would be bad news. As the man bowed to the king, William recognized him as one of Edward's men who had been sent to guard the ford. "We were too late, Lord," the man said hoarsely, breathing hard. "The enemy has crossed the river." It was another bad sign. William suddenly felt colder now. There was nothing but open fields between the enemy and Lincoln. Stephen, too, looked struck down for an instant, but he recovered his composure swiftly. "No matter," he said. "We will meet them all the sooner." He mounted his war horse. He had a battle-axe strapped to his saddle. The valet handed him a wooden lance with a bright iron point, completing his weaponry. Stephen clicked his tongue, and the horse obediently moved forward. As he rode down the nave of the cathedral, the earls, barons, and knights mounted and fell in behind him, and they left the cathedral in procession. In the grounds the men-at-arms joined them. This was when men began to feel scared and look for a chance to slip away. But their dignified pace and the almost Siri 490 of Ken Follett monial atmosphere with the townspeople looking on meant it would be very difficult for the faint-hearted to escape. Their numbers were augmented by 100 or more towns, men, fat bakers, and short-sighted weavers, and red-faced brewers, poorly armored and riding their cobs and palfreys. Their presence was a sign of the unpopularity of Ranulf. The army could not pass the castle, for they would have been exposed to archery fire from its battlements, so they left the town by the north gate, which was called Newport Arch, and turned west. This was where the battle would be fought. William studied the terrain with a keen eye, although the hill on the south side of the town sloped steeply to the river. Here on the west there was a long ridge which fell gently to the plain. William saw immediately that Stephen had chosen the right spot from which to defend the town, for no matter how the enemy approached, they would always be downhill from the king's army. When Stephen was a quarter of a mile or so out of the city, 2 scouts came up the slope, riding fast. They spotted the king and went straight to him. William crowded closer to hear their report. "The enemy is approaching fast, Lord," said one of the scouts. William looked across the plain. Sure enough, he could see a black mass in the distance, moving slowly toward him. The enemy. He felt a shiver of fear. He shook himself, but the fear persisted. It would go when the fighting started. King Stephen said, "What are their dispositions?" "Ranulf and the Knights of Chester form the middle, Lord," the scout began. "They are on foot." William wondered how the scout knew this. He must have gone right into the enemy camp and listened while marching orders were given. That took a cool nerve. "Ranulf in the center," said Stephen, as if he were the leader rather than Robert. "Robert of Gloucester is on his left flank with an army of men who call themselves the Disinherited," the scout went on. William knew why they used that name. They had all lost land since the Civil War began. "Robert has given Ranulf command of the operation, then," Stephen said thoughtfully. "A pity. I know Robert well. I practically grew up with him, and I could guess his tactics. But Ranulf is a stranger to me. No matter. Who's on their right? The Welsh lord? Archers, I suppose?" The men of South Wales had a reputation for bowmanship. "The Pillars of the Earth 491, not these," the scout said. "They are a raving mob, with their faces painted, singing barbaric songs, and armed with hammers and clubs. Very few have horses." "They must be from North Wales," Stephen mused. "Ranulf has promised them pillage, I expect. God help Lincoln if they get inside the walls, but they won't. What's your name, Scout?" "Roger, called Lackland," the man said. "Lackland, you shall have 10 acres for this work." The man was thrilled. "Thank you, Lord. Now." Stephen turned and looked at his earls. He was about to make his dispositions. William tensed, wondering what role the king would assign to him. "Where is my Lord Alan of Brittany?" Alan edged his horse forward. He was the leader of a force of Breton mercenaries, rootless men who fought for pay and whose only loyalty was to themselves. Stephen said to Alan, "I'll have you and your brave Bretons in the front line on my left." William saw the wisdom of that. Breton mercenaries against Welsh adventurers, the untrustworthy versus the undisciplined. "William of Ypres," Stephen called. "My Lord King." A dark man on a black war horse raised his lance. This William was the leader of another force of mercenaries. Flemish men, a shade more reliable than the Bretons, it was said. Stephen said, "You on my left also, but behind Alan's Bretons." The 2 mercenary leaders wheeled about and rode back into the army to organize their men. William wondered where he would be placed. He had no wish to be in the front line. He had already done enough to distinguish himself by bringing his army. Safe, uneventful rearguard position would suit him today. King Stephen said, "My lords of Worcester, Surrey, Northampton, York, and Hertford with your knights form my right flank." Once again William saw the sense of Stephen's dispositions, the earls and their knights mostly mounted, would face Robert of Gloucester and the disinherited nobles who supported him, most of whom would also be on horseback. But William was disappointed not to have been included with the earls. Surely the king could not have forgotten about him. "He will hold the middle ground, dismounted, with foot soldiers," Stephen said. For the first time, William disapproved of a decision. It was always better to stay on horseback as long as you could. But Ranulf, at the head of the opposing army, was said to be on foot, and 492 gave Ken Follett. Stephen's overwrought sense of fair play compelled him to meet his enemy on equal terms. "With me in the center, I will have William of Shiring and his men," the king said. William did not know whether to be thrilled or terrified. It was a great honor to be chosen to stand with the king. Mother would be gratified, but it put him in the most dangerous position. Worse still, he would be on foot. It also meant the king would be able to see him and judge his performance. He would have to appear less, and take the fight to the enemy, as opposed to keeping out of trouble and fighting only when forced to, which was the tactic he preferred. "The loyal citizens of Lincoln will bring up the rear," Stephen said. This was a mixture of compassion and military good sense. The citizens would not be much use anywhere, but in the rear they could do little damage and would suffer fewer casualties. William raised the banner of the Earl of Shiring. This was another idea of Mother's. He was not entitled to the banner, strictly speaking, because he was not the Earl, but the men with him were used to following the Shiring banner, or so he would argue if challenged, and by the end of the day, if the battle went well, he might be Earl. His men gathered around him. Walter was by his side, as always a solid, reassuring presence. So were ugly Gervase, Hugh, Axe, and Miles Dice. Gilbert, who had died at the quarry, had been replaced by Guillaume de St. Clair, a fresh-faced young man with a vicious streak. Looking around, William was infuriated to see Richard of Kingsbridge, wearing bright new armor and riding a splendid war-horse. He was with the Earl of Surrey. He had not brought an army for the king as William had, but he looked impressive, fresh-faced, vigorous, and brave, and if he did great things today, he might win royal favor. Battles were unpredictable, and so were kings. On the other hand, perhaps Richard would be killed today. What a stroke of luck that would be. William lusted for it more than he had ever lusted for a woman. He looked to the west. The enemy was closer. Philip was on the roof of the cathedral, and he could see Lincoln laid out like a map. The old city surrounded the cathedral on the hilltop. It had straight streets and neat gardens, and the castle in the southwest corner. The newer part, noisy and overcrowded, occupied the steep hillside to the south, between the old city and the Pillars of the Earth, 493, the River Witham. This district was normally bustling with commercial activity, but today it was covered with a fearful silence like a pall, and the people were standing on their rooftops to watch the battle. The river came in from the east, ran along the foot of the hill, then widened into a big natural harbor called Brayfield Pool, which was surrounded by quays and full of ships and boats. A canal called the Fosdyke ran west from Brayfield Pool, all the way to the River Trent, Philip had been told. Seeing it from a height, Philip marveled at how it ran straight for miles. People said it had been built in ancient times. The canal formed the edge of the battlefield. Philip watched King Stephen's army march out of the city in a ragged crowd and slowly form up in 3 orderly columns on the ridge. Philip knew that Stephen had placed the earls on his right, for they were the most colorful, with their tunics of red and yellow and their bright banners. They were also the most active, riding up and down, giving orders and holding consultations and making plans. The group to the king's left, on the slope of the ridge that went down to the canal, were dressed in dull gray and brown, had fewer horses, and were less busy conserving their energies. They would be the mercenaries. Beyond Stephen's army, where the line of the canal became indistinct and merged with the hedgerows, the rebel army covered the fields like a swarm of bees. At first they had appeared to be stationary. Then, when he looked again after a while, they were closer, and now, if he concentrated, he could just discern their motion. He wondered how strong they were. All indications were that the two sides were evenly matched. There was nothing Philip could do to influence the outcome, a situation he hated. He tried to quiet his spirit and be fatalistic. If God wanted a new cathedral at Kingsbridge, he would cause Robert of Gloucester to defeat King Stephen today, so that Philip could ask the victorious Empress Maud to let him repossess the quarry and reopen the market. And if Stephen should defeat Robert, Philip would have to accept God's will, give up his ambitious plans, and let Kingsbridge once more decline into sleepy obscurity. Try as he might, Philip could not think that way. He wanted Robert to win. Strong wind buffeted the towers of the cathedral and threat, and to blow the more frail spectators off the leads and hurl them to the graveyard below. The wind was bitterly cold. Philip shivered and pulled his cloak tighter around him. The two armies were now about a mile apart. 494 to Ken Follett, plus the rebel army halted when it was about a mile from the king's front line. It was tantalizing to be able to see their mass but not make out any details. William wanted to know how well armed they were, whether they were cheerful and aggressive or tired and reluctant, even how tall they were. They continued to advance at a slow creep, as those in the rear, motivated by the same anxiety that William was suffering, pressed forward to get a look at the enemy. In Stephen's army, the earls and their knights lined up on their horses, with their lances at the ready, as if they were at a tournament and about to begin the jousting. William reluctantly sent all the horses in his contingent to the rear. He told the squires not to go back to the city, but to hold the horses there in case they were needed. For flight, he meant, although he did not say so. If a battle was lost, it was better to run than die. There was a lull when it seemed as if the fighting would never begin. The wind dropped, and the horses calmed down, although the men did not. King Stephen took off his helmet and scratched his head. William became fretful. Fighting was all right, but thinking about it made him feel nauseated. Then, for no apparent reason, the atmosphere became tense again. A battle cry went up from somewhere. All the horses suddenly turned skittish. A cheer began and was drowned almost instantly by the thunder of hooves. The battle was on. William smelled the sour, sweaty odor of fear. He looked around, trying desperately to figure out what was happening. But all was confusion, and being on foot, he could see only his immediate surroundings. The earls on the right seemed to have started the battle by charging the enemy. Presumably the forces opposite them, Earl Robert's army of disinherited nobles, were responding in like manner, charging in formation. Almost immediately, a cry went up from the left, and William turned to see that the mounted men among the Breton mercenaries were spurring their horses forward. At that, a blood-curdling cacophony arose from the corresponding section of the enemy army, the Welsh mob, presumably. He could not see who had the advantage. He had lost sight of Richard. Dozens of arrows rose like a flock of birds from behind the enemy lines and began to fall all around. William held his shield over his head. He loathed arrows. They killed at random. King Stephen roared a war cry and charged. William drew his sword and ran forward, calling his men to follow. But the horsemen on his left and right had fanned out as they charged forward, and they came between him and the enemy. The pillars of the earth, 495. On his right, there was a deafening clash of iron on iron, and the air filled with a metallic smell he knew well. The earls and the disinherited had joined battle. All he could see was men and horses, colliding, wheeling, charging, and falling. The neighing of the beasts was indistinguishable from the men's battle cries, and somewhere in that noise William could already hear the bone-chilling, dreadful screams of wounded men in agony. He hoped Richard was one of those screaming. William looked left and was horrified to see that the Bretons were falling back before the clubs and axes of the wild Welsh tribesmen. The Welsh were berserk, yelling and screaming and trampling one another in their eagerness to get at the enemy. Perhaps they were greedy to loot the rich city. The Bretons, with nothing more than the prospect of another week's pay to spur them on, were fighting defensively and giving ground. William was disgusted. He was frustrated that he had not yet struck a single blow. He was surrounded by his knights, and ahead of him were the horses of the earls and the Bretons. He pushed forward, slightly ahead and to one side of the king. There was combat all around, fallen horses, men fighting hand-to-hand with the ferocity of cats, the deafening ring of swords, and the sickly smell of blood. but William and King Stephen were, for the moment, stuck in a dead zone. Philip could see everything, but he understood nothing. He had no idea what was going on. All was confusion, flashing blades, charging horses, banners flying and falling, and the sounds of battle carried on the wind, muted by distance. It was maddeningly frustrating. Some men fell and died, others overcame and fought on. But he could not tell who was winning and who losing. A cathedral priest standing nearby in a fur coat looked at Philip and said, "What's going on?" Philip shook his head and said, "I can't tell," but even as he spoke, he discerned a movement to the left of the battlefield. Some men were running away down the hill toward the canal. They were drab-dressed mercenaries, and as far as Philip could tell, it was the king's men who were fleeing, and the painted tribesmen of the attacking army who were in pursuit. The victorious whooping of the Welsh could be heard from here. Philip's hopes lifted. The rebels were winning already. Then there was a sea change on the other side, to the right. Where the mounted men were engaged, the king's army seemed to be falling back. The movement was at first slight, then steady, then rapid. And even as Philip watched, the retreat turned into a rout. 496 de Follett, and scores of the king's men turned their horses and began to flee from the battlefield. Philip was elated. This must be God's will. Could it really be over so quickly? The rebels were advancing on both flanks, but the center was still holding steady. The men around King Stephen were fighting more fiercely than those to either side. Would they be able to stem the flow? Perhaps Stephen and Robert of Gloucester would fight it out personally. Single combat between two leaders could sometimes settle the issue regardless of what was happening elsewhere on the field. It was not yet over. The tide turned with horrifying speed. At one moment, the two armies were even, both sides fighting fiercely, and at the next, the king's men were falling back fast. William was deeply disheartened. On his left, the Breton mercenaries were running away down the hill and being chased into the canal by the Welsh, and on his right, the earls with their war horses and banners were turning from the fight and trying to escape back toward Lincoln. Only the middle was holding. King Stephen was in the thick of it, laying about him with his massive sword, and the shiring men were fighting like pack-wolves all around him. But the situation was unstable. If the flanks continued to retreat, the king would end up surrounded. William wanted Stephen to fall back, but the king was more brave than wise, and he fought on. William felt the entire battle take a lurch to the left. Looking around, he saw the Flemish mercenaries coming from behind and falling on the Welsh, who were forced to stop chasing the Bretons down the hill and turn to defend themselves. For a moment there was a melee. Then Ranulph of Chester's men in the middle of the enemy front line attacked the Flemish, who now found themselves squeezed between the men from Chester and the Welsh. Seeing the rally, King Stephen urged his men to press forward. William thought Ranulph might have made a mistake. If the king's forces could close with Ranulph's men now, Ranulph would be the one who was squeezed on two sides. One of William's knights fell in front of him, and suddenly he was in the midst of the fighting. A beefy northerner with blood on his sword lunged at him. William parried the thrust easily. He was fresh, and his antagonist was already tired. William thrust at the man's face, missed, and parried another jab. He raised his sword high, deliberately opening himself to a stab. Then, when the other man predictably stepped forward with another thrust, William dodged it and brought his the Pillars of the Earth 497 sword, down, two-handed on the other man's shoulder. The blow split the man's armor and broke his collarbone, and he fell. William enjoyed a moment of elation. His fear had gone. He roared, "Come on, you dogs!" Two more men took the place of the fallen knight and attacked William simultaneously. He held them off, but he was forced to give ground. There was a surge on his right, and one of his opponents had to turn aside to defend himself against a red-faced man armed with a cleaver who looked like a crazed butcher. That left only one for William to deal with. He grinned savagely and pressed forward. His opponent panicked and slashed wildly at William's head. William ducked and stabbed the man in the thigh, just below the fringe of his short mail jacket. The leg buckled and the man fell. Once again, William had no one to fight. He stood still, breathing hard. For a moment he had thought the king's army was going to be routed, but they had rallied, and now neither side appeared to have the advantage. He looked to his right, wondering what had caused the surge that had distracted one of his antagonists. To his astonishment, he saw that the citizens of Lincoln were giving the enemy a hard fight. Perhaps it was because they were defending their own homes. But who had rallied them after the earls on that flank had fled? His question was answered. To his dismay, he saw Richard of Kingsbridge on his war horse, urging the townsmen on. William's heart sank. If the king saw Richard being brave, it could undo all William's work. William looked over at Stephen. At that moment, the king caught Richard's eye and waved encouragement. William let out a resentful curse. The townsmen's rally relieved the pressure on the king, but only for a moment. To the left, Ranulph's men had routed the Flemish mercenaries, and now Ranulph turned toward the center of the defending forces. At the same time, the so-called disinherited rallied against Richard and the townsmen, and the fighting became furious. William was attacked by a huge man with a battle-axe.
He leaped like load.
There seemed to be a lot more of the enemy than before, and William felt, with a sense of despair, that the king's men were outnumbered. Hysterical fear rose in his throat as he reeled 498. Ken Follett eyed that the battle was very nearly lost, and he was in mortal danger. The king should flee now. Why was he fighting on? It was insane. He would be killed. They would all be killed. William's antagonist raised his axe high. Fighting instincts took over for an instant, and instead of falling back as he had before, he leaped forward and lunged at the big man's face. His sword point went into the man's neck just under the chin. William thrust it home hard. The man's eyes closed. William felt a moment of grateful relief. He pulled the sword out and darted back to dodge the axe that now fell from the man's dead hands. He snatched a look at the king, just a few yards to his left. As he looked, the king brought his sword down hard on a man's helmet, and the sword snapped in two like a twig. That was it, William thought with relief. The battle was over. The king would flee and save himself to fight another day. But the hope was premature. William had half-turned, ready to run, when a townsman offered the king a long-handled woodsman's axe. To William's dismay, Stephen grabbed the weapon and fought on. William was tempted to run anyway. Looking to his right, he saw Richard on foot, fighting like a madman, pressing forward, laying about him with his sword, striking men down left, right, and center. William could not flee when his rival was still fighting. William was attacked again, this time by a short man with light armor who moved very quickly, his sword flashing in the sunlight. As their weapons clashed, William realized he was up against a formidable fighter. Once again he found himself on the defensive and afraid for his life, and his knowledge that the battle was lost sapped his will to fight. He parried the rapid thrusts and slashes that were aimed at him, wishing he could get in the one strong blow that would smash through the man's armor. He saw a chance and swung his sword. The other man dodged and thrust, and William felt his left arm go numb. He was wounded. He felt sick with fear. He continued to fall back under the assault, feeling oddly unball-antsed, as if the ground was shifting beneath him. His shield hung loose from his neck. He was unable to hold it steady with his useless left arm. The small man sensed victory and pressed his attack. William saw death and was filled with mortal dread. Suddenly Walter appeared at his side. William stepped back. Walter swung his sword two-handed. Catching the small man by surprise, he cut him down like a sapling. William suddenly felt dizzy with relief. He put a hand on Walter's shoulder. "We've lost it." Walter shouted at him. "Let's get out." The Pillars of the Earth 499. William pulled himself together. The king was still fighting, even though the battle was lost. If only he would give up now and try to get away, he could return to the south and muster another army. But the longer he fought on, the greater the probability that he could be captured or killed, and that could mean only one thing. Maud would be queen. William and Walter edged back together. Why was the king so foolish? He had to prove his courage. Gallantry would be the death of him. Once again, William was tempted to abandon the king. But Richard of Kingsbridge was still there, holding the right flank like a rock, swinging his sword and mowing men down like a reaper. "Not yet," William said to Walter. "Watch the king." They retreated step by step. The fighting became less fierce as men realized that the issue had been decided and there was no point in taking risks. William and Walter crossed swords with two knights, but the knights were content to drive them back, and William and Walter fought defensively. Hard blows were struck, but no one exposed himself to danger. William stepped back 2 paces and chanced a look at the king. At that moment, a huge rock came flying across the field and struck Stephen's helmet. The king staggered and fell to his knees. William's antagonist paused and turned his head to see what William was looking at. The battle-axe dropped from King Stephen's hands. An enemy knight ran to him and pulled off the helmet. "The king!" he shouted triumphantly. "I have the king, William, Walter!" And the entire royal army turned and ran. Philip was jubilant. The retreat started in the middle of the king's army and spread like a ripple to the flanks. Within a few heartbeats, The entire royal army was on the run. This was King Stephen's reward for injustice. The attackers gave chase. There were 40 or 50 riderless horses in the rear of the king's army, being held by squires, and some of the fleeing men leaped on them and made their escape, heading not for the city of Lincoln, but for the open country. Philip wondered what had happened to the king. The citizens of Lincoln were hurriedly leaving their rooftops. Children and animals were rounded up. Some families disappeared into their houses, closing the shutters and barring the doors. There was a flurry of movement among the boats on the lake. Some citizens were trying to get away by river. People began to arrive at the cathedral to take refuge there. At each entrance to the city, people rushed to close the huge 500 Follett iron-bound doors. Suddenly, Ranulph of Chester's men burst out of the castle. They divided into groups, evidently following a prearranged plan, and one group went to each city gate. They waded in among the citizens, striking them down to left and right, and reopened the doors to admit the conquering rebels. Philip decided to get off the cathedral roof, the others with him. Mostly cathedral canons had the same thought. They all ducked through the low doorway that led into the turret. There they met the bishop and the archdeacons who had been higher up in the tower. Philip thought Bishop Alexander looked frightened. That was a pity. The bishop would need courage to share today. They all went carefully down the long, narrow spiral staircase and emerged in the nave of the church at the west end. There were already 100 or so citizens in the church, and more pouring through the 3 great doorways. As Philip looked out, 2 knights came into the cathedral courtyard, blood-stained and muddy, riding hard, obviously having come from the battle. They rode straight into the church without dismounting. When they saw the bishop, one of them shouted, "The king is captured!" Philip's heart leaped. King Stephen was not just beaten, he was taken prisoner. The royalist forces throughout the kingdom would surely collapse now. The implications tumbled over one another in Philip's imagination, but before he could sort them out, he heard Bishop Alexander shout, "Close the doors." Philip could hardly believe his ears. "No," he shouted, "you can't do that." The bishop stared at him, white with fear and panic. He was not sure who Philip was. Philip had made a formal call on him out of courtesy, but they had not spoken since. Now, with a visible effort, Alexander remembered him. "This is not your cathedral, Prior Philip. It's mine. Close the doors." Several priests went to do his bidding. Philip was horrified at this display of naked self-interest by a clergyman. "You can't lock people out," he shouted angrily. "They might be killed. If we don't lock the doors, we'll all be killed," Alexander screeched hysterically. Philip grabbed him by the front of the robe. "Remember who you are?" he hissed. "We're not supposed to be afraid, especially of death. Pull yourself together." "Get him off me," Alexander screamed. Several cannons pulled Philip away. Philip shouted at them, "Don't you see what he's doing?" "The Pillars of the Earth, 501, a cannon said, 'If you're so brave, why don't you go out there and protect them yourself?'" Philip tore himself free. "That's exactly what I'm going to do," he said. He turned around. The big central door was just closing. He dashed across the nave. 3 priests were pushing it shut as more people fought to get through the narrowing gap. Philip squeezed out just before the door closed. In the next few moments, a small crowd gathered in the porch. Men and women banged on the door and screamed to be let in, but there was no response from inside the church. Suddenly, Philip was afraid. The panic on the faces of the people locked out scared him. He felt himself trembling. He had encountered a victorious army once before, at the age of 6, and the horror he had felt then returned to him now. The moment when the men-at-arms had burst into his parents' house came back as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. He stood rooted to the spot and tried to stop shaking while the crowd boiled around him. It was a long time since he had been tormented by this nightmare. He saw the bloodlust on the men's faces, and the way the sword had transfixed his mother, and the awful sight of his father's guts spilling out of his belly, and he felt again that uncomprehending, overwhelming, insane, hysterical terror. Then he saw a monk come through the door with a cross in his hand, and the screaming stopped. The monk showed him and his brother how to close the eyes of his mother and father so that they could sleep the long sleep. He remembered as if he had just awakened from a dream that he was not a frightened child anymore. He was a grown man and a monk, and just as Abbot Peter had rescued him and his brother on that dreadful day 27 years ago, so today the grown-up Philip, strengthened by faith and protected by God, would come to the help of those in fear of their lives. He forced himself to take a single step forward, and once he had done that, the second was a little less difficult, and the third was almost easy. When he reached the street that led to the west gate, he was almost knocked over by a mob of fleeing townspeople, men and boys running with bundles of precious possessions, old people gasping for breath, screaming girls, women carrying squalling children in their arms. The rush carried him back several yards, then he fought against the flow. They were heading for the cathedral. He wanted to tell them it was closed and they should stay quietly in 502 Ken Follett, their own homes, and bar the doors, but everyone was shouting and no one was listening. He progressed slowly along the street, moving against the flood of people. He had gained only a few yards when a group of 4 horsemen came charging along the street. They were the cause of the stampede. Some people flattened themselves against house walls, but others could not get out of the way in time, and many fell beneath the flailing hooves. Philip was horrified, but there was nothing he could do, and he dodged into an alleyway to avoid becoming a victim himself. A moment later, the horsemen had passed by, and the street was deserted. Several bodies were left lying on the ground. As Philip stepped out of his alley, he saw one of them move. A middle-aged man in a scarlet cloak was trying to crawl along the ground despite an injured leg. Philip crossed the street, intending to try to carry the man, but before he got there, 2 men with iron helmets and wooden shields appeared. One of them said, "This one's alive, Jake." Philip shuddered. It seemed to him that their demeanor, their voices, their clothes, and even their faces were the same as those of the 2 men who had killed his parents. The one called Jake said, "He'll fetch a ransom. Look at that red cloak." He turned, put his fingers in his mouth, and whistled. A 3rd man came running up. "Take Redcoat here into the castle and tie him up." The 3rd man put his arms around the wounded citizen's chest and dragged him off. The injured man screamed in pain as his legs bumped over the stones. Philip shouted, "Stop!" They all stopped. For a moment looked at him and laughed. Then they carried on with what they were doing. Philip shouted again, but they ignored him. He watched helplessly as the wounded man was dragged off. Another man-at-arms came out of a house wearing a long fur coat and carrying 6 silver plates under his arm. Jake saw him and took note of the booty. "These are rich houses," he said to his comrade. "We ought to get into one of them, see what we can find." They went up to the locked door of a stone house and attacked it with a battle-axe. Philip felt useless, but he was not willing to give up. However, God had not put him in this position to defend rich men's property, so he left Jake and his companions and hurried toward the west gate. More men-at-arms came running along the street. Mingled with them were several short, dark men with painted faces, dressed in sheepskin coats and armed with clubs. They were the Welsh tribesmen, Philip realized, and he felt ashamed that he came from. The pillars of the earth 503, the same country as these savages. He clung to the wall of a house and tried to look inconspicuous. 2 men emerged from a stone house, dragging by the legs a white-bearded man in a skull-cap. One of them held a knife to the man's throat and said, "Where's your money, Jew?" "I have no money," the man said plaintively. Nobody would believe that, Philip thought. The wealth of the Jews of Lincoln was famous, and anyway, the man had been living in a stone house. Another man-at-arms came out dragging a woman by the hair. The woman was middle-aged and presumably the Jew's wife. The first man shouted, "Tell us where the money is, or she'll have my sword up her cunt." He lifted the woman's skirt, exposing her gray-ing pubic hair, and held a long dagger pointing at her groin. Philip was about to intervene, but the old man gave in immediately. "Don't hurt her, the money's in the back," he said urgently. "It's buried in the garden by the woodpile. Please, let her go." The 3 men ran back into the house. The woman helped the man to his feet. Another group of horsemen thundered down the narrow street, and Philip flung himself out of the way. When he got up again, the two Jews had disappeared. A young man in armor came down the street, running for his life, with 3 or 4 Welshmen in pursuit. They caught him just as he drew level with Philip. The foremost pursuer swung with his sword and touched the fugitive's calf. It did not seem to Philip like a deep wound, but it was enough to make the young man stumble and fall to the ground. Another pursuer reached the fallen man and hefted a battle-axe. With his heart in his mouth, Philip stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" The man raised his axe. Philip rushed at him. The man swung the axe, but Philip pushed him at the last minute. The blade of the axe clanged on the stone pavement a foot from the victim's head. The attacker recovered his balance and stared at Philip in amazement. Philip stared back at him, trying not to tremble, wishing he could remember a word or two of Welsh. Before either of them moved, the other 2 pursuers caught up, and one of them cannoned into Philip, sending him sprawling. That probably saved his life, he realized a moment later. When he recovered, everyone had forgotten him. They were butchering the poor young man on the ground with unbelievable savagery. Philip scrambled to his feet, but he was already too late. Their hammers and 504 Ken Follett axes were thudding into a corpse. He looked up at the sky and shouted angrily, "If I can't save anyone, why did you send me here?" As if in reply, he heard a scream from a nearby house. It was a 1-story building of stone and wood, not as costly as those around it. The door stood open. Philip ran inside. There were 2 rooms with an arch between and straw on the floor. A woman with 2 small children huddled in a corner, terrified. 3 men-at-arms were in the middle of the house, confronting one small, bald man. A young woman of about 18 years was on the floor. Her dress was ripped, and one of the 3 men-at-arms was kneeling on her chest, holding her thighs apart. The bald man was clearly trying to stop them from raping his daughter. As Philip came in, the father flung himself at one of the men-at-arms. The soldier threw him off. The father staggered back. The soldier plunged his sword into the father's abdomen. The woman in the corner screamed like a lost soul. Philip yelled, "Stop!" They all looked at him as if he were mad. In his most authoritative voice, he said, "You'll all go to hell if you do this." The one who had killed the father raised his sword to strike Philip. "Just a minute," said the man on the ground, still holding the girl's legs. "Who are you, monk?" "I am Philip of Gwynedd, prior of Kingsbridge, and I command you in God's name to leave that girl alone, if you care for your immortal souls." "A prior, I thought so, worth a ransom." The first man sheathed his sword and said, "Get over in the corner with the woman where you belong." Philip said, "Don't lay hands on a monk's robes." He was trying to sound dangerous, but he could hear the note of desperation in his voice. "Take him to the castle, John," said the man on the ground, who was still sitting on the girl. He seemed to be the leader. "Go to hell," said John. "I want to fuck her first." He grabbed Philip's arms and, before Philip could resist, flung him into the corner. Philip tumbled onto the floor beside the mother. The man called John lifted the front of his tunic and fell on the girl. The mother turned her head aside and began to sob. Philip said, "I will not watch this." He stood up and grabbed, said the man on the ground. "He's the pillars of the earth 505, the rapist by the hair, pulling him off the girl." The rapist roared with pain. The third man raised a club. Philip saw the blow coming, but he was too late. The club landed on his head. He felt a moment of agonizing pain. Then everything went black and he lost consciousness before he hit the ground. The prisoners were taken to the castle and locked in cages. These were stout wooden structures like miniature houses, 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, and only a little higher than a man's head. Instead of solid walls, they had close-spaced vertical posts, which enabled the jailer to see inside. In normal times, when they were used to confine thieves and murderers and heretics, there would be only 1 or 2 people to a cage. Today, the rebels put 8 or 10 in each, and still there were more prisoners. The surplus captives were tied together with ropes and herded into a corner of the compound. They could have escaped fairly easily, but they did not. probably because they were safer here than outside in the town. Philip sat in one corner of a cage, nursing a splitting headache, feeling a fool and a failure. In the end, he had been as useless as the cowardly Bishop Alexander. He had not saved a single life, he had not even prevented one blow. The citizens of Lincoln would have been no worse off without him. Unlike Abbot Peter, he had been powerless to stop the violence. "I'm just not the man Father Peter was," he thought. Worse still, in his vain attempt to help the townspeople, he had probably thrown away his chance of winning concessions from the Empress Maud when she became queen. He was now a prisoner of her army. It would be assumed, therefore, that he had been with King Stephen's forces. Kingsbridge Priory would have to pay a ransom for Philip's release. It was quite likely that the whole thing would come to Maud's notice, and then she would be prejudiced against Philip. He felt sick, disappointed, and full of remorse. More prisoners were brought in through the day. The influx ended around nightfall. But the sacking of the city went on outside, the castle walls. Philip could hear the shouts and screams and sounds of destruction. Toward midnight the noise died down, presumably as the soldiers became so drunk on stolen wine and sated with rape and violence that they could do no more damage. A few of them staggered into the castle, boasting of their triumphs, quarreling among themselves and vomiting on the grass, and eventually fell down insensible and slept. Philip slept, too, although he did not have enough room to lie 506 divided by Ken Follett down, and had to slump in the corner with his back against the wooden bars of his cage. He woke at dawn shivering with cold, but the pain in his head had softened mercifully to a dull ache. He stood up to stretch his legs and slapped his arms against his sides to warm himself. All the castle buildings were overflowing with people. The open-fronted stables revealed men sleeping in the stalls, while the horses were tied up outside. Pairs of legs stuck out of the bakehouse door and the kitchen undercroft. The small minority of sober soldiers had pitched tents. There were horses everywhere. In the southeast corner of the castle compound was the keep, a castle within a castle built on a high mound, its mighty stone walls encircling half a dozen or more wooden buildings. The earls and knights of the winning side would be in there, sleeping off their own celebration. Philip's mind turned to the implications of yesterday's battle. Did it mean the war was over? Probably. Stephen had a wife, Queen Matilda, who might fight on. She was Countess of Boulogne, and with her French knights she had taken Dover Castle early in the war and now controlled much of Kent on her husband's behalf. However, she would find it difficult to gather support from the barons while Stephen was in prison. She might hold on to Kent for a while, but she was unlikely to make any gains. Nevertheless, Maud's problems were not yet over. She had to consolidate her military victory, gain the approval of the Church, and be crowned at Westminster. However, given determination and a little wisdom, she would probably succeed. And that was good news for Kingsbridge, or it would be if Philip could get out of here without being branded a supporter of Stephen. There was no sun, but the air warmed a little as the day got brighter. Philip's fellow prisoners awoke gradually, groaning with aches and pains. Most of them had been at least bruised, and they felt worse after a cold night with only the minimal shelter of the roof and bars of the cage. Some were wealthy citizens, and others were knights who had been captured in battle. When most of them were awake, Philip asked, "Did anyone see what happened to Richard of Kingsbridge?" He was hoping Richard had survived for Aliena's sake. A man with a blood-stained bandage around his head said, "He fought like a lion. He rallied the townsmen when things got bad." "Did he live or die?" The man shook his wounded head slowly. "I didn't see him at the end. The Pillars of the Earth 507. What about William Hamley?" It would be a blessed relief if William had fallen. He was with the king for most of the battle. But he got away at the end. I saw him on a horse, flying across the field, well ahead of the pack. Ah. The faint hope faded. Philip's problems were not to be solved that easily. The conversation lapsed, and the cage fell silent. Outside, the soldiers were on the move, nursing their hangovers, checking their booty, making sure their hostages were still in captivity, and getting breakfast from the kitchen. Philip wondered whether prisoners got fed. They must, he thought, for otherwise they would die and there would be no ransoms. But who would take the responsibility for feeding all these people? That started him wondering how long he would be here. His captors would have to send a message to King's Bridge demanding a ransom. The brothers would send one of their number to negotiate his release. Who would it be? Milius would be the best, but Remigius, who as sub-prior was in charge in Philip's absence, might send one of his cronies, or even come himself. Remigius would do everything slowly. He was incapable of prompt and decisive action, even in his own interest. It could take months. Philip became gloomier. Other prisoners were luckier. Soon after sunrise, wives and children and relatives of the captives began to trickle into the castle, fearfully and hesitantly at first, then with more confidence to negotiate the ransom of their loved ones. They would bargain with the captors for a while, protesting their lack of money, offering cheap jewelry or other valuables. Then they would reach an agreement, depart, and return a little later with whatever ransom had been agreed, usually cash. The piles of booty grew higher, and the cages emptied out. By midday, half the prisoners had gone. They were the local people, Philip assumed. Those remaining must be from distant towns, and were probably all knights who had been taken during the battle. This impression was confirmed when the constable of the castle came around the cages and asked the names of everyone remaining. Most of them were knights from the south. Philip noticed that in one of the cages there was only one man, and he was confined in stocks, as if someone wanted to be doubly sure he could not escape. After staring at the special prisoner for a few minutes, Philip realized who it was. "Look," he said to the three men in his own cage. "That man on his own. Is it who I think it is?" 508 divided by Ken Follett. The others looked. "By Christ, it's the king," said one, and the others agreed. Philip stared at the muddy, tawny-haired man with his hands and feet confined uncomfortably in the wooden vise of the stocks. He looked just like all the rest of them. Yesterday he had been King of England. Yesterday he had refused Kingsbridge a market license. Today he could not stand up without someone else's leave. The king had got his just deserts, but all the same Philip felt sorry for him. Early in the afternoon the prisoners were given food. It was lukewarm leftovers from the dinner provided for the fighting men, but they fell on it ravenously. Philip hung back and let the others have most of it, for he regarded hunger as a base weakness that ought to be resisted from time to time, and considered any enforced fast to be an opportunity to mortify the flesh. While they were scraping the bowl, there was a flurry of activity over at the keep, and a group of earls came out. As they walked down the steps of the keep and across the castle compound, Philip observed that two of them went a little in front of the others and were treated with deference. They had to be Ranulph of Chester and Robert of Gloucester, but Philip did not know which was which. They approached Stephen's cage. "Good day, Cousin Robert," Stephen said, heavily emphasizing the word cousin. The taller of the two men replied, "I didn't intend for you to spend the night in the stocks. I ordered that you be moved, but the order wasn't obeyed. However, you seem to have survived." A man in priest's clothing detached himself from the group and came toward Philip's cage. At first Philip paid him no attention, for Stephen was asking what was to be done with him, and Philip wanted to hear the answer, but the priest said, "Which one of you is the prior of Kingsbridge?" "Tam," Philip said. The priest spoke to one of the men-at-arms who had brought Philip here. "Release that man." Philip was mystified. He had never seen the priest in his life. Clearly his name had been picked out of the list compiled earlier by the castle constable. But why? He would be glad to get out of the cage, but he was not ready to rejoice. He did not know what was in store for him. The man-at-arms protested. "He's my prisoner." "Not any more," said the priest. "Let him go." "Why should I release him without a ransom?" the man said belligerently. "The pillars of the earth, 509. The priest replied equally forcefully. "First, because he's neither a fighting man in the king's army nor a citizen of this town, so you have committed a crime by imprisoning him. Second, because he's a monk, and you are guilty of sacrilege by laying hands on a man of God. Third, Because Queen Maud's secretary says you have to release him, and if you refuse, you'll end up inside that cage yourself faster than you can blink, so jump to it." "All right," the man grumbled. Philip was dismayed. He had been nursing a faint hope that Maud would never get to know of his imprisonment here. If Maud's secretary had asked to see him, that hope was now dashed, feeling as if he had hit rock bottom. He stepped out of the cage. "Come with me," said the priest. Philip followed him. "Am I to be set free?" he said. "I imagine so." The priest looked surprised by the question. "Don't you know whom you're going to see?" "Haven't an inkling." The priest smiled. "Ill, let him surprise you." They crossed the compound to the keep and climbed the long flight of steps that led up the mound to the gate. Philip racked his brains, but could not guess why a secretary of Maud's should have an interest in him. He followed the priest through the gate. The circular stone keep was lined with two-story houses built against the wall. In the middle was a tiny courtyard with a well. The priest led Philip into one of the houses. Inside the house was another priest, standing in front of the fire with his back to the door. He had the same build as Philip, short and slight, and the same black hair, but his head was not shaved, and his hair was not graying. It was a very familiar back. Philip could hardly believe his luck. A broad grin spread across his face. The priest turned. He had bright blue eyes just like Philip's, and he, too, was grinning. He held out his arms. "Philip," he said. "Well, God be praised," Philip said in astonishment. "Francis." The two brothers embraced, and Philip's eyes filled with tears. Tid. The royal reception hall at Winchester Castle looked very different. The dogs had gone, and so had King Stephen's plain wooden throne, the benches, and the animal skins from the walls. Instead, there were embroidered hangings, richly colored carpets, bowls of sweetmeats, and painted chairs. The room smelled of flowers. Philip was never at ease at the royal court, and a feminine royal court was enough to put him in a state of quivering anxiety. The Empress Maud was his only hope of getting the quarry back and reopening the market, but he had no confidence that this haughty, willful woman would make a just decision. The Empress sat on a delicately carved gilded throne, wearing a dress the color of bluebells. She was tall and thin, with proud dark eyes and straight glossy black hair. Over her gown, she wore a pelisse, a knee-length silk coat with a tight waist and flared skirt, a style that had not been seen in England until she arrived, but was now much imitated. She had been married to her first husband for 11 years and her second for 14, but she still looked less than 40 years old. People raved about her beauty. To Philip she looked rather angular and unfriendly, but he was a poor judge of feminine attraction, being more or less immune to it. Philip, Francis, William Hamley, and Bishop Welleran bowed to her and stood waiting. She ignored them for a while and continued, talking to a lady-in-waiting. The conversation seemed to be rather trifling, for they both laughed prettily, but Maud did not interrupt it to greet her visitors. Francis worked closely with her and saw her almost every day, but they were not great friends. Her brother Robert, Francis's former employer, had given him to her when she arrived in England, because she needed a first-class secretary. However, this was not the only motive. Francis acted as link man between brother and sister, and kept an eye on the impetuous Maud. It was nothing for brothers and sisters to betray one another in the treacherous life of the royal court, and Francis's real role was to make it difficult for Maud to do anything underhand. Maud knew this and accepted it, but her relationship with Francis was nevertheless an uneasy one. The pillars of the earth 511. It was 2 months since the Battle of Lincoln, and in that time all had gone well for Maud. Bishop Henry had welcomed her to Winchester, thereby betraying his brother King Stephen, and had convened a great council of bishops and abbots which had elected her queen, and she was now negotiating with the Commune of London to arrange her coronation at Westminster. King David of Scotland, who happened to be her uncle, was on his way to pay her a formal royal visit, one sovereign to another. Bishop Henry was strongly supported by Bishop Welleran of Kingsbridge, and according to Francis, Welleran had persuaded William Hamley to switch sides and pledge allegiance to Maud. Now William had come for his reward. The 4 men stood waiting, William with his backer, Bishop, Welleran, and Prior Philip with his sponsor, Francis. This was the first time Philip had set eyes on Maud. Her appearance did not reassure him. Despite her regal air, he thought she looked flighty. When Maud finished chatting, she turned to them with a triumphant look, as if to say, "See how unimportant you are. Even my lady-in-waiting has priority over you." She looked at Philip steadily for a few moments until he became embarrassed. Then she said, "Well, Francis, have you brought me your twin?" Francis said, "My brother, Philip, lady, the prior of King's Bridge." Philip bowed again and said, somewhat too old and gray to be a twin lady. It was the kind of trivial, self-deprecating remark that courtiers seemed to find amusing, but she gave him a frozen look and ignored it. He decided to abandon any attempt to be charming. She turned to William, "And Sir William Hamley, who fought bravely against my army at the Battle of Lincoln, but has now seen the error of his ways." William bowed and wisely kept his mouth shut. She turned back to Philip. "You ask me to grant you a license to hold a market." "Yes, my lady," Francis said. "The income from the market will all be spent on building the cathedral, lady." "On what day of the week do you want to hold your market?" she asked. "Sunday." She raised her plucked eyebrows. "You holy men are generally opposed to Sunday markets. Don't they keep people from church?" "Not in our case," Philip said. "People come to labor on the 512 Ken Follett building and attend a service, and they do their buying and selling as well." "So you're already holding this market?" she said sharply. Philip realized he had blundered. He felt like kicking himself. Francis rescued him. "No, lady, they are not holding the market at present," he said. It began informally, but Prior Philip ordered it to cease until he was granted a license. That was the truth, but not the whole truth. However, Maud seemed to accept it. Philip silently prayed for forgiveness for Francis. Maud said, "Is there no other market in the area?" William spoke up. "Yes, there is at Shiring, and the King's Bridge market has been taking business away." Philip said, "But Shiring is 20 miles from Kingsbridge." Francis said, "My lady, the rule is that markets must be at least 14 miles apart. By that criterion, Kingsbridge and Shiring do not compete." She nodded, apparently willing to accept Francis's ruling on a point of law. "So far," thought Philip, "it's going our way," Maud said. "You also ask for the right to take stone from the Earl of Shiring's quarry." "We have had that right for many years, but William lately threw out our quarrymen, killing 5. "Who gave you the right to take stone?" she interrupted. "King Stephen, the usurper," Francis hastily said. "My lady, Prior Philip naturally accepts that all edicts of the pretender Stephen are invalid unless ratified by you." Philip accepted no such thing, but he saw that it would be unwise to say so. William blurted out, "I closed the quarry in retaliation for his illegal market." It was amazing, Philip thought, how a clear case of injustice could come to seem evenly balanced when argued at the court. Maud said, "This entire squabble came about because Stephen's original ruling was foolish." Bishop Welleran spoke for the first time. "There, lady, I heartily agree with you," he said oilily. "It was asking for trouble to give the quarry to one person but let another mine it," she said. "The quarry must belong to one or the other." That was true, Philip thought, and if she were to follow the spirit of Stephen's original ruling, it would belong to Kingsbridge. The Pillars of the Earth, 513. She went on, "My decision is that it shall belong to my nobly Sir William." Philip's heart sank. The cathedral building could not have come on so well without free access to that quarry. It would have to slow right down while Philip tried to find the money to buy stone. And all because of the whim of this capricious woman. It made him fume. William said, "Thank you, lady," Maud said. "However, Kingsbridge shall have market rights as at Shiring." Philip's spirits rose again. The market would not quite pay for the stone, but it was a big help. It meant he would be scraping around for money again, just as he had at the beginning, but he could carry on. Maud had given each one a part of what he wanted. Perhaps she was not so empty-headed after all. Francis said, "Market rights as at shiring, lady." That's what I said. Philip was not sure why Francis had repeated it. It was common for licenses to refer to the rights enjoyed by another town. It was even-handed and saved writing. Philip would have to check exactly what Shiring's charter said. There might be restrictions or extra privileges, Maud said, so you have both got something. William gets the quarry and Prior Philip gets the market. And in return each of you will pay me £100. That is all. She turned away. Philip was flabbergasted. £100. The priory did not have 100 pennies at the moment. How was he to raise this money? The market would take years to earn £100. It was a devastating blow that would set the building program back permanently. He stood staring at Maud, but she was apparently deep in conversation with her lady-in-waiting again. Francis nudged him. Philip opened his mouth to speak. Francis held a finger to his lips. Philip said, "But—" Francis shook his head urgently. Philip knew Francis was right. He let his shoulders slump in defeat. Helplessly, he turned away and walked out of the royal presence. Francis was impressed when Philip showed him around King's Bridge Priory. "I was here 10 years ago, and it was a dump," he said irreverently. "You've really brought it to life?" He was very taken with the writing room, which Tom had 514 Ken Follett, finished while Philip was in Lincoln. Small building next to the chapter house, it had large windows, a fireplace with a chimney, a row of writing desks, and a big oak cupboard for the books. 4 of the brothers were at work there already, standing at the high desks, writing on parchment sheets with quill pens. 3 were copying, 1 the Psalms of David, 1 St. Matthew's Gospel, and 1 the Rule of St. Benedict. In addition, Brother Timothy was writing a history of England, although as he had begun with the creation of the world, Philip was afraid the old boy might never finish it. The writing room was small. Philip had not wanted to divert much stone from the cathedral, but it was a warm, dry, well-lit place, just what was needed. "The priory has disgracefully few books, and as they're iniquitously expensive to buy, this is the only way to build our collection," Philip explained. In the undercroft was a workshop where an old monk was teaching 2 youngsters how to stretch the skin of a sheep for parchment, how to make ink, and how to bind the sheets into a book. Francis said, "You'll be able to sell books too." "Oh, yes. The writing room will pay for itself many times over." They left the building and walked through the cloisters. It was the study hour. Most of the monks were reading. A few were meditating, an activity that was suspiciously similar to dozing, as Francis remarked skeptically. In the northwest corner were 20 schoolboys reciting Latin verbs. Philip stopped and pointed. "See the little boy at the end of the bench?" Francis said, writing on a slate with his tongue sticking out. "That's the baby you found in the forest. But he's so big, 5½ years old, and precocious." Francis shook his head in wonderment. "Time goes by so fast. How is he?" "He's spoiled by the monks, but he'll survive. You and Did. Who are the other pupils? Either novice monks, or the sons of merchants and local gentry learning to write and figure." They left the cloisters and passed on to the building site. The eastern limb of the new cathedral was now more than half built. The great double row of mighty columns was 40 feet high, and all the arches in between had been completed. Above the arcade, the tribune gallery was taking shape. Either side of the arcade, the lower walls of the aisle had been built with their out-jutting buttresses. As they walked around, Philip saw that the masons were the pillars of the earth, 515, constructing the half-arches that would connect the tops of those buttresses with the top of the tribune gallery, allowing the buttresses to take the weight of the roof. Francis was almost awestruck. "You've done all this, Philip," he said. "The writing room, the school, the new church, even all these new houses in the town, it's all come about because you made it happen." Philip was touched. No one had ever said that to him. If asked, he would say that God had blessed his efforts. But in his heart of hearts he knew that what Francis said was true. This thriving, busy town was his creation. Recognition gave him a warm glow, Celia coming, as it did from his sophisticated, cynical younger brother. Tom Builder saw them and came over. "You've made marvelous progress," Philip said to him. "Yes, but look at that." Tom pointed to the northeast corner of the Priory Close, where stone from the quarry was stockpiled. There were normally hundreds of stones stacked in rows, but now there were only about 25 scattered on the ground. "Unforgettable, our marvelous progress means we've used up our stock of stone." Philip's elation evaporated. Everything he had achieved here was at risk, because of Maud's harsh ruling. They walked along the north side of the site, where the most skilled masons were working at their benches, carving the stones into shape with hammers and chisels. Philip stopped behind one craftsman and studied his work. It was a capital, the large, jutting-out stone that always stood on top of a column, using a light hammer and a small chisel. The mason was carving a pattern of leaves on the capital. The leaves were deeply undercut, and the work was delicate. To Philip's surprise, he saw that the craftsman was young, Jack, Tom's stepson. "I thought Jack was still a learner," he said. "He is." Tom moved on, and when they were out of earshot, he said, "The boy is remarkable. There are men here who have been carving stone since before he was born, and none of them can match his work." He gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. "And he isn't even my own son." Tom's real son, Alfred, was a master mason and had his own gang of apprentices and laborers. But Philip knew that Alfred and his gang did not do the delicate work. Philip wondered how Tom felt about that in his heart. Tom's mind had returned to the problem of paying for the Mar 516 Ken Follett Ket license. "Surely the market will bring in a lot of money," he said. "Yes, but not enough. LAT should raise about £50 a year at the start." Tom nodded gloomily. "That will just about pay for the stone. We could manage if I didn't have to pay Maud £100. What about the wool?" The wool that was piling up in Philip's barns would be sold at the Shiring Fleece Fair in a few weeks' time and would fetch about £100. "That's what I'm going to use to pay Maud, but then I'll have nothing left for the craftsman's wages for the next 12 months. "Can't you borrow?" "I already have." "The Jews won't lend me any more?" I asked while I was in Winchester. "They won't lend you money if they don't think you can pay it back." "What about Aliena?" Philip was startled. He had never thought of borrowing from her. She had even more wool in her barns. After the Fleece Fair, she might have £200, but she needs the money to make her living, and Christians can't charge interest. If she lent her money to me, she would have nothing to trade with, although, even as he spoke, he was turning over a new idea. He remembered that Aliena had wanted to buy his entire wool production for the year. Perhaps they could work something out. "I think I'll talk to her anyway," he said. "Is she at home at the moment?" "I think so. I saw her this morning." "Come, Francis. You're about to meet a remarkable young woman." They left Tom and hurried out of the close into the town. Aliena had 2 houses side by side up against the west wall of the priory. She lived in one and used the other as a barn. She was very wealthy. There had to be a way she could help the priory pay Maud's extortionate fee for the market license. A vague idea was taking shape in Philip's mind. Aliena was in the barn, supervising the unloading of an ox cart stacked high with sacks of wool. She wore a brocade pelisse like the one the Empress Maud had worn, and her hair was done up in a white linen coif. She looked authoritative as always, and the 2 men unloading the cart obeyed her instructions without question. Everyone respected her, although strangely she had no close friends. She greeted Philip warmly. "When we heard about the Battle of Lincoln, we were afraid you might have been killed," she, the Pillars of the Earth 517, said. There was real concern in her eyes, and Philip was moved to think that people had been worried about him. He introduced her to Francis. "Did you get justice at Winchester?" Aliena asked. "Not exactly," Philip replied. "The Empress Maud granted us a market, but denied us the quarry. The one more or less compensates for the other. But she charged me £100 for the market license." Aliena was shocked. "That's terrible." "Did you tell her the income from the market goes to the Cathedral building?" "Oh, yesin. But where will you find £100? Thought you might be able to help." Me? Aliena was taken aback. In a few weeks' time, after you've sold your wool to the Flemish, you'll have 200 pounds or more. Aliena looked troubled. And I'd give it to you gladly, but I need it to buy more wool next year. Remember you wanted to buy my wool? Yes, but it's too late now. I wanted to buy it early in the season. Besides, you can sell it yourself soon. T was thinking, Philip said. Could I sell you next year's wool? She frowned. But you haven't got it. Could I sell it to you before I've got it? Don't see how. Simple. You give me the money now. I give you the wool next year. Aliena clearly did not know how to take this proposal. It was unlike any known way of doing business. It was new to Philip, too. He had just made it up. Aliena spoke slowly and thoughtfully. I would have to offer you a slightly lower price than you could get by waiting. Moreover, the price of wool might go up between now and next summer. It has every year I've been in the business. So I lose a little and you gain a little, Philip said, but I'll be able to carry on building for another year. And what will you do next year? Don't know. Perhaps I'll sell you the following year's wool. Aliena nodded. It makes sense. Philip took her hands and looked into her eyes. If you do this, Aliena, you'll save the cathedral, he said fervently. Aliena looked very solemn. You saved me once, didn't you? 518 divided by Ken Follett. Ella did specs E, then I'll do the same for you. God bless you, and in excess of gratitude he hugged her. Then he remembered she was a woman and detached himself hastily. I don't know how to thank you, he said. I was at my wit's end. Aliena laughed. I'm not sure I deserve this much gratitude. I'll probably do very well out of the arrangement. I hope so. Let's drink a cup of wine together to seal the bargain, she said. I'll just pay the carter. The ox cart was empty and the wool stacked neatly. Philip and Francis stepped outside while Aliena settled up with the carter. The sun was going down and the building workers were walking back to their homes. Philip's elation returned. He had found a way to carry on despite all the setbacks. Thank God for Aliena, he said. You didn't tell me she was so beautiful, Francis said. Beautiful? I suppose she is. Francis laughed. Philip, you're blind. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. She's enough to make a man give up the priesthood. Philip looked sharply at Francis. You ought not to talk like that. Sorry. Aliena came out and locked the barn. Then they went into her home. It was a large house with a main room and a separate bedroom. There was a beer barrel in the corner, a whole ham hanging from the ceiling, and a white linen cloth on the table. A middle-aged woman servant poured wine from a flask into silver goblets for the guests. Aliena lived comfortably. If she's so beautiful, Philip wondered, why hasn't she got a husband? There was no shortage of aspirants. She had been courted by every eligible young man in the county, but she had turned them all down. He felt so grateful to her that he wanted her to be happy. Her mind was still on practicalities. I won't have the money until after the Shiring Fleece Fair, she said, when they had toasted their agreement. Philip turned to Francis. Will Maud wait? How long? The fair is 3 weeks from Thursday. Francis nodded. I'll tell her. She'll wait. Aliena untied her headdress and shook out her curly dark hair. She gave a tired sigh. The days are too short, she said. I can't get everything done. I want to buy more wool, but I've got to find enough carters to take it all to Shiring. The pillars of the earth 519, Philip said. And next year you'll have even more. Wish we could make the Flemish come here to buy. It would be so much easier for us than taking all our wool to Shiring. Francis interjected. But you can. They both looked at him. Philip said, How? Hold your own fleece fair. Philip began to see what he was driving at. Can we? Maud gave you exactly the same rights as Shiring. I wrote your charter myself. If Shiring can hold a fleece fair, so can you, Aliena said. Why, that would be wonderful. We wouldn't have to cart all these sacks to Shiring. We could do the business here and ship the wool directly to Flanders. That's the least of it, Philip said excitedly. A fleece fair makes as much in a week as a Sunday market makes in a whole year. We can't do it this year, of course. Nobody will know about it. But we can spread the news at this year's Shiring Fleece Fair that we're going to hold our own next year and make sure all the buyers know the date. Eliana said, "It will make a big difference to Shiring. You and I are the biggest sellers of wool in the county, and if we both withdraw, the Shiring Fair will be less than half its usual size." Francis said, "William Hamley will lose money. He'll be as mad as a bull." Philip could not help a shudder of revulsion. A mad bull was just what William was like. "So what?" said Aliena. "If Maud has given us permission, we can go ahead. There's nothing William can do about it, is there?" "I hope not," Philip said fervently. "I certainly hope not." Chapter 10. Blois stopped at noon on St. Augustine's Day. Most of the builders greeted the midday bell with a sigh of relief. They normally worked from sunrise to sunset 6 days a week, so they needed the rest they got on holy days. However, Jack was too absorbed in his work to hear the bell. He was mesmerized by the challenge of making soft, round shapes out of hard rock. The stone had a will of its own, and if he tried to make it do something it did not want to do, it would fight him, and his chisel would slip or dig in too deeply, spoiling the shapes. But once he had got to know the lump of rock in front of him, he could transform it. The more difficult the task, the more fascinated he was. He was beginning to feel that the decorative carving demanded by Tom was too easy. Zigzags, lozenges, dogtooth, spirals, and plain roll moldings bored him, and even these leaves were rather stiff and repetitive. He wanted to carve natural-looking foliage, pliable and irregular, and copy the different shapes of real leaves, oak and ash and birch, but Tom would not let him. Most of all, he wanted to carve scenes from stories, Adam and Eve, David, and Goliath, and the Day of Judgment, with monsters and devils and naked people, but he did not dare to ask. Eventually, Tom made him stop work. "It's a holiday, lad," he said. "Besides, you're still my apprentice, and I want you to help me clear up. All tools must be locked away before dinner." Jack put away his hammer and chisels and carefully deposited the stone on which he had been working in Tom's shed. Then he, the pillars of the earth's 521, went around the site with Tom. The other apprentices were tidying up and sweeping away the stone chips, sand, lumps of dried mortar, and wood shavings that littered the site. Tom picked up his compasses and level while Jack collected his yardsticks and plumb lines, and they took everything to the shed. In the shed, Tom kept his poles. These were long iron rods, square in cross-section and dead straight, all exactly the same length. They were kept in a special wooden rack, which was locked. They were measuring sticks. As they continued around the site, picking up mortar boards and shovels, Jack was thinking about the poles. "How long is a pole?" he asked. Some of the masons heard him and laughed. They often found his questions amusing. Edward Short, a diminutive old mason with leathery skin and a twisted nose, said, "A pole is a pole," and they laughed again. They enjoyed teasing the apprentices, especially if it gave them a chance to show off their superior knowledge. Jack hated to be laughed at for his ignorance, but he put up with it because he was so curious. "I don't understand," he said patiently. "An inch is an inch, a foot is a foot, and a pole is a pole," said Edward. A pole was a unit of measurement then. "So how many feet are there in a pole?" "Aha! That depends. 18 in Lincoln, 16 in East Anglia." Tom interrupted to give a sensible answer. "On this site there are 15 feet to a pole." A middle-aged woman mason said, "In Paris they don't use the pole at all, just the yardstick." Tom said to Jack, "The whole plan of the church is based on poles. Fetch me one and I'll show you. It's time you understood these things." He gave Jack a key. Jack went to the shed and took a pole from the rack. It was quite heavy. Tom liked to explain things, and Jack loved to listen. The organization of the building site made an intriguing pattern. like the weaving on a brocade coat, and the more he understood, the more fascinated he became. Tom was standing in the aisle at the open end of the half-built chancel where the crossing would be. He took the pole and laid it on the ground so that it spanned the aisle. From the outside wall to the middle of the pier of the arcade is a pole. He turned the pole end over end. From there to the middle of the nave is a pole, he 522 divided by Ken Follett, turned it over again, and it reached the middle of the opposite pier. The nave is 2 poles wide, he turned it over again, and it reached to the wall of the far aisle. The whole church is 4 poles wide. Yes, said Jack, and each bay must be a pole long. Tom looked faintly annoyed. Who told you that? Nobody. The bays of the aisles are square, so if they're a pole wide, they must be a pole long. And the bays of the nave are the same length as the bays of the aisles, obviously. Obviously, said Tom. You should be a philosopher. In his voice was a mixture of pride and irritation. He was pleased that Jack was quick to understand, irritated that the mysteries of masonry should be so easily grasped by a mere boy. Jack was too caught up in the splendid logic of it all to pay attention to Tom's sensitivities. The chancel is 4 poles long, then, he said, and the whole church will be 12 poles when it's finished. He was struck by another thought. How high will it be? 6 poles high, 3 for the arcade, 1 for the gallery, and 2 for the clerestory. But what's the point of having everything measured by poles? Why not build it all higgledy-piggledy like a house? First, because it's cheaper this way. All the arches of the arcade are identical, so we can reuse the falsework arches. The fewer different sizes and shapes of stone we need, the fewer templates I have to make, and so on. Second, it simplifies every aspect of what we're doing, from the original laying out. Everything is based on a pole square to painting the walls. It's easier to estimate how much whitewash we'll need, and when things are simple, fewer mistakes are made. The most expensive part of a building is the mistakes. Third, when everything is based on a pole measure, the church just looks right. Proportion is the heart of beauty. Jack nodded, enchanted. The struggle to control an operation as ambitious and intricate as building a cathedral was endlessly fascinating. The notion that the principles of regularity and repetition could both simplify the construction and result in a harmonious building was a seductive idea. But he was not sure whether proportion was the heart of beauty. He had a taste for wild, spreading, disorderly things. High mountains, aged oaks, and aliena's hair. He ate his dinner ravenously but quickly, then he left the village heading north. It was a warm, early summer day, and he was bare, the pillars of the earth 523 foot. Ever since he and his mother had come to live in Kingsbridge, for good, and he had become a worker, he had enjoyed returning to the forest periodically. At first he had spent the time getting rid of surplus energy, running and jumping, climbing trees and shooting ducks with his sling. That was when he was getting used to the new, taller, stronger body he now had. The novelty of that had worn off. Now when he walked in the forest, he thought about things, why proportion should be beautiful, how buildings stayed standing, and what it would be like to stroke Aliena's breasts. He had worshipped her from a distance for years. His abiding picture of her was from the first time he had seen her as she came down the stairs to the hall at Earlscastle, and he had thought, she must a princess in a story. She had continued to be a remote figure. She talked to Prior Philip and Tom Builder, and Malachi the Jew, and the other wealthy and powerful people of Kingsbridge, and Jack never had a reason to address her. He just looked at her, praying in church, or riding her palfrey across the bridge, or sitting in the sun outside her house, wearing costly furs in winter and the finest linen in summer, her wild hair framing her beautiful face. Before he went to sleep, he would think about what it would be like to take those clothes off her and see her naked and kiss her soft mouth gently. In the last few weeks he had become dissatisfied and depressed with this hopeless daydreaming. Seeing her from a distance and overhearing her conversations with other people and imagining making love to her were no longer enough. He needed the real thing. There were several girls his own age who might have given him the real thing. Among the apprentices there was much talk about which of the young women in Kingsbridge were randy and exactly what each of them would let a young man do. Most of them were determined to remain virgins until they were married, according to the teachings of the church, but there were certain things you could do and still remain a virgin, or so the apprentices said. The girls all thought Jack was a little strange. They were probably right, he felt, but one or two of them found his strangeness appealing. Sunday after church, he had struck up a conversation with Edith, the sister of a fellow apprentice. But when he had talked about how he loved to carve stone, she had started to giggle. The following Sunday he had gone walking in the fields with Anne, the blonde daughter of the tailor. He had not said much to her, but he had kissed her, and then suggested they lie down in a field of green barley. He had kissed her again and touched, 524, Ken Follett, her breasts, and she had kissed him back, enthusiastically. But after a while she had pulled away from him and said, "Who is she?" Jack had been thinking about Aliena at that very moment, and he was thunderstruck. He had tried to brush it aside and kiss her again, but she turned her face away and said, "Whoever she is, she's a lucky girl." They had walked back to Kingsbridge together, and when they separated, Anne had said, "Don't waste time trying to forget her. It's a lost cause. She's the one you want, so you'd better try and get her." She had smiled at him fondly and added, "You've got a nice face. It might not be as difficult as you think." Her kindness made him feel bad, the more so because she was one of the girls the apprentices said were randy, and he had told everyone that he was going to try to feel her up. Now, such talk seemed so juvenile that it made him squirm. But if he had told her the name of the woman who was on his mind, Anne might not have been so encouraging. Jack and Aliena were about the most unlikely match conceivable. Aliena was 22 years old, and he was 17. She was the daughter of an earl, and he was a bastard. She was a wealthy wool merchant, and he was a penniless apprentice. Worse still, she was famous for the number of suitors she had rejected. Every presentable young lord in the county, and every prosperous merchant's eldest son, had come to Kingsbridge to pay court to her, and all had gone away disappointed. What chance was there for Jack, who had nothing to offer, unless it was a nice face? He and Aliena had one thing in common. They liked the forest. They were peculiar in this. Most people preferred the safety of the fields and villages and stayed away from the forest. But Aliena often walked in the woodlands near Kingsbridge, and there was a particular secluded spot where she liked to stop and sit down. He had seen her there once or twice. She had not seen him. He walked silently as he had learned to in childhood, when he had had to find his dinner in the forest. He was heading for her clearing without any idea of what he would do if he found her there. He knew what he would like to do: lie down beside her and stroke her body. He could talk to her, but what would he say? It was easy to talk to girls of his own age. He had teased Edith, saying, "I don't believe any of the terrible things your brother says about you," and of course she had wanted to know what the terrible things were. With Anne he had been direct. "Would you like to walk in the fields with me this afternoon?" But when he tried to come up with an opening line for Aliena, his mind, the pillars of the earth, 525, went blank. He could not help thinking of her as belonging to the older generation. She was so grave and responsible. She had not always been like that, he knew. At 17, she had been quite playful. She had suffered terrible troubles since then, but the playful girl must still be there somewhere inside the solemn woman. For Jack, that made her even more fascinating. He was getting near her spot. The forest was quiet in the heat of the day. He moved silently through the undergrowth. He wanted to see her before she saw him. He was still not sure he had the nerve to approach her. Most of all, he was afraid of putting her off. He had spoken to her on the very first day he returned to Kingsbridge, the Whitsunday that all the volunteers had come to work on the cathedral, and he had said the wrong thing then, with the result that he had hardly talked to her for 4 years. He did not want to make a similar blunder now. A few moments later, he peeped around the trunk of a beech tree and saw her. She had picked an extraordinarily pretty place. There was a little waterfall trickling into a deep pool surrounded by mossy stones. The sun shone on the banks of the pool, but a yard or two back there was shade beneath the beech trees. Aliena sat in the dappled sunlight reading a book. Jack was astonished. A woman, reading a book in the open air. The only people who read books were monks, and not many of them read anything except the services. It was an unusual book, too, much smaller than the tomes in the priory library, as if it had been made especially for a woman, or for someone who wanted to carry it around. He was so surprised that he forgot to be shy. He pushed his way through the bushes and came out into her clearing, saying, "What are you reading?" She jumped and looked up at him with terror in her eyes. He realized he had frightened her. He felt very clumsy and was afraid he had once again started off on the wrong foot. Her right hand flew to her left sleeve. He recalled that she had once carried a knife in her sleeve. Perhaps she did still. A moment later she recognized him, and her fear went as quickly as it had come. She looked relieved, and then, to his chagrin, faintly irritated. He felt unwelcome, and he would have liked to turn right around and disappear back into the forest. But that would have made it difficult to speak to her another time, so he stayed, and faced her rather unfriendly look and said, "Sorry I frightened you." "You didn't frighten me," she said quickly. 526 to backpack Ken Follett. He knew that was not true, but he was not going to argue with her. He repeated his initial question, "What are you reading?" She glanced down at the bound volume on her knee, and her expression changed again. Now she looked wistful. "My father got this book on his last trip to Normandy. He brought it home for me. A few days later he was put in jail." Jack edged closer and looked at the open page. "It's in French," he said. "How do you know?" she said in astonishment. "Can you read?" "Yes, but I thought all books were in Latin." "Nearly all. But this is different. It's a poem called The Romance of Alexander." Jack was thinking, "I'm really doing it. I'm talking to her. This is wonderful. But what am I going to say next? How can I keep this going?" he said. Well, what's it about?" "It's the story of a king called Alexander the Great, and how he conquered wonderful lands in the East where precious stones grow on grapevines and plants can talk." Jack was sufficiently intrigued to forget his anxiety. "How do the plants talk? Do they have mouths?" "It doesn't say. Do you think the story is true?" She looked at him with interest, and he stared into her beautiful dark eyes. "I don't know," she said. "I always wonder whether stories are true. Most people don't care, they just like the stories, except for the priests. They always think the sacred stories are true." "Well, of course they are true." Jack was as skeptical of the sacred stories as he was of all the others, but his mother, who had taught him skepticism, had also taught him to be discreet, so he did not argue. He was trying not to look at Aliena's bosom, which was just at the edge of his vision. He knew that if he dropped his eyes, she would know what he was looking at. He tried to think of something else to say. "I know a lot of stories," he said. "I know the Song of Roland and the Pilgrim Age of William of Orange. What do you mean? You know them?" "I can recite them, like a jongleur." "What's a jongleur?" "A man who goes around telling stories." That was a new concept to Jack. "I never heard of such a man. The Pillars of the Earth 527? There are lots in France. I used to go overseas with my father when I was a child. I loved the jongleurs. But what do they do? Just stand on the street and speak?" "It depends. They come into the Lord's Hall on feast days. They perform at markets and fairs. They entertain pilgrims outside churches. Great barons sometimes have their own jongleur." It occurred to Jack that not only was he talking to her, but he was having a conversation he could not have had with any other girl in Kingsbridge. He and Aliena were the only people in the town, apart from his mother, who knew about French romance poems, he was sure. They had an interest in common, and they were discussing it. The thought was so exciting that he lost track of what they were saying, and he felt confused and stupid. Fortunately, she carried on. Usually the jongleur plays the fiddle while he recites the story. He plays fast and high when there's a battle, slow and sweet when two people are in love, jerky for a funny part. Jack liked that idea, background music to enhance the high points of the story. "I wish I could play the fiddle," he said. "Can you really recite stories?" she said. He could hardly believe she was really interested in him, asking him questions about himself, and her face was even lovelier when it was animated by curiosity. "My mother taught me," he said. "We used to live in the forest, just the two of us." She told me the stories again and again. "But how can you remember them? Some of them take days to tell." T don't know. "It's like knowing your way through the forest. You don't keep the whole forest in your mind, but wherever you are, you know where to go next." Glancing at the text of her book again, he was struck by something. He sat on the grass next to her to look more closely. "The rhymes are different," he said. She was not sure what he meant. "In what way?" "They're better. In the Song of Roland, the word sword rhymes with horse, or lost, or with ball. In your book, sword rhymes with horde, but not with horse, lord, but not loss, board, but not ball. It's a completely different way of rhyming, but it's better, much better. I like these rhymes. Would you?" She looked diffident. "Would you tell me some of the Song of Roland?" Jack shifted his position a little so that he could look at her. The intensity of her look, the sparkle of eagerness in her bewitching eyes, gave him a choking feeling. He swallowed hard, then began. 528, 50 Ken Follett. The Lord and King of all France, Charles the Great, has spent 7 long years fighting in Spain. He has conquered the highlands and the plain. Before him not a single fort remains. No town or city wall for him to break. But Saragossa on a high mountain, ruled by King Marsili the Saracen. He serves Mohammed, to Apollo prays, but even there he never will be safe. Jack paused, and Aliena said, "You know it. You really do, just like a jongleur. You see what I mean about the rhymes, though?" "Yes, but it's the stories I like anyway," she said. Her eyes twinkled with delight. "Tell me some more." Jack felt as if he would faint with happiness. "If you like," he said weakly. He looked into her eyes and began the second verse. The first game of Midsummer Eve was eating the how many bread. Like many of the games, it had a hint of superstition about it that made Philip uneasy. However, if he tried to ban every rite that smacked of the old religions, half the people's traditions would be prohibited, and they would probably defy him anyway, so he exercised a discreet tolerance of most things, and took a firm line on 1 or 2 excesses. The monks had set up tables on the grass at the western end of the priory close. Kitchen hands were already carrying steaming cauldrons across the courtyard. The prior was lord of the manor, so it was his responsibility to provide a feast for his tenants on important holidays. Philip's policy was to be generous with food and mean with drink, so he served weak beer and no wine. Nevertheless, there were 5 or 6 incorrigibles who managed to drink themselves insensible every feast day. The leading citizens of Kingsbridge sat at Philip's table. Tom, builder, and his family, the senior master craftsman, including Tom's elder son, Alfred, and the merchants, including Aliena, but not Malachi, the Jew, who would join in the festivities later after the service. Philip called for silence and said grace. Then he handed the how many loaf to Tom. As the years went by, Philip valued Tom more and more. There were not many people who said what they meant and did what they said. Tom reacted to surprises, crises, and disasters by calmly weighing up the consequences, assessing the damage, and planning the best response. Philip looked at him fondly. Tom was very different today from the man who had walked into the priory 5 years ago begging for work. Then he had been exhausted, haggard, and so thin that his bones seemed to be on the point of poking through his weather-beaten skin. In the intervening years he had filled out, especially since his woman came back. He was not fat, but there was flesh on his big frame, and the desperate look had long gone from his eyes. He was expensively dressed, in a tunic of Lincoln green and soft leather shoes, and a belt with a silver buckle. Philip had to ask the question that would be answered by the 530 divider Ken Follett, "How many bread?" He said, "How many years will it take to finish the cathedral?" Tom took a bite of the bread. It was baked with small, hard seeds, and as Tom spat the seeds into his hand, everyone counted aloud. Sometimes when this game was played and someone got a big mouthful of seeds, It was found that nobody around the table could count high enough, but there was no danger of that today, with all the merchants and craftsmen present. The answer came to 30. Philip pretended to be dismayed. Tom said, "I should live so long," and everyone laughed. Tom passed the bread to his wife, Ellen. Philip was very wary of this woman. Like the Empress Maud, she had power over men, a kind of power Philip could not compete with. The day Ellen was thrown out of the priory, she had done an appalling thing, a thing Philip could still hardly bring himself to think about. He had assumed she would never be seen again, but to his horror she had returned, and Tom had begged Philip to forgive her. Cleverly, Tom had argued that if God could forgive her sin, then Philip had no right to refuse. Philip suspected the woman was not very repentant. But Tom had asked on the day the volunteers had come and saved the cathedral, and Philip had found himself granting Tom's wish against all his instincts. They had been married in the parish church, a small wooden building in the village that had been there longer than the priory. Since then, Ellen had behaved herself and had not given Philip reason to regret his decision. Nevertheless, she made him uneasy. Tom asked her, "How many men love you?" She took a tiny bite of the bread, which made everyone laugh again. In this game, the questions tended to be mildly suggestive. Philip knew that if he had not been present, they would have been downright ribald. Ellen counted 3 seeds. Tom pretended to be outraged. "I shall tell you who my 3 lovers are," said Ellen. Philip hoped she was not going to say anything offensive. "The first is Tom, the second is Jack, and the third is Alfred." There was a round of applause for her wit, and the bread went on around the table. Next, it was the turn of Tom's daughter, Martha. She was about 12 years old and shy. The bread predicted that she would have 3 husbands, which seemed most unlikely. Martha passed the bread to Jack, and as she did so, Philip saw a light of adoration in her eyes and realized that she hero-worshipped her stepbrother. Jack intrigued Philip. He had been an ugly child with his carrot. The pillars of the earth, 1531 colored hair and pale skin and bulging blue eyes, but now that he was a young man, his features had composed themselves, as it were, and his face was so strikingly attractive that strangers would turn and stare. But in temperament, he was as wild as his mother. He had very little discipline, and he had no concept of obedience. As a stonemason's laborer, he had been almost useless, for instead of providing a steady stream of mortar and stones, he would try to pile up a whole day's supply, then go off and do something else. He was always disappearing. One day he had decided that none of the stones on the site suited the particular carving he had to do, so without telling anyone he had gone all the way to the quarry and picked out a stone he liked. He had brought it back on a borrowed pony 2 days later, but people forgave him his transgressions, partly because he was a truly exceptional stone carver, and partly because he was so likable, a trait he definitely had not inherited from his mother, in Philip's opinion. Philip had given some thought to what Jack would do with his life. If he went into the church, he could easily end up a bishop. Martha asked Jack, "How many years before you marry?" Jack took a small bite. Apparently he was keen to wed. Philip wondered if he had anyone in mind. To Jack's evident dismay, he got a mouthful of seeds, and as they were counted, his face was a picture of indignation. The total came to 31. "'Till be 48 years old," he protested. They all thought that was hilarious, except for Philip, who worked out the calculation, found it correct, and marveled that Jack had been able to figure it out so fast. Even Milius the bursar could not do that. Jack was sitting next to Aliena. Philip realized he had seen those two together several times this summer. It was probably because they were both so bright. There were not many people in Kingsbridge who could talk to Aliena on her own level, and Jack, for all his ungovernable ways, was more mature than the other apprentices. Still, Philip was intrigued by their friendship, for at their age, 5 years was a big difference. Jack passed the bread to Aliena and asked her the question he had been asked, "How many years until you marry?" Everyone groaned, for it was too easy to ask the same question again. The game was supposed to be an exercise in wit and raillery. But Aliena, who was famous for the number of suitors she had turned down, made them laugh by taking a huge bite of bread, indicating that she did not want to marry. But her ploy was unsuccessful. She spat out only one seed. If she was going to marry next year, Philip thought the groom had not appeared on the scene yet. Of course, he did not believe in 532 Ferrican Follett, the predictive power of the bread. The probability was that she would die an old maid, except that she was not a maiden, according to rumor, for she had been seduced or raped by William Hamley, people said. Aliena passed the bread to her brother Richard, but Philip did not hear what she asked him. He was still thinking about Aliena. Unexpectedly, both Aliena and Philip had failed to sell all their wool this year. The surplus was not great, less than a tenth of Philip's stock, and an even smaller proportion for Aliena, but it was somewhat discouraging. After that, Philip had worried that Aliena would back out of the deal for next year's wool, but she had stuck by her bargain and paid him £107. The big news of the Shiring Fleece Fair had been Philip's announcement that next year Kingsbridge would be holding its own fair. Most people had welcomed the idea, for the rents and tolls charged by William Hamley at the Shiring Fair were extortionate, and Philip was planning to set much lower rates. So far, William had not made his reaction known. By and large, Philip felt that the Priory's prospects were much brighter than they had seemed 6 months ago. He had overcome the problem caused by the closing of the quarry and defeated William's attempt to shut down his market. Now his Sunday market was thriving again and paying for expensive stone from a quarry near Marlborough. Throughout the crisis, Cathedral building had continued uninterrupted, although it had been a close thing. Philip's only remaining anxiety was that Maud had not yet been crowned, although she was indisputably in command, and she had been approved by the bishops. Her authority rested only on her military might until there was a proper coronation. Stephen's wife still held Kent, and the Commune of London was ambivalent. A single stroke of misfortune, or one bad decision, could topple her, as the Battle of Lincoln had destroyed Stephen, and then there would be anarchy again. Philip told himself not to be pessimistic. He looked at the people around the table. The game had ended, and they were tucking in to their dinner. They were honest, good-hearted men and women who worked hard and went to church. God would take care of them. They ate vegetable pottage, baked fish flavored with pepper and ginger, a variety of ducks, and a custard cleverly colored with red and green stripes. After dinner, they all carried their benches into the unfinished church for the play. The carpenters had made 2 screens which were placed in the pillars of the earth, 53 side aisles, at the east end, closing the space between the aisle wall and the first pier of the arcade, so that they effectively hid the last bay of each aisle. The monks who would play the parts were already behind those screens, waiting to walk into the middle of the nave to act out the story. The one who would be St. Adolphus, a beardless novice with an angelic face, was lying on a table at the far end of the nave, draped in a shroud, pretending to be dead, and trying not to giggle. Philip had mixed feelings about the play, as he did about the how many bread. It could so easily slip into irreverence and vulgarity. But people loved it so much that if he had not permitted it, they would have made their own play, outside the church, and free from his supervision, it would have become thoroughly bawdy. Besides, the ones who loved it most were the monks who performed it, dressing up and pretending to be someone else, and acting outrageously, even sacrilegiously, seemed to give them some kind of release, probably because they spent the rest of their lives being so solemn. Before the play there was a regular service, which the sacrist kept brief. Philip then gave a short account of the spotless life and miraculous works of St. Adolphus. Then he took his seat in the audience and settled down to watch the performance. From behind the left-hand screen came a large figure dressed in what at first looked like shapeless, colorful garments, and on closer examination turned out to be pieces of brightly colored cloth wrapped around him and pinned. His face was painted, and he carried a bulging money bag. This was the rich barbarian. There was a murmur of admiration for his get-up, followed by a ripple of laughter, as people recognized the actor beneath the costume. It was Fat, Brother Bernard, the Kitchener, whom they all knew and liked. He paraded up and down several times to let everyone admire him, and rushed at the little children in the front row, causing squeals of fright. Then he crept up to the altar, looking around as if to make sure he was alone, and placed the money bag behind it. He turned to the audience, leered, and said in a loud voice, "These foolish Christians will fear to steal my silver, for they imagine it is protected by St. Adolphus." Ha! He then retired behind the screen. From the opposite side entered a group of outlaws, dressed in rags, carrying wooden swords and hatchets, their faces smeared with soot and chalk. They stalked around the nave, looking fear, some until one of them saw the money bag behind the altar. There followed an argument. Should they steal it or not? The good outlaw argued that it would surely bring them bad luck. The bad outlaw, 534, Ken Follett, said that a dead saint could do them no harm. In the end, they took the money and retired into the corner to count it. The barbarian re-entered, looked everywhere for his money, and flew into a rage. He approached the tomb of St. Adolphus and cursed the saint for failing to protect his treasure. At that, the saint rose up from his grave. The barbarian shuddered violently with terror. The saint ignored him and approached the outlaws. Dramatically, he struck them down one by one just by pointing at them. They simulated agonized death, throes, rolling around on the ground, twisting their bodies into grotesque shapes and making hideous faces. The saint spared only the good outlaw, who now put the money back behind the altar. With that, the saint turned to the audience and said, "Beware, all you who may doubt the power of St. Adolphus." The audience cheered and clapped. The actors stood in the nave, grinning sheepishly for a while. The purpose of the drama was its moral, of course. But Philip knew that the parts people enjoyed most were the grotesqueries, the rage of the barbarian, and the death throes of the outlaws. When the applause died down, Philip stood up, thanked the actors, and announced that the races would begin shortly in the pasture by the riverside. This was the day that 5-year-old Jonathan discovered he was not, after all, the faster runner in Kingsbridge. He entered the children's race, wearing his specially made monkish robe, and caused howls of laughter when he hitched it up around his waist and ran with his tiny bottom exposed to the world. However, he was competing with older children, and he finished among the last. His expression when he realized he had lost was so shocked and disappointed that Tom felt heartbroken for him and picked him up to console him. The special relationship between Tom and the Priory orphan had grown gradually, and no one in the village had thought to wonder if there was a secret reason for it. Tom spent all day within the Priory close, where Jonathan ran free, so it was inevitable that they saw a lot of one another, and Tom was at the age when a man's children are too old to be cute, but have not yet given him grandchildren, and he sometimes takes a fond interest in other people's babies. As far as Tom knew, it had never crossed anyone's mind to suspect that he was Jonathan's father. If anything, people suspected that Philip was the boy's real father. That was a much more natural supposition, though Philip would not doubt be horrified to hear it. The Pillars of the Earth, 15335, Jonathan spotted Aaron, the eldest son of Malachi, and wriggled out of Tom's arms to go and play with his friend, the disappointment forgotten. While the apprentices' races were on, Philip came and sat on the grass beside Tom. It was a hot, sunny day, and there was perspiration on Philip's shaved head. Tom's admiration for Philip grew year by year. Looking all around at the young men running their race, the old people dozing in the shade, and the children splashing in the river, he reflected that it was Philip who kept all this together. He ruled the village, administering justice, deciding where new houses should be built, and settling quarrels. He employed most of the men and many of the women too, either as building workers or priory servants, and he managed the priory, which was the beating heart of the organism. He fought off predatory barons, negotiated with the monarch, and kept the bishop at bay. All these well-fed people sporting in the sunshine owed their prosperity in some measure to Philip. Tom himself was the prime example. Tom was very conscious of the depth of Philip's clemency in pardoning Ellen. It was quite something for a monk to forgive what she had done, and it meant so much to Tom when she went away. His joy at building the cathedral had been shadowed by loneliness. Now that she was back, he felt complete. She was still willful, maddening, quarrelsome, and intolerant, but somehow these things were trifling. There was a passion inside her that burned like a candle in a lantern, and it lit up his life. Tom and Philip watched a race in which the boys had to walk on their hands. Jack won it. "That boy is exceptional," Philip said. "Not many people can walk that fast on their hands," Tom said. Philip laughed. "Indeed, but I wasn't thinking about his acrobatic skill." "I know." Jack's cleverness had long been a source of both pleasure and pain to Tom. Jack had a lively curiosity about building, something Alfred had always lacked, and Tom enjoyed teaching Jack the tricks of the trade. But Jack had no sense of tact and would argue with his elders. It was often better to conceal one's superiority, but Jack had not learned that yet, not even after years of persecution by Alfred. "The boy should be educated," Philip went on. Tom frowned. Jack was being educated. He was an apprentice. "What do you mean?" "He should learn to write a good hand and study Latin grammar and read the ancient philosophers." 536 Keb Ken Follett. Tom was even more puzzled. "To what end?" "He's going to be a mason." Philip looked him in the eye. "Are you sure?" he said. "He's a boy who doesn't do what he's expected to." Tom had never considered this. There were youngsters who defied expectations, earls' sons who refused to fight, royal children who entered monasteries, peasants' bastards who became bishops. It was true Jack was the type. "Well, what do you think he will do?" he said. "It depends on what he learns," Philip said. "But I want him for the church." Tom was surprised. Jack seemed such an unlikely clergyman. Tom was also a little wounded in a strange way. He was looking forward to Jack's becoming a master mason, and he would be terribly disappointed if the boy chose another course in life. Philip did not notice Tom's unhappiness. He went on, "God needs the best and the brightest young men to work for him. Look at those apprentices, competing to see who can jump the highest. All of them are capable of being carpenters or masons or stone cutters. But how many of them could be a bishop? Only one, Jack." That was true, Tom thought. If Jack had the chance of a career in the church, with a powerful patron in Philip, he should probably take it, for it would lead to much greater wealth and power than he could hope for as a mason. Reluctantly, Tom said, "What have you got in mind exactly?" "T. Want Jack to become a novice monk." "A monk?" It seemed an even more unlikely calling than the priesthood for Jack. The boy chafed at the discipline of a building site. How would he cope with the monastic rule? He would spend most of his time studying, Philip said. He would learn everything our novice master can teach him, and I would give him lessons myself as well. When a boy became a monk, it was normal for the parents to make a generous donation to the monastery. Tom wondered what this proposal would cost. Philip guessed his thoughts. "I wouldn't expect you to present a gift to the priory," he said. "It will be enough that you give a son to God." What Philip did not know was that Tom had already given one son to the priory, little Jonathan, who was now paddling at the edge of the river with his robe once again hoisted up around his waist. However, Tom knew he should suppress his own feelings in this. Philip's proposal was generous. He obviously wanted Jack badly. The Pillars of the Earth, 537, the offer was a tremendous opportunity for Jack. A father would give his right arm to be able to set a son on such a career. Toppered, two. No, look, we'd be. After a moment, he realized that Ellen was in the lead. Aliena was hard on her heels, but when they got to the finish line, Ellen was still a little ahead. She raised her hands in a victory gesture. Tom pointed at her. "It's not me who needs to be persuaded," he said to Philip. "It's her." Aliena was surprised to have been beaten by Ellen. Ellen was very young to be the mother of a 17-year-old, but still she had to be at least 10 years older than Aliena. They smiled at one another, now as they stood panting and sweating at the finish line. Aliena observed that Ellen had lean, muscular brown legs and a compact figure. All those years of living in the forest had made her tough. Jack came up to congratulate his mother on winning. They were very fond of one another. Aliena could tell. They looked completely different. Ellen was a tanned brunette with deep-set golden-brown eyes, and Jack was a redhead with blue eyes. He must be like his father, Aliena thought. Nothing was ever said about Jack's father, Ellen's first husband. Perhaps they were ashamed of him. As she looked at the two of them together, it occurred to Aliena that Jack must remind Ellen of the husband she had lost. That might be why she was so fond of him. Perhaps the son was, as it were, all she had left of a man she had adored. A physical resemblance could be inordinately powerful in that way. Aliena's brother, Richard, sometimes reminded her of their father with a look or a gesture, and that was when she felt a surge of affection, although it did not prevent her from wishing that Richard was more like his father in character. She knew she ought not to be dissatisfied with Richard. He went to war and fought bravely, and that was all that was required of him. But she was dissatisfied a lot these days. She had wealth and security, a home and servants, fine clothes, pretty jewels, and a position of respect in the town. If anyone had asked her, she would 538 Ken Follett have said she was happy. But beneath the surface there was an undercurrent of restlessness. She never lost her enthusiasm for her work, but some mornings she wondered if it mattered what gown she put on and whether she wore jewelry. Nobody cared how she looked, so why should she? Paradoxically, she had become more conscious of her body. As she walked around, she could feel her breasts move. When she went down to the women's beach at the riverside to bathe, she felt embarrassed about how hairy she was. Sitting on her horse, she was aware of the parts of her body that were touching the saddle. It was quite peculiar. It was as if there were a snooper peeking at her all the time, trying to look through her clothes and see her naked, and the snooper was herself. She was invading her own privacy. She lay down on the grass, puffed out. Perspiration ran between her breasts and down the insides of her thighs. Impatiently, she turned her mind to a more immediate problem. She had not sold all her wool this year. It was not her fault. Most of the merchants had been left with unsold fleece, and so had Prior Philip. Philip was very calm about the whole thing, but Aliena was anxious. What was she to do with all this wool? She could keep it until next year, of course. But what if she failed? To sell it again? She did not know how long it took raw wool to deteriorate. She had a feeling it might dry out, becoming brittle and difficult to work. If things went badly wrong, she would be unable to support Richard. Being a knight was a very expensive business. The war horse, which had cost 20 pounds, had lost its nerve after the Battle of Lincoln and was now next to useless. Soon he would want another one. Aliena could afford it, but it made a big dent in her resources. He was embarrassed about being dependent upon her. It was not the usual situation for a knight, and he had hoped to make enough in plunder to support himself, but lately he had been on the losing side. If he was to regain the earldom, Aliena had to continue to prosper. In her worst nightmare, she lost all her money, and the two of them were destitute again, prey to dishonest priests, lecherous noblemen, and bloodthirsty outlaws, and they ended up in the stinking dungeon where she had last seen her father, chained to the wall and dying. To contrast with her nightmare, she had a dream of happiness in it. She and Richard lived together in the castle, their old home. Richard ruled as wisely as their father had, and Aliena helped him as she had helped father, welcoming important guests and dispensing hospitality, and sitting on his left at the high table for dinner. But lately even that dream had left her discontented. The Pillars of the Earth, 539, she shook her head to dispel this melancholy mood and thought about wool again. The simplest way to handle the problem was to do nothing. She could store the surplus wool until next year, and then, if she was unable to sell it, she would take the loss. She could bear it. However, that left the remote danger that the same thing would happen again next year, and this might be the beginning of a downward trend, so she cast about for some other solution. She had already tried to sell the wool to a weaver in Kingsbridge, but he had all he needed. It occurred to her now, looking at the women of Kingsbridge as they recovered from their race, that most of them knew how to make cloth from raw wool. It was a tedious business, but simple. Peasants had been doing it since Adam and Eve. The fleece had to be washed, then combed to take out the tangles, then spun into yarn. The yarn was woven into cloth, then the loosely woven fabric was felted or fulled to shrink and thicken it into something that could be used to make clothes. The townswomen would probably be willing to do that for a penny a day. But how long would it take? And what price would the finished cloth fetch? She would have to try the scheme out with a small quantity. Then, if it worked, she could get several people doing the job during the long winter evenings. She sat up, quite excited by her new idea. Ellen was lying right next to her. Jack was sitting on the other side of Ellen. He caught Aliena's eye, smiled faintly, and looked away, as if he was a little embarrassed at having been caught looking at her. He was a funny boy with a head full of ideas. Aliena could remember him as a small, peculiar-looking child who did not know how babies were conceived, but she had hardly noticed him when he came to live in Kingsbridge. And now he seemed so different, so completely a new person, that it was as if he had sprung up from nowhere. A flower that appears one morning where the previous day there was not ing but bare earth. For a start, he was no longer peculiar-looking. In fact, she thought, regarding him with a faint smile of amusement. The girls probably thought he was terribly handsome. He certainly had a nice smile. She herself paid no attention to his looks, but she was a little intrigued by his astonishing imagination. She had discovered that not only did he know several verse narratives in full, some of them thousands and thousands of lines long, but he could also make them up as he went along, so that she was never sure whether he was remembering or extemporizing, and the stories were not the only surprising thing about him. He was curious about everything and puzzled by things that everyone else took for granted. One day he had asked where all the water in the river, 540 Ken Follett, came from. Every hour thousands and thousands of gallons of water flow past Kingsbridge night and day, all the year round. It's been going on since before we were born, since before our parents were born, since before their parents were born. Where does it all come from? Is there a huge lake somewhere that feeds it? That lake must be as big as all England. What if one day it dries up? He was always saying things like that, some of them less fanciful, and it made Aliena realize that she was starved of intelligent conversation. Most people in Kingsbridge could talk only about agriculture and adultery, neither of which interested her. Prior Philip was different, of course, but he did not often allow himself to indulge in idle talk. He was always busy, dealing with the building site, the monks, or the town. Aliena suspected that Tom Builder was also highly intelligent, but he was a thinker rather than a talker. Jack was the first real friend she had made. He was a marvelous discovery, despite his youth. Indeed, when she was away from Kingsbridge, she had found herself looking forward to returning so that she could talk to him. She wondered where he got his ideas from. That thought had made her notice Ellen. What a strange woman she must be, to raise a child in the forest. Aliena had talked to Ellen and found in her a kindred spirit, an independent and self-sufficient woman somewhat angry at the way life had treated her. Now, on impulse, Aliena said, "Ellen, where did you learn the stories?" "From Jack's father," Ellen said without thinking, and then a guarded look came over her face, and Aliena knew she should not ask any more questions. Another thought occurred to her. "Do you know how to weave?" "Of course," Ellen said. "Doesn't everyone?" "Would you like to do some weaving for money?" "Perhaps. What have you got in mind?" Aliena explained. Ellen was not short of money, of course, but it was Tom who earned it, and Aliena had a suspicion that Ellen might like to make some for herself. The suspicion turned out to be right. "Yes, I'll give that a try," Ellen said. At that moment, Ellen's stepson, Alfred, came along. Like his father, Alfred was something of a giant. Most of his face was concealed behind a bushy beard, but the eyes above it were narrow-set, giving him a cunning look. He could read and write and add up, but despite that, he was rather stupid. Nevertheless, he had prospered, and he had his own gang of masons, apprentices, and the Pillars of the Earth, 541 laborers. Aliena had observed that big men often gained positions of power regardless of their intelligence. As a ganger, Alfred had another advantage, of course. He could always be sure of getting work for his men because his father was the master builder of Kingsbridge Cathedral. He sat on the grass beside her. He had enormous feet shod in heavy leather boots that were gray with stone dust. She rarely spoke to him. They should have had a lot in common, for they were the only young people among the wealthier class of Kingsbridge, the class that lived in the houses nearest to the priory wall. But Alfred always seemed so dull. After a moment he spoke. "There ought to be a stone church," he said abruptly. Clearly, the rest of them were supposed to figure out the context of this remark for themselves. Aliena thought for a moment, then said, "Are you talking about the parish church?" "Yes," he said, as if it was obvious. The parish church was now used a good deal, for the cathedral crypt which the monks were using was cramped and airless, and the population of Kingsbridge had grown. Yet the parish church was an old wooden building with a thatched roof and a dirt floor. "You're right," Aliena said. "We should have a stone church." Alfred was looking at her expectantly. She wondered what he wanted her to say. Ellen, who was probably used to coaxing sense out of him, said, "What's on your mind, Alfred? How do churches get started, anyway?" he asked. "I mean, if we want a stone church, what do we do?" Ellen shrugged. "No idea." Aliena frowned. "You could form a parish guild," she suggested. A parish guild was an association of people who held a banquet every now and again and collected money among themselves, usually to buy candles for their local church or to help widows and orphans in the neighborhood. Small villages never had guilds, but Kingsbridge was no longer a village. "How would that do it?" Alfred said. "The members of the guild would pay for the new church," Aliena said. "Then we should start a guild," Alfred said. Aliena wondered if she had misjudged him. He had never struck her as the pious type. But here he was trying to raise money to build a new church. Perhaps he had hidden depths. Then she realized that Alfred was the only building contractor in Kingsbridge, 542, Tverg Ken Follett, so he was sure to get the job of building the church. He might not be intelligent, but he was shrewd enough. Nevertheless, she still liked his idea. Kingsbridge was becoming a town, and towns always had more than one church, with an altar native to the cathedral. The town would not be so completely dominated by the monastery. At the moment, Philip was the undisputed lord and master here. He was a benevolent tyrant, but she could foresee a time when it might suit the merchants of the town to have an alternative church. Alfred said, "Would you explain about the guild to some of the others?" Aliena had recovered her breath after the race. She was reluctant to exchange the company of Ellen and Jack for that of Alfred, but she was quite enthusiastic about his idea, and anyway it would have been a little churlish to refuse. "I'd be glad to," she said, and she got up and went with him. The sun was going down. The monks had lit the bonfire and were serving the traditional ale spiced with ginger. Jack wanted to ask his mother a question, now that they were alone, but he was nervous. Then someone started to sing, and he knew she would join in at any moment, so he blurted it out. "Was my father a jongleur?" She looked at him. She was surprised, but not cross. "Who taught you that word?" she said. "You've never seen a jongleur." "Aliena. She used to go to France with her father." Mother gazed across the darkling meadow toward the bonfire. "Yes, he was a jongleur. He told me all those poems, just the way I told them to you. And are you now telling them to Aliena?" "Yes," Jack felt a little bashful. "You really love her, don't you? Is it so obvious?" She smiled fondly. "Only to me, I think. She's a lot older than you. 5 years. You'll get her, though. You're like your father. He could have any woman he wanted." Jack was embarrassed to talk about Aliena, but thrilled to hear about his father, and he was eager for more. But to his intense annoyance, Tom came up at that moment and sat down with them. He began to speak immediately. "I've been talking to Prior Phillip about Jack," he said. His tone was light, but Jack sensed tension underneath and saw trouble coming. "Phillip says the boy should be educated." The Pillars of the Earth, 543. Mother's response was predictably indignant. "He is educated," she said. "He can read and write English and French. He knows his numbers. He can recite whole bookfuls of poetry." "Now, don't misunderstand me willfully," Tom said firmly. "Philip didn't say that Jack is ignorant. Quite the opposite. He's saying that Jack is so clever he should have more education." Jack was not pleased by these compliments. He shared his mother's suspicion of churchmen. There was sure to be a catch in this somewhere. "More?" Ellen said scornfully. "What more does that monk want him to learn? I'll tell you. Theology, Latin, rhetoric, metaphysics, cow shit." "Don't dismiss it so quickly," Tom said mildly. "If Jack takes up Philip's offer and goes to school and learns to write at speed in a good secretary's hand, and studies Latin and theology and all the other subjects you call cow shit, he could become a clerk to an earl or a bishop, and eventually he could be a wealthy and powerful man. Not all barons are the sons of barons, as the saying goes." Ellen's eyes narrowed dangerously. "If he takes up Philip's offer, you said? What is Philip's offer, exactly?" "That Jack becomes a novice monk." "Over my dead body," Ellen shouted, leaping to her feet. "The damned church is not having my son. Those treacherous lying priests took his father, but they're not taking him. I'll put a knife in Philip's belly first. So help me, I swear by all the gods." Tom had seen Mother in a tantrum before, and he was not as impressed as he might have been. He said calmly, "What the devil is the matter with you, woman?" "The boy has been offered a magnificent opportunity." Jack was intrigued most of all by the words, "those treacherous lying priests took his father." What did she mean by that? He wanted to ask her, but he did not get the chance. "He's not going to be a monk," she yelled. "If he doesn't want to be a monk, he doesn't have to." Mother looked sulky. "That sly Prior has a knack of getting his own way in the end," she said. Tom turned to Jack. "It's about time you said something, lad. What do you want to do with your life?" Jack had never thought about that particular question, but the answer came out with no hesitation, as if he had made up his mind long ago. "I'm going to be a master builder like you," he said. "I'm going to build the most beautiful cathedral the world has ever seen." 544 Ken Follett. The red edge of the sun dropped below the horizon and night fell. It was time for the last ritual of Midsummer Eve, floating wishes. Jack had a candle end and a piece of wood ready. He looked at Ellen and Tom. They were both gazing at him, somewhat nonplussed. His certainty about his future had surprised them. Well, no wonder it had surprised him too. Seeing that they had no more to say, he jumped to his feet and ran across the meadow to the bonfire. He lit a dry twig at the fire, melted the base of his candle a little, and stuck it to the piece of wood. Then he lit the wick. Most of the villagers were doing the same. Those who could not afford a candle made a sort of boat with dried grass and rushes, and twisted the grasses together in the middle to make a wick. Jack saw Aliena standing quite near him. Her face was outlined by the red glow of the bonfire, and she looked deep in thought. On impulse, he said, "What will you wish for, Aliena?" She answered him without pausing for thought. "Peace," she said. Then, looking somewhat startled, she turned away. Jack wondered if he were crazy to love her. She liked him well. Enough they had become friends, but the idea of lying naked together and kissing one another's hot skin was as far from her heart as it was close to his own. When everyone was ready, they knelt down beside the river or waded into the shallows. Holding their flickering lights, they all made a wish. Jack closed his eyes tight and visualized Aliena lying in a bed with her breasts peeping over the coverlet, holding her arms out to him and saying, "Make love to me, husband." Then they all carefully floated their lights on the water. If the float sank or the flame blew out, it meant you would never get your wish. As soon as Jack let go and the little craft moved away, the wooden base became invisible, and only the flame could be seen. He watched it intently for a while. Then he lost track of it among the hundreds of dancing lights bobbing on the surface of the water, flickering wishes floating downstream until they disappeared around the bend of the river and were lost from view. All that summer, Jack told Aliena stories. They met on Sundays, occasionally at first and then regularly, in the glade by the little waterfall. He told her about Charlemagne and his knights, and William of Orange and the Saracens. He became completely absorbed in the stories while he was telling them. Aliena liked to watch the expressions change on his young face. He was indignant about injustice, appalled by treachery, thrilled by the bravery of a knight, and moved to tears by a heroic death, and his emotions were catching, so that she too was moved. Some of the poems were too long to recite in one afternoon, and when he had to tell a story in installments, he always broke off at a moment of tension, so that Aliena spent all week wondering what would happen next. She never told anyone about these meetings. She was not sure why. Perhaps it was that they would not understand the fascination of stories. Whatever the reason, she just let people believe that she was going on her usual Sunday afternoon ramble, and without consulting her, Jack did the same. Then it got to the point where they could not tell anyone without appearing to confess to something they felt guilty about, and so, rather by accident, the meetings became secret. One Sunday, Aliena read The Romance of Alexander to him, just for a change. Unlike Jack's poems of courtly intrigue and interna, tunal politics, and sudden death in battle, Aliena's romance featured love affairs and magic. Jack was very taken with these new storytelling elements, and the following Sunday he embarked upon a new romance of his own invention. It was a hot day in late August. Aliena was wearing sandals and a light linen dress. The forest was still and silent but for the tinkling of the waterfall and the rise and fall of Jack's voice. The story began, in a conventional way, with a description of a brave knight, big and strong, mighty in battle, and armed with a magic sword, who was assigned a difficult task to travel to a far eastern land and bring back a grapevine that grew rubies. But it rapidly deviated from the usual pattern. The knight was killed, and the story focused on his, 546, divided by Ken Follett, Squire, a brave but penniless young man of 17 who was hopelessly in love with the king's daughter, a beautiful princess. The squire vowed to fulfill the task given to his master, even though he was young and inexperienced and had only a piebald pony and a bow. Instead of vanquishing an enemy with one tremendous blow of a magic sword, as the hero generally did in these stories, the squire fought desperate losing battles and won only by luck or ingenuity, generally escaping death by a hair. He was often scared by the enemies that he faced, unlike Charlemagne's fearless knights, but he never turned back from his mission. All the same, his task, like his love, seemed hopeless. Aliena found herself more captivated by the pluck of the squire than she had been by the might of his master. She chewed her knuckles in anxiety when he rode into enemy territory, gasped when a giant's sword barely missed him, and sighed when he lay down his lonely head to sleep and dream of the faraway princess. His love for her seemed of a piece with his general indomitability. In the end, he brought home the grapevine that grew rubies, astonishing the entire court. But the squire did not care that much, Jack said with a contemptuous snap of his fingers. For all those barons and earls, he was interested in one person only. That night, he stole into her room, evading the guards with a cunning ruse he had learned on his journey east. At last he stood beside her bed and gazed upon her face. Jack looked into Aliena's eyes as he said this. She woke at once, but she was not afraid. The squire reached out and gently took her hand. Jack mimed the story, reaching for Aliena's hand and holding it in both of his. She was mesmerized by the intensity of his gaze and the power of the young squire's love, and she hardly noticed that Jack was holding her hand. He said to her, "I love you dearly," and kissed her on the lips. Jack leaned over and kissed Aliena. His lips touched hers so gently that she hardly felt it. It happened very quickly, and he resumed the story instantly. The princess fell asleep. He continued. Aliena thought, did that really happen? Did Jack kiss me? She could hardly believe it, but she could still feel the touch of his mouth on hers. The next day, the squire asked the king if he could marry the princess as his reward for bringing home the jeweled vine. Jack kissed me without thinking. Aliena decided it was just part of the story. He doesn't even realize what he did. I'll just forget about it. The king refused him. The squire was heartbroken. All the courtiers laughed. That very day the squire left that land riding on his piebald pony, but he vowed that one day he would return. The Pillars of the Earth, 547, and on that day he would marry the beautiful princess. Jack stopped and let go of Aliena's hand. And then what happened? She said. I don't know, Jack replied. I haven't thought of it yet. All the important people in Kingsbridge joined the parish guild. It was a new idea to most of them, but they liked the thought that Kingsbridge was now a town, not a village, and their vanity was touched by the appeal to them as leading citizens to provide a stone church. Aliena and Alfred recruited the members and organized the first guild dinner in mid-September. The major absentees were Prior, Philip, who was somewhat hostile to the enterprise, although not enough to prohibit it, Tom Builder, who declined because of Philip's feeling, and Malachi, who was excluded by his religion. Meanwhile, Ellen had woven a bale of cloth from Aliena's surplus. Wool. It was coarse and colorless, but it was good enough for monks' robes, and the priory cellarer, Cuthbert Whitehead, had bought it. The price was cheap, but it was still double the cost of the original wool, and even after paying Ellen a penny a day, Aliena was better off by £0.50. Cuthbert was keen to buy more cloth at that price, so Aliena bought Philip's surplus wool to add to her own stock and found a dozen more people, mostly women, to weave it. Ellen agreed to make another bale, but she would not felt it, for she said the work was too hard, and most of the others said the same. Aliena sympathized. Felting was heavy work. She remembered how she and Richard had gone to a master fuller in Winchester and asked him to employ them. The fuller had had 2 men pounding cloth with bats in a trough while a woman poured water in. The woman had shown Aliena her raw, red hands, and when the men had put a bale of wet cloth on Richard's shoulder, it had brought him to his knees. Most people could manage to felt a small amount, enough to make clothes for themselves and their families, but only strong men could do it all day. Aliena told her weavers to go ahead and make loose-woven cloth, and she would hire men to felt it, or sell it to a master fuller in Winchester. The guild dinner was held in the wooden church. Aliena organized the food. She parceled out the cooking among the members, most of whom had at least one domestic servant. Alfred and his men constructed a long table made of trestles and boards. They bought strong ale and a barrel of wine. They sat at either side of the table, with nobody at the head or foot, for all were to be equal within the guild. Aliena wore a deep 548, divided by Ken Follett word silk dress ornamented by a gold brooch with rubies in it, and a dark gray pelisse with fashionably wide sleeves. The parish priest said grace. He, of course, was delighted by the idea of the guild, for a new church would increase his prestige and multiply his income. Alfred presented a budget and timetable for the building of the new church. He spoke as if this were all his own work, but Aliena knew that Tom had done most of it. The building would take 2 years and cost £90, and Alfred proposed that the guild's 40 members should each pay 6 pence a week. It was a little more than some of them had reckoned on. Aliena could tell by their faces. They all agreed to pay it, but Aliena thought the guild could expect 1 or 2 to default. She herself could pay it easily. Looking around the table, she realized she was probably the richest person there. She was in a small minority of women. The only others were a Brewster with a reputation for good strong ale, a tailor who employed 2 seamstresses and some apprentices, and the widow of a shoemaker who managed the business her husband had left. Aliena was the youngest woman there, and younger than any of the men except Alfred, who was a year or 2 younger than she. Aliena missed Jack. She had not yet heard the second installment of the story of the young squire. Today was a holiday, and she would have liked to meet him in the glade. Perhaps she still could later on. The talk around the table was of the Civil War. Stephen's wife, Queen Matilda, had put up more of a fight than anyone expected. She had recently taken the city of Winchester and captured Robert of Gloucester. Robert was the brother of the Empress Maud and the commander-in-chief of her military forces. Some people said Maud was only a figurehead, and Robert was the true leader of the rebellion. In any event, the capture of Robert was almost as bad for Maud as the capture of Stephen had been for the Loyalists, and everyone had an opinion on what direction the war would take next. The drink at this feast was stronger than that provided by Prior Philip, and as the meal progressed, the revelers became quite raucous. The parish priest failed to act as a restraining influence, probably because he was drinking as much as anyone else. Alfred, who was sitting next to Aliena, seemed preoccupied, but even he became flushed. Aliena herself was not fond of strong drink, and she took a cup of apple cider with her dinner. When most of the food was finished, someone proposed a toast to Alfred and Aliena. Alfred beamed with pleasure as he acknowledged it. After that, the singing began, and Aliena started to wonder how soon she could slip away. The Pillars of the Earth, 549, Alfred said to her, "We did well together." Aliena smiled. "Let's see how many of them are still paying 6 pence a week this time next year." Alfred did not want to hear about misgivings or qualifications today. "We did well," he repeated. "We're a good team." He raised his cup to her and drank. "Don't you think we're a good team?" "We certainly are," she said, to humor him. "They've enjoyed it," he went on. "Doing this with you, the guild, I mean." "I've enjoyed it too," she said politely. "Have you? That makes me very happy." She looked at him more carefully. Why was he laboring the point? His speech was clear and precise, and he showed no signs of real drunkenness. "It's been fine," she said neutrally. He put a hand on her shoulder. She hated to be touched, but she had trained herself not to flinch, because men became so offended. "Tell me something," he said, lowering his voice to an intimate level. "What are you looking for in a husband? Surely he's not going to ask me to marry him," she thought dismally. She gave her standard answer. "I don't need a husband. My brother is trouble enough. But you need love," he said. She groaned inwardly. She was about to reply when he held up a hand to stop her. A masculine habit she found particularly maddening. "Don't tell me you don't need love," he said. "Everybody needs love." She gazed at him steadily. She knew there was something peculiar about her. Most women were keen to get married, and if they were still single, as she was at the age of 22, they were more than keen, they were desperate. "What's wrong with me?" she thought. Alfred was young, fit, and prosperous. Half the girls in Kingsbridge would like to marry him. For a moment she toyed with the idea of saying yes. But the thought of actually living with Alfred, eating supper with him every night, and going to church with him, and giving birth to his children was appalling. She would rather be lonely. She shook her head. "Forget it, Alfred," she said firmly. "I don't need a husband, for love or anything else." He was not to be discouraged. "I love you, Aliena," he said. "Working with you, I've been truly happy. I need you. Will you be my wife?" He had said it now. She was sorry, for it meant she had to reject him formally. She had learned that there was no point in trying to do this gently, either. They took a kindly refusal as a sign of indecision and pressed her all the more. "No, I won't," she said. 550 divided Ken Follett don't love you, and I haven't much enjoyed working with you, and I wouldn't marry you if you were the only man on earth. He was hurt. He must have thought his chances were strong. Aliena was sure she had done nothing to encourage him. She had treated him as an equal partner, listened to him when he spoke, talked to him frankly and directly, fulfilled her responsibilities, and expected him to fulfill his. But some men took that for encouragement. "How can you say that?" he spluttered. She sighed. He was wounded, and she felt sorry for him. But in a moment he would be indignant and act as if she had made an unfair accusation against him. Then finally he would convince himself that she had gratuitously insulted him, and he would become offensive. Not all rejected suitors behaved like that, but a certain type did, and Alfred was that type. She was going to have to leave. She stood up. "I respect your proposal, and I thank you for the honor you do me," she said. "Please respect my refusal, and don't ask me again." "I suppose you're running off to see my snot-nosed little step brother," he said nastily. "I can't imagine he gives you much of a ride." Aliena flushed with embarrassment. So people were beginning to notice her friendship with Jack. Trust Alfred to put a smutty interpretation on it. Well, she was running off to see Jack, and she was not going to let Alfred stop her. She bent down and thrust her face into his. He was startled. Quietly and deliberately she said, "Go, too." Hell. Then she turned and went out. Prior Philip held court in the crypt once a month. In the old days it had been once a year, and even then the business rarely took all day. But when the population trebled, law-breaking had increased tenfold. The nature of crime had changed, too. Formerly, most offenses had to do with land, crops, or livestock. A greedy peasant would try surreptitiously to move the boundary of a field so as to extend his land at the expense of a neighbor. A laborer would steal a sack of corn from the widow he worked for. A poor woman with too many children would milk a cow that was not hers. Nowadays, most of the cases involved money, Philip thought, as he sat through his court on the first day of December. Apprentices stole money from their masters. A husband took his wife's mother's savings, merchants passed dud coinage, and wealthy women underpaid simple-minded servants who could hardly count their weekly wages. There had been no such crimes in Kingsbridge 5 years ago because then nobody had much cash. The pillars of the earth, Fiv 51, Philip dealt with nearly all offenses by a fine. He could also have people flogged or put in the stocks or imprisoned in the cell beneath the monk's dormitory. But these punishments were rarer and reserved mainly for crimes of violence. He had the right to hang thieves, and the priory owned a stout wooden gallows, but he had never used it, not yet, and he cherished a secret hope that he never would. The most serious crimes, murder, killing the king's deer, and highway robbery were dealt with by the king's court at Shear, Ing, presided over by the sheriff, and Sheriff Eustace did more than enough hanging. Today, Philip had 7 cases of unauthorized grain grinding. He left them until the end and dealt with them all together. The priory had just built a new water mill to run alongside the old one. Kingsbridge needed 2 mills now. But the new building had to be paid for, which meant that everyone had to bring their grain to be ground at the priory. Strictly speaking, that had always been the law, as it was in every manor in the country. Peasants were not allowed to grind grain at home. They had to pay the lord to do it for them. In recent years, as the town grew and the old mill began to break down, frequently, Philip had overlooked a growing amount of illicit grinding, but now he had to clamp down. He had the names of the offenders scratched on a slate, and he read them out one by one, beginning with the wealthiest. "Richard Longacre, you had a large grindstone turned by 2 men, brother," Franciscus says. Franciscus was the priory's miller. A prosperous-looking yeoman stepped forward. "Yes, my lord prior, but I've broken it now. Pay 60 pence. Enid Brewster, you had a hand mill in your brewery." Eric Enidson was seen using it, and he is charged too. "Yes, lord," said Enid, a red-faced woman with powerful shoulders. "And where is the hand mill now?" Philip asked her. "Threw it in the river, lord." Philip did not believe her, but there was not much he could do about it. "Fined 24 pence and 12 for your son, Walter Tanner." Philip went on down the list, finning people according to the scale of their illegitimate operations until he came to the last and poorest. Widow Goda, a pinch-faced old woman in faded black clothes, stepped forward. "Brother Franciscus saw you grinding grain with a stone." Didn't have a penny for the mill, lord," she said resentfully. 552 to vary Ken Follett. "You had a penny to buy grain, though," Philip said. "You shall be punished like everyone else." "Would you have me starve?" she said defiantly. Philip sighed. He wished Brother Franciscus had pretended not to notice Goda breaking the law. "When was the last time someone starved to death in Kingsbridge?" he said. He looked around at the assembled citizens. "Anybody remember the last time someone starved to death in our town?" He paused for a moment, as if waiting for a reply, then said, "I think you'll find it was before my time," Goda said. "Dick Shorthouse died last winter." Philip remembered the man, a beggar, who slept in pigsties and stables. "Dick fell down drunk in the street at midnight and froze to death when it snowed," he said. "He didn't starve, and if he'd been sober enough to walk to the priory, he wouldn't have been cold either. If you're hungry, don't try to cheat me. Come to me for charity. And if you're too proud to do that, and you would rather break the law instead, you must take your punishment like everyone else. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Lord," the old woman said sulkily. "Find a farthing," Philip said. "Court is over." He stood up and went out, climbing the stairs that led up to ground level from the crypt. Work on the new cathedral had slowed dramatically, as it always did a month or so before Christmas. The exposed edges and tops of the unfinished stonework were covered with straw and dung, the litter from the priory stables, to keep the frost off the new masonry. The masons could not build in the winter because of the frost, they said. Philip had asked why they could not uncover the walls every morning and cover them again at night. It was not often frosty in the daytime. Tom said that walls built in winter fell down. Philip believed that, but he did not think it was because of the frost. He thought the real reason might be that the mortar took several months to set properly. The winter break allowed it to get really hard before the New Year's masonry was built on top. That would also explain the masons' superstition that it was bad luck to build more than 20 feet high in a single year. More than that. And the lower courses might become deformed by the weight on them before the mortar could harden. Philip was surprised to see all the masons out in the open, in what would be the chancel of the church. He went to see what they were doing. They had made a semicircular wooden arch and stood it. The pillars of the earth, 553, upright, propped up with poles on both sides. Philip knew that the wooden arch was a piece of what they called false work. Its purpose was to support the stone arch while it was being built. Now, however, the masons were assembling the stone arch at ground level, without mortar, to make sure the stones fit together perfectly. Apprentices and laborers were lifting the stones onto the false work, while the masons looked on critically. Philip caught Tom's eye and said, "What's this for?" "It's an arch for the Tribune Gallery." Philip looked up reflexively. The arcade had been finished last year, and the gallery above it would be completed next year. Then only the top level, the clerestory, would remain to be built before the roof went on. Now that the walls had been covered up for the winter, the masons were cutting the stones ready for next year's work. If this arch was right, the stones for all the others would be cut to the same patterns. The apprentices, among whom was Tom's stepson, Jack, built the arch up from either side with the wedge-shaped stones called voussoirs. Although the arch would eventually be built high up in the church, it would have elaborate decorative moldings, so each stone bore on the surface that would be visible a line of large dog tooth carving, another line of small medallions, and a bottom line of simple roll molding. When the stones were put together, the carvings lined up exactly, forming 3 continuous arcs, one of dog tooth, one of medallions, and one of roll molding. This gave the impression that the arch was constructed of several semicircular hoops of stone, one on top of another, whereas in fact it was made of wedges placed side by side. However, the stones had to fit together precisely, otherwise the carvings would not line up and the illusion would be spoiled. Philip watched while Jack lowered the central keystone into place. Now the arch was complete. 4 masons picked up sledge, hammers, and knocked out the wedges that supported the wooden falsework a few inches above the ground. Dramatically, the wooden support fell. Although there was no mortar between the stones, the arch remained standing. Tom Builder gave a grunt of satisfaction. Someone pulled at Philip's sleeve. He turned to see a young monk. "You've got a visitor, Father. He's waiting in your house." "Thank you, my son." Philip left the builders. If the monks had put the visitor in the prior's house to wait, that meant it was someone important. He crossed the close and went into his house. The visitor was his brother, Francis. Philip embraced him, 554 to Ken Follett warmly. Francis looked careworn. "Have you been offered something to eat?" Philip said. "You seem weary." "They gave me some bread and meat, thanks. I've spent the autumn riding between Bristol, where King Stephen was imprisoned, and Rochester, where Earl Robert was held. You said was?" Francis nodded. "I've been negotiating a swap, Stephen for Robert. It was done on All Saints' Day. King Stephen is now back in Winchester." Philip was surprised. "It seems to me that the Empress Maud got the worst of the bargain. She gave a king to get an earl." Francis shook his head. "She was helpless without Robert. Nobody likes her. Nobody trusts her. Her support was collapsing. She had to have him back. Queen Matilda was clever. She wouldn't take anything less than King Stephen in exchange. She held out for that, and in the end she got it." Philip went to the window and looked out. It had started to rain, a cold slantwise rain blowing across the building site, darkening the high walls of the cathedral and dripping off the low thatched roofs of the craftsmen's lodges. "What does it mean?" he said. "It means that Maud is once again just an aspirant to the throne. After all, Stephen has actually been crowned, whereas Maud never was, not quite. But it was Maud who licensed my market." "Yes, that could be a problem. Is my license invalid?" "No. It was properly granted by a legitimate ruler who had been approved by the church. The fact that she wasn't crowned doesn't make any difference, but Stephen could withdraw it." "The market is paying for the stone," Philip said anxiously. "I can't build without it. This is bad news indeed. Varm sorry. What about my £100? Francis shrugged. "Stephen will tell you to get it back from Maud." Philip felt sick. "All that money," he said. "It was God's money, and I lost it." "You haven't lost it yet?" Francis said. "Stephen may not revoke your license. He's never shown much interest in markets one way or the other. Earl William may pressure him. William changed allegiance, remember? He threw his lot in with Maud. He won't have much influence with Stephen anymore." "The Pillars of the Earth, 555. I hope you're right," Philip said fervently. "I hope to God you're right." When it got too cold to sit in the glade, Aliena took to visiting Tom Builder's house in the evenings. Alfred was normally at the alehouse, so the family group consisted of Tom, Ellen, Jack, and Martha. Now that Tom was doing so well, they had comfortable seats, and a roaring fire, and plenty of candles. Ellen and Aliena would work at the weaving. Tom would draw plans and diagrams, scratching his drawings with a sharp stone onto polished pieces of slate. Jack would pretend to be making a belt, or sharpening knives, or weaving a basket, although he would spend most of the time furtively staring at Aliena's face in the candlelight, watching her lips move as she talked, or studying her white throat as she drank a glass of ale. They laughed a lot that winter. Jack loved to make Aliena laugh. She was so controlled and reserved in general that it was a joy to see her let herself go, almost like catching a glimpse of her naked. He was constantly thinking of things to say to amuse her. He would do impressions of the craftsmen on the building site, imitating the accent of a Parisian mason or the bow-legged walk of a blacksmith. Once he invented a comical account of life with the monks, giving each of them plausible sins: pride for Remigius, gluttony for Bernard Kitchener, drunkenness for the guest-master, and lust for Pierre Circuiter. Martha was often helpless with laughter, and even the taciturn Tom cracked a smile. It was on one such evening that Aliena said, "I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell all this cloth." They were somewhat taken aback. Ellen said, "Then why are we weaving it?" "I haven't given up hope," Aliena said. "I've just got a problem." Tom looked up from his slate. "I thought the Priory was eager to buy it all." "That's not the problem. I can't find people to do the felting. And the Priory doesn't want loose-woven cloth, nor does anyone else." Ellen said, "Felting is back-breaking work. I'm not surprised no one will do it." "Can't you get men to do it?" Tom suggested. "Not in prosperous Kingsbridge. All the men have work enough. In the big towns there are professional fullers, but most of them work for weavers, and they're prohibited from felting for their 556 Ken Follett employers' rivals. Anyway, it would cost too much to cart the cloth to Winchester and back. It's a real problem, Tom acknowledged, and went back to his drawing. Jack was struck by a thought. It's a pity we can't get oxen to coat, the others laughed. Tom said, you might as well try to teach an ox to build churches. Or a mill, Jack persisted. There are usually easy ways to do the hardest work. She wants to felt the cloth, not grind it, Tom said. Jack was not listening. We use lifting gear and winding wheels to raise stones up to the high scaffolding. Aliena said, oh, if there was some ingenious mechanism to get this cloth felted, it would be wonderful. Jack thought how pleased she would be if he could solve this problem for her. He determined to find a way. Tom said thoughtfully, I've heard of a water mill being used to work the bellows in a forge, but I've never seen it. Really? Jack said. That proves it. Tom said, a mill wheel goes round and round, and a grindstone goes round and round, so the one can drive the other. But a fuller's bat goes up and down. You can't make a round water wheel, drive an up and down bat. But a bellows goes up and down. True, true. But I never saw that forge. I only heard tell of it. Jack tried to picture the machinery of a mill. The force of the water drove the mill wheel around. The shaft of the mill wheel was connected to another wheel inside the mill. The inside wheel, which was upright, had teeth that interlocked with the teeth of another wheel which lay flat. The flat wheel turned the millstone. An upright wheel can drive a flat wheel, Jack muttered, thinking aloud. Martha laughed. Jack, stop. If mills could felt cloth clever, people would have thought of it already. Jack ignored her. The fuller's bats could be fixed to the shaft of the mill wheel, he said. The cloth could be laid flat where the bats fall, Tom said. But the bats would strike once, then get stuck, and the wheel would stop. I told you, wheels go round and round, but bats have to go up and down. There must be a way, Jack said stubbornly. There's no way, Tom said decisively in the tone of voice he used to close a conversational subject. The pillars of the earth, 557. It bet there is, though, Jack muttered rebelliously, and Tom pretended not to hear. On the following Sunday, Jack disappeared. He went to church in the morning and ate his dinner at home, as usual, but he did not appear at supper time. Aliena was in her own kitchen, making a thick broth of ham and cabbage with pepper in it, when Ellen came looking for Jack. Tea, haven't seen him since Mass, Aliena said. He vanished after dinner, Ellen said. I assumed he was with you. Aliena felt a little embarrassed that Ellen should have made that assumption so readily. Are you worried? Ellen shrugged. A mother is always worried. Has he quarreled with Alfred? Aliena said nervously. I asked the same question. Alfred says not. Ellen sighed. I don't suppose he's come to any harm. He's done this before, and I dare say he'll do it again. I never taught him to keep regular hours. Later in the evening, just before bedtime, Aliena called at Tom's house to see whether Jack had reappeared. He had not. She went to bed worried. Richard was away in Winchester, so she was alone. She kept thinking Jack might have fallen into the river and drowned or something. How terrible that would be for Ellen. Jack was her only son. Tears came to Aliena's eyes when she imagined Ellen's grief at losing Jack. This is stupid, she thought. I'm crying over someone else's sorrow about something that hasn't happened. She pulled herself together and tried to think of another subject. The surplus cloth was her big problem. Normally she could worry about business half the night, but tonight her mind kept returning to Jack. Suppose he had broken his leg and was lying in the forest, unable to move. Eventually she drifted into a restless sleep. She woke at first light, still feeling tired. She threw on her heavy cloak over her nightshirt and pulled on her fur-lined boots, then went outside to look for him. He was not in the garden behind the alehouse, where men commonly fell asleep and were saved from freezing by the heat of the fetid dunghill. She went down to the bridge and walked fully along the bank to a bend in the river where debris was washed up. A family of ducks was scavenging among the bits of wood, worn-out shoes, rusty, discarded knives, and rotting meat bones on the beach. Jack was not there, thank God. She went back up the hill and into the Priory Close, where the 558 Tevin Ken Follett Cathedral builders were beginning their day's work. She found Tom in his shed. "Has Jack come back?" she said, hopefully. Tom shook his head. "Not yet." As she was going out, the master carpenter came up, looking worried. "All our hammers have gone," he said to Tom. "That's funny," Tom said. "I've been looking for a hammer and can't find one." Then Alfred put his head around the door and said, "Where are all the masons' bolsters?" Tom scratched his head. "It seems as if every hammer on the site has disappeared," he said in a baffled voice. Then his expression changed, and he said, "That boy Jack is behind this, I'll bet. Of course Aliena thought. Hammers, felting, the mill," without saying what she was thinking. She left Tom's shed and hurried across the Priory Close, going past the kitchen to the southwest corner, where a channel diverted from the river drove two mills, one old and the other brand new. As she had suspected, the wheel of the old mill was turning. She went inside. What she saw confused and frightened her at first. There was a row of hammers fixed to a horizontal pole. Apparently of their own volition, the hammers lifted their heads, like horses looking up from the manger. Then they went down again altogether and struck simultaneously with a mighty bang that made her heart stop. She gave a cry of shock. The hammers lifted their heads as if they had heard her cry. Then they struck again. They were pounding a length of her loose-woven cloth that lay in an inch or two of water in a shallow wooden trough of the type used by mortar makers on the building site. The hammers were felting the cloth, she realized, and she stopped being frightened, although they still looked disturbingly alive. But how was it done? She saw that the pole on which the hammers were fixed ran parallel with the shaft of the mill wheel. A plank fixed to the shaft went round and round as the shaft turned. When the plank came around, it connected with the handles of the hammers, pushing the handles down so that the heads came up. As the plank continued to turn, the handles were released. Then the hammers fell and pounded the cloth in the trough. It was exactly what Jack had talked about that evening, a mill that could felt cloth. She heard his voice. The hammers should be weighted so that they fall harder. She turned around and saw him, looking tired but triumphant. "I think I've solved your problem," he said, and grinned sheepishly. "I'm so glad you're all right. We were worried about you," she. "The pillars of the earth 5 times," said, without thinking. She threw her arms around him and kissed him. It was a very brief kiss, not much more than a peck. But then, when their lips separated, his arms went around her waist, holding her body gently but firmly against his own, and she found herself looking into his eyes. All she could think of was how happy she was that he was alive and unhurt. She gave him an affectionate squeeze. She was suddenly aware of her own skin. She could feel the roughness of her linen undershirt and the soft fur of her boots, and her nipples tingled as they pressed against his chest. "You were worried about me?" he said wonderingly. "Of course. I hardly slept." She was smiling happily, but he looked terribly solemn, and after a moment his mood overcame hers, and she felt strangely moved. She could hear her heart beating, and her breath came faster. Behind her, the hammers thudded in unison, shaking the wooden structure of the mill with each concerted blow, and she seemed to feel the vibration deep inside her. "Im, all right," he said. "Everything's all right?" "I'm so glad," she repeated, and it came out in a whisper. She saw him close his eyes and bend his face to hers, and then she felt his mouth on her own. His kiss was gentle. He had full lips and a soft adolescent beard. She closed her eyes to concentrate on the sensation. His mouth moved against hers, and it seemed natural to part her lips. Her mouth had suddenly become ultra-sensitive, so that she could feel the lightest touch, the tiniest movement. The tip of his tongue caressed the inside of her upper lip. She felt so overwhelmed with happiness that she wanted to cry. She pressed her body against his, crushing her soft breasts against his hard chest, feeling the bones of his hips dig into her belly. She was no longer merely relieved that he was safe. and glad to have him here. Now there was a new emotion. His physical presence filled her with an ecstatic sensation that made her slightly dizzy. Holding his body in her arms, she wanted to touch him more, to feel more of him, to get even closer. She rubbed his back with her hands. She wanted to feel his skin, but his clothes frustrated her. Without thinking, she opened her mouth and pushed her tongue between his lips. He made a small animal sound in the back of his throat, like a muffled moan of delight. The door of the mill banged open. Aliena pulled away from Jack. Suddenly she felt shocked, as if she had been fast asleep and someone had slapped her to wake her up. She was horrified by what they had been doing, kissing and rubbing one another like a whore and a drunk in an alehouse. She stepped back and turned 560 Ken Follett around, mortified with embarrassment. The intruder was Alfred, of all people. That made her feel worse. Alfred had proposed marriage to her 3 months ago, and she had refused him haughtily. Now, he had seen her acting like a bitch in heat. It seemed somehow hypocritical. She flushed with shame. Alfred was staring at her, his expression a mixture of lust and contempt that reminded her vividly of William Hamley. She was disgusted with herself for giving Alfred a reason to look down on her, and furious at Jack for his part in it. She turned away from Alfred and looked at Jack. When his eyes met hers, he registered shock. She realized that her anger was showing in her face, but she could not help it. Jack's expression of dazed happiness turned into confusion and hurt. Normally that would have melted her, but now she was too upset. She hated him for what he had made her do. Quick as a flash, she slapped his face. He did not move, but there was agony in his look. His cheek reddened where she had hit him. She could not bear to see the pain in his eyes. She tore her gaze away. She could not stay there. She ran to the door with the incessant thud of the hammers pounding in her ears. Alfred stepped aside quickly, looking almost frightened. She dashed past him and went through the door. Tom Builder was just outside with a small crowd of building workers. Everyone was heading for the mill to find out what was going on. Aliena hurried past them without speaking. One or two of them glanced curiously at her, making her burn with shame, but they were more interested in the hammering sound coming from the mill. The coldly logical part of Aliena's mind recalled that Jack had solved the problem of felting her cloth, but the thought that he had been up all night doing something for her only made her feel worse. She ran past the stable, through the priory gate, and along the street, her boots slipping and sliding in the mud, until she reached her house. When she got inside, she found Richard there. He was sitting at the kitchen table with a loaf of bread and a bowl of ale. "King Stephen is on the march," he said. "The war has started again. I need a new horse." For the next 3 months, Aliena hardly spoke 2 words in a row to Jack. He was heartbroken. She had kissed him as if she loved him. There was no mistaking that. When she left the mill, he felt sure they would kiss like that again soon. He walked around in an erotic haze, thinking, "Aliena loves me. Aliena loves me." She had stroked his back and put her tongue into his mouth and pressed her breasts against him. When she avoided him, he thought at first that she was just embarrassed. She could not possibly pretend not to love him after that kiss. He waited for her to get over her shyness. With the help of the priory carpenter, he made a stronger, more permanent fulling mechanism for the old mill, and Aliena got her cloth felted. She thanked him sincerely, but her voice was cold and her eyes evaded his. When it had gone on, not just for a few days, but for several weeks, he was forced to admit that there was something seriously wrong. A tidal wave of disillusionment engulfed him, and he felt as if he would drown in regret. He was baffled. He wished miserably that he was older and had more experience with women, so that he could tell whether she was normal or peculiar, whether this was temporary or permanent, and whether he should ignore it or confront her. Being uncertain, and also being terrified of saying the wrong thing and making matters worse, he did nothing, and then the constant feeling of rejection began to get to him, and he felt worthless, stupid, and impotent. He thought how foolish he was to have imagined that the most desirable and unattainable woman in the county might fall for him, a mere boy. He had amused her for a while, with his stories and his jokes, But as soon as he had kissed her like a man, she had run away. What a fool he was to have hoped for anything else. After a week or two of telling himself how stupid he was, he began to get angry. He was irritable at work, and people started to treat him warily. He was mean to his stepsister, Martha, who was almost as hurt by him as he was by Aliena. On Sunday afternoons he wasted his wages gambling on cockfights. All his passion came out in his work. He was carving corbels, the jutting-out stones that 562 ever Ken Follett appeared to support arches or shafts that did not reach all the way to the ground. Corbels were often decorated with leaves, but a traditional alternative was to carve a man who appeared to be holding up the arch with his hands or supporting it on his back. Jack altered the customary pattern just a little, but the effect was to show a disturbingly twisted human figure with an expression of pain, condemned, as it were, to an eternity of agony as he held up the vast weight of stone. Jack knew it was brilliant. Nobody else could carve a figure that looked as if it were in pain. When Tom saw it, he shook his head, unsure whether to marvel at its expressiveness or disapprove of its unorthodoxy. Philip was very taken with it. Jack did not care what they thought. He felt that anyone who disliked it was blind. One Monday in Lent, when everyone was short-tempered because they had not eaten meat for 3 weeks, Alfred came to work with a triumphant look on his face. He had been to Shiring the day before. Jack did not know what he had done there, but he was clearly pleased about it. During the mid-morning break, when Enid Brewster tapped a barrel of ale in the middle of the chancel and sold it to the builders, Alfred held out a penny and called, "Hey, Jack Thompson, fetch me some ale." This is going to be about my father, Jack thought. He ignored Alfred. One of the carpenters, an older man called Peter, said, "You'd better do what you're told, 'prentice boy." An apprentice was always supposed to obey a master craftsman. "I'm not Tom's son," Jack said. "Tom is my stepfather, and Alfred knows it. Do what he says. All the same," Peter said in a reasonable tone. Reluctantly, Jack took Alfred's money and joined the line. "My father's name was Jack Sherberg," he said in a loud voice. "You can all call me Jack Jackson if you want to make a difference between me and Jack Blacksmith." Alfred said, "Jack Bastard is more like it." Jack said to the world at large, "Have you ever wondered why Alfred never laces up his boots?" They all looked at Alfred's feet. Sure enough, his heavy, muddy boots, which were designed to be tied at the top with cords, were loosely open. "It's so that he can get at his toes quickly in case he needs to count above 10. The craftsman smiled, and the apprentices chortled. Jack handed Alfred's penny to Enid and got a jug of ale. He took it to Alfred and handed it to him with a small satirical bow. Alfred was annoyed, but not. The pillars of the earth 563 vary. He still had something up his sleeve. Jack moved away and drank his ale with the apprentices, hoping Alfred would lay off. It was not to be. A few moments later, Alfred followed him and said, "If Jack Sherberg was my father, I wouldn't be so quick to claim him." "Don't you realize what he was?" "He was a jongleur," Jack said. He made himself sound confident, but he was afraid of what Alfred was going to say. "I don't suppose you know what a jongleur is." "He was a thief," said Alfred. "Oh, shut up, shithead." Jack turned away and sipped his beer, but he could hardly swallow. Alfred had a reason for saying this. "Don't you know how he died?" Alfred persisted. This is it, Jack thought. This is what he learned yesterday in Shiring. This is why he's wearing that stupid grin. He turned around reluctantly and faced Alfred. "No, I don't know how my father died, Alfred, but I think you're going to tell me." He was hanged by the neck like the lousy thief he was. Jack gave an involuntary cry of anguish. He knew intuitively that this was true. Alfred was so completely sure of himself that he could not be making it up. And Jack saw in a flash that this explained his mother's reticence. For years he had secretly dreaded something like this. All the time he had pretended there was nothing wrong. He was not a bastard. He had a real father with a real name. In fact, he had always feared that there was a disgrace about his father, that the taunts were valid, that he really did have something to be ashamed of. He was already low. Aliena's rejection had left him feeling worthless and small. Now the truth about his father hit him like a blow. Alfred stood there smiling, inordinately pleased with himself. The effect of his revelation had delighted him. His expression maddened Jack. It was bad enough for Jack that his father had been hanged. That Alfred was happy about it was too much to bear. Without thinking, Jack threw his beer in Alfred's grinning face. The other apprentices, who had been watching the two step-brothers and enjoying the altercation, hastily moved a step or two back. Alfred dashed the beer from his eyes, roared with anger, and lashed out with one huge fist, a surprisingly quick movement for such a big man. The blow connected with Jack's cheek so hard that, instead of hurting, it just went numb before he had time to react. Alfred's other fist sank into his middle. This punch hurt terribly. Jack felt as if he would never breathe again. He crumpled and fell to the ground. As he landed, Alfred kicked him in the head with one heavy boot, and for a moment he saw nothing but white light. $55.64 for Follett. He rolled over blindly and struggled to his feet. But Alfred was not yet satisfied. As Jack came upright, he felt himself grabbed. He began to wriggle. He was frightened now. Alfred would have no mercy. Jack would be beaten to a pulp if he could not escape. For a moment, Alfred's grip was too strong and Jack could not get free. But then Alfred drew back one massive fist for a blow, and in that instant Jack slipped out of his grasp. He darted away, and Alfred lunged after him. Jack dodged around a lime barrel, pulling it over so that it fell in Alfred's path, spilling lime on the ground. Alfred jumped over the barrel but cannoned into a water butt, and that too was upset. When the water came into contact with the lime, it boiled and hissed fiercely. Some of the builders, seeing the waste of costly material, shouted protests, but Alfred was deaf to them, and Jack could think of nothing but trying to get away from Alfred. He ran, still doubled up with pain and half blind from the kick in the head, hard on his heels. Alfred stuck out a foot and tripped him. Jack fell headlong. "I'm going to die," he thought as he rolled over. "Alfred will kill me now." He fetched up under a ladder that was leaning against the scaffolding high up on the building. Alfred bore down on him. Jack felt like a cornered rabbit. The ladder saved him. As Alfred ducked behind it, Jack dodged around to the front and catapulted himself up the rungs. He went up the ladder like a rat up a gutter. He felt the ladder shake as Alfred came up behind him. Normally he could outrun Alfred, but he was still dazed and winded. Reached the top and lurched onto the scaffolding. He stumbled and fell against the wall. The stonework had been laid that morning and the mortar was still wet. As Jack careered into it, a whole section of the wall shifted, and 3 or 4 stones slipped sideways and fell over the side. Jack thought he was going with them. He teetered at the edge, and as he looked down, he saw the big stones tumbling over and over as they fell 80 feet and landed on the roofs of the lean-to lodges at the foot of the wall. He righted himself and hoped no one was in the lodges. Alfred came up over the top of the ladder and advanced toward him on the flimsy scaffolding. Alfred was red and panting, and his eyes were full of hate. Jack had no doubt that in this state Alfred could kill. "If he gets hold of me," Jack thought, "he'll throw me over the side." As Alfred advanced, Jack retreated. He trod in something soft and realized it was a pile of mortar. Inspired, he stooped quickly, picked up a handful, and threw it accurately into Alfred's eyes. Blinded, Alfred stopped advancing and shook his head, trying. The pillars of the earth, 565 to get rid of the mortar. At last, Jack had a chance to escape. He ran to the far end of the scaffolding platform, intending to descend, run out of the priory close, and spend the rest of the day hiding in the forest. But to his horror, there was no ladder at the other end of the platform. He could not climb down the scaffolding, for it did not reach to the ground. It was built on joists stuck into put-log holes in the wall. He was trapped. He looked back. Alfred had got his eyesight back and was coming toward him. There was one other way down, at the unfinished end of the wall, where the chancel would join onto the transept. Each course of masonry was half a stone's length shorter than the one below, creating a steep flight of narrow steps, which was sometimes used by the more daring laborers as an alternative way up to the platform. With his heart in his mouth, Jack got on top of the wall and walked along, carefully but quickly, trying not to see how far he would fall if he slipped. He reached the top of the stepped section, paused at the edge, and looked down. He felt faintly sick. He glanced back over his shoulder. Alfred was on the wall behind him. He went down. Jack could not understand why Alfred was so unafraid. He had never been brave. It was as if hatred had dulled his sense of danger. As they ran down the dizzily steep steps, Alfred was gaining on Jack. They were still more than 12 feet off the ground when Jack realized Alfred was very nearly on him. In desperation, he jumped off the side of the wall onto the thatched roof of the carpenter's lodge. He bounced off the roof onto the ground, but he landed badly, twisting his ankle, and he fell to the ground. He staggered upright. The seconds he lost by falling had enabled Alfred to reach the ground and run to the lodge. For a split second, Jack stood with his back to the wall, and Alfred paused, waiting to see which way he would jump. Jack suffered a moment of terrified indecision. Then, inspired, he stepped to one side and backed into the lodge. It was empty of craftsmen, for they were all standing around Enid's barrel. On the benches were the hammers and saws and chisels of the carpenters, and the pieces of wood they had been working on. In the middle of the floor was a large piece of new falsework, to be used in building an arch, and at the back, up against the church wall, was a blazing fire fed by shavings and offcuts from the carpenter's raw material. There was no way out. Jack turned to face Alfred. He was cornered. For a moment, he 566, Ken Follett was paralyzed with fright. Then his fear gave way to anger. I don't care if I get killed, he thought, so long as I make Alfred bleed before I die. He did not wait for Alfred to hit him. He lowered his head and charged. He was too maddened even to use his fists. He simply ran into Alfred full tilt. It was the last thing Alfred expected. Jack's forehead smashed into his mouth. Jack was 2 or 3 inches shorter and a lot lighter. But all the same, his charge threw Alfred back. As Jack recovered his balance, he saw blood on Alfred's lips, and he was satisfied. For a moment, Alfred was too surprised to react. In that instant, Jack's eye lit on a big wooden sledgehammer leaning against a bench. As Alfred recovered his wits and came at Jack, Jack lifted the hammer and swung it wildly. Alfred dodged back and the hammer missed him. Suddenly, Jack had the upper hand. Encouraged, he went after Alfred, already relishing the sensation of solid wood crunching Alfred's bones. This time, he put all his strength into the blow. Once again, it missed Alfred, but it connected with a pole supporting the roof of the lodge. The lodge was not solidly constructed. Nobody lived in it. Its only function was to enable the carpenters to work in the rain. When Jack hit the pole with the hammer, the pole moved. The walls were flimsy hurdles of interwoven twigs and gave no support at all. The thatched roof sagged. Alfred looked up fearfully. Jack hefted the hammer. Alfred backed through the door. Jack swung at him again. Alfred dodged back, tripped over a low stack of timber, and sat down heavily. Jack raised the hammer high for the coup de grace. His arms were seized in a strong grasp. He looked around and saw Prior Philip with a face like thunder. Philip wrenched the hammer from Jack's grip. Behind the prior, the roof of the lodge fell in. Jack and Philip looked. As it fell into the fire, the dry thatch caught alight instantly, and a moment later there was a fierce blaze. Tom appeared and pointed at the 3 workmen nearest to him. You, and you, bring that water butt from outside the smithy." He turned to 3 others. "Peter, Rolf, Daniel, fetch Buck, Etz. You apprentices shovel earth over the flames, all of you, and quick about it." For the next few minutes everyone concentrated on the fire, and Alfred and Jack were forgotten. Jack got out of the way and stood watching, feeling stunned and helpless. Alfred stood some distance away. Was I really about to smash Alfred's head with a hammer? Jack, though, incredulously. The whole thing seemed the pillars of the earth 567 unreal. He was still in a state of dazed shock when the combination of water and earth put out the flames. Prior Philip stood looking at the mess, breathing hard after his exertions. "Look at that," he said to Tom. He was furious. A lodge wrecked. Carpenter's work ruined. A barrel of lime wasted and a whole section of new masonry destroyed. Jack realized that Tom was in trouble. It was his job to keep order on the site, and Philip blamed him for the damage. The fact that the culprits were Tom's sons made it even worse. Tom put his hand on Philip's arm and spoke softly. "The lodge will deal with it," he said. Philip was not to be mollified. "I will deal with it," he snapped. "I'm the prior and you all work for me. Then allow the Masons to deliberate before you make any decisions," Tom said in a quiet and reasonable voice. "We may come up with a proposal that will recommend itself to you. If not, you're still free to do what you will." Philip was visibly reluctant to let the initiative pass from his hands, but tradition was on Tom's side. The Masons disciplined themselves. After a pause, Philip said, "Very well, but whatever you decide, I will not have both your sons working on this site. One of them must go." Still fuming, he strode away. With a black look at Jack and Alfred, Tom turned away and went into the largest of the Masons' lodges. Jack realized he was in serious trouble as he followed Tom into the lodge. When the Masons disciplined one of their number, it was usually for offenses such as drunkenness at work and theft of building materials, and the commonest punishment was a fine. Fighting between apprentices generally resulted in both combatants being put in the stocks for a day. But of course Alfred was not an apprentice, and anyway, fights did not normally do so much damage. The lodge could expel a member who worked for less than the agreed minimum wage. It could also punish a member who committed adultery with another Mason's wife, although Jack had never known this. Theoretically, apprentices could be flogged, but although this punishment was sometimes threatened, he had never seen it carried out. The master Masons crowded into the wooden lodge, sitting on the benches and leaning against the back wall, which was, in fact, the side of the cathedral. When they were all inside, Tom said, "Our employer is angry, and with justification. This incident has done a lot of costly damage. Worse, it has brought disgrace on us Masons. We must deal firmly with those who are to blame. This is the only 568 divider Ken Follett way to regain our good reputation as proud and disciplined builders, men who are masters of ourselves as well as masters of our craft." "Well said," Jack Blacksmith called out, and there was a murmur of agreement. "He only saw the end of this fight," Tom went on. "Did anyone see it start?" "Alfred went for the lad," said Peter Carpenter, the one who had advised Jack to be obedient and fetch Alfred's ale. "A young mason called Dan, who worked for Alfred, said." Jack threw beer in Alfred's face. "The lad was provoked, though," said Peter. "Alfred insulted Jack's natural father." Tom looked at Alfred. "Did you?" "I said his father was a thief," Alfred replied. "It's true. He was hanged for it at Shiring. Sheriff Eustace told me yesterday," Jack Blacksmith said. "It's a poor thing if a master craftsman has to hold his tongue in case an apprentice doesn't like what he says." There was a murmur of approval. Jack realized despondently that, whatever happened, he was not going to get off lightly. "Perhaps I'm doomed to be a criminal like my father," he thought. "Perhaps I'll end up on the gallows, too." Peter Carpenter, who was emerging as Jack's defender, said, "I still say it makes a difference if the craftsman went out of his way to anger the apprentice." "The apprentice still has to be punished," said Jack Blacksmith. "I don't deny that," said Peter. "I just think the craftsman ought to be disciplined, too. Master craftsmen should use the wisdom of their years to bring about peace and harmony on a building site. If they provoke fights, they fail in their duty." There appeared to be some agreement with that, but Dan, Alfred's supporter, said, "It's a dangerous principle to forgive the apprentice because the craftsman was unkind. Apprentices always think masters are unkind. If you start arguing that way, you'll end up with masters never speaking to their apprentices for fear the apprentices will strike them for discourtesy." That speech drew warm support to Jack's disgust. It just showed that the master's authority had to be bolstered regardless of the rights and wrongs of the case. He wondered what his punishment would be. He had no money to pay a fine. He hated the thought of being put in the stocks. What would Aliena think of him? But it would be worse to be flogged. He thought he would knife anyone who tried to flog him. "The pillars of the earth, 569, Tom said. "We mustn't forget that our employer also has a strong view about this. He says he will not have both Alfred and Jack working on the site. One of them must go." "Might he be talked out of that?" said Peter. Tom looked thoughtful, but after a pause he said, "No." Jack was shocked. He had not taken Prior Phillip's ultimatum seriously. But Tom had. Dan said, "If one of them has to go, I trust there's no argument about which it will be." Dan was one of the Masons working for Alfred, rather than directly for the Priory, and if Alfred went, Dan would probably have to go too. Once again, Tom looked thoughtful, and once again he said, "No argument." He looked at Jack. Jack must be the one to go. Jack realized he had fatally underestimated the consequences of the fight, but he could hardly believe they were going to throw him out. What would life be like if he did not work on Kingsbridge, Cathedral? Since Aliena had withdrawn into her shell, the Cathedral was all he cared about. How could he leave? Peter Carpenter said the Priory might accept a compromise. Jack could be suspended for a month. "Yes, please," thought Jack. "Too weak," said Tom. "We must be seen to act decisively. Prior Phillip will not accept anything less." "So be it," Peter said, giving in. "This cathedral loses the most talented young stone carver most of us have ever seen, all because Alfred can't keep his damn mouth shut." Several Masons voiced their approval of that sentiment. Encouraged, Peter went on. "I respect you, Tom Builder, more than I've ever respected any master builder I've worked for, but it must be said that you've got a blind spot about your pig-headed son Alfred." "No abuse, please," Tom said. "Let's stick to the facts of the case." "All right," Peter said. "I say Alfred must be punished." "I agree," Tom said, to everyone's surprise. Jack thought the remark about his blind spot had got to him. "Alfred should be disciplined." "Why?" Alfred said indignantly. "For beating an apprentice?" "He's not your apprentice, he's mine," Tom said, "and you did. More than beat him. You chased him all over the site. If you had let him run away, the lime wouldn't have spilled. The masonry wouldn't have been damaged, and the Carpenter's Lodge wouldn't have 570 Ken Follett burned down, and you could have dealt with him as soon as he came back. There was no need for what you did." The Masons agreed. Dan, who seemed to have become the spokesman for Alfred's Masons, said, "I hope you're not proposing we expel Alfred from the lodge. I, for one, will fight against that." "No," Tom said. "It's bad enough to lose a talented apprentice. I don't also want to lose a sound Mason who runs a reliable gang. Alfred must stay, but I think he should be fined." Alfred's men looked relieved. "A heavy fine," said Peter. "A week's wages," Dan proposed. "A month," said Tom. "I doubt whether Prior Phillip will be satisfied with less." Several men said, "Aye." "Are we of one mind on this, Brother Masons?" Tom said, using a customary form of words. "Aye," they all said. "Then I will tell the Prior our decision. The rest of you had better go back to work." Jack watched miserably as they all filed out. Alfred shot him a look of smug triumph. Tom waited until they had all gone, then said to Jack, "I did my best for you. I hope your mother will see that." "You've never done anything for me," Jack burst out. "You couldn't feed me or clothe me or house me. We were happy until you came along, and then we starved. But in the end, you won't even protect me from that mindless brute you call your son." T tried. "You wouldn't even have this job if I hadn't burned the old cathedral down. What did you say?" "Yes, I burned the old cathedral." Tom went pale. That was lightning. There was no lightning. It was a fine night, and no one had made a fire in the church either. I set light to the roof. "But why?" "So that you would have work. Otherwise my mother would have died in the forest." "She wouldn't. Your first wife did, though, didn't she?" Tom turned white. Suddenly he looked older. Jack realized that, the pillars of the earth, 571, he had wounded Tom profoundly. He had won the argument, but he had probably lost a friend. He felt sour and sad. Tom whispered. "Get out of here." Jack left. He walked away from the towering walls of the cathedral, close to tears. His life had been devastated in a few moments. It was incredible that he was going away from this church forever. He turned at the priory gate and looked back. There were so many things he had been planning. He wanted to carve a whole doorway all by himself. He wanted to persuade Tom to have stone angels in the clerestory. He had an innovative design for blind arcading in the transepts which he had not even shown to anyone yet. Now he would never do any of these things. It was so unfair. His eyes filled with tears. He made his way home, seeing through a blur. Mother and Martha were sitting at the kitchen table. Mother was teaching Martha to write with a sharp stone and a slate. They were surprised to see him. Martha said, "It can't be dinner time already." Mother read Jack's face. "What is it?" she said anxiously. "Tea? Had a fight with Alfred and got expelled from the site," he said grimly. "Wasn't Alfred expelled?" said Martha. Jack shook his head. "That's not fair," Martha said. Mother said wearily, "What did you fight about this time?" Jack said, "Was my father hanged at Shiring for thieving?" Martha gasped. Mother looked sad. "He wasn't a thief," she said. "But yes, he was hanged at Shiring." Jack was fed up with enigmatic statements about his father. He said brutally, "Why will you never tell me the truth?" "Because it makes me so sad," Mother burst out, and to Jack's horror she began to cry. He had never seen her cry. She was always so strong. He was close to breaking down himself. He swallowed hard and persisted. If he wasn't a thief, why was he hanged? "Don't know," Mother cried. "I never knew. He never knew either." They said he stole a jeweled cup. "From whom?" "From here, from Kingsbridge Priory." "Kingsbridge. Did Prior Philip accuse him?" "No, no, it was long before the time of Philip." She looked at Jack through her tears. "Don't start asking me who accused him, and 572 devoured by Ken Follett. Why?" "Don't get caught in that trap. You could spend the rest of your life trying to put right a wrong done before you were born. Didn't raise you so that you could take revenge. Don't make that your life." Jack vowed he would learn more sometime, despite what she said. But right now he wanted her to stop crying. He sat beside her on the bench and put his arm around her. "Well, it looks as if the cathedral won't be my life now," Martha said. "What will you do, Jack?" "I don't know. I can't live in Kingsbridge, can I?" Martha was distraught. "But why not?" "Alfred tried to kill me and Tom expelled me from the site. I'm not going to live with them. Anyway, I'm a man. I should leave my mother." "But what will you do?" Jack shrugged. "The only thing I know about is building. You could work on another church. I might come to love another cathedral as much as I love this one, I suppose," he said despondently. He was thinking, "But I'll never love another woman the way I love Aliena." Mother said, "How could Tom do this to you?" Jack sighed. "I don't think he really wanted to. Prior Philip said he wouldn't have me and Alfred both working on the site." "So that damned monk is at the bottom of this," Mother said angrily. "I swear. He was very upset about the damage we did. I wonder if he could be made to see reason." "What do you mean?" "God is supposed to be merciful. Perhaps monks should be." "You think I should plead with Philip?" Jack asked, somewhat surprised at the direction of Mother's thinking. "I was thinking I might talk to him," she said. "You." That was even more uncharacteristic. Jack was quite shocked. For Mother to be willing to ask Philip for mercy, she must be badly upset. "What do you think?" she asked him. Tom had seemed to think Philip would not be merciful, Jack recalled. But then Tom's overriding concern had been that the lodge should take decisive action. Having promised Philip that they would be firm, Tom could not then plead for mercy. Mother was not in the same position. Jack began to feel a little more hopeful. Perhaps he would not have to leave after all. Perhaps he could stay too. The Pillars of the Earth, 5573 in Kingsbridge, close to the cathedral and to Aliena. He no longer hoped that she would love him. But nevertheless, he hated the thought of going away and never seeing her again. "All right," he said. "Let's go and plead with Prior Phillip. We've got nothing to lose but our pride." Mother put on her cloak, and they went out together, leaving Martha sitting alone at the table, looking anxious. Jack and his mother did not often walk side by side, and now he was struck by how short she was. He towered over her. He felt suddenly fond of her. She was always ready to fight like a cat for his sake. He put his arm around her and hugged her. She smiled at him, as if she knew what he was thinking. They entered the priory close and went to the prior's house. Mother banged on the door and walked in. Tom was there with Prior Phillip. Jack knew immediately, by their faces, that Tom had not told Phillip about Jack setting fire to the old cathedral. That was a relief. Now he probably never would. That secret was safe. Tom looked anxious, if not a little scared, when he saw Mother. Jack recalled that he had said, "I did my best for you. I hope your mother will see that." Tom was remembering the last time Jack and Alfred had a fight. Mother had left Tom in consequence. Tom was afraid she would leave now. Phillip was no longer looking angry, Jack thought. Perhaps the lodge's decision had mollified him. He might even be feeling a trifle guilty about his harshness. Mother said, "I've come here to ask you to be merciful, Prior Phillip." Tom immediately looked relieved. Phillip said, "I'm listening." Mother said, "You're proposing to send my son away from everything he loves, his home, his family, and his work, and the woman he adores," Jack thought. Phillip said, "Am I? I thought he had simply been dismissed from his work. He's never learned any kind of work but building, and there's no other building work in Kingsbridge for him, and the challenge of that vast church has got into his blood. He'll go wherever someone is building a cathedral. He'll go to Jerusalem if there's stone there to be carved into angels and devils." How does she know all this? Jack wondered. He had hardly thought it himself, but it was true. She added, "I might never see him again." Her voice shook a little at the end, and he thought wonderingly how much she must love him. She would never plead like this for herself, he knew. 574 divided by Ken Follett. Phillip looked sympathetic, but it was Tom who replied. "We can't have Jack and Alfred working on the same site," he said doggedly. "They'll fight again. You know that." "Alfred could go," Mother said. Tom looked sad. "Alfred is my son. But he's 20 years old, and he's as mean as a bear," although Mother's voice was assertive. Her cheeks were wet with tears. "He doesn't care for this cathedral any more than I do. He'd be perfectly happy building houses for butchers and bakers in Winchester or Shiring." "The lodge can't expel Alfred and keep Jack," Tom said. "Besides, the decision is already made. But it's the wrong decision." Phillip spoke. There might be another answer. Everyone looked at him. There might be a way for Jack to stay in Kingsbridge, and even devote himself to the cathedral, without falling foul of Alfred. Jack wondered what was coming. This sounded too good to be true. "I need someone to work with me," Phillip went on. "I spend too much time making detailed decisions on the building. I need a kind of assistant who would fulfill the role of clerk of works. He would deal with most of the queries himself, referring only the most important questions to me. He would also keep track of the money and the raw materials, handling payments to suppliers and carters, and wages too. Jack can read and write, and he can add numbers faster than anyone I've ever met. And he understands every aspect of building," Tom put in. "I've seen to that." Jack's mind was spinning. He could stay after all. He would be clerk of works. He would not be carving stone, but he would be supervising the entire design on Phillip's behalf. It was an astonishing proposal. He would have to deal with Tom as an equal, but he knew he was capable of it. And Tom did too. There was one snag. Jack voiced it. "I can't live with Alfred any longer," Ellen said. "It's time Alfred had a home of his own anyway. Perhaps if he left us he'd be more serious about finding a wife." Tom said angrily. "You keep thinking of reasons for getting rid of Alfred. I'm not going to throw my own son out of my house." "You don't understand me, either of you," Phillip said. "You haven't completely comprehended my proposal. Jack would not be living with you." 7. The pillars of the earth, 575. He paused. Jack guessed what was coming next, and it was the last and biggest shock of the day. Philip said Jack would have to live here in the priory. He looked at them with a little frown, as if he could not see why they still had not grasped his meaning. Jack had understood him. He recalled Mother saying, "On Midsummer Eve last year, that sly prior has a knack of getting his own way in the end." She had been right. Philip was renewing the offer he had made then. But this time it was different. The choice Jack now faced was stark. He could leave Kingsbridge and abandon everything he loved. Or he could stay and lose his freedom. "My clerk of works can't be a layman, of course," Philip finished in the tone of one who states the obvious. "Jack will have to become a monk." V. On the night before the Kingsbridge Fleece Fair, Prior Philip stayed up after the midnight services as usual. But instead of reading and meditating in his house, he made a tour of the priory close. It was a warm summer night with a clear sky and a moon, and he could see without the aid of a lantern. The entire close had been taken over by the fair, with the exception of the monastic buildings and the cloisters, which were sacred. In each of the four corners a huge latrine pit had been dug, so that the rest of the close would not become completely foul, and the latrines had been screened off to safeguard the sensibilities of the monks. Literally hundreds of market stalls had been erected. The simplest were nothing more than crude wooden counters on trestles. Most were a little more elaborate. They had a signboard with the name of the stall holder and a picture of his wares, a separate table for weighing, and a locked cupboard or shed to keep the goods in. Some stalls incorporated tents, either to keep the rain off or so that business could be done in private. The most elaborate stalls were small houses with large storage areas, several counters, and tables and chairs where the merchant could offer hospitality to his important customers. Philip had been surprised when the first of the merchant's carpenters had arrived a full week before the fair and demanded to be shown where to erect his stall. But the structure that went up had taken 4 days to build and 2 to stock. Philip had originally planned the layout of the stalls in 2 wide avenues on the west side of the close, in much the same configuration as the stalls of the weekly market, but he had soon realized that that would not be enough. The 2 avenues of stalls now ran all along the north side of the church as well, and then turned down the east end of the close as far as Philip's house, and there were more stalls, actually inside the unfinished church, in the aisles between the piers. The stall-holders were not all wool merchants by any means. Everything was sold at a fair, from horsebread to rubies. Philip walked along the moonlit rows. They were all ready now, of course. No stall building would be allowed today. Most of them were also stocked with goods. The priory had already collected more, the pillars of the earth, 577, than £10 in fees and duties. The only goods that could be brought in on the day of the fair were freshly cooked foods, bread and hot pies and baked apples. Even the barrels of beer had been brought in yesterday. As Philip walked around, he was watched by dozens of half-open eyes and greeted by several sleepy grunts. The stall-holders would not leave their precious goods unguarded. Most of them were sleeping at their stalls, and the wealthier merchants had left servants on guard. He was not yet certain exactly how much money he would make from the fair, but it was virtually guaranteed to be a success, and he was confident of reaching his original estimate of £50. There had been moments in the past few months when he had feared that the fair would not take place at all. The Civil War dragged on, with neither Stephen nor Maud gaining the upper hand, but his license had not been revoked. William Hamley had tried to sabotage the fair in various ways. He had told the sheriff to ban it, but the sheriff had asked for authority from one of the 2 rival monarchs, and it had not been forthcoming. William had forbidden his tenants to sell wool at Kingsbridge, but most of them were anyway in the habit of selling to merchants such as Aliena, rather than marketing the fleeces themselves, so the main effect of the ban was to create more business for her. Finally, he had announced that he was reducing the rents and duties at the Shiring Fleece Fair to the levels Philip was charging, but his announcement came too late to make much difference, for the big buyers and sellers had already made their plans. Now, with the sky growing perceptibly lighter in the east, on the morning of the big day, William could do no more. The sellers were here with their wares, and in a little while the buyers would begin to arrive. Philip thought William would find that in the end the Kingsbridge Fleece Fair damaged the shiring fair less than he feared. Sales of wool seemed to go up every year without fail. There was enough business for 2 fairs anyway. He had walked all the way around the close to the southwest corner, where the mills and the fish pond were. He stood there for a while, watching the water flow past the 2 silent mills. One was now used exclusively for felting cloth, and it made a lot of money. Young Jack was responsible for that. He had an ingenious mind. He was going to be a tremendous asset to the priory. He seemed to have settled quite well as a novice, although he tended to regard the services as a distraction from cathedral building rather than the other way around. However, he would learn. The monastic life was 578 to Ken Follett, a sanctifying influence. Philip thought God had a purpose for Jack. In the very back of Philip's mind was a secret long-term hope that one day Jack would take his place as prior of Kingsbridge. Jack got up at dawn and slipped out of the dormitory before the service of prime to make one last inspection tour of the building site. The morning air was cool and clear, like pure water from a spring. It would be a warm, sunny day, good for business, good for the priory. He walked around the cathedral walls, making sure that all the tools and work in progress were safely locked inside the lodges. Tom had built light wooden fences around the stockpiles of timber and stone to guard the raw materials against accidental damage by careless or drunken visitors. They did not want any daredevils climbing the structure, so all the ladders were safely hidden away. The spiral staircases in the thickness of the walls were closed off with temporary doors, and the stepped ends of the part-built walls were obstructed by wooden blocks. Some of the master craftsmen would be patrolling the site throughout the day to make sure there was no damage. Jack managed to skip quite a lot of the services one way or another. There was always something to be done on site. He did not have his mother's hatred of the Christian religion, but he was more or less indifferent to it. He had no enthusiasm for it, but he was willing to go through the motions if it suited his purpose. He made sure to go to one service every day, usually one that was attended, either by Prior Philip or the novice master, who were the 2 senior monks most likely to notice his presence or absence. He could not have borne it if he had to attend them all. Being a monk was the strangest and most perverted way of life imaginable. Monks spent half their lives putting themselves through pain and discomfort that they could easily avoid, and the other half muttering meaningless mumbo-jumbo in empty churches at all hours of the day and night. They deliberately shunned anything good, girls, sports, feasting, and family life. However, Jack had noted, the happiest among them had usually found some pursuit that gave deep satisfaction: illustrating manuscripts, writing history, cooking, studying philosophy, or like Philip changing Kingsbridge from a sleepy village into a thriving cathedral city. Jack did not like Philip, but he liked working with him. Jack did not warm to professional men of God any more than his mother did. He was embarrassed by Philip's piety. He disliked his single-minded sinlessness, and he mistrusted his tendency to believe that. The Pillars of the Earth, 15,579. God would take care of anything that he, Philip, could not cope with. Nevertheless, Philip was good to work for. His orders were clear. He left Jack room to make decisions for himself, and he never blamed his servants for his own mistakes. Jack had been a novice only 3 months, so he would not be asked to take vows for another 9 months. The 3 vows were poverty, celibacy, and obedience. The vow of poverty was not all it seemed. Monks had no personal possessions and no money of their own, but they lived more like lords than like peasants. They had good food, warm clothes, and fine stone buildings to live in. Celibacy was no problem, Jack thought bitterly. He had gained a certain cold satisfaction from telling Aliena personally that he was entering the monastery. She had looked shocked and guilty. Now, whenever. He felt the restless irritability that came from the lack of female companionship. He would think of how Aliena had treated him, their secret assignations in the forest, their winter evenings, the 2 times he had kissed her, and then he would recall how she had suddenly turned as cold and hard as a rock, and thinking of that made him feel that he never wanted to have anything more to do with women. However, the vow of obedience would be difficult to keep, he could tell already. He was happy to take orders from Philip, who was intelligent and organized, but it was hard to obey the foolish sub-prior Remigius, or the drunken guest-master, or the pompous sacrist. Nevertheless, he was contemplating taking the vows he did not have to keep them. All he cared about was building the Cathedral. The problems of supply, construction, and management were endlessly absorbing. One day he might have to help Tom devise a method of checking that the number of stones arriving at the site was the same as the number leaving the quarry, a complex problem, for the journey time varied between 2 days and 4, so it was not possible to have a simple daily tally. Another day the masons might complain that the carpenters were not making the false work properly. Most challenging of all were the engineering problems, such as how to lift tons of stone to the top of the walls using makeshift machinery fixed to flimsy scaffolding. Tom Builder discussed these problems with Jack as with an equal. He seemed to have forgiven Jack for that angry speech in which Jack said that Tom had never done anything for him, and Tom acted as if he had forgotten the revelation that Jack had set fire to the old cathedral. They worked together cheerfully, and the days flew by. Even during the tedious services, Jack's mind was occupied by some naughty questioning of construction or planning. His knowledge was increasing fast. 580 divided by Ken Follett. Instead of spending years carving stones, he was learning cathedral design. There could hardly have been a better training for someone who wanted to be a master builder. For that, Jack was prepared to yawn through any number of midnight matins. The sun was edging over the east wall of the Priory Close. Everything was in order on the site. The stall holders who had spent the night with their goods were beginning to fold away their bedding and put out their wares. The first customers would be here soon. A baker walked past Jack carrying a tray of new loaves on her head. The smell of hot, fresh bread made Jack's mouth water. T turned and went back to the monastery, heading for the refectory, where they would soon be serving breakfast. The first customers were the families of the stall holders and the townspeople, all curious to look at the first Kingsbridge Fleece Fair, none very interested in buying. Thrifty people had filled their bellies with horsebread and porridge before leaving home so that they would not be tempted by the highly spiced and garishly colored confections on the food stalls. The children wandered around wide-eyed, dazzled by the display of desirable things. An optimistic, early-rising whore with red lips and red boots sauntered along, smiling hopefully at middle-aged men, but there were no takers at this hour. Aliena watched it all from her stall, which was one of the biggest. In the last few weeks she had taken delivery of Kingsbridge, Priory's entire output of fleece for the year, the wool for which she had paid £107 last summer. She had also been buying from farmers, as she always did, and this year there had been more sellers than usual, because William Hamley had forbidden his tenants to sell at the Kingsbridge Fair, so they had all sold to merchants. And of all the merchants, Aliena had got the most business, because she was based at Kingsbridge, where the fair was to be held. She had done so well that she had run out of money for buying, and had borrowed £40 from Malachi to keep her going. Now, in the warehouse that formed the rear half of her stall, she had 160 sacks of raw wool, the product of 40,000 sheep, and it had cost her more than £200, but she would sell it for £300, which was enough money to pay the wages of a skilled mason for over a century. The sheer scale of her own business amazed her whenever she thought of the numbers. She did not expect to see her buyers until midday. There would be only 5 or 6 of them. They would all know each other, and the Pillars of the Earth 581. She would know most of them from previous years. She would give each one a cup of wine and sit and talk for a while. Then she would show him her wool. He would ask her to open a sack or two, never the top one on the pile, of course. He would plunge his hand deep into the sack and bring out a handful of wool. He would tease out the strands to determine their length, rub them between finger and thumb to test their softness, and sniff them. Finally, he would offer to buy her entire stock at a ridiculously low price, and Aliena would refuse him. She would tell him her asking price, and he would shake his head. They would take another glass of wine. Aliena would go through the same ritual with another buyer. She would give dinner to as many of them as were there at midday. Someone would offer to take a large quantity of wool at a price not much above what Aliena had paid for it. She would counter by dropping her asking price a shade. In the early afternoon, she would begin closing deals. Her first deal would be at a lowish price. The other merchants would demand that she deal with them at the same price, but she would refuse. Her price would go up during the course of the afternoon. If it went up too fast, business would be slow, while the merchants calculated how soon they could fill their quotas elsewhere. If she was asking less than they were willing to pay, she would know by the relative haste with which they reached agreement. She would close deals one by one, and their servants would begin loading the huge sacks of wool onto the ox wagons with their enormous wooden wheels, while Aliena weighed the pound bags of silver pennies and guilders. There was no doubt that today she would rake in more money than ever before. She had twice as much to sell, and wool prices were up. She planned to buy Philip's output a year in advance again, and she had a secret scheme to build herself a stone house, with spacious cellars for storage of wool, an elegant and comfortable hall, and a pretty upstairs bedroom just for herself. Her future was secure, and she was confident of being able to support Richard as long as he needed her. Everything was perfect. That was why it was so strange that she was completely and utterly miserable. It was 4 years, almost to the day, since Ellen had returned to Kingsbridge, and they had been the best 4 years of Tom's life. The pain of Agnes's death had dulled to an ache. It was still with him, but he no longer got that embarrassing feeling that he was about to burst into tears every now and again for no apparent reason. He still held imaginary conversations with her, in which he 582 Ken Follett told her about the children and Prior Philip and the Cathedral, but the conversations were less frequent. The bittersweet memory of her had not blighted his love for Ellen. He was able to live in the present. Seeing Ellen and touching her, talking to her and sleeping with her were daily joys. He had been deeply wounded on the day of the fight between Jack and Alfred by Jack saying that Tom had never looked after him, and that accusation had overshadowed even the appalling revelation that Jack had set fire to the old cathedral. He had agonized over it for several weeks, but in the end he had decided that Jack was wrong. Tom had done his best, and no man could do any more. Having reached that conclusion, he had stopped worrying. Building Kingsbridge Cathedral was the most profoundly satisfying work he had ever done. He was responsible for the design and the execution. No one interfered with him, and there was no one else to blame if things went wrong. As the mighty walls rose, with their rhythmic arches, their graceful moldings, and their individual carvings, he could look around and think, "I did all this, and I did it well." His nightmare. That one day he would again find himself on the road with no work, no money, and no way of feeding his children, seemed very far away, now that there was a stout money chest full to bursting with silver pennies buried under the straw in his kitchen. He still shuddered when he remembered that cold, cold night when Agnes had given birth to Jonathan and died, but he felt sure nothing that bad would ever happen again. He sometimes wondered why Ellen and he had not had children. They had both been proved fertile in the past, and there was no shortage of opportunities for her to get pregnant. They still made love almost every night, even after 4 years. However, it was not a cause of deep regret to him. Little Jonathan was the apple of his eye. He knew from past experience that the best way to enjoy a fair was with a small child, so he sought Jonathan out around mid-morning, when the crowds began to arrive. Jonathan was almost an attraction in his own right, dressed as he was in his miniature habit. He had lately conceived a desire to have his head shaved, and Philip had indulged him. Philip was as fond of the child as Tom was, with the result that he looked more than ever like a tiny little monk. There were several real midgets in the crowd, performing tricks and begging, and they fascinated Jonathan. Tom had to hurry him away from one who drew a crowd by exposing his full-size penis. There were jugglers, acrobats, and musicians performing and passing a hat. The pillars of the earth, 583 round, soothsayers and surgeons and whores touting for business. Trials of strength, wrestling contests, and games of chance. People were wearing their most colorful clothes, and those who could afford it had doused themselves with scent and oiled their hair. Everyone seemed to have money to spend, and the air was full of the jingle of silver. The bear baiting was about to begin. Jonathan had never seen a bear, and he was fascinated. The animal's grayish-brown coat was scarred in several places, indicating that it had survived at least one previous contest. Heavy chain around its waist was fixed to a stake driven deep into the ground, and it was padding around on all fours at the limit of the chain, glaring angrily at the waiting crowd. Tom fancied he saw a cunning light in the beast's eye. Had he been a gambling man, he might have bet on the bear. The sound of frantic barking came from a locked chest to one side. The dogs were in there, and they could smell their enemy. Every now and again the bear would stop his pacing, look at the box and growl, and the barking would rise to hysteria pitch. The owner of the animals, the bearward, was taking bets. Jonathan became impatient, and Tom was about to move on when at last the bearward unlocked the box. The bear stood upright at the limit of its chain and snarled. The bearward shouted something and threw the chest open. 5 greyhounds sprang out. They were light and fast-moving, and their gaping mouths showed sharp little teeth. They all went straight for the bear. The bear lashed out at them with its massive paws. It struck one dog and sent it flying, then the others backed off. The crowd pushed closer. Tom checked on Jonathan. He was at the front, but still well out of the bear's reach. The bear was clever, enough to draw back to the stake, letting its chain go loose, so that, when it lunged, it would not be brought up short. But the dogs were smart, too. After their initial scattered attack, they regrouped, and then spread out in a circle. The bear swung around in an agitated fashion, trying to see all ways at once. One of the dogs rushed at it, yapping fiercely. The bear came to meet it and lashed out. The dog quickly retreated, staying out of reach, and the other 4 rushed in from all sides. The bear swung around, swiping at them. The crowd cheered as 3 of them sank, their teeth into the flesh of its haunches. It rose on its hind legs with a roar of pain, shaking them off, and they scrambled out of reach. The dogs tried the same tactic once more. Tom thought the bear was going to fall for it again. The first dog darted within its reach. 584 Ken Follett. The bear went for it, and the dog backed off. But when the other dogs rushed the bear, it was ready for them, and it turned quickly, lunged at the nearest, and swiped the dog's side with its paw. The crowd cheered as much for the bear as they had for the dogs. The bear's sharp claws ripped the dog's silky skin and left 3 deep, bloody tracks. The dog yelped pitifully and retired from the fight to lick its wounds. The crowd jeered and booed. The remaining 4 dogs circled the bear warily, making the occasional rush but turning back well before the danger point. Someone started a slow hand clap. Then a dog made a frontal attack. It rushed in like a streak of lightning, slipped under the bear's swipe, and leaped for its throat. The crowd went wild. The dog sank its pointed white teeth into the bear's massive neck. The other dogs attacked. The bear reared up, pawing at the dog at its throat, then went down and rolled. For a moment, Tom could not tell what was happening. There was just a flurry of fur. Then 3 dogs jumped clear, and the bear righted itself and stood on all fours, leaving 1 dog on the ground, crushed to death. The crowd became tense. The bear had eliminated 2 dogs, leaving 3, but it was bleeding from its back, neck, and hind legs, and it looked frightened. The air was full of the smell of blood and the sweat of the crowd. The dogs had stopped yapping and were circling the bear silently. They, too, looked scared, but they had the taste of blood in their mouths, and they wanted a kill. Their attack began the same way. One of them rushed in and rushed out again. The bear swiped at it half-heartedly and swung around to meet the second dog. But now this one, too, cut short its rush and retreated out of reach, and then the 3rd dog did the same. The dogs darted in and out, one at a time, keeping the bear constantly shifting and turning. With each rush they got a little closer, and the bear's claws came a little nearer to catching them. The spectators could see what was happening, and the excitement in the crowd grew. Jonathan was still at the front, just a few steps from Tom, looking awestruck and a little frightened. Tom looked back at the fight just in time to see the bear's claws brush one dog while another dashed between the great beast's hind legs and savaged its soft belly. The bear made a sound like a scream. The dog dashed out from under it and escaped. Another dog rushed the bear. The bear slashed at it, missing by inches, and then the same dog went for its underbelly again. This time, when the dog escaped, it left the bear with a huge bleeding gash in its abdomen. The bear reared up and went down on all fours again. For a moment, Tom thought it was finished, but he was wrong. The bear still had some. The pillars of the Earth 585 fight left in it. When the next dog rushed in, the bear made a token swipe at it, turned its head, saw the second dog coming, turned surprisingly fast, and hit it with a mighty blow that sent it flying through the air. The crowd roared with delight. The dog landed like a bag of meat. Tom watched it for a moment. It was alive, but it seemed unable to move. Perhaps its back was broken. The bear ignored it, for it was out of reach and out of action. Now there were only 2 dogs left. They both darted in and out of the bear's reach several times until its lunges at them became perfunctory. Then they began to circle it, moving faster and faster. The bear turned this way and that, trying to keep them both in sight. Exhausted and bleeding copiously, it could hardly stay upright. The dogs went around in ever-decreasing circles. The earth beneath the bear's mighty paws had been turned to mud by all the blood. One way or another, the end was in sight. Finally, the 2 dogs attacked at once. One went for the throat, and the other for the belly. With a last desperate swipe, the bear slashed the dog at its throat. There was a grisly fountain of blood. The crowd yelled their approval. At first Tom thought the dog had killed the bear, but it was the other way around. The blood came from the dog, which now fell to the ground with its throat slashed open. Its blood pumped out for a moment longer, then stopped. It was dead. But in the meantime, the last dog had ripped open the bear's belly, and now its guts were falling out. The bear swiped feebly at the dog. The dog easily evaded the blow and struck again, savaging the bear's intestines. The bear swayed and seemed about to fall. The roar of the crowd grew to a crescendo. The bear's ripped guts gave out a revolting stench. It gathered its strength and struck at the dog again. The blow connected, and the dog jumped sideways, with blood oozing from a slash along its back. But the wound was superficial, and the dog knew the bear was finished, so it went right back on the attack, biting at the bear's guts until, at last, the great animal closed its eyes and slumped to the ground dead. The bearward came forward and took the victorious dog by the collar. The Kingsbridge butcher and his apprentice stepped out of the crowd and began to cut the bear up for its meat. Tom supposed they had agreed on a price with the bearward in advance. Those who had won their bets demanded to be paid. Everyone wanted to pat the surviving dog. Tom looked for Jonathan. He could not see him. The child had been just a couple of yards away throughout the bear baiting. How had he managed to disappear? It must have happened while the sport was at its height and Tom was concentrating on the spectacle. Now he was cross with himself. He, 586, Ken Follett, searched the crowd. Tom was a head taller than everyone else, and Jonathan was easy to spot with his monk's habit and shaved head, but he was nowhere to be seen. The child could not come to much harm in the Priory Close, but he might come across things that Prior Philip would prefer him not to see. Whores servicing their clients up against the Priory wall. For example, looking around, Tom glanced up at the scaffolding high on the Cathedral building, and there, to his horror, he saw a small figure in a monastic robe. He felt a moment of panic. He wanted to yell, "Don't move, you'll fall," but his words would have been lost in the noise of the fair. He pushed through the crowd toward the cathedral. Jonathan was running along the scaffolding, absorbed in some imaginary game, heedless of the danger that he might slip and fall over the edge and tumble 80 feet to his death. Tom quenched the terror rising like bile in his throat. The scaffolding did not rest on the ground, but on heavy timbers inserted into purpose-built holes high up in the walls. These timbers jutted out 6 feet or so. Stout poles were laid across them and roped to them, and then trestles made of flexible saplings and woven reeds were laid on the poles. The scaffolding was normally reached via the spiral stone staircases built into the thickness of the walls. But those staircases had been closed off today. So how had Jonathan climbed up? There were no ladders, Tom had seen to that, and Jack had double-checked. The child must have climbed up the stepped end of the unfinished wall. The ends had been built up with wood, so that they no longer provided easy access. But Jonathan could have clambered over the blocks. The child was full of self-confidence, but all the same he fell over at least once a day. Tom reached the foot of the wall and looked up fearfully. Jonathan was playing happily 80 feet above. Fear gripped Tom's heart with a cold hand. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Jonathan!" The people around him were startled and looked up to see what he was shouting at. As they spotted the child on the scaffolding, they pointed him out to their friends. A small crowd gathered. Jonathan had not heard. Tom cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted again, "Jonathan! Jonathan!" This time the boy heard. He looked down, saw Tom, and waved. Tom shouted, "Come down!" Jonathan seemed about to obey. Then he looked at the wall along which he would have to walk, and the steep flight of steps the pillars of the Earth 5087 would have to descend, and he changed his mind. "I can't," he called back, and his high voice floated down to the people on the ground. Tom realized he was going to have to go up and get him. "Just stay where you are until I reach you," he shouted. He pushed the blocks of wood off the lower steps and mounted the wall. It was 4 feet wide at the foot, but it narrowed as it went up. Tom climbed steadily. He was tempted to rush, but he forced himself to be calm. When he glanced up, he saw Jonathan sitting on the edge of the scaffolding, dangling his short legs over the sheer drop. At the very top, the wall was only 2 feet thick. Even so, it was plenty wide enough to walk on, provided you had strong nerves, and Tom did. He made his way along the wall, jumped down onto the scaffolding, and took Jonathan in his arms. He was swamped with relief. "You foolish boy," he said, but his voice was full of love, and Jonathan hugged him. After a moment, Tom looked down again. He saw a sea of upturned faces. 100 or more people were watching. They probably thought it was another show, like the bear baiting. Tom said to Jonathan, "All right, let's go down now." He set the boy on the wall and said, "I'll be right behind you, so don't worry." Jonathan was not convinced. "I'm scared," he said. He held out his arms to be picked up, and when Tom hesitated, he burst into tears. "Never mind, I'll carry you," Tom said. He was not very happy about it, but Jonathan was now too upset to be trusted at this height. Tom clambered onto the wall, knelt beside Jonathan, picked him up, and stood upright. Jonathan held on tight. Tom stepped forward, because he had the child in his arms. He could not see the stones immediately beneath his feet. That could not be helped. With his heart in his mouth, he walked gingerly along the wall, placing his feet cautiously. He had no fear for himself, but with the child in his arms he was terrified. At last he came to the beginning of the steps. It was no wider here at first, but somehow it seemed less precipitous with the steps in front of him. He started down gratefully. With each step he felt calmer. When he reached the level of the gallery and the wall widened to 3 feet, he paused to let his heartbeat slow down. He looked out past the priory close over Kingsbridge to the fields beyond, and there he saw something that puzzled him. There was a cloud of dust on the road leading to Kingsbridge about half a mile away. After a moment he realized that he was looking at a 588 Ken Follett, large troop of men on horseback, approaching the town at a smart trot. He peered into the distance, trying to figure out who they were. At first he thought it must be a very wealthy merchant or a group of merchants with a large entourage, but there were too many of them, and somehow they did not look like commercial people. He tried to put his finger on what it was about them that made him think they were something other than merchants. As they came closer, he saw that some of them were riding war horses, most had helmets, and they were armed to the teeth. Suddenly he felt scared. "Jesus Christ, who are those people?" he said aloud. "Don't say Christ." Jonathan reprimanded him. Whoever they were, they meant trouble. Tom hurried down the steps. The crowd cheered as he jumped down to the ground. He ignored them. Where were Ellen and the children? He looked all around, but he could not see them. Jonathan tried to wriggle out of his arms. Tom held him tight. As he had his youngest child right here, the first thing to do was to put him somewhere safe. Then he could find the others. He pushed through the crowd to the door that led into the cloisters. It was locked from the inside to preserve the privacy of the monastery during the fair. Tom banged on it and yelled, "Open up! Open up!" Nothing happened. Tom was not even sure there was anyone in the cloisters. There was no time to speculate. He stepped back, put Jonathan down, lifted his large booted right foot, and kicked at the door. The wood around the lock splintered. He kicked it again, harder. The door flew open. Just the other side of it was an elderly monk looking, astonished. Tom lifted Jonathan and put him inside. "Keep him in there," he said to the old monk. "There's going to be trouble." The monk nodded dumbly and took Jonathan's hand. Tom closed the door. Now he had to find the rest of his family in a crowd of 1,000 or more. The near impossibility of the task scared him. He could not see a single familiar face. He climbed onto an empty beer barrel to get a better view. It was midday and the fair was at its height. The crowd moved like a slow river along the aisles between the stalls, and there were eddies around the vendors of food and drink as people queued to buy dinner. Tom raked the crowds, but he could not see any of his family. He despaired. He looked over the roofs of the houses. The riders were almost at the bridge and had increased their pace to a gallop. They were men-at-arms, all of them, and they carried firebrands. Tom was horrified. There would be mayhem. The Pillars of the Earth, 589. Suddenly he saw Jack right beside him, looking up at him with an expression of amusement. "Why are you standing on a barrel?" he said. "There's going to be trouble," Tom said urgently. "Where's your mother?" "At Eliena's stall." "What sort of trouble? Bad." "Where are Alfred and Martha?" "Martha's with Mother. Alfred's watching the cockfighting." "What is it?" "See for yourself." Tom gave Jack a hand up. Jack stood precariously on the rim of the barrel in front of Tom. The riders were pounding across the bridge into the village. Jack said, "Christ Jesus, who are they?" Tom peered at the leader, a big man on a war horse. He recognized the yellow hair and heavy build. "It's William Hamley," he said. As the riders reached the houses, they touched their torches to the roofs, setting fire to the thatch. "They're burning the town," Jack exploded. "It's going to be even worse than I thought," Tom said. "Get down." They both jumped to the ground. "You'll get Mother and Martha," Jack said. "Take them to the cloisters," Tom said urgently. "It will be the only safe place. If the monks object, tell them to go shit." "What if they lock the door?" "Just broke the lock." "Go quickly. I'll fetch Alfred." "Go," Jack hurried away. Tom headed for the cockpit, roughly pushing people aside. Several men objected to his shoving, but he ignored them, and they shut up when they saw his size and the look of stony determination on his face. It was not long before the smoke of the burning houses blew into the priory close. Tom smelled it, and he noticed one or two other people sniffing the air curiously. He had only a few moments left before panic broke out. The cockpit was near the priory gate. There was a large, noisy crowd around it. Tom shoved through, looking for Alfred. In the middle of the crowd was a shallow hole in the ground a few feet across. In the center of the hole, two cocks were tearing each other to pieces with beaks and spurred claws. There were feathers and blood everywhere. Alfred was near the front, watching intently, yelling at the top of his voice, encouraging one or other of the wretched birds. Tom forced his way between the packed people and grabbed Alfred's shoulder. "Come!" he shouted. "I've got 6 pence on the black one." Alfred shouted back. 590 divided Ken Follett. "We've got to get out of here," Tom yelled. At that moment, a drift of smoke blew over the cockpit. "Can't you smell the fire?" One or two of the spectators heard the word fire and looked at Tom curiously. The smell came again, and they picked it up. Alfred smelled it too. "What is it?" he said. "The town is on fire," Tom said. Suddenly, everyone wanted to leave. The men dispersed in all directions, pushing and shoving. In the pit. The black cock killed the brown, but nobody cared anymore. Alfred started to go the wrong way. Tom grabbed him. "We'll go to the cloisters," he said. "It's the only safe place." The smoke began to come over in billows, and fear spread through the crowd. Everyone was agitated, but no one knew what to do. Looking over the heads, Tom could see that people were pouring out through the priory gate. But the gate was narrow, and anyway, they were no safer out there than in here. Nevertheless, more people got the idea, and he and Alfred found themselves struggling against a tide of people frantically going in the opposite direction. Then, quite suddenly, the tide turned, and everyone was going their way. Tom looked around to discover the reason for the change, and saw the first of the horsemen ride into the close. At that point, the crowd became a mob. The riders were a terrifying sight. Their huge horses, just as frightened as the crowd, plunged and reared and charged, trampling people left, right, and center. The armed and helmeted riders laid about them with clubs and torches, felling men, women, and children, and setting fire to stalls, clothes, and people's hair. Everyone was screaming. More riders came through the gate, and more people disappeared beneath the massive hooves. Tom shouted in Alfred's ear, "You go on to the cloisters? I want to make sure the others have got clear. Run!" He gave him a shove. Alfred took off. Tom headed for Aliena's stall. Almost immediately, he tripped over someone and fell to the ground. Cursing, he got to his knees. But before he could stand upright, he saw a war horse bearing down on him. The beast's ears were back and its nostrils were flared, and Tom could see the whites of its terrified eyes above the horse's head. Tom saw the beefy face of William Hamley, distorted into a grimace of hatred and triumph. The thought flashed through his mind that it would be nice to hold Ellen in his arms once again. Then a massive hoof kicked him in the exact center of his forehead. He felt a dreadful, frightening pain as his skull seemed to burst open and the whole world went black. The pillars of the earth, 591, plus the first time Aliena smelled smoke, she thought it was coming from the dinner she was serving. 3 Flemish buyers were sitting at the table in the open air in front of her storehouse. They were corpulent, black-bearded men who spoke English with a heavy Germanic accent and wore clothes of exquisitely fine cloth. Everything was going well. She was close to starting the selling, and had decided to serve lunch first in order to give the buyers time to get anxious. Nevertheless, she would be glad when this vast fortune in wool became someone else's. She put the platter of honey roast pork chops in front of them and looked critically at it. The meat was done to a turn, with the border of fat just crisp and brown. She poured more wine. One of the buyers sniffed the air, then they all looked around anxiously. Aliena was suddenly fearful. Fire was the wool merchant's nightmare. She looked at Ellen and Martha, who were helping her serve dinner. "Can you smell smoke?" she said. Before they could reply, Jack appeared. Aliena had not got used to seeing him in a monk's habit, with his carrot-colored hair shaved from the top of his head. There was an agitated look on his sweet face. She felt a sudden urge to take him in her arms and kiss away the frown on his forehead. But she turned away quickly, remembering how she had let herself down with him in the old mill 6 months ago. She still flushed for shame every time she recalled that incident. "There's trouble," he shouted urgently. "We must all take refuge in the cloisters." She looked at him. "What's happening? Is there a fire?" "It's Earl William and his men-at-arms," he said. Aliena suddenly felt as cold as the grave. "William again," Jack said. "They've set fire to the town. Tom and Alfred are going to the cloisters. Come with me, please." Ellen unceremoniously dropped the bowl of greens she was carrying onto the table in front of a startled Flemish buyer. "Right," she said. She grabbed Martha by the arm. "Let's go." Aliena shot a panicky look at her storehouse. She had hundreds of pounds worth of raw wool in there that she had to protect from fire. But how? She caught Jack's eye. He was looking at her expectantly. The buyers left the table hurriedly. Aliena said to Jack, "Go. I have to look after my stall." Ellen said, "Jack, come on." "In a moment," he said, and turned back to Aliena. 592 to Ken Follett. Aliena saw Ellen hesitate. She was clearly torn between saving Martha and waiting for Jack. Again she said, "Jack! Jack!" He turned to her. "Mother, take Martha, all right?" she said. "But please hurry." She and Martha left. Jack said, "The town is on fire. The cloisters will be the safest place. They're made of stone. Come with me." Quickly. Aliena could hear screams from the direction of the priory gate. The smoke was suddenly everywhere. She looked all around, trying to make out what was happening. Her insides were knotted with fear. Everything she had worked for over 6 years was stacked up in the storehouse. Jack said, "Aliena, come to the cloisters. We'll be safe there." "T can't," she shouted. "My wool." "To hell with your wool. It's all I've got. It's no good to you if you're dead." "It's easy for you to say that, but I've spent all these years getting to this position." "Aliena, please." Suddenly the people right outside the stall were screaming in mortal terror. The riders had entered the priory close and were charging through the crowds regardless of whom they trampled, setting fire to the stalls. Terror-stricken people were crushing one another in their desperate attempts to get out of the way of the flying hooves and the firebrands. The crowd pressed against the flimsy wooden hurdle that formed the front of Aliena's stall, and it immediately collapsed. People spilled onto the open space in front of the storehouse and upset the table with its plates of food and cups of wine. Jack and Aliena were forced back. 2 riders charged into the stall, one swinging a club at random, the other brandishing a flaming torch. Jack pushed himself in front of Aliena, shielding her. The club came down at Aliena's head, but Jack threw a protective arm over her, and the club smashed down on his wrist. She felt the blow, but he took the impact. When she looked up, she saw the face of the second rider. It was William Hamley. Aliena screamed. He looked at her for a moment, with the torch blazing in his hand and the light of triumph glittering in his eyes. Then he kicked his horse and forced it into her storehouse. "No!" Aliena screamed. She struggled to escape from the crush, shoving and punching those around her, including Jack. At last she got free and dashed, the pillars of the earth V593, into the storehouse. William was leaning out from the saddle, putting his torch to the piled sacks of wool. "No!" she screamed again. She threw herself at him and tried to pull him off the horse. He brushed her aside and she fell to the ground. He held his torch to the wool sacks again. The wool caught fire with a mighty roar. The horse reared and screamed in terror at the flames. Suddenly Jack was there, pulling Aliena out of the way. William wheeled the horse and went out of the storehouse fast. Aliena got to her feet. She picked up an empty sack and tried to beat the flames out. Jack said, "Aliena, you'll be killed." The heat became agonizing. She grabbed at a wool sack that was not yet on fire and tried to pull it free. Suddenly she heard a roaring in her ears and felt intense heat on her face, and she realized in terror that her hair was on fire. An instant later Jack threw himself at her, wrapping his arms around her head and pulling her tightly against his body. They both fell to the ground. He held her hard for a moment, then loosed his hold. She smelled singed hair, but it was no longer burning. She could see that Jack's face was burned and his eyebrows had gone. He grabbed her by one ankle and dragged her out through the door. He kept on pulling her, despite her struggles, until they were well clear. The area of her stall had emptied. Jack released his hold on her. She tried to get up, but he grabbed her and held her down. She continued to struggle, staring madly at the fire that was consuming all her years of work and worry, all her wealth and security, until she had no energy left to fight him. Then she just lay there and screamed. Philip was in the undercroft beneath the priory kitchen, counting money with Cuthbert Whitehead when he heard the noise. He and Cuthbert looked at one another, frowning, then got up to see what was going on. They stepped through the door into a riot. Philip was horrified. People were running in every direction, pushing and shoving, falling over and treading on one another. Men and women were shouting and children were crying. The air was full of smoke. Everyone seemed to be trying to get out of the priory close. Apart from the main gate, the only exit was through the gap between the kitchen buildings and the mill. There was no wall there, but there was a deep ditch that carried water from the mill pond to the brewery. Philip wanted to warn people to be careful of the ditch, but nobody was listening to anyone. The cause of the rush was obviously a fire, and a very big one. The air was thick with the smoke of it. Philip was full of fear. With 594 to ken Follett, this many people all crowded together, the slaughter could be appalling. What could be done? First, he had to find out exactly what was going on. He ran up the steps to the kitchen door to get a better view. What he saw filled him with dread. The entire town of Kingsbridge was alight. A cry of horror and despair escaped his throat. How could this be happening? Then he saw the horsemen charging through the crowd with their burning firebrands, and he realized that it was not an accident. His first thought was that there was a battle going on between the two sides in the Civil War, and somehow it had engulfed Kingsbridge. But the men-at-arms were attacking the citizens, not one another. This was no battle, it was a massacre. He saw a large blond man on a massive war-horse crashing through the crowds of people. It was William Hamley. Hatred rose in Philip's gorge. To think that the slaughter and destruction going on all around had been caused deliberately for reasons of greed and pride drove him half mad. He shouted at the top of his voice, "I see you, William Hamley!" William heard his name called over the screams of the crowd. He reined in his horse and met Philip's eye. Philip yelled, "You'll go to hell for this!" William's face was suffused with bloodlust. Even the threat of what he feared most had no effect on him today. He was like a madman. He waved his firebrand in the air like a banner. "This is hell, monk," he shouted back, and he wheeled his horse and rode on. Suddenly everyone had disappeared, the riders and the crowds. Jack released his hold on Aliena and stood up. His right hand felt numb. He remembered that he had taken the blow aimed at Aliena's head. He was glad his hand hurt. He hoped it would hurt for a long time to remind him. The storehouse was an inferno, and smaller fires burned all around. The ground was littered with bodies, some moving, some bleeding, some limp and still. Apart from the crackle of the flames, it was quiet. The mob had got out, one way or another, leaving their dead and wounded behind. Jack felt dazed. He had never seen a battlefield, but he imagined it must look like this. Aliena started to cry. Jack put a comforting hand on her shoulder. She pushed it off. He had saved her life, but she did not care for that. She cared only for her damned wool, which was now Iraq, the pillars of the earth 595, trivially lost in smoke. He looked at her for a moment, feeling sad. Most of her hair had burned away, and she no longer looked beautiful, but he loved her all the same. It hurt him to see her so distraught and not to be able to comfort her. He felt sure she would not try to go into the storehouse now. He was worried about the rest of his family, so he left Aliena and went looking for them. His face hurt. He put a hand to his cheek, and his own touch stung him. He must have got burned, too. He looked at the bodies, on the ground. He wanted to do something for the wounded, but he did not know where to begin. He searched for familiar faces among the strangers, hoping not to see any. Mother and Martha had gone to the cloisters. They had been well ahead of the mob, he thought. Had Tom found Alfred? He turned toward the cloisters. Then he saw Tom. His stepfather's tall body was stretched out full length on the muddy ground. It was perfectly still. His face was recognizable, even peaceful-looking up to the eyebrows, but his forehead was open and his skull was completely smashed. Jack was appalled. He could not take it in. Tom could not be dead. But this thing could not be alive. He looked away, then looked back. It was Tom, and he was dead. Jack knelt beside the body. He felt the urge to do something, or say something, and for the first time he understood why people liked to pray for the dead. "Mother is going to miss you terribly," he said. He remembered the angry speech he had made to Tom on the day of his fight with Alfred. Most of that wasn't true, he said, and the tears started to flow. "You didn't fail me. You fed me and took care of me, and you made my mother happy, truly happy." But there was something more important than all that, he thought. What Tom had given him was nothing so commonplace as food and shelter. Tom had given him something unique, something no other man had to give, something even his own father could not have given him, something that was a passion, a skill, an art, and a way of life. "You gave me the cathedral," Jack whispered to the dead man. "Thank you." Chapter 1. We Triumph was ruined by Philip's prophecy. Instead of feeling satisfied and jubilant, he was terrified that he would go to hell for what he had done. He had answered Philip bravely enough, jeering, "This is hell, monk." But that had been in the excitement of the attack. When it was over, and he had led his men away from the blazing town, when their horses and their heartbeats had slowed down, when he had time to look back over the raid and think of how many people he had wounded and burned and killed, then he recalled Philip's angry face and his finger pointing straight down into the bowels of the earth, and the doom-laden words, "You'll go to hell for this." By the time darkness fell, he was completely depressed. His men-at-arms wanted to talk over the operation, reliving the high spots and relishing the slaughter, but they soon caught his mood and relapsed into gloomy silence. They spent that night at the manor house of one of William's larger tenants. At supper, the men grimly drank themselves senseless. The tenant, knowing how men normally felt after a battle, had brought in some whores from shearing, but they did poor business. William lay awake all night, terrified that he might die in his sleep and go straight to hell. The following morning, instead of returning to Earlscastle, he went to see Bishop Walleran. He was not at his palace when they arrived, but Dean Baldwin told William that he was expected that afternoon. William waited in the chapel, staring at the cross on the altar and shivering despite the summer heat. 600 Ken Follett. When Walleran arrived at last, William felt like kissing his feet. The bishop swept into the chapel in his black robes and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" William got to his feet, trying to hide his abject terror behind a facade of self-possession. "I've just burned the town of Kingsbridge. I'd know." Walleran interrupted. "I've been hearing about nothing else all day. What possessed you? Are you mad?" This reaction took William completely by surprise. He had not discussed the raid with Walleran in advance, because he had been so sure Walleran would approve. Walleran hated everything to do with Kingsbridge, especially Prior Philip. William had expected him to be pleased, if not gleeful. William said, "I've just ruined your greatest enemy. Now I need to confess my sins." "I'm not surprised," Walleran said. "They say more than 100 people burned to death." He shuddered. A horrible way to die. "I'm ready to confess," William said. Walleran shook his head. "I don't know that I can give you absolution." A cry of fear escaped William's lips. "Why not? You know that Bishop Henry of Winchester and I have taken the side of King Stephen again? I don't think the king would approve of my giving absolution to a supporter of Queen Maud. Damn you, Walleran. It was you who persuaded me to change sides." Walleran shrugged. "Change back." William realized that this was Walleran's objective. He wanted William to switch his allegiance to Stephen. Walleran's horror at the burning of Kingsbridge had been faked. He had simply been establishing a bargaining position. This realization brought enormous relief to William, for it meant that Walleran was not implacably opposed to giving him absolution. But did he want to switch again? For a moment he said nothing as he tried to think about it calmly. "Stephen has been winning victories all summer," Walleran went on. "Maud is begging her husband to come over from Normandy to help her, but he won't. The tide is flowing our way." An awful prospect opened up before William. The church refused to absolve him from his crimes. The sheriff accused him of murder. A victorious king, Stephen, backed the sheriff and the church, and William himself was tried and hanged. "Be like me and follow Bishop Henry. He knows which way the wind blows," Walleran urged. "If everything works out right, the Pillars of the Earth 601, Winchester will be made an archdiocese, and Henry will be the Archbishop of Winchester, on a par with the Archbishop of Canterbury. And when Henry dies, who knows? I could be the next archbishop after that. Well, there are English cardinals already. One day there may be an English pope." William stared at Walleran, mesmerized, despite his own fear, by the naked ambition revealed on the bishop's normally stony face. Walleran as pope? Anything was possible. But the immediate consequences of Walleran's aspirations were more important. William could see that he was a pawn in Walleran's game. Walleran had gained in prestige with Bishop Henry by his ability to deliver William and the Knights of Shiring to one side or the other in the Civil War. That was the price William had to pay for having the church turn a blind eye to his crimes. "Do you mean?" His voice was hoarse. He coughed and tried again. "Do you mean that you will hear my confession if I swear allegiance to Stephen and come over to his side again?" The glitter went from Walleran's eyes, and his face became expressionless again. "That's exactly what I mean," he said. William had no choice, but in any event he could see no reason to refuse. He had switched to Maud when she appeared to be winning, and he was quite ready to switch back now that Stephen seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Anyway, he would have consented to anything to be free of that awful terror of hell. "Agreed, then," he said without further hesitation. "Only hear my confession quickly." "Very well," said Walleran. "Let us pray." As they went briskly through the service, William felt the load of guilt fall from his back, and he gradually began to be pleased about his triumph. When he emerged from the chapel, his men could see that his spirits had lifted, and they cheered up immediately. William told them that they would once again be fighting for King Stephen, in accordance with the will of God as expressed by Bishop Walleran, and they made that the excuse for a celebration. Walleran called for wine. While they were waiting for dinner, William said, "Stephen ought to confirm me in my earldom now." "He ought to," Walleran agreed, "but that doesn't mean he will. But I've come over to his side. Richard of Kingsbridge never left it." William permitted himself a smug smile. "I think I've disposed of the threat from Richard." 602 Teg Ken Follett. "Oh, how?" "Richard has never had any land. The only way he's been able to keep up a knightly entourage is by using his sister's money."
Liss, like, look,
that he had relaxed. William rather envied the men with the laundresses. Archdeacons made dull company. Dean Baldwin offered William a dish of peas and said, "Lord William, how will you prevent someone else from doing what Prior Philip tried to do and starting his own fleece fair?" William was surprised by this question. They wouldn't dare. Another monk wouldn't dare, perhaps, but an earl might. He'd need a license. He might get one if he fought for Stephen. Not in this county. "Baldwin is right, William," said Bishop Welleran. "All around the borders of your earldom there are towns that could hold a fleece. Fair, Wilton, Devizes, Wells, Marlborough, Wallingford. I burned Kingsbridge. I can burn any place," William said irritably. He took a swallow of wine. It angered him to have his victory depropaeist. Welleran took a roll of new bread and broke it without eating. Any Kingsbridge is an easy target, he argued. It has no town wall, no castle, not even a big church for people to take refuge in. And it's run by a monk who has no knights or men-at-arms. Kingsbridge is defenseless. Most towns aren't. Dean Baldwin added, "And when the Civil War is over, whoever wins, you won't even be able to burn a town like Kingsbridge and get away with it. That's breaking the king's peace. No king could overlook it in normal times." William saw their point, and it made him angry. "Then the whole thing might have been for nothing," he said. He put down his knife. His stomach was cramped with tension, and he could no longer eat. Welleran said, "Of course, if Aliena is ruined, that leaves a kind of vacancy." The Pillars of the Earth 6003, William did not follow him. "What do you mean?" "Most of the wool in the county was sold to her this year." "What will happen next year?" "It don't know." Welleran continued in the same thoughtful manner. "Apart from Prior Philip, all the wool producers for miles around are either tenants of the Earl or tenants of the Bishop. You're the Earl in everything but name, and I'm the Bishop. If we forced all our tenants to sell their fleeces to us, we would control 2/3 of the wool trade in the county. We would sell at the Shiring Fleece Fair. There wouldn't be enough business left to justify another fair, even if someone got a license." It was a brilliant idea, William saw immediately. "And we'd make as much money as Aliena did," he pointed out. "Indeed." Welleran took a delicate bite of the meat in front of him and chewed reflectively. "So you've burned Kingsbridge, ruined your worst enemy, and established a new source of income for yourself. Not a bad day's work." William took a deep draught of wine and felt a glow in his belly. He looked down the table, and his eye lit on a plump, dark-haired girl who was smiling coquettishly at two of his men. Perhaps he would have her tonight. He knew how it would be. When he got her in a corner and threw her on the floor and lifted her skirt, he would remember Aliena's face and the expression of terror and despair as she saw her wool going up in flames, and then he would be able to do it. He smiled at the prospect and took another slice off the haunch of venison. Prior Philip was shaken to the core by the burning of Kingsbridge. The unexpectedness of William's move, the brutality of the attack, the dreadful scenes as the crowd panicked, the awful slaughter, and his own utter impotence all combined to leave him stunned. Worst of all was the death of Tom Builder. A man at the height of his skill and a master of every aspect of his craft, Tom had been expected to continue to manage the building of the cathedral until it was finished. He was also Philip's closest friend outside the cloisters. They had talked at least once a day and struggled together to find solutions to the endless variety of problems that confronted them in their vast project. Tom had had a rare combination of wisdom and humility that made him a joy to work with. It seemed impossible that he was gone. Philip felt that he did not understand anything anymore. He had no real power, and he was not competent to be in charge of a 604 Decken Follett cow shed, much less a town the size of Kingsbridge. He had always believed that if he did his honest best and trusted in God, everything would turn out well in the end. The burning of Kingsbridge seemed to have proved him wrong. He lost all motivation and sat in his house at the Priory all day long, watching the candle burn down on the little altar, thinking disconnected, desolate thoughts, doing nothing. It was young Jack who saw what had to be done He got the dead bodies taken to the crypt, put the wounded in the monks' dormitory, and organized emergency feeding for the living in the meadow on the other side of the river. The weather was warm, and everyone slept in the open air. The day after the massacre, Jack organized the dazed townspeople into teams of laborers and got them to clear the ashes and debris from the Priory Close, while Cuthbert Whitehead and Milius Bursar ordered supplies of food from surrounding farms. On the second day, they buried their dead in 193 new graves on the north side of the Priory Close. Philip simply issued the orders that Jack proposed. Jack pointed out that most of the citizens who had survived the fire had lost very little of material value, just a hovel and a few sticks of furniture, in most cases. The crops were still in the fields, the livestock were in the pastures, and people's savings were still where they had been buried, usually beneath the hearth of their homes, untouched by the above-ground blaze that had swept the town. The merchants whose stocks had burned were the greatest sufferers. Some were ruined, as Aliena was. Others had some of their wealth in buried silver and would be able to start again. Jack proposed rebuilding the town immediately. At Jack's suggestion, Philip gave extraordinary permission for timber to be cut freely in the Priory's forests for the purpose of rebuilding houses, but only for 1 week. In consequence, King's Bridge was deserted for 7 days, while every family selected and felled the trees they would use for their new homes. During that week, Jack asked Philip to draw a plan of the new town. The idea caught Philip's imagination, and he came out of his depression. He worked on his plan non-stop for 4 days. There would be large houses all around the Priory walls for the wealthy craftsmen and shopkeepers. He recalled the grid pattern of Winchester's streets and planned the new Kingsbridge on the same convenient basis. Straight streets, broad enough for 2 carts to pass, would run down to the river with narrower cross streets. He made the standard building plot 24 feet wide, which was an ample. The pillars of the earth 605 frontage for a townhouse. Each plot would be 120 feet deep to make room for a decent backyard with a privy, a vegetable garden, and a stable cowshed or pigsty. The bridge had burned down, and the new one would be built in a more convenient position at the bottom end of the new main street. The main road through the town would now go from the bridge straight up the hill, past the Cathedral and out the far side, as in Lincoln. Another wide street would run from the Priory Gate to a new quay at the riverside, downstream from the bridge and around the bend in the river. That way, bulk supplies could reach the Priory without using the main shopping street. There would be a completely new district of small houses around the new quay. The poor would be downstream of the Priory, and their dirty habits would not foul the supply of fresh water to the monastery. Planning the rebuilding brought Philip out of his helpless trance, but every time he looked up from his drawings, he was swept by rage and grief for the people who had been lost. He wondered whether William Hamley was, in fact, the devil incarnate. He caused more misery than seemed humanly possible. Philip saw the same alternation of hope and bereavement on the faces of the townspeople as they arrived back from the forest with their loads of timber. Jack and the other monks had laid out the plan of the new town on the ground with stakes and string, and as the people chose their plots, every now and again someone would say gloomily, "But what's the point? It might be burned again next year." If there had been some hope of justice, some expectation that the evildoers might be punished, perhaps the people would not have been so inconsolable. But although Philip had written to Stephen Maud, Bishop Henry, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the Pope, he knew that in wartime there was little chance that a man as powerful and important as William would be brought to trial. The larger building plots in Philip's scheme were much in demand, despite higher rents, so he altered his plan to allow for more of them. Almost nobody wanted to build in the poorer quarter, but Philip decided to leave the layout as it was for future use. 10 days after the fire, new wooden houses were going up on most plots, and another week later most of them were finished. Once the people had built their houses, work started again on the cathedral. The builders got paid and wanted to spend their money. So the shops reopened, and the smallholders brought their eggs and onions into town, and the scullery maids and laundresses recommenced work for the shopkeepers and craftsmen. And so, day by day, material life in Kingsbridge returned to normal. 606 Ken Follett. But there were so many dead that it seemed like a town of ghosts. Every family had lost at least one member, a child, a mother, a husband, a sister. The people wore no badges of mourning, but the lines of their faces showed grief as starkly as bare trees show winter. One of the worst hit was 6-year-old Jonathan. He moped about the priory close like a lost soul, and eventually Philip realized he was missing Tom, who had, it seemed, spent more time with the boy than anyone had noticed. Once Philip understood this, he took care to set aside an hour each day for Jonathan, to tell him stories, play, counting games, and listen to his voluble chatter. Philip wrote to the abbots of all the major Benedictine monasteries in England and France, asking them if they could recommend a master builder to replace Tom. A prior in Philip's position would normally consult his bishop about this, for bishops traveled widely and were likely to hear of good builders. But Bishop Waleran would not help Philip. The fact that the two of them were permanently at odds made Philip's job lonelier than it should have been. While Philip waited for replies from the abbots, the craftsmen looked instinctively to Alfred for leadership. Alfred was Tom's son. He was a master mason, and he had for some time been operating his own semi-autonomous team on the site. He did not have Tom's brain, unfortunately, but he was literate and authoritative, and he slipped gradually into the gap left by the death of his father. There seemed to be a lot more problems and queries about the building than there had been in Tom's time, and Alfred always seemed to come up with a question when Jack was nowhere to be found. No doubt that was natural. Everyone in Kingsbridge knew the stepbrothers hated one another. However, the upshot was that Philip found himself once again bothered by endless questions of detail. But as the weeks went by, Alfred gained in confidence until one day he came to Philip and said, "Wouldn't you rather have the cathedral vaulted?" Tom's design called for a wooden ceiling over the center of the church and vaulted stone ceilings over the narrower side aisles. "Yes, I would," Philip said. "But we decided on a wooden ceiling to save money." Alfred nodded. "The trouble is, a wooden ceiling can burn. A stone vault is fireproof." Philip studied him for a moment, wondering whether he had underestimated Alfred. Philip would not have expected Alfred to propose a variation on his father's design. That was more the kind of thing Jack would do. But the idea of a fireproof church was very striking, especially since the whole town had burned down. The pillars of the earth, 607. Thinking along the same lines, Alfred said, "The only building left standing in the town after the fire was the new parish church." And the new parish church built by Alfred had a stone vault, Philip thought. But a snag occurred to him. Would the existing walls take the extra weight of a stone roof? We'd have to reinforce the buttresses. They'd stick out a bit more, that's all. He had really thought this out, Philip realized. What about the cost? It will cost more in the long run, of course, and the whole church will take 3 or 4 extra years to complete. But it won't make any difference to your annual outlay. Philip liked the idea more and more. But will it mean we have to wait another year before we can use the chancel for services? No. Stone or wood, we can't start on the ceiling until next spring, because the clerestory must harden before we put any weight on it. The wood ceiling is quicker to build by a few months. But either way, the chancel will be roofed by the end of next year. Philip considered. It was a matter of balancing the advantage of a fireproof roof against the disadvantage of another 4 years of building and another 4 years of cost. The extra cost seemed a long way in the future, and the gain in safety was immediate. "I think I'll discuss it with the brothers in chapter," he said. "But it sounds like a good idea to me." Alfred thanked him and went out, and after he had gone, Philip sat staring at the door, wondering whether he really needed to search for a new master builder after all. Kingsbridge made a brave show on Lammas Day in the morning. Every household in the town made a loaf. The harvest was just in, so flour was cheap and plentiful. Those who did not have an oven of their own baked their loaf at a neighbor's house or in the vast ovens belonging to the priory and the town's 2 bakers. Peggy, Baxter, and Jack added Novan. By midday, the air was full of the smell of new bread, making everyone hungry. The loaves were displayed on tables set up in the meadow across the river, and everyone walked around admiring them. No two were alike. Many had fruit, or spices inside, There was plum bread, raisin bread, gingerbread, sugar bread, onion bread, garlic bread, and many more. Others were colored green with parsley, yellow with egg yolk, red with sandalwood, or purple with turnsole. There were lots of odd shapes: triangles, cones, balls, stars, ovals, pyramids, flutes, rolls, and even figures of 8. Others were even more ambitious. There were loaves in the shapes of rabbits, bears, monkeys, and dragons. There, 608 Ken Follett, were houses and castles of bread. But the most magnificent, by general agreement, was the loaf made by Ellen and Martha, which was a representation of the cathedral as it would look when finished, based on the design by her late husband, Tom. Ellen's grief had been terrible to see. She had wailed like a soul in torment, night after night, and no one had been able to comfort her. Even now, 2 months later, she was haggard and hollow-eyed. But she and Martha seemed able to help one another, and making the bread cathedral had given them some kind of consolation. Aliena spent a long time staring at Ellen's construction. She wished there was something she could do to find comfort. She had no enthusiasm for anything. When the tasting began, she went from table to table listlessly, not eating. She had not even wanted to build a house for herself, until Prior Philip told her to snap out of it, and Alfred brought her the wood and assigned some of his men to help her. She was still eating at the monastery every day when she remembered to eat at all. She had no energy. If it occurred to her to do something for herself, make a kitchen bench from leftover timber, or finish the walls of her house by filling in the chinks with mud from the river, or make a snare to catch birds so that she could feed herself, she would remember how hard she had worked to build up her trade as a wool merchant, and how quickly it had all gone to ruin, and she would lose her enthusiasm. So she went on from day to day, getting up late, going to the monastery for dinner. If she felt hungry, spending the day watching the river flow by, and going to sleep in the straw on the floor of her new house when darkness fell. Despite her lassitude, she knew that this Lammas Day festival was no more than a pretense. The town had been rebuilt, and people were going about their business as before, but the massacre threw a long shadow, and she could sense beneath the facade of well-being a deep undercurrent of fear. Most people were better than Aliena at acting as if all was well, but in truth they all felt, as she did, that this could not last, and whatever they built now would be destroyed again. While she stood looking vacantly at the piles of bread, her brother Richard arrived. He came across the bridge from the deserted town, leading his horse. He had been away fighting for Stephen since before the massacre, and he was astonished by what he found. "What the devil happened here?" he said to her. "I can't find our house. The whole town has changed." William Hamley came on the day of the Fleece Fair with a troop of men-at-arms and burned the town, Aliena said. The Pillars of the Earth 609. Richard paled with shock, and the scar on his right ear showed livid. "William," he breathed. "That devil." "We've got a new house, though," Aliena said expressionlessly. "Alfred's men built it for me, but it's much smaller, and it's down by the new quay." "What happened to you?" he said, staring at her. "You're practically bald, and you've got no eyebrows." "My hair caught fire. Miles didn't." Aliena shook her head. "Not this time." One of the girls brought Richard some salt bread to taste. He took some but did not eat it. He looked stunned. "I'm glad you're safe, anyway," Aliena said. He nodded. "Stephen is marching on Oxford, where Maud is holed up. The war could be over soon. But I need a new sword. I came to get some money." He ate some bread. The color came back to his face. "By God, this tastes good. You can cook me some meat later." Suddenly she was afraid of him. She knew he was going to be furious with her, and she had no strength to stand up to him. "I haven't any meat," she said. "Well, get some from the butcher, then." "Don't be angry, Richard," she said. She began to tremble. "Not angry," he said irritably. "What's the matter with you? All my wool was burned in the fire, him in fear, waiting for him to explode." He frowned, looked at her, swallowed, and threw away the crust of his bread. "All of it. All of it. But you must have some money still." "None." "Why not?" You always had a great chest full of pennies buried under the floor. Not in May. I had spent it all on wool, every penny. And I borrowed 40 pounds from poor Malachi, which I can't repay. I certainly can't buy you a new sword. I can't even buy a piece of meat for your supper. We're completely penniless. Then how am I supposed to carry on? He shouted angrily. His horse pricked up its ears and fidgeted uneasily. Don't know, don't know, Allie ain't, don't know.
He, he, he,
Alfred looked at Aliena and said, "What's the matter?" Richard answered the question. "She's just told me we're penniless." Alfred nodded. Everyone lost something, but Aliena lost everything. "You realize what this means to me," Richard said, speaking to Alfred, but looking accusingly at Aliena. "I'm finished. If I can't replace weapons and can't pay my men and can't buy horses, then I can't fight for King Stephen. My career as a knight is over, and I'll never be the Earl of Shiring." Alfred said, "Aliena might marry a wealthy man." Richard laughed scornfully. "She's turned them all down. One of them might ask her again." "Yes." Richard's face twisted in a cruel smile. "We could send letters to all her rejected suitors, telling them she has lost all her money and is now willing to reconsider." "Enough," Alfred said, putting a hand on Richard's arm. Richard shut up. Alfred turned to Aliena. "Do you remember what I said to you a year ago at the first dinner of the parish guild?" Aliena's heart sank. She could hardly believe that Alfred was going to start that again. She had no strength to deal with this. "I'll remember," she said, "and I hope you remember my reply." "He still love you," Alfred said. Richard looked startled. Alfred went on, "I still want to marry you. Aliena, will you be my wife?" "No," Aliena said. She wanted to say more, to add something that would make it final and irreversible, but she felt too tired. She looked from Alfred to Richard and back again, and suddenly she could not take any more. She turned away from them and walked quickly out of the meadow and crossed the bridge to the town. She was wearily angry with Alfred for repeating his proposal in front of Richard. She would have preferred her brother not to know about it. It was 3 months since the fire. Why had Alfred left it until now? It was as if he had been waiting for Richard and had made his move the moment Richard arrived. She walked through the deserted new streets. Everyone was at the Pillars of the Earth 613, the Priory tasting the bread. Aliena's house was in the new poor quarter, down by the quay. The rents were low there, but even so, she had no idea how she would pay. Richard caught her up on horseback, then dismounted and walked beside her. "The whole town smells of new wood," he said conversationally, "and everything is so clean." Aliena had got used to the new appearance of the town, but he was seeing it for the first time. It was unnaturally clean. The fire had swept away the damp, rotten wood of the older buildings, the thatched roofs thick with grime from years of cooking fires, the foul, ancient stables, and the fetid old dunghills. There was a smell of newness, new wood, new thatch, new rushes on the floors, even new whitewash on the walls of the wealthier dwellings. The fire seemed to have enriched the soil, so that wild flowers grew in odd corners. Someone had remarked how few people had fallen ill since the fire, and this was thought to confirm a theory, held by many philosophers, that disease was spread by evil-smelling vapors. Her mind was wandering. Richard had said something. "What?" she said. "I said, I didn't know Alfred proposed marriage to you last year. You had more important things on your mind, that was about. The time Robert of Gloucester was taken captive. Alfred was kind to build you a house." "Yes, he was, and here it is." She looked at him while he looked at the house. He was crestfallen. She felt sorry for him. He had come from an earl's castle, and even the large townhouse they had had before the fire had been a calm-down for him. Now he had to get used to the kind of dwelling occupied by laborers and widows. She took his horse's bridle. "Come, there's room for the horse at the back." She led the huge beast through the one-room house and out through the back door. There were rough low fences separating the yards. She tied the horse to a fence post and began to take off the heavy wooden saddle. From nowhere, grass and weeds had seeded the burned earth. Most people had dug a privy, planted vegetables, and built a pigsty or a henhouse in their yard. But Aliena's was still untouched. Richard lingered in the house, but there was not much to look at, and after a moment he followed Aliena into the yard. "The house is a bit bare, no furniture, no pots, no bowls. I haven't any money," Aliena said apathetically. 6112 Ken Follett. You haven't done anything to the garden either, he said, looking around distastefully. I haven't got the energy, she said crossly, and she handed him the big saddle and went into the house. She sat on the floor with her back to the wall. It was cool in here. She could hear Richard dealing with his horse in the yard. After she had been sitting still for a few moments, she saw a rat poke, its snout up out of the straw. Thousands of rats and mice must have perished in the fire, but now they were beginning to be seen again. She looked around for something to kill it with, but there was nothing to hand, and anyway the creature disappeared again. What am I going to do, she thought. I can't live like this for the rest of my life. But the mere idea of beginning a new enterprise exhausted her. She had rescued herself and her brother from penury once, but the effort had used up all her reserves and she could not do it again. She would have to find some passive way of life, controlled by someone else, so that she could live without making decisions or taking initiatives. She thought of Mistress Kate in Winchester, who had kissed her lips and squeezed her breast and said, "My dear girl, you need never want for money or anything else. If you work for me, we'll both be rich." No, she thought. Not that. Not ever. Richard came in carrying his saddlebags. "If you can't look after yourself, you'd better find someone else to look after you," he said. "I've always got you." "I can't take care of you," he protested. "Why not?" A small spark of anger flared in her. "I've looked after you for 6 long years. I've been fighting a war. All you've done is sell wool and knife an outlaw," she thought, "and throw a dishonest priest to the floor, and feed and clothe and protect you when you could do nothing but bite your knuckles and look terrified." But the spark had died and the anger had gone, and she merely said, "I was joking, of course." He grunted, not sure whether to be offended by that remark. Then he shook his head irritably and said, "Anyway, you shouldn't be so quick to reject Alfred." "Oh, for God's sake, shut up," she said. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing's wrong with Alfred. Don't you understand? Something's wrong with me." He put down the saddle and pointed his finger at her. "That's right, and I know what it is. You're completely selfish. You think only of yourself." The pillars of the Earth 613, it was so monstrously unjust that she was unable to feel angry. Tears came to her eyes. "How can you say that?" she protested, miserably. "Because everything would be all right if only you would marry Alfred, but still you refuse. For me to marry Alfred wouldn't help you." "Yes, it would." "How?" "Alfred said he would help me fight on if I was his brother-in-law. I'd have to cut down a bit. He can't afford all my men at arms, but he promised me enough for a war horse and new weapons, and my own squire." "When?" Aliena said in astonishment. "When did he say this?" "Just now, at the Priory." Aliena felt humiliated, and Richard had the grace to look a little shamefaced. The two men had been negotiating over her like horse dealers. She got to her feet, and without another word she left the house. She walked back up to the Priory and entered the close from the south side, jumping across the ditch by the old water-mill. The mill was quiet today since it was a holiday. She would not have walked that way if the mill had been working, for the pounding of the ham, mers as they felted the cloth, always gave her a headache. The Priory Close was deserted, as she had expected. The building site was quiet. This was the hour when the monks studied or rested, and everyone else was in the meadow today. She wandered across to the cemetery on the north side of the building site. The carefully tended graves with their neat wooden crosses and bunches of fresh flowers told the truth. The town had not yet got over the massacre. She stopped beside Tom's stone tomb, adorned with a simple marble angel carved by Jack. 7 years ago, she thought, my father arranged a perfectly reasonable marriage for me. William Hamley wasn't old. He wasn't ugly. And he wasn't poor. He would have been accepted with a sigh of relief by any other girl in my position. But I refused him, and look at the trouble that has followed. Our castle attacked, my father jailed, my brother and me destitute. Even the burning of Kingsbridge and the killing of Tom are consequences of my obstinacy. Somehow the death of Tom seemed worse than all the other sorrows, perhaps because he had been loved by so many people. perhaps because he was the second father Jack had lost. And now I'm refusing another perfectly reasonable proposal, she thought. What gives me the right to be so particular? My fastidi, 614, to Ken Follett, Hesness has caused enough trouble. I should accept Alfred and be thankful that I don't have to work for Mistress Kate. She turned away from the grave and walked over to the building site. She stood in what would be the crossing and looked at the chancel. It was finished but for the roof, and the builders were getting ready for the next phase, the transepts. Already the plan had been laid out on the ground on either side of her with stakes and string, and the men had started digging the foundations. The towering walls in front of her cast long shadows in the late afternoon sun. It was a mild day, but the cathedral felt cold. Aliena looked for a long time at the rows of round arches, large at ground, level, small above, and mid-sized on top. There was something deeply satisfying about the regular rhythm of arch, pier, arch, ear, 7. If Alfred really was willing to finance Richard, Aliena still had a chance to fulfill her vow to her father that she would take care of Richard until he won back the earldom. In her heart she knew she had to marry Alfred. She just could not face it. She walked along the southern side aisle, dragging her hand along the wall, feeling the rough texture of the stones, running her fingernails over the shallow grooves made by the stone mason's toothed chisel. Here in the aisles under the windows, the wall was decorated with blind arcading, like a row of filled-in arches. The arcading served no purpose, but it added to the sense of harmony Aliena felt when she looked at the building. Everything in Tom's Cathedral looked as if it was meant to be. Perhaps her life was like that, everything foreordained in a grand design, and she was like a foolish builder who wanted a waterfall in the chancel. In the southeast corner of the church, a low doorway led to a narrow spiral staircase. On impulse, Aliena went through the doorway and climbed the stairs. When she lost sight of the doorway and could not yet see the top of the stairs, she began to feel peculiar, for the passage looked as if it might wind upward forever. Then she saw daylight. There was a small slit window in the turret wall, put there to light the steps. Eventually she emerged onto the wide gallery over the aisle. It had no windows to the outside, but on the inside it looked into the roofless church. She sat on the sill of one of the inner arches, leaning against the pillar. The cold stone caressed her cheek. She wondered whether Jack had carved this one. It occurred to her that if she fell from here she might die. But it was not really high enough. She might just break her legs and lie in agony until the monks came and found her. The pillars of the earth 615, she decided to climb to the clerestory. She returned to the turret staircase and went on up. The next stage was shorter, but still. She found it frightening, and her heart was beating loudly by the time she reached the top. She stepped into the clerestory passage, a narrow tunnel in the wall. She edged along the passage until it came out onto the inner sill of a clerestory window. She held on to the pillar that divided the window. When she looked down at the 75-foot drop, she started to shake. She heard footsteps on the turret stairs. She found herself breathing hard, as if she had been running. There had been no one else in sight. Had someone crept up behind her, trying to sneak up on her? The steps came along the clerestory passage. She let go of the pillar and stood teetering on the edge. A figure appeared on the sill. It was Jack. Her heart beat so loudly she could hear it. "What are you doing?" he said warily. I was seeing how your cathedral is coming along." He pointed to the capital above her head. "I did that." She looked up. The stone was carved with the figure of a man who appeared to be holding the weight of the arch on his back. His body was twisted as if in pain. Aliena stared at it. She had never seen anything quite like it. Without thinking, she said, "That's how I feel." When she looked back at him, he was beside her, holding her arm gently but firmly. "I know," he said. She looked at the drop. The thought of falling all that way made her sick with fear. He tugged at her arm. She allowed herself to be led into the clerestory passage. They went all the way down the turret stairs and came out on the ground. Aliena felt weak. Jack turned to her and said in a conversational tone, "I was reading in the cloisters and looked up and saw you in the clerestory." She looked at his young face, so full of concern and tenderness, and she remembered why she had run away from everyone else and sought solitude here. She yearned to kiss him, and she saw the answering longing in his eyes. Every fiber of her body told her to throw herself into his arms, but she knew what she had to do. She wanted to say, "I love you," like a thunderstorm, like a lion, like a helpless rage, but instead she said, "I think I'm going to marry Alfred." He stared at her. He looked stunned. Then his face became sad with an old, wise sadness that was beyond his years, she thought. He was going to cry, but he did not. Instead, there was anger in his 616 Ken Follett eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, changed his mind, hesitated, then spoke at last. In a voice like the cold north wind, he said, "You would have done better to jump off the clerestory." He turned from her and walked back into the monastery. "I've lost him forever," Aliena thought, and she felt as if her heart would break. Jack was seen sneaking out of the monastery on Lammas Day. It was not a serious offense in itself, but he had been caught several times before, and the fact that this time he had gone out to speak to an unmarried woman made the whole thing more grave. His transgression was discussed in chapter the following day, and he was ordered to be kept in close confinement. That meant he was restricted to the monastic buildings, the cloisters, and the crypt, and any time he went from one building to another he had to be accompanied. He hardly noticed. He was so devastated by Aliena's announcement that nothing else made much difference. If he had been flogged instead of just confined, he felt he would have been equally oblivious. There was now no question of his working on the cathedral, of course, but much of the pleasure had gone out of that since Alfred had taken charge. Now he spent the free afternoons reading. His Latin had improved by leaps and bounds, and he could read anything, albeit slowly, and as he was supposed to be reading to improve his Latin rather than for any other purpose, he was allowed to use any book that took his fancy. Small though the library was, it had several works of philosophy and mathematics, and Jack had plunged into them with enthusiasm. Much of what he read was disappointing. There were pages of genealogies, repetitive accounts of miracles performed by long-dead saints, and endless theological speculation. The first book that really appealed to Jack told the whole history of the world from the creation to the founding of Kingsbridge Priory, and when he finished it, he felt he knew everything that had ever happened. He realized after a while that the book's claim to tell all events was implausible, for after all, things were going on everywhere all the time, not just in Kingsbridge and England, but in Normandy, Anjou, Paris, Rome, Ethiopia, and Jerusalem, so the author must have left a lot out. Nevertheless, the book gave Jack a feeling he had never had before, that the past was like a story in which one thing led to another, and the world was not a boundless mystery, but a finite thing that could be comprehended. 6118, Ken Follett, even more intriguing were the puzzles. One philosopher asked why a weak man can move a heavy stone with a lever. This had never seemed strange to Jack before, but now the question tormented him. He had spent several weeks at the quarry at one time, and he recalled that when a stone could not be moved with a crowbar a foot long, the solution was generally to use a crowbar 2 feet long. Why should the same man be unable to move the stone with a short lever, yet able to move it with a long one? That question led to others. The cathedral builders used a huge winding wheel to lift large stones and timbers up to the roof. The load at the end of the rope was much too heavy for a man to lift with his hands, but the same man could turn the wheel that wound the rope, and the load would rise. How was that possible? Such speculations distracted him for a while, but his thoughts returned again and again to Aliena. He would stand in the cloisters, with a heavy book on a lectern in front of him, and recall that morning in the old mill when he had kissed her. He could remember every instant of that kiss, from the first soft touch of lips to the thrilling sensation of her tongue in his mouth. His body had pressed hers from thighs to shoulders so that he could feel the contours of her breasts and her hips. The memory was so intense that it was like experiencing it all over again. Why had she changed? He still believed that the kiss was real, and her subsequent coldness was false. He felt he knew her. She was loving, sensual, romantic, imaginative, and warm. She was also thoughtless and imperious, and she had learned to be tough, but she was not cold, not cruel, not heartless. It was not in character for her to marry for money a man she did not love. She would be unhappy. She would regret it. She would be sick with misery. He knew it, and in her heart she must know it, too. One day, when he was in the writing room, a priory servant who was sweeping the floor stopped for a rest, leaned on his broom, and said, "Big celebration coming up in your family, then." Jack was studying a map of the world drawn on a big sheet of vellum. He looked up. The speaker was a gnarled old man, too, feeble now for heavy work. He probably had Jack confused with someone else. "Why's that, Joseph? Didn't you know? Your brother's getting married?"
They have no brothers,
Jack said automatically, but his heart had gone cold.
"Stepbrother, then?"
said Joseph.
"No, I didn't know." Jack had to ask the question. He gritted his teeth. "Who is he marrying?" "The Pillars of the Earth, 619, that aliena." So she was determined to go through with it. Jack had been harboring a secret hope that she would change her mind. He looked away so that Joseph should not see the despair on his face.
"Well, well," he said, trying to make his voice sound unemotional. "Yes, her that used to be so high and mighty, until she lost everything in the fire." Did you say when?" "Tomorrow? They're going to get wed in the new parish church Alfred built. Tomorrow Aliena was going to marry Alfred tomorrow. Until now Jack had never really believed it would happen. Now the reality burst on him like a thunderclap. Aliena was going to get married tomorrow. Jack's life would end tomorrow. He looked down at the map on the lectern in front of him. What did it matter whether the center of the world was Jerusalem or Wallingford? Would he be happier if he knew how levers worked? He had told Aliena that she should jump from the clerestory rather than marry Alfred. What he should have said was that he, Jack, might as well jump from the clerestory. He despised the priory. Being a monk was a stupid way of life. If he could not work on the cathedral and Aliena married someone else, he had nothing to live for. What made it worse was that he knew how thoroughly miserable she would be living with Alfred. This was not just because he hated Alfred. There were some girls who might be more or less contented married to Alfred. For example, Edith, the one who had giggled when Jack talked to her about how he loved to carve stone. Edith would not expect much of Alfred, and she would be glad to flatter him and obey him as long as he continued prosperous and loved their children. But Aliena would hate every minute. She would loathe Alfred's physical coarseness. She would despise him for his bullying ways. She would be disgusted by his meanness, and she would find his slow-wittedness maddening. Marriage to Alfred would be hell for her. Why could she not see that? Jack was mystified. What was going on in her mind? Surely anything would be better than marriage to a man she did not love. She had caused a sensation by refusing to marry William Hamley 7 years ago, yet now she had passively accepted a proposal from someone equally unsuitable. What was she thinking of? Jack had to know. 620 to Ken Follett. He had to talk to her, and to hell with the monastery. He rolled up the map, replaced it in the cupboard, and went to the door. Joseph was still leaning on his broomstick. "Are you leaving?" he said to Jack. "I thought you were supposed to stay here until the circuiter comes for you." "The circuiter can go shit," said Jack, and he stepped out. As he emerged into the east walk of the cloisters, he caught the eye of Prior Philip, who was coming in from the building site to the north. Jack turned away quickly, but Philip called out, "Jack, what are you doing? You're supposed to be confined." Jack had no patience for monastic discipline now. He ignored Philip and walked the other way, heading for the passage that led from the south walk down to the small houses around the new quay. But his luck was out. At that moment, Brother Pierre the Circuiter came out of the passage, followed by his 2 deputies. They saw Jack and stopped dead. A look of astonished indignation spread over Pierre's moon-shaped face. Philip called out, "Stop that novice, Brother Circuiter." Pierre held out a hand to stop Jack. Jack pushed him aside. Pierre reddened and grabbed at Jack's arm. Jack wrenched his arm free and punched Pierre on the nose. Pierre gave a shout, more of a rage than pain. Then his two deputies jumped on Jack. Jack struggled like a maniac and almost got free. But when Pierre recovered from the blow to his nose and joined in, the three of them were able to wrestle Jack to the ground and hold him there. He continued to wriggle, furious that this monastic horseshit was now keeping him from something really important, speaking to Aliena. He kept saying, "Let me go, you stupid fools." The two deputies sat on him. Pierre stood upright, wiping his bleeding nose on the sleeve of his habit. Philip appeared beside him. Despite his own rage, Jack could see that Philip too was angry, angrier than Jack had ever seen him. "I will not tolerate this behavior from anyone," he said in a voice like iron. "You're a novice, monk, and you will obey me." He turned to Pierre. "Put him in the obedience room." "No," Jack shouted. "You can't." "It most certainly can," Philip said wrathfully. The obedience room was a small, windowless cell in the undercroft beneath the dormitory at the south end next to the latrines. It was mainly used to imprison lawbreakers who were waiting to be dealt with at the prior's court or to be transferred to the sheriff's jail at Shiring. But it did occasional service as a punishment cell for monks who committed serious disciplinary offenses, such as acts of impurity with priory servants. The Pillars of the Earth 621, it was not the solitary confinement that scared Jack, it was the fact that he would not be able to get out to see Aliena. "You don't understand," he yelled at Philip. "I have to speak to Aliena. It was the worst thing he could have said." Philip got angrier. "It was for speaking to her that you were originally punished," he said, furiously. "But I must. The only thing you must do is learn to fear God and obey your superiors." "You're not my superior, you silly ass. You're nothing to me. Let me go, damn you all." "Take him away," Philip said grimly. A little crowd had gathered by now, and several monks lifted Jack by his arms and legs. He wriggled like a fish on a hook, but there were too many of them. He could not believe that this was happening. They carried him, kicking and struggling, along the passage to the door of the obedience room. Someone opened it. Brother Pierre's voice said vengefully, "Throw him in." They swung him back. Then he was hurled through the air. He landed in a heap on the stone floor. He scrambled to his feet, numb to his bruises, and rushed at the door, but it slammed shut just as he crashed into it. And a moment later the heavy iron bar thudded down outside, and the key turned in the lock. Jack hammered on the door with all his might. "Let me out," he yelled hysterically. "I have to stop her from marrying him. Let me out." There was no sound from outside. He kept on calling, but his demands turned into pleas, and his voice dropped to a whine, then eventually to a whisper, and he wept tears of frustrated rage. At last his eyes dried up, and he could cry no more. He turned from the door. The cell was not quite pitch black. A little light came under the door, and he could make out his surroundings vaguely. He went around the walls, feeling with his hands. He could tell by the pattern of chisel marks on the stones that the cell had been built a long time ago. The room was almost featureless. It was about 6 feet square, with a column in one corner and an upward arching ceiling. Clearly it had once been part of a larger room and had been walled off for use as a prison. In one wall, there was a space like an opening for a slit window, but it was tightly shuttered and would have been too small for anyone to crawl through even if it had been open. The stone floor felt damp. Jack became aware of a constant rushing noise and realized that the water channel which ran through the priory from the mill pond to the latrines must pass beneath the cell. That would explain why the floor was of stone instead of beaten earth. 622, divided by Ken Follett, he felt drained. He sat on the floor with his back to the wall and stared at the crack of light under the door, the tantalizing reminder of where he wanted to be. How had he got into this fix? He had never believed in the monastery, never intended to dedicate his life to God. He did not really believe in God. He had become a novice as a solution to an immediate problem, a way of staying in Kingsbridge close to what he loved. He had thought, "I can always leave if I want to." But now he did want to leave, wanted to more than he had ever imagined, And he could not. He was a prisoner. I'll strangle Prior Phillip. As soon as I get out of here, he thought, even if I have to hang for it afterward. That started him wondering when he would be released. He heard the bell ring for supper. They certainly intended to leave him here all night. They were probably discussing him right now. The worst of the monks would argue that he should be shut up for a week. He could just see Pierre and Remigius calling for firm discipline. Others who liked him might say one night was sufficient punishment. What would Philip say? He liked Jack, but he would be terribly angry now, especially after Jack had said, "You're not my superior, you silly ass. You're nothing to me." Philip would be tempted to let the hardliners have their own way. The only hope was that they might want Jack thrown out of the monastery immediately, which in their view would be a harsher sentence. That way he might be able to speak to her before the wedding. But Philip would be against that. Jack was sure. Philip would see expelling Jack as an admission of defeat. The light under the door was growing fainter. It was getting dark outside. Jack wondered how prisoners were supposed to relieve themselves. There was no pot in the cell. It would not be characteristic of the monks to overlook that particular detail. They believed in cleanliness, even for sinners. He inspected the floor again, inch by inch, and found a small hole close to one corner. The noise of water was louder there, and he guessed it led to the underground channel. This was presumably his latrine. Shortly after he made this discovery, the small shutter opened. Jack sprang to his feet. A bowl and a crust of bread were placed on the sill. Jack could not see the face of the man who put them there. "Who's that?" he said. "I'm not permitted to converse with you," the man said in a monotone. However, Jack recognized the voice. It was an old monk called Luke. "Luke? Have they said how long I have to stay in here?" Jack cried. "The Pillars of the Earth, 623. He repeated the formula, "I am not permitted to converse with you." "Please, Luke, tell me if you know," Jack pleaded, not caring how pathetic he might sound. Luke replied in a whisper. Pierre said a week, but Philip made it 2 days. The shutter slammed.
2 days?
Jack said desperately. "But she'll be married by then." There was no reply. Jack stood still, staring at nothing. The light coming through the slit had been strong by comparison with the near-dark inside, and he could not see for a few moments until his sight readjusted to the gloom. Then his eyes filled with new tears, and he was blind again. He lay down on the floor. There was nothing more to be done. He was locked in here until Monday, and by Monday Aliena would be Alfred's wife, waking up in Alfred's bed, with Alfred's seed inside her. The thought nauseated him. Soon it was pitch black. He fumbled his way to the sill and drank from the bowl. It contained plain water. He took a small piece of bread and put it in his mouth, but he was not hungry, and he could hardly swallow it. He drank the rest of the water and lay down again. He did not sleep, but he went into a kind of doze, almost like a trance, in which he relived, as in a dream or a vision, the Sunday afternoons he had spent with Aliena last summer when he had told her the story of the squire who loved the princess and went in search of the vine that bore jewels. The midnight bell brought him out of the doze. He was used to the monastic timetable now, and he felt wide awake at midnight, though he often needed to sleep in the afternoons, especially if there had been meat for dinner. The monks would be getting out of their beds and forming up in lines for the procession from dormitory to church. They were immediately above Jack, but he could hear nothing. The cell was soundproof. It seemed very soon afterward that the bell rang again for lauds, which took place an hour after midnight. Time was passing quickly, too quickly, for tomorrow Aliena would be married. In the small hours, despite his misery, he fell asleep. He came awake with a start. There was someone in the cell with him. He was terrified. The cell was pitch black. The sound of water seemed louder. "Who is it?" he said in a trembling voice. 624 Ken Follett. "It's me, don't be afraid." "Mother." He almost fainted with relief. "How did you know I was in here?" "Old Joseph came to tell me what had happened," she replied, in a normal voice. "Quiet. The monks will hear you." "No, they won't." You can sing and shout in here without being heard above. I know I've done it." His head was so full of questions that he did not know which to ask first. "How did you get in here? Is the door open?" He moved toward her, holding his hands out in front of him. "Oh, you're wet. The water channel runs right under here. There's a loose stone in the floor." "How did you know that?" "Your father spent 10 months in this cell," she said, and in her voice there was the bitterness of years. "My father? This cell? 10 months. That's when he taught me all those stories." "But why was he in here? We never found out," she said resentfully. "He was kidnapped, or arrested, he never knew which, in Normandy, and he was brought here. He didn't speak English or Latin, and he had no idea where he was. He worked in the stables for a year or so. That's how I met him." Her voice softened with nostalgia. "I loved him from the moment I set eyes on him. He was so gentle, and he looked so frightened and unhappy, yet he sang like a bird. Nobody had spoken to him for months. He was so pleased when I said a few words in French. I think he fell in love with me just for that." Anger made her voice hard again. "After a while they put him in this cell. That's when I discovered how to get in here." It occurred to Jack that he must have been conceived right here on the cold stone floor. The thought embarrassed him, and he was glad it was too dark for him and his mother to see each other. He said, "But my father must have done something to be arrested like that." He couldn't think of anything, and in the end they invented a crime. Someone gave him a jeweled cup and told him he could go. A mile or two away he was arrested and accused of stealing the cup. They hanged him for it. She was crying. "Who did all this?" "The sheriff of Shiring, the prior of Kingsbridge. It doesn't matter who." "The Pillars of the Earth, 625. What about my father's family? He must have had parents, brothers, and sisters." "Yes, he had a big family, back in France." "Why didn't he escape and go back there?" "He tried once, and they caught him and brought him back. That was when they put him in the cell. He could have tried again, of course, once we had found out how to get out of here. But he didn't know the way home, he couldn't speak a word of English, and he was penniless. His chances were slim. He should have done it anyway, we know now, but at the time we never thought they'd hang him." Jack put his arms around her to comfort her. She was soaking, wet and shivering. She needed to get out of here and get dry. He realized with a shock that if she could get out, so could he. For a few moments he had almost forgotten about Aliena, as his mother talked about his father. But now he realized that his wish had been granted. He could speak to Aliena before her wedding. "Show me the way out," he said abruptly. She sniffed and swallowed her tears. "Hold my arm and I'll lead you." They moved across the cell, and then he felt her go down. "Just lower yourself into the channel," she said. "Take a deep breath and put your head under, then crawl against the flow. Don't go with the flow, or you'll end up in the monk's latrine. You'll get short of breath when you're almost there, but just keep calm and crawl on, and you'll make it." She went lower still, and he lost contact. He found the hole and eased himself down. His feet touched the water almost immediately. When he stood on the bottom of the channel, his shoulders were still in the cell, before lowering himself. Farther, he found the stone and replaced it in position, thinking mischievously that the monks would be mystified when they found the cell empty. The water was cold. He took a deep breath, went down on his hands and knees, and crawled against the flow. He went as fast as he could. As he crawled, he pictured the buildings above him. He was going beneath the passageway, then the refectory, the kitchen, and the bakehouse. It was not far, but it seemed to take forever. He tried to surface, but banged his head on the roof of the tunnel. He felt panicky and remembered what his mother had said. He was almost there. A few moments later, he saw light ahead of him. Dawn must have broken while they were talking in the cell. He crawled until the light was above him. Then he stood upright and gasped to the 626 Ken Follett, fresh air gratefully. When he had got his breath back, he climbed out of the ditch. His mother had changed her clothes. She was wearing a clean, dry dress and wringing out the wet one. She had brought dry clothes for him, too. There in a neat pile on the bank were the garments he had not worn for half a year, a linen shirt, a green wool tunic, gray hose, and leather boots. Mother turned her back, and Jack threw off the heavy monastic robe, stepped out of the sandals, and quickly dressed in his own clothes. He threw the monk's habit into the ditch. He was never going to wear it again. "What will you do now?" Mother asked. "Go to Aliena." "Right away? It's early. It can't wait." She nodded. "Be gentle. She's bruised." Jack stooped to kiss her, then impulsively threw his arms around her and hugged her. "You got me out of a prison," he said, and he laughed. What a mother. She smiled, but her eyes were moist. He gave her a farewell squeeze and walked away. Even though it was now full light, there was nobody about, because it was Sunday, and people did not have to work, so they took the opportunity to sleep past sunrise. Jack was not sure whether he should be afraid of being seen. Did Prior Philip have the right to come after a runaway novice and force him to return? Even if he had that right, would he want to? Jack did not know. However, Philip was the law in Kingsbridge, and Jack had defied him, so there was bound to be trouble of some kind. However, Jack was looking no farther ahead than the next few moments. He reached Aliena's little house. It occurred to him that Richard might be there. He hoped not. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He went up to the door and tapped on it gently. He cocked his head and listened. Nothing moved inside. He tapped again, harder, and this time he was rewarded by the sound of rustling straw as someone moved. "Aliena," he said in a loud whisper. He heard her come to the door. A frightened voice said, "Yes, open the door. Who is it?" "It's Jack." "Yak." There was a pause. Jack waited. The Pillars of the Earth, 627. Aliena closed her eyes in despair and slumped forward, leaning against the door with her cheek on the rough woodwork. Not Jack, she thought. Not today. Not now. His voice came again, a low, urgent whisper. "Aliena, please, open the door quickly. If they catch me, they'll put me back in the cell." She had heard that he had been locked up. It was all over town. Obviously he had escaped, and he had come straight to her. Her heart quickened. She could not turn him away. She lifted the bar and opened the door. His red hair was plastered wetly to his head, as if he had bathed. He was wearing ordinary clothes, not his monk's habit. He smiled at her as if seeing her was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Then he frowned and said, "You've been crying. Why have you come here?" she said. "He had to see you." "I'm getting married today." "No, can I come in?" It would be wrong to let him in, she knew. But then it occurred to her that tomorrow she would be Alfred's wife, so this might be the last time she would ever talk to Jack alone. She thought, "I don't care if it is wrong." She opened the door wider. Jack stepped in, and she closed it again and replaced the bar. They stood facing one another. Now she felt embarrassed. He stared at her with desperate longing, as a man dying of thirst might gaze at a waterfall. "Don't look at me like that," she said, and she turned away. "Don't marry him," Jack said. "T must. You'll be miserable." "I'm miserable now. Look at me, please." She turned to face him and raised her eyes. "Please tell me why you're doing this," he said. "Why should one?" "Because of the way you kissed me in the old mill." She dropped her gaze and felt herself blush hotly. She had let herself down that day and had been ashamed of herself ever since. Now he was using it against her. She said nothing. She had no defense. He said, "After that, you turned cold." She kept her gaze lowered. 628, divided but Ken Follett. "We were such friends," he went on remorselessly. "All that summer in your glade by the waterfall. My stories, we were so happy. I kissed you there once, do you remember?" She did remember, of course, although she had been pretending to herself that it never happened. Now the memory melted her heart, and she looked at him with tearful eyes. "Then I made the mill do your felting," he said. "I was so pleased that I could help you in your business. You were thrilled when you saw it. Then we kissed again. But that wasn't a little kiss, like the first one. This time it was passionate. Oh God, yes, it was, she thought, and she blushed again and began to breathe fast and wished he would stop. But he would not. We held each other very tight. We kissed for a long time. You opened your mouth? Stop, she cried. Why? He said brutally. What's wrong with it? Why did you turn cold? Because I'm frightened, she said without thinking, and she burst into tears. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed. A moment later, she felt his hands on her heaving shoulders. She did nothing, and after a while he gently enfolded her in his arms. She took her hands from her face and cried on his green tunic. After a while, she put her arms around his waist. He laid his cheek on her hair, her ugly, short, shapeless hair, not yet grown back after the fire, and stroked her back as if she were a baby. She wanted to stay like that forever, but he pulled away from her so that he could look at her, and he said, Why does it make you frightened? She knew, but she could not tell him. She shook her head and took a step back, but he held her wrists, keeping her near. Listen, Aliena, he said. I want you to know how terrible this has been for me. You seemed to love me, then you seemed to hate me, and now you're going to marry my stepbrother. I don't understand. I don't know anything about these things. I've never been in love before. It's all so hurtful. I can't find words for how bad it is. Don't you think you should at least try to explain to me why I have to go through this? She felt full of remorse. To think that she had hurt him so badly when she loved him so much. She was ashamed of the way she had treated him. He had done nothing but kind things to her, and she had ruined his life. He was entitled to an explanation. She steeled herself. Jack, something happened to me a long time ago. Something truly awful. Something I've made myself forget for years. I wanted never to think of it again, but when you kissed me like that, it all came back to me, and I couldn't stand it. 77. The Pillars of the Earth, 629. What was it? What was the thing that happened? After my father was imprisoned, we lived in the castle, Rich, Ard, and I, and a servant called Matthew, and one night William Hamley came and threw us out. He narrowed his eyes. And they killed poor Matthew. He knew she was not telling him the whole truth. Why? What do you mean? Why did they kill your servant? Because he was trying to stop them. Tears were streaming down her face now, and her throat felt constricted every time she tried to speak, as if the words were choking her. She shook her head helplessly and tried to turn away, but Jack would not let her go. In a voice as gentle as a kiss, he said, Stop them from doing. What? Suddenly she knew she could tell him, and it all came out in a rush. They forced me, she said. The groom held me down, and William got on top of me, but still I wouldn't let him, and then they cut off a piece of Richard's ear, and they said they would cut him more. She was sobbing with relief now, grateful beyond expression, that at last she could say it. She looked into Jack's eyes and said, So I opened my legs, and William did it to me, while the groom forced Richard to watch. I'm so sorry, Jack whispered. I heard rumors, but I never thought. Dear Aliena, how could they? She had to tell him everything. Then, when William had done it to me, the groom did it too. Jack closed his eyes. His face was white and taut. Aliena said, And then you see, when you and I kissed, I wanted you to do it. And that made me think of William and his groom, and I felt so horrible and frightened, and I ran away. That's why I was so mean to you and made you miserable. I'm sorry. I forgive you, he whispered. He drew her to him, and she let him put his arms around her again. It was so comforting. She felt him shudder. Anxiously she said, Do I disgust you? He looked at her. I adore you, he said. He bent his head and kissed her mouth. She froze. This was not what she wanted. He pulled away a little, then kissed her again. The touch of his lips on hers was very soft. Feeling grateful and friendly toward him, she pursed her lips. Just a little, then relaxed them again in a faint echo of his kiss. Encouraged, he moved his lips against hers again. She could feel his 630th Ken Follett breath warm on her face. He opened his mouth a fraction. She pulled away quickly. He looked hurt. "Is it that bad?" In truth, she was no longer as frightened as she had been. She had told him the horrible truth about herself, and he had not recoiled in disgust. In fact, he was as tender and kind as ever. She tilted her head, and he kissed her again. This was not scary. There was no threatening, nothing violently uncontrollable, no force or hatred, or dominance, just the reverse. This kiss was a shared pleasure. His lips parted, and she felt the tip of his tongue. She went taut. He teased her lips apart. She relaxed again. He sucked gently at her lower lip. She felt a little dizzy. He said, "Would you do what you did last time?" "What did I do?" "Toll show you. Open your mouth, just a little." She did as he said, and she felt his tongue again touching her lips, passing between her parted teeth and probing into her mouth, until he found her own tongue. She pulled away. "There," he said. "That's what you did. Did I?" She was shocked. "Yes." He smiled. Then, suddenly, he looked solemn. "If you would only do it again, that would make up for all the sorrow of the last 9 months." She tilted her face again and closed her eyes. After a moment, she felt his mouth on hers. She opened her lips, hesitated, then nervously pushed her tongue into his mouth. As she did so, she remembered how she had felt the last time she did it, in the old mill, and that ecstatic sensation came back. She was filled with the need to hold him, to touch his skin and his hair, to feel his muscles and his bones, to be inside him and have him inside her. Her tongue met his, and instead of feeling embarrassed and faintly repelled, she was thrilled to be doing something so intimate as touching his tongue with her own. They were both breathing hard now. Jack held her head in his hands. She stroked his arms, his back, and then his hips, feeling the taut, bunched muscles. Her heart pounded in her chest. At last she broke the kiss, breathless. She looked at him. He was flushed and panting, and his face shone with desire. After a moment he bent forward again, but instead of kissing her mouth, he lifted her chin and kissed the delicate skin of her throat. She heard herself moan with pleasure. He moved his head lower and brushed his lips over the swell of her breast. Her nipples were swollen under the coarse fabric of the linen. The Pillars of the Earth 631 nightshirt, and they felt unbearably tender. His lips closed over one nipple. She felt the heat of his breath on her skin. Gently, she whispered fearfully. He kissed her nipple through the linen, and although he was as gentle as could be, she felt a sensation of pleasure as sharp as if he had bitten her, and she gasped. Then he went down on his knees in front of her. He pressed his face into her lap. Until this moment, all the sensation had been in her breasts, but now, suddenly, she felt the tingling move to her groin. He found the hem of her nightshirt and lifted it to her waist. She watched him, afraid of his reaction. She had always felt ashamed of being so hairy down there. But he was not repelled. In fact, he leaned forward and kissed her gently, right there, as if it was the nicest thing in the world. She sank down on her knees in front of him. Her breath came in gasps now, as if she had run a mile. She wanted him badly. Her throat was dry with desire. She put her hands on his knees, then slid one hand under his tunic. She had never touched a man's cock. It was hot and dry and hard as a board. Jack closed his eyes and groaned deep in his throat as she explored its length with her fingertips. She lifted his tunic, bent down, and kissed it, just as he had kissed her, a gentle brush of the lips. Its end was swollen tight, as a drum and wet with some kind of moisture. She was suddenly possessed by a desire to show him her breasts. She came upright again. He opened his eyes. Watching him, she quickly pulled her nightshirt over her head and discarded it. Now she was completely naked. She felt sharply self-conscious, but it was a good feeling, delightfully indecent. Jack stared, mesmerized at her breasts. "They're so beautiful," he said. "Do you really think so?" she said. "I always thought they were too big." "Too big," he said, as if the suggestion were outrageous. He reached out and touched her left breast with his right hand. He stroked her skin gently with his fingertips. She looked down, watching what he was doing. After a while, she wanted him to be firmer. She took both his hands in hers and pressed them to her breasts. "Do it harder," she said, hoarsely. "I want to feel you more." Her words inflamed him. He squeezed her breasts, then took her nipples in his fingers and pinched them, just hard enough to hurt a little. The sensation drove her wild. All thought went out of her mind, and she was completely possessed by the feel of his body and her own. "Take off your clothes," she said. "I want to look at you. 632 Ken Follett." He pulled off his tunic and his undershirt, his boots and his hose, and knelt in front of her again. His red hair was drying into undisciplined curls. His body was thin and white, with bony shoulders and hips. He looked wiry and agile, young and fresh. His cock stuck up like a tree out of the auburn hair of his groin. Suddenly she wanted to kiss his chest. She leaned forward and brushed her lips across his flat male nipples. They puckered just as hers had. She sucked at them gently, wanting him to have the same pleasure he had given her. He stroked her hair. She wanted him inside her quickly. She could see that he was not sure what to do next. "Jack," she said, "are you a virgin?" He nodded, looking a little foolish.
"I'm glad,"
she said fervently.
"I'm so glad."
She took his hand and put it between her legs. She was swollen and sensitive there, and his touch was like a shock.
"Feel me,"
she said. He moved his fingers, exploring.
"Feel inside,"
she said. Hesitantly, he pushed a finger inside her. She was slippery with desire there, she said with a sigh of satisfaction. "That's where it has to go." She detached his hand and lay back in the straw. He lay over her, supporting himself on one elbow, and kissed her mouth. She felt him enter her a little way, then stop. "What is it?" she said. "It feels too small," he said. "I'm afraid of hurting you." "Push harder," she said. "I want you so much I don't care if it hurts." She felt him push. It did hurt more than she had expected, but only for a moment, and then she felt wonderfully filled. She looked at him. He withdrew a little and pushed again, and she pushed back. She smiled at him. "I never knew it was so nice," she said wonderingly. He closed his eyes, as if the happiness was too much to bear. He began to move rhythmically. The constant stroke set up a pulse of pleasure somewhere in her groin. She heard herself give little gasps of excitement every time their bodies came together. Lowered himself so that his chest was touching her nipples, and she could feel his hot breath. She dug her fingers into his hard back. Her regular gasps turned into cries. Suddenly she needed to kiss him. She buried her hands in his curls and pulled his head to hers. She kissed his lips hard, then thrust her tongue into his mouth and moved faster and faster. Having his cock in her cunt and her tongue in his mouth drove her out of her mind with pleasure. She felt a great spasm of joy shake her, so violent that it was like falling off the pillars of the earth, 633 horse, and hitting the ground. It made her cry out loud. She opened her eyes and looked into his eyes and said his name. And then another wave took her, and another. And then she felt his body convulse, and he cried out too, and she felt a hot jet spurt inside her, and that inflamed her even more, so that she shook with plea, sure again and again, so many times that she lost count, until at last the feeling began to fade, and gradually she went limp and still. She was too exhausted to speak or move, but she could feel Jack's weight slumped on top of her, his bony hips on hers, his flat chest squashing her soft breasts, his mouth close to her ear, his fingers entwined in her hair. A part of her mind thought vaguely, that's what it's supposed to be like between men and women. That's why everyone makes so much fuss about it. That's why husbands and wives love one another so much. Jack's breathing became light and regular, and his body relaxed until it was completely limp. He was asleep. She turned her head and kissed his face. He was not too heavy. She wanted him to stay there, asleep on top of her forever. That thought made her remember. Today was her wedding day. Dear God, she thought, what have I done? She began to cry. After a moment, Jack woke up. He kissed the tears on her cheeks with unbearable tenderness. She said, "Oh, Jack, I want to marry you." Then that's what we'll do, he said in a voice of profound satisfaction. He had misunderstood her, and that made it even worse. But we can't, she said, and her tears flowed faster. But after this, no, after this, you must marry me. We can't marry, she said. I've lost all my money, and you've got nothing. He raised himself on his elbows. I've got my hands, he said fiercely. I'm the best stone carver for miles around. You were dismissed. It makes no difference. I could get work on any building site in the world. She shook her head miserably. It's not enough. I have to think about Richard. Why? He said indignantly. What has all this got to do with Richard? He can take care of himself. 634 Ken Follett. Suddenly Jack looked boyish, and Aliena felt the difference in their ages. He was 5 years younger than she, and he still thought he had a right to be happy. She said, I swore an oath to my father when he was dying that I would look after Richard until he becomes Earl of Shiring. But that could be never. But an oath is an oath. Jack looked nonplussed. He rolled off her. His soft penis slipped out of her, and she experienced a sense of loss like a pain. I will never feel him inside me again, she thought sorrowfully. He said, You can't mean this. An oath is just words, it's nothing by comparison with this. This is real. This is you and me. He looked at her breasts. Then he reached out and stroked the curly hair between her legs. It was so poignant that she felt his touch like a whiplash. He saw her wince and stopped. For a moment she was on the edge of saying, yes, all right, let's run away together now, and perhaps if he had carried on stroking her like that she would have. But reason returned, and she said, I'm going to marry Alfred. Don't be ridiculous. It's the only way. He stared at her. I just don't believe you, he said. LS true. I can't give you up. I can't. His voice cracked, and he stifled a sob. She tried reason, arguing with herself as much as with him. What's the point of breaking my vow to my father in order to make a marriage vow to you? If I break the first vow, the second is worthless. I don't care. I don't want your vows. I just want us to be together all the time and make love whenever we feel like it. It was an 18-year-old view of marriage, she thought, but she did not say so. She would have accepted it gladly if she had been free. I can't do what I want, she said sadly. It's not my destiny. What you're doing is wrong, he said. I mean evil to give up. Happiness like this is like throwing jewels into the ocean. It's far worse than any sin. She was unexpectedly struck by the thought that her mother would have agreed with that. She was not sure how she knew. She dismissed the idea. I could never be happy, even with you, if I had to live with the knowledge that I had broken my promise to my father. The pillars of the earth 635. You care more for your father and your brother than you do for me, he said, sounding faintly petulant for the first time. Noise, what then? He was just being argumentative, but she considered the question seriously. I suppose it means that my oath to my father is more important to me than my love for you. Is it? He said incredulously. Is it really? Yes, it is, she said with a heavy heart, and her words sounded to her like a funeral bell. Then there's nothing more to be said. Only that I'm sorry. He got to his feet. He turned his back to her and picked up his undershirt. She looked at his long, slender body. There was a lot of curly red-gold hair on his legs. He put on his shirt and tunic, quickly, then pulled up his socks and stepped into his boots. It all happened much too quickly. You're going to be fearfully unhappy, he said. He was trying to be nasty to her, but the attempt was a failure, for she could hear compassion in his voice. Yes, I am, she said. Would you at least say you respect me for my decision? No, he said without hesitation. I don't. I despise you for it. She sat there naked, looking at him, and she began to weep. You might as well go, he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. Yes, go, she sobbed. He went to the door. Yak. He turned at the door. She said, Wish me luck, Jack? He lifted the bar. Good. He stopped, unable to speak. He looked down at the floor, then up at her again. This time his voice came out in a whisper. Good luck, he said. Then he went out. The house that had been Tom's house was now Ellen's, but it was also Alfred's home, so this morning it was full of people preparing a wedding feast organized by Martha, Alfred's 13-year-old sister, with Jack's mother looking on disconsolately. Alfred was there with a towel in his hand about to go down to the river. Women bathed once a month, and men at Easter and Michaelmas. 636, Ken Follett, but it was traditional to bathe on your wedding morning. The place went quiet when Jack walked in. Alfred said, "What do you want?" "I want you to call off the wedding," Jack replied. "Piss off," Alfred said. Jack realized he had started badly. He should try not to make a confrontation out of this. What he was proposing was in Alfred's interest, too, if only he could be made to see it. "Alfred, she doesn't love you," he said as gently as he could. "You don't know anything about it, laddie." "I do," Jack persisted. "She doesn't love you." Like You know that already, he said unbelievingly. You know she loves me, and you don't care. You want her anyway. Whether she loves you or not, you just want to have her. Alfred's furtive smile became more visible and more malicious, and Jack knew that everything he was saying was true. But there was something else, something more to be read in Alfred's face. An incredible suspicion arose in Jack's mind. "Why do you want her?" he said. "Is it? Could it be that you only want to marry her to take her away from me?" His voice rose in anger. "That you're marrying her out of spite?" A look of cunning triumph spread across Alfred's stupid face, and Jack knew that he was right again. He was devastated. The idea that Alfred was doing all this not out of an understandable lust for Aliena, but out of pure malice was too much to bear. "Damn you, you'd better treat her right," he yelled. Alfred laughed. The ultimate malignity of Alfred's purpose struck Jack like a blow. Alfred was not going to treat her well. That would be his final revenge on Jack. Alfred was going to marry Aliena and make her miserable. "You filth," Jack said bitterly. "You slime, you shit, you ugly, stupid, evil, loathsome slug." His contempt finally got to Alfred, who dropped his towel and came at Jack with his hand balled into a fist. Jack was ready for him and stepped forward to hit him first. "Then Jack's mother was Zay," Alfred said contemptuously. "The pillars of the earth, 637 between them, and despite being smaller than either of them, she stopped them with a word. Alfred, go and bathe." Alfred calmed down quickly. He realized he had won the day without needing to fight Jack, and his thoughts revealed themselves in a smug look. He left the house. Mother said, "What are you going to do, Jack?" Jack found that he was shaking with rage. He breathed in and out several times before he could speak. He could not stop the wedding, he realized. But he could not watch it either. "I have to leave Kingsbridge." He saw sorrow cross her face, but she nodded. "I was afraid you'd say that. But I think you're right." A bell began to ring in the priory. Jack said, "Any moment now, they'll discover that I've escaped." She lowered her voice. "Go quickly, but hide down by the river, within sight of the bridge. I'll bring you some things." "All right." He turned away. Martha stood between him and the door with tears pouring down her face. He hugged her. She squeezed him hard. Her girlish body was flat and bony, like a boy's. "Come back one day," she said fiercely. He kissed her once quickly and went out. There were plenty of people about now, fetching water and enjoying the mild autumn morning. Most people knew he had become a novice monk. The town was still small enough for everyone to know everyone else's business, and his layman's clothing drew surprised looks, although nobody actually questioned him. He went quickly down the hill, crossed the bridge, and walked along the bank of the river until he came to a clump of reeds. He crouched down beside the reeds and watched the bridge, waiting for his mother. He had no idea where he was going to go. Perhaps he would walk in a straight line until he came to a town where they were building a cathedral and stop there. He had meant what he said to Aliena about finding work. He knew he was good enough to be employed anywhere. Even if the site had a full complement, he would only have to show the master builder how he could carve, and he would get taken on. But there seemed no point to it anymore. He would never love another woman after Aliena, and he felt much the same about Kingsbridge Cathedral. He wanted to build here, not just anywhere. Perhaps he would just walk into the forest and lie down, and 638, Ken Follett, die. That seemed to him a nice idea. It was mild weather, the trees were green and gold. He could make a peaceful end. His only regret would be that he had not found out more about his father before he died. He was picturing himself lying on a bed of autumn leaves and passing gently into death when he saw Mother cross the bridge. She was leading a horse. He got to his feet and ran to her. The horse was the chestnut mare she always rode. "I want you to take my mare," she said. He took her hand and squeezed it by way of thanks. Tears came to her eyes. "I never did look after you very well," she said. "First I brought you up wild in the forest. Then I let you nearly starve with Tom." Then I made you live with Alfred. You looked after me fine, Mother, he said. I made love to Aliena this morning. Now I can die happy. You foolish boy, she said. You're just like me. If you can't have the lover you want, you won't have anyone else. Is that how you are? He said. She nodded. After your father died, I lived alone rather than take second best. I never wanted another man until I saw Tom. That was 11 years later. She detached her hand from his. I'm telling you this for a reason. It may take 11 years, but you will love someone else one day, I promise you. He shook his head. It doesn't seem possible. I know. She looked nervously back over her shoulder at the town. You'd better go. He walked over to the horse. It was loaded with 2 bulging saddlebags. What's in the bags? He asked. Some food and money and a full wineskin in this one, she replied. The other contains Tom's tools. Jack was moved. Mother had insisted on keeping Tom's tools after he died as a memento. Now she was passing them on to him. He hugged her. Thank you, he said. Where will you go? She asked him. He thought again of his father. Where do jongleurs tell their tales? He asked. On the pilgrim road to Santiago de Compostela. Do you think the jongleurs might remember Jack Sherburg? They might. Tell them he looked like you. Where's Compostela? In Spain. Then I'm going to Spain. It's a long way, Jack. The Pillars of the Earth, 639. They've got time. She put her arms around him and hugged him tight. He wondered how many times she had done that in the last 18 years, comforting him over a grazed knee, a lost toy, a boyish disappointment, and now a grief that was all too grown up. He thought of the things she had done, from raising him in the forest to getting him out of the punishment cell. She had always been willing to fight like a cat for her son. It hurt to leave her. She let him go, and he swung up onto the horse. He looked back at Kingsbridge. It had been a sleepy village with an old, tumble-down cathedral when he first came here. He had set fire to that old cathedral, although not a soul knew it but him. Now, Kingsbridge was a busy, self-important little town. Well, there were other towns. It was a wrench to go. But he was on the edge of the unknown, about to embark on an adventure, and that eased the pain of leaving everything he loved. Mother said, Come back one day, please, Jack. Till, come back. Promise. I promise. If you run out of money before you find work, sell the horse. Not the tools, she said. I love you, Mother, he said. Her eyes overflowed. Take care of yourself, my son. He kicked the horse, and it walked away. He turned and waved. She waved back. Then he kicked it into a trot, and after that he did not look back. Richard came home just in time for the wedding. King Stephen had generously given him 2 days' leave, he explained. The king's army was at Oxford, laying siege to the castle, where they had Maud trapped, so there was nothing much for the knights to do. I couldn't miss my sister's wedding day, Richard said, and Aliena sourly thought, You just want to make dead sure the deed is done, so that you get what Alfred has promised you. Still, she was glad he was there to walk her to the church and give her away. Otherwise, she would have had nobody. She put on a new linen undershirt and a white dress in the latest style. There was not much she could do with her mutilated hair, but she twisted the longest parts into plaits and bound them in fashionable white silk sheaths. A neighbor loaned her a looking-glass. She was pale, and her eyes showed that she had spent a sleepless night. Well, there was nothing she could do about that. 6/4 hour, Ken Follett. Richard watched her. He wore a faintly sheepish look, as if he felt guilty, and he fidgeted restlessly. Perhaps he was afraid she would call the whole thing off at the last minute. There were moments when she was sorely tempted to do just that. She imagined herself and Jack walking away from Kingsbridge hand in hand to start a new life somewhere else, a simple life of straightforward, honest work, free from the chains of old vows and dead parents, but it was a foolish dream. She could never be happy if she abandoned her brother. When she reached that conclusion, she imagined going down to the river and throwing herself in, and she saw her limp body, in a waterlogged wedding dress, drifting downstream, face up, with her hair floating around her head, and then she realized that marriage to Alfred was better than that, and she came back to where she started, regarding the marriage as the best available solution to most of her troubles. How Jack would pour scorn on that kind of thinking. The church bell tolled. Aliena stood up. She had never visualized her wedding day this way. When she had thought about it as a girl, she had imagined herself on her father's arm, walking from the castle keep across the drawbridge to the chapel in the lower courtyard, with Papa's knights and men-at-arms, servants and tenants packed into the castle precincts to cheer and wish her well. The young man waiting in the chapel had always been rather indistinct in this daydream, but she knew that he adored her and made her laugh, and she thought he was wonderful. Well, nothing in her life had turned out the way she expected. Richard held the door of the little one-room house, and she went out into the street. To her surprise, some of the neighbors were waiting outside, their doors to see her go by. Several people called out, "God bless you," and "Good luck," as she emerged. She felt terribly grateful to them. She was showered with corn as she walked up the street. Corn was for fertility. She would have babies, and they would love her. The parish church was on the far side of town in the wealthy quarter where she would be living from tonight. They walked past the monastery. The monks would be holding their service in the crypt right now, but Prior Philip had promised to put in and appear aunts at the wedding feast and bless the happy couple. Aliena hoped he would make it. He had been an important force in her life, ever since the day 6 years ago, when he had bought her wool at Winchester. The Pillars of the Earth 641, they arrived at the new church, built by Alfred with help from Tom. There was a crowd outside. The wedding would take place in the porch in English, then there would be a Latin mass afterward inside the church. Everyone who worked for Alfred was there, and so were most of the people who had done weaving for Aliena in the old days. They all cheered when Aliena arrived. Alfred was waiting with his sister Martha and one of his masons, Dan. Alfred was wearing a new scarlet tunic and clean boots. He had long, gleaming, dark hair like Ellen's. Aliena realized that Ellen was not here. She was disappointed. She was about to ask Martha where her stepmother was, when the priest came out and the service began. Aliena reflected that her life had been set on a new course 6 years ago, when she had made a vow to her father, and now a fresh era was beginning with another vow to a man. She rarely did anything for herself. She had made a shocking exception this morning with Jack. When she recalled what she had done, she could hardly believe it. It seemed like a dream or one of Jack's fanciful tales, something that had no connection with real life. She would never tell a soul. It would be a lovely secret she would hug to herself and remember once in a while, like a miser counting a hidden hoard in the dead of night. They were coming to the vows. On the priest's cue, Aliena said, "Alfred, the son of Tom Builder, I take you as my husband and swear to be faithful always." When she had said that she wanted to cry, Alfred made his vow next. There was a ripple of noise on the outskirts of the crowd as he spoke, and 1 or 2 people looked behind. Aliena caught Martha's eye, and Martha whispered, "It's Ellen, 7. The priest frowned crossly and said, "Alfred and Aliena are now married in the eyes of God, and may the blessing—" He never finished the sentence. A loud voice rang out from behind Aliena, "I curse this wedding." It was Ellen. A gasp of horror went up from the congregation. The priest tried to continue. "And may the blessing," then he stopped, paled, and made the sign of the cross. Aliena turned around. Ellen was standing behind her. The crowd had shrunk back from her. She was holding a live cockerel in one hand and a long knife in the other. There was blood on the knife, and blood spurting from the severed neck of the bird. "I curse this marriage with sorrow," she said, and her words chilled Aliena's heart. "I curse this marriage with barrenness," she said. "I curse it, 642, divided by Ken Follett, with bitterness and hatred and bereavement and regret. I curse it with impotence." As she said the word impotence, she threw the bloody cockerel up into the air. Several people screamed and cowered back. Aliena stood rooted to the spot. The cock flew through the air, spraying blood, and landed on Alfred. He jumped back, terrified. The grisly object flopped on the ground, still bleeding. When everyone looked up, Ellen was gone. Martha had put clean linen sheets and a new wool blanket on the bed, the great feather bed that had belonged to Ellen and Tom and was now to be Alfred's and Aliena's. Ellen had not been seen since the wedding. The feast had been a subdued affair, like a picnic on a cold day, with everyone grimly going through the motions of eating and drinking because there was nothing else to do. The guests had all left at sundown without any of the usual coarse jokes about the newlyweds' first night. Martha was now in her own little bed in the other room. Richard had returned to Aliena's little house, which would now be his. Alfred was talking of building a stone house for them next summer. He had been boasting about it to Richard during the feast. "Tit will have a bedchamber and a hall and an undercroft," he had said. "When John Silversmith's wife sees it, she'll want one just like it. Pretty soon all the prosperous men in town will want a stone house." "Have you done a design?" Richard had asked, and Aliena had heard a hint of skepticism, although nobody else seemed to notice. "I've got some old drawings of my father's, done in ink on vellum. One of them is the house we were building for Aliena and William Hamley all those years ago. I'll base it on that." Aliena had turned away from them in disgust. How could anyone be so crass as to mention that on her wedding day? Alfred had been full of bluster all afternoon, pouring wine and telling jokes and exchanging sly winks with his workmates. He seemed happy. Now he was sitting on the edge of the bed, taking off his boots. Aliena took the ribbons out of her hair. She did not know what to think about Ellen's curse. It had shocked her, and she had no idea what was going on in Ellen's mind. But somehow she was not frightened by it the way most people were. This could not be said of Alfred. When the slaughtered cock landed on him, he had practically gibbered. Richard had shaken him out of it, literally holding him by the front of his tunic and jerking him back and forth. He had recovered his wits quickly enough. However, and since then, the only sign of his fright had been the relentlessness of his backslapping, beer-swilling good cheer. The Pillars of the Earth, 643. Aliena felt oddly calm. She did not relish what she was about to do, but at least she was not being forced to it, and while it might be a little distasteful, it would not be humiliating. There was only one man, and no one else would be watching. She took off her dress. Alfred said, "By Christ, that's a long knife." She undid the strap that held the knife to her left forearm, then got into bed in her undershirt. Alfred finally got his boots off. He pulled off his hose and stood up. He threw a lewd look at her. "Take off your underclothes," he said. "I'm entitled to see my wife's tits." Aliena hesitated. She was reluctant to be naked somehow, but it would be foolish to deny him the first thing he asked. Obediently. She sat up and pulled her undershirt off over her head, fiercely suppressing the memory of how differently she had felt when she did the same thing this morning for Jack. "What a pair of beauties," Alfred said. He came and stood beside the bed and took hold of her right breast. His huge hands were rough-skinned, with dirt under the fingernails. He squeezed too hard, and she winced. He laughed and released her, stepping back. He took off his tunic and hung it on a hook. Then he returned to the bed and pulled the sheet off her. Aliena swallowed hard. She felt vulnerable like this, naked under his gaze. He said, "By God, that's a hairy one." He reached down and felt between her legs. She stiffened and then made herself relax and part her thighs. "Good girl," he said, and thrust a finger inside her. It hurt. She was dry. She could not understand it this morning with Jack. She had been wet and slippery. Alfred grunted and forced his finger in farther. She felt like crying. She had known she would not much enjoy it, but she had not expected him to be so unfeeling. He had not even kissed her yet. "He doesn't love me," she thought. "He doesn't even like me. I'm a fine young horse that he's about to ride. In fact, he would treat a horse better than this. He would pat it and stroke it so that it could get used to him, and he'd talk softly to calm it down." She fought back the tears. "I chose this," she thought. "Nobody made me marry him, so I'll just put up with it now." "Dry as a saw pit," Alfred muttered. "I'm sorry," she whispered. He removed his hand, spat on it twice, and rubbed the spittle between her legs. It seemed a dreadfully contemptuous act. She bit her lip and looked away. He spread her thighs. She closed her eyes, then opened them, and forced herself to look at him, thinking, "Get used to this. You're 6'4" Ken Follett, going to be doing it for the rest of your life." He got on the bed and knelt between her legs. The shadow of a frown crossed his face. He put one hand between her thighs, opening her up, and the other hand went beneath his undershirt. She could see the hand moving under the linen. His frown deepened. "Christ Jesus," he muttered. "You're so lifeless. It puts me off. It's like feeling up a corpse." It seemed so unfair of him to blame her. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do," she said tearfully. "Some girls enjoy it," he said. Enjoy it, she thought. Impossible. Then she remembered how, that very morning, she had groaned and cried with delight, but it was as if there was no connection between what she had done then and what she was doing now. That was foolish. She sat upright. Alfred was rubbing himself beneath his shirt. "Let me," she said, and she slipped her hand between his legs. It felt limp and lifeless. She was not sure what to do with it. She squeezed it gently, then stroked it with her finger, tips. She searched his face for a reaction. He just seemed angry. She carried on, but it made no difference. "Do it harder," he said. She began to rub it vigorously. It stayed soft, but he moved his hips as if he was enjoying it. Encouraged, she rubbed harder. Suddenly he gave a cry of pain and pulled away. She had rubbed too hard. "Stupid cow," he said, and he slapped her face backhanded, with a swipe that knocked her sideways. She lay on the bed, whimpering in pain and fear. "You're no good, you're cursed," he said furiously. "I did my best." "You're a dead cunt," he spat. He took her by the arms, lifted her upright, and pushed her off the bed. She fell into the straw on the floor. "That witch Ellen meant this to happen," he said. "She's always hated me." Aliena rolled over and knelt upright on the floor, staring at him. He did not look as if he would hit her again. He was no longer enraged, just bitter. "You can stay there," he said. "You're no good to me as a wife, so you can keep out of my bed. You can be a dog and sleep on the floor." He paused. "I can't stand you looking at me," he said with a note of panic in his voice. He looked around for the candle, spotted it, and put it out with a blow, knocking it to the ground. Aliena stayed motionless in the darkness. She heard Alfred, moving on the feather bed, lying down and pulling up the blanket and shifting the pillows. She was almost afraid to breathe. He was, the pillars of the earth 645, restless for a long time, tossing and turning in the bed. But he did not get up again, nor did he speak to her. Eventually he was still, and his breathing became even. When she was sure he was asleep, she crawled across the room, trying not to make the straw rustle, and found her way into the corner. She curled up and lay there, wide awake. Eventually she began to cry. She tried not to for fear of waking him, but she could not hold the tears in, so she sobbed quietly. If the noise woke him, he gave no sign of it. She stayed like that, lying on the straw in the corner, crying softly, until eventually she cried herself to sleep. Chapter 12. Aliena was sick all that winter. She slept badly every night, wrapped in her cloak on the floor at the foot of Alfred's bed, and during the day she was possessed by a hopeless lassitude. She often felt nauseated, so she ate very little. But despite that, she seemed to put on weight. She was sure her breasts and hips were larger and her waist thickened. She was supposed to be running Alfred's house, although Martha actually did most of the work. The three of them lived together in a sorry ménage. Martha had never liked her brother, and Aliena now loathed him with a passion, so it was not surprising that he spent as much time as possible away from the house at work during the day and in the alehouse every evening. Martha and Aliena bought food and cooked it unenthusiastically and made clothes in the evenings. Aliena looked forward to the spring, when it would once again be warm enough for her to visit her secret glade on Sunday afternoons. There she could lie in peace and daydream of Jack. Meanwhile, her consolation was Richard. He had a spirited black courser, a new sword, and a squire with a pony, and he was once again fighting for King Stephen, albeit with a reduced and rage. The war dragged on into the new year. Maud had escaped from Oxford Castle and slipped through Stephen's hands once again, and her brother Robert of Gloucester had retaken Wareham. So the old seesaw continued, with each side gaining a little and then losing it. But Aliena was fulfilling her vow, and she could take satisfaction in that, if in nothing else. The Pillars of the Earth, 647, in the first week of the year, Martha began to bleed for the first time. Aliena made her a hot drink with herbs and honey to ease the cramps, and answered her questions about the woman's curse, and went to find the box of rags that she kept for her own periods. However, the box was not in the house, and she eventually realized she had not brought it here from her old house when she got married, but that had been 3 months ago, which meant she had not bled for 3 months. Not since her wedding day, not since she had made love with Jack. She left Martha sitting by the kitchen fire, sipping her honey drink and toasting her toes, and went across town to her old house. Richard was not there, but she had a key. She found the box without any trouble, but she did not go back right away. Instead, she sat by the cold fireplace, wrapped in her cloak, deep in thought. She had married Alfred at Michaelmas. It was now past Christ Mass. That was a quarter of a year. There had been 3 new moons. She should have bled 3 times. Yet her box of rags had been on the high shelf alongside the small grindstone Richard used for sharpening kitchen knives. Now she held it in her lap. She ran a finger over the rough wood. Her finger came up dirty. The box was covered with dust. The worst of it was, she had never made love with Alfred. After that awful first night, he had tried again 3 times, once the following night, then a week later, and again a month after that when he had come home particularly drunk. But he was always completely incapable. At first Aliena had encouraged him out of a sense of duty, but each failure made him angrier than the last, and she became frightened. It seemed safer to stay out of his way and wear unappealing clothes and make sure he never saw her undressing and let him forget about it. Now she wondered if she should have tried more, but in truth she knew it would have made no difference. It was hopeless. She was not sure why. Perhaps it was Ellen's curse. Perhaps Alfred was just impotent, or perhaps it was because of the memory of Jack. But she felt certain Alfred never would make love to her now. So he was bound to know that the baby was not his. She stared miserably at the old cold ashes in Richard's fireplace, wondering why she always had such bad luck. Here she was trying to make the best of a bad marriage, and she had the misfortune to be pregnant by another man after one single act of intercourse. 648 Ken Follett. There was no point in self-pity. She had to decide what to do. She rested her hand on her stomach. Now she knew why she had been putting on weight, why she kept feeling nauseated, why she was always so tired. There was a little person in there. She smiled to herself. How nice it would be to have a baby. She shook her head. It would not be nice at all. Alfred would be as mad as a bull. There was no knowing what he would do. Kill her, throw her out, kill the baby. She had a sudden, terrible foreboding that he would try to do harm to the unborn baby by kicking her in the stomach. She wiped her brow. She had broken out in a cold sweat. I won't tell him, she thought. Could she keep her pregnancy secret? Perhaps. She had already taken to wearing shapeless, baggy clothes. She might not get very big. Some women didn't. Alfred was the least observant of men. No doubt the wiser women in the town would guess, but she could probably rely on them to keep it to themselves, or at any rate not to talk to the menfolk about it. Yes, she decided, it might just be possible to keep it from him until after the baby was born. Then what? Well, at least the little mite would have been brought safely into the world. Alfred would not be able to kill it by kicking Aliena, but he would still know that it was not his. He was sure to hate the poor thing. It would be a permanent slur on his manhood. There would be hell to pay. Aliena could not think that far ahead. She had decided on the safest course for the next 6 months. She would try in the meantime to figure out what to do after the baby was born. I wonder whether it's a boy or a girl, she thought. She stood up with her box of clean rags for Martha's first monthly period. "I pity you, Martha," she thought wearily. "You've got all this in front of you." Philip spent that winter brooding over his troubles. He had been horrified by Ellen's heathen curse, uttered in the porch of a church during a service. There was no doubt in his mind, now, that she was a witch. He only regretted his foolishness in ever forgiving her for her insult to the rule of St. Benedict all those years ago. He should have known that a woman who could do that would never really repent. However, one happy consequence of the whole horrifying business was that Ellen had once again left King's Bridge and had not been seen since. Philip hoped fervently that she would never return. Aliena was visibly unhappy as Alfred's wife, although Philip, the Pillars of the Earth 649, did not believe that the curse was the cause of that. Philip knew almost nothing about married life, but he could guess that a bright, knowledgeable, lively person such as Aliena would be unhappy, living with someone as slow-thinking and narrow-minded as Alfred. Whether they were man and wife or anything else, Aliena should have married Jack, of course. Philip could see that now, and he felt guilty that he had been so committed to his own plans for Jack that he had failed to realize what the boy really needed. Jack was never meant for the cloistered life, and Philip had done wrong in pressuring him into it. Now Jack's brilliance and energy had been lost to Kingsbridge. It seemed that everything had gone wrong since the disaster of the Fleece Fair. The Priory was more in debt than ever. Philip had dismissed half the building workforce because he no longer had the money to pay them. In consequence, the population of the town had shrunk, which meant that the Sunday market became smaller and Philip's income from rents fell. Kingsbridge was in a downward spiral. The heart of the problem was the townspeople's morale. Although they had rebuilt their houses and restarted their small businesses, they had no confidence in the future. Whatever they planned, whatever they might build, could be wiped out in a day by William Hamley if he should choose to attack again. This undercurrent of insecurity ran in everyone's thinking and paralyzed all enterprise. Eventually, Philip realized he had to do something to stop the slide. He needed to make a dramatic gesture to tell the world in general, and the townspeople in particular, that Kingsbridge was fighting back. He spent many hours of prayer and meditation trying to decide just what that gesture should be. What he really needed was a miracle. If the bones of St. Adolphus would cure a princess of the plague, or cause a brackish well to give sweet water, people would flood into Kingsbridge on pilgrimage. But the saint had performed no miracles for years. Philip sometimes wondered whether his steady, practical methods of ruling the priory displeased the saint, for miracles seemed to happen more frequently in places where the rule was less sensible, and the atmosphere was charged with religious fervor, if not out-and-out hysteria. But Philip had been taught in a more down-to-earth school. Father Peter, the abbot of his first monastery, used to say, "Pray for miracles, but plant cabbages." The symbol of Kingsbridge's life and vigor was the cathedral. If only it could be finished by a miracle. One time he prayed for such a 650 in Follett miracle all night. But in the morning the chancel was still unroofed and open to the weather, and its high walls were ragged-ended, where they would meet the transept walls. Philip had not yet hired a new master builder. He had been shocked to learn how much they demanded in wages. He had never realized how cheap Tom was. Anyway, Alfred was running the reduced workforce without much difficulty. Alfred had become rather morose since his marriage, like a man who defeats many rivals to become king, and then finds that kingship is a wearisome burden. However, he was authoritative and decisive, and the other men respected him. But Tom had left a gap that could not be filled. Philip missed him personally, not just as master builder. Tom had been interested in why churches had to be built one way rather than another, and Philip had enjoyed sharing speculations with him about what made some buildings stand up while others fell down. Tom had not been an exceptionally devout man, but he had occasionally asked Philip questions about theology, which showed that he applied as much intelligence to his religion as he did to his building. Tom's brain had more or less matched Philip's own. Philip had been able to converse with him without talking down. There were too few such people in Philip's life. Jack had been one despite his youth, Aliena another. But she had disappeared into her sorry marriage. Cuthbert Whitehead was getting old now, and Milius Bursar was almost always away from the priory, touring the sheep farms, counting acres and ewes and wool sacks. In time, a lively and busy priory in a prose Paris Cathedral 80 would draw scholars the way a conquering army attracted fighting men. Philip looked forward to that time, but it would never come unless he could find a way to re-energize Kingsbridge. "It's been a mild winter," Alfred said one morning soon after Christmas. "We can begin earlier than usual." That started Philip thinking. The vault would be built that summer. When it was finished, the chancel would be usable, and Kingsbridge would no longer be a cathedral town without a cathedral. The chancel was the most important part of a church. The high altar and the holy relics were kept at the far east end, called the presbytery, and most of the services took place in the choir where the monks sat. Only on Sundays and holy days was the rest of a church used. Once the chancel had been dedicated, what had been a building site would become a church, albeit an incomplete one. It was a pity they would have to wait almost a year before that happened. Alfred had promised to finish the vault by the end of this. The Pillars of the Earth 651 years building season, and the season generally finished in Novem, depending on the weather. But when Alfred said he would be able to start early, Philip began to wonder whether he might finish early too. Everyone would be stunned if the church could be opened this summer. It was the kind of gesture he had been searching for, something that would surprise the whole county and give out the message that Kingsbridge could not be put down for long. "Can you finish by Whitsun?" Philip said impulsively. Alfred sucked his breath in through his teeth and looked doubtful. "Vaulting is the most skilled work of all," he said. "It mustn't be hurried, and you can't let apprentices do it." His father would have answered yes or no, Philip thought irritably. He said, "Suppose I could give you extra laborers, monks. How much would that help?" "A little. It's more masons we need, really." "I might be able to give you one or two more," Philip said rashly. A mild winter meant early shearing, so he could hope to begin selling wool sooner than usual. Don't know. Alfred was still looking pessimistic. "Suppose I offered the masons a bonus," Philip said. "An extra week's wages, if the vault is ready for Whitsunday." "You've never heard of that before," Alfred said. He looked as if an improper suggestion had been made. "Well, there's a first time for everything," Philip said testily. Alfred's caution was getting on his nerves. "What do you say?" "He can't say yes or no to that," Alfred said stolidly. "I'll put it to the men today." Philip said impatiently, "Today." Philip had to be satisfied with that. William Hamley and his knights arrived at Bishop Welleran's palace, just behind an ox cart loaded high with sacks of wool. The new season's shearing had begun. Like William, Welleran was buying wool from farmers at last year's prices and expecting to sell it again for considerably more. Neither of them had had much trouble forcing their tenants to sell to them. A few peasants who defied the rule were evicted and their farmhouses were burned, and after that there were no more rebels. As William went through the gate, he glanced up the hill. The stunted ramparts of the castle the bishop had never built had stood on that hill for 7 years, a permanent reminder of how Welleran had been outwitted by Prior Philip. As soon as Welleran began to 652, Ken Follett reaped the rewards of the wool business, he would probably recommence building. In the days of old King Henry, a bishop had not needed any more defenses than the flimsy fence of wooden stakes behind a little ditch that surrounded this palace. Now, after 5 years of civil war, men who were not even earls or bishops were building formidable castles. Things were going well for Welleran, William thought sourly as he dismounted at the stable. Welleran had remained loyal to Bishop Henry of Winchester through all Henry's switches of allegiance, and, as a result, had become one of Henry's closest allies. Over the years, Welleran had been enriched by a steady stream of properties and privileges, and had visited Rome twice. William had not been so lucky, hence his sourness, despite having gone along with each of Welleran's changes of allegiance. And despite having supplied large armies to both sides in the Civil War, he still had not been confirmed as Earl of Shiring. He had been brooding on this during a lull in the fighting, and had become so angry about it that he had made up his mind to have a confrontation with Walleran. He went up the steps to the hall entrance with Walter and the other knights following. The steward on guard inside the door was armed, another sign of the times. Bishop Walleran sat in a big chair in the middle of the room, as always with his bony arms and legs at all angles, as if he had been untidily dropped there. Baldwin, now an archdeacon, was standing beside him, his stance suggesting he might be waiting for instructions. Walleran was staring into the fire, deep in thought, but he looked up sharply when William approached. William felt the familiar loathing as he greeted Walleran and sat down. Walleran's soft, thin hands, his lank black hair, his dead white skin, and his pale, malignant eyes made William's skin crawl. He was everything William hated, devious, physically weak, arrogant, and clever. William could tell that Walleran felt much the same about him. Walleran could never quite conceal the distaste he felt when William walked in. He sat upright and folded his arms. His lip curled a little, and he frowned faintly, altogether as if he was suffering from a twinge of indigestion. They talked of the war for a while. It was a stiff, awkward conversation, and William was relieved when it was broken by a messenger with a letter written on a roll of parchment and sealed with wax. Walleran sent the messenger off to the kitchen to get something to eat. He did not open the letter. The Pillars of the Earth, 653. William took the opportunity to change the subject. I didn't come here to exchange news of battles. I came to tell you that I've run out of patience. Walleran raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Silence was his response to unpleasant topics. William plowed on. It's almost 3 years since my father died, but King Stephen still hasn't confirmed me as Earl. This is outrageous. I couldn't agree more, Walleran said languidly. He toyed with his letter, examining the seal and playing with the ribbon. That's good, William said, because you're going to have to do something about it. My dear William, I can't make you Earl. William had known that Walleran would take this attitude, and he was determined not to accept it. You have the ear of the king's brother. But what am I to say to him? That William Hamley has served the king well. If it is true, the king knows it, and if not, he knows that also. William was no match for Walleran in logic, so he simply ignored the arguments. You owe it to me, Walleran begod. Walleran looked faintly angered. He pointed at William with the letter. I owe you nothing. You have always served your own ends, even when you did what I wanted. There are no debts of gratitude between us. To tell you, I won't wait any longer. What will you do? Walleran said with a hint of a sneer. Well, first I'll see Bishop Henry myself, and till tell him that you have been deaf to my pleas, and in consequence I'm changing my allegiance to the Empress Maud. William was gratified to see Walleran's expression change. He went a shade, paler, and looked just a little bit surprised. Change again? Walleran said skeptically. Just one more time than you, William responded stoutly. Walleran's supercilious indifference was shaken, but not much. Walleran's career had benefited greatly from his ability to deliver. William and his knights to whichever side Bishop Henry favored at the moment. It would be a blow to him if William suddenly turned independent, but not a fatal blow. William studied Walleran's face as he mulled over this threat. William could read the other man's mind. He was thinking that he wanted to keep William loyal, but wondering how much he should put into the effort. 654 divided Bardcan Follett. To gain time, Walleran broke the seal on his letter and unrolled it. As he read, a faint flush of anger appeared on his fish-white cheeks. Damn the man, he hissed. What is it? William asked. Walleran held it out. William took it from him and peered at the letters. To the most holy gracious bishop. Walleran snatched it back, impatient of William's slow reading. It's from Prior Philip, he said. He informs me that the chancel of the new cathedral will be finished by Whitsunday, and he has the nerve to beg me to officiate at the service. William was surprised. How has he managed it? I thought he had sacked half his builders. Walleran shook his head. No matter what happens, he seems to bounce back. He gave William a speculative look. He hates you, of course. Thinks you're the devil incarnate. William wondered what was going on now in Walleron's devious mind. So what? He said. It would be quite a blow to Philip if you were confirmed as Earl on Whitsunday. You wouldn't do it for me, but you'd do it to spite Philip, William said grouchily, but in reality he was feeling hopeful. I can't do it at all, Walleran said. But I will speak to Bishop Henry. He looked up at William expectantly. William hesitated. At last, reluctantly, he muttered, Thank oo. Yew Spring was cold and dismal that year, and on the morning of Whitsunday it was raining. Aliena had woken up in the night with a backache, and it was still troubling her with a stabbing pain every now and again. She sat in the cold kitchen plaiting Martha's hair before going to church, while Alfred ate a large breakfast of white bread, soft cheese, and strong beer. A particularly sharp twinge in her back made her stop and stand upright for a moment, wincing. Martha noticed and said, What's the matter? Backache, Aliena said shortly. She did not want to discuss it, for the cause was surely sleeping on the floor in the drafty back room, and nobody knew about that, not even Martha. Martha stood up and took a hot stone from the fire. Aliena sat down. Martha wrapped the stone in an old scorched piece of leather and held it against Aliena's back. It gave her immediate relief. Martha started to plait Aliena's hair, which had grown again, after being burned away, and was once again an undisciplined mass of dark curls. Aliena felt soothed. The Pillars of the Earth, 655. She and Martha had become quite close since Ellen left. Poor Martha. She had lost her mother and then her stepmother. Aliena felt herself to be a poor substitute for a mother. Besides, she was only 10 years older than Martha. She played the role of older sister, really. Oddly enough, the person Martha missed most was her step-brother, Jack. But then everyone missed Jack. Aliena wondered where he was. He might be quite close, working on a cathedral in Gloucester or Salisbury. More likely he had gone to Normandy. But he could be much farther afield, Paris, Rome, Jerusalem, or Egypt. Recalling the stories that pilgrims told about such faraway places, she visualized Jack in a sandy desert, carving stones for a Saracen fortress in the blinding sunlight. Was he thinking of her now? Her thoughts were interrupted by a noise of hooves outside, and a moment later her brother Richard walked in, leading his horse. He and the horse were soaking wet and covered with mud. Aliena took some hot water from the fire for him to wash his hands and face, and Martha led the horse out to the backyard. Aliena put bread and cold beef on the kitchen table and poured him a cup of beer. Alfred said, "What's the news of the war?" Richard dried his face on a rag and sat down to his breakfast. "We were defeated at Wilton," he said. "Was Stephen taken?" "No, he escaped, just as Maud escaped from Oxford. Now Stephen is at Winchester and Maud is at Bristol, and they're both licking their wounds and consolidating their hold on the areas they control." The news always seemed to be the same, Aliena thought. Side or both had won some small victory or suffered some small loss, but there was never any prospect of the end of the war. Richard looked at her and said, "You're getting fat." She nodded and said nothing. She was 8 months pregnant, but nobody knew. It was lucky that the weather had been cold, so that she had been able to continue to wear layers of loose winter clothing which concealed her shape. In a few weeks' time the baby would be born and the truth would come out. She still had no idea what she was going to do then. The bell rang to summon the townspeople to Mass. Alfred pulled on his boots and looked expectantly at Aliena. "You don't think I can go," she said. "I feel terrible." He shrugged indifferently and turned to her brother. "You, 656, paired Ken Follett, should come, Richard. Everyone will be there today. It's the first service in the new church." Richard was surprised. "You've got the ceiling up already?" "Thought that was going to take the rest of the year. We rushed it." Prior Philip offered the men an extra week's wages if they could finish by today. It's amazing how much faster they worked. Even so, we only just made it. We took the false work down this morning. He must see this, Richard said. He stuffed the last of the bread and beef into his mouth and stood up. Martha said to Aliena, "Do you want me to stay with you?" "No, thanks. I'm fine. You go. I'll just lie down." The three of them put on their cloaks and went out. Aliena went into the back room, taking with her the hot stone in its leather wrapping. She lay down on Alfred's bed with the stone under her back. She had become terribly lethargic since her marriage. Previously, she had run a household and been the busiest wool merchant in the county. Now she had trouble keeping house for Alfred, even though she had nothing else to do. She lay there feeling sorry for herself for a while, wishing she could fall asleep. Suddenly she felt a trickle of warm water on her inner thigh. She was shocked. It was almost as if she was urinating, but she wasn't, and a moment later the trickle turned into a flood. She sat bolt upright. She knew what it meant. Her waters had broken. The baby was coming. She felt scared. She needed help. She called to her neighbor at the top of her voice, "Mildred, Mildred, come here!" Then she remembered that nobody was at home. They had all gone to church. The flow of water slowed, but Alfred's bed was soaked. He was going to be furious, she thought fearfully, and then she remembered that he was going to be furious anyway, for he would know that the baby was not his child, and she thought, "Oh God, what am I going to do?" The back pain came again, and she realized that this must be what they called labor pains. She forgot about Alfred. She was about to give birth. She was too frightened to go through with it alone. She wanted someone to help her. She decided to go to the church. She swung her legs off the bed. Another spasm took her, and she paused, her face screwed up in pain until it went away. Then she got off the bed and left the house. Her mind was in a whirl as she staggered along the muddy street. When she was at the Priory Gate, the pain came again, and the Pillars of the Earth 657. She had to lean against the wall and grit her teeth until it passed. Then she went into the Priory Close. Most of the population of the town was crowded into the high tunnel of the chancel and the lower tunnels of the two side aisles. The altar was at the far end. The new church was peculiar in appearance. The rounded stone ceiling would eventually have a triangular wooden roof over it. But now it looked unprotected, like a bald man without a hat. The congregation stood with their backs to Aliena. As she lurched toward the cathedral, the bishop, Waleran, Bigod, got up to speak. She saw, as if in a nightmare, that William Hamley was standing beside him. Bishop Waleran's words penetrated her distress. "With great pride and pleasure that I have to tell you that the Lord King Stephen has confirmed Lord William as the Earl of Shiring." Despite her pain and fear, Aliena was horrified to hear this. For 6 years, ever since the awful day when they had seen their father in the Winchester jailhouse, she had dedicated her life to winning back the family property. She and Richard had survived robbers and rapists, conflagration, and civil war. Several times the prize had seemed to be within their grasp, but now they had lost it. The congregation murmured angrily. They had all suffered at William's hands, and they still lived in fear of him. They were not happy to see him honored by the king who was supposed to protect them. Aliena looked around for Richard to see how he was taking this terminal blow, but she could not locate him. Prior Philip stood up with a face like thunder and started the hymn. The congregation began half-heartedly to sing. Aliena leaned against a column as another contraction seized her. She was at the back of the crowd and nobody noticed her. Somehow the bad news had calmed her. "I'm only having a baby," she thought. "It happens every day. I just need to find Martha or Richard, and they will take care of everything." When the pain passed, she pushed her way into the congregation, looking for Martha. There was a group of women in the low tunnel of the north aisle, and she made for them. People looked curiously at her, but their attention was distracted by something else, a strange noise like rumbling. At first it was hardly distinguishable from the singing, but the singing quickly died away as the rumbling got louder. Aliena reached the group of women. They were looking around anxiously for the source of the noise. Aliena touched one of them on the shoulder and said, "Have you seen Martha, my sister-in-law?" 658 to bettable Ken Follett. The woman looked at her, and Aliena recognized the tanner's wife, Hilda. "Martha's on the other side, I think," Hilda said then. The rumbling became deafening, and she looked away. Aliena followed her gaze. In the middle of the church everyone was looking up, toward the top of the walls. The people in the side aisles craned their necks to peer through the arches of the arcade. Someone screamed. Aliena saw a crack appear in the far wall, running between two neighboring windows in the clerestory. As she looked, several huge pieces of masonry dropped from above into the crowd in the middle of the church. There was a cacophony of screaming and shouting, and everyone turned to flee. The ground beneath her feet shook. Even as she tried to push her way out of the church, she was aware that the high walls were spreading apart at the top and the round barrel of the vault was cracking up. Hilda, the tanner's wife, fell in front of her, and Aliena tripped over the prone figure and went down herself. A shower of small stones spattered her as she tried to get up. Then the low roof of the aisle cracked and fell in. Something hit her head, and everything went black. Philip had begun the service feeling proud and grateful. It had been a close thing, but the vault was finished in time. In fact, only 3 of the 4 bays of the chancel had been vaulted, for the 4th could not be done until the crossing was built and the ragged-ended chancel walls were joined to the transepts. However, 3 bays were enough. All the builder's equipment had been ruthlessly cleared out. The tools, the piles of stone and timber, the scaffolding poles and hurdles, the heaps of rubble and the rubbish. The chancel had been swept clean. The monks had whitewashed the stonework and painted straight red lines on the mortar, making the pointing look neater than it really was in accordance with custom. The altar and the bishop's throne had been moved up from the crypt. However, the bones of the saint in their stone casket were still down there. Moving them was a solemn ceremony called translation, which was to be the climax of today's service. As the service had begun, with the bishop on his throne, the monks in new robes lined up behind the altar, and the people of the town massed in the body of the church and crowded into the aisles. Philip had felt fulfilled, and he had thanked God for bringing him successfully to the end of the first crucial stage in the rebuilding of the cathedral. When Walleran had made his announcement about William, Philip had been furious. It was so obviously timed to mar the triumph of the occasion and remind the townspeople that they were, the pillars of the earth 659, still at the mercy of their savage overlord. Philip had been casting about wildly for some adequate response when the rumbling started. It was like a nightmare that Philip sometimes had, in which he was walking on the scaffolding, very high up, perfectly confident of his safety, when he noticed a loose knot in the ropes binding the scaffolding poles together, nothing very serious, but when he bent to tighten the knot, the hurdle beneath him tilted a little, not much at first, but enough to make him stumble. And then, in a flash, he was falling through the vast space of the chancel of the cathedral, falling sickeningly fast, and he knew he was about to die. The rumbling was at first mystifying. For a moment or two he thought it was thunder. Then it grew too loud, and the people stopped singing. Still, Philip thought it was only some strange phenomenon shortly to be explained, whose worst effect would be to interrupt the service. Then he looked up. In the 3rd bay, where the false work had come down only this morning, cracks were appearing in the masonry high on the walls at the clerestory level. They appeared suddenly and flashed across the wall from one clerestory window to the next like striking snakes. Philip's first reaction was disappointment. He had been happy that the chancel was finished, but now he would have to undertake repairs, and all the people who had been so impressed with the builder's work would say, more haste, less speed. Then the tops of the walls seemed to lean outward, and he realized with an awful sense of horror that this was not merely going to interrupt the service. This was going to be a catastrophe. Cracks appeared in the curved vault. A big stone became detached from the web of masonry and tumbled slowly through the air. People started screaming and trying to get out of its way before Philip could see whether anyone was badly hurt. More stones began to fall. The congregation panicked, pushing and shoving and playing on one another as they tried to dodge the falling stones. Philip had the wild thought that this was another attack of some kind by William Hamley, Then he saw William at the front of the congregation, battering people around him in a terrified bid to escape, and realized that William would not have done this to himself. Most people were trying to move away from the altar, to get out of the cathedral through the open west end. But it was the westernmost part of the building, the open end, that was collapsing. The problem was in the third bay. In the second bay, where Philip was, the vault seemed to be holding, and behind him in the first bay, 660 Ken Follett. Where the monks were lined up, it looked solid. At that end, the opposite walls were held together by the east facade. He saw little Jonathan with Johnny Eightpence, both huddled at the far end of the north aisle. They were safer there than anywhere, Philip decided, and then he realized that he should try to get the rest of his flock to safety. "Come this way," he shouted. "Everybody move this way." Whether they heard him or not, they took no notice. In the third bay, the tops of the walls crumbled, falling outward, and the entire vault collapsed, large and small stones falling through the air like a lethal hailstorm to land on the hysterical congregation. Philip darted forward and grabbed a citizen. "Go back!" he yelled, and shoved the man toward the east end. The startled man saw the monks huddled against the far wall and dashed to join them. Philip did the same to two women. The people with them realized what he was doing and moved east without being pushed. Other people began to get the idea, and a general move east began among those who had been at the front of the congregation. Looking up for an instant, Philip was appalled to see that the second bay was going to go. The same cracks were snaking across the clerestory and frosting the vault directly over his head. He continued to herd people to the safety of the east end, knowing that every person he moved might be a life saved. A rain of crumbled mortar fell on his shaved head, and then the stones started to come down. The people were scattering. Some had taken refuge in the shelter of the side aisles. Some were crowded up against the east wall, among them Bishop Welleran. Others were still trying to crowd out of the west end, crawling over the fallen rubble and bodies in the third bay. Stone hit Philip's shoulder. It was a glancing blow, but it hurt. He put his hands over his head and looked around wildly. He was alone in the middle of the second bay. Everyone else was around the edges of the danger zone. He had done all he could. He ran to the east end. There he turned again and looked up. The clerestory of the second bay was collapsing now, and the vault was falling into the chancel, in exact replication of what had happened in the third bay. But there were fewer victims because the people had had a chance to get out of the way, and because the roofs of the side aisles appeared to be holding there, whereas in the third bay they had given way. Everyone in the crowd at the east end moved back, pressing up against the wall, and all faces were turned up, watching the vault to see whether the collapse would spread to the first bay. The crash of falling masonry seemed to become less loud, but a fog. The pillars of the earth, 661 of dust and small stones, filled the air, and for a few moments no one could see anything. Philip held his breath. The dust cleared, and he could see the vault again. It had collapsed right up to the edge of the first bay, but now it seemed to be holding. The dust settled. Everything went quiet. Philip stared aghast at the ruins of his church. Only the first bay remained intact. The walls of the second bay were standing up to the level of the gallery, but in the third and fourth bays only the side aisles were left, and they were badly damaged. The floor of the church was a pile of rubble, littered with the still or feebly moving bodies of the dead and injured. 7 years of work and hundreds of pounds in money had been destroyed, and dozens of people had been killed, maybe hundreds, all in a few terrible moments. Philip's heart ached for the wasted work and the lost people, and for the widows and orphans left behind, and his eyes filled with bitter tears. A harsh voice spoke in his ear. "This is what comes of your damned arrogance, Philip." He turned around to see Bishop Welleran, his black clothes coated with dust, glaring at him triumphantly. Philip felt as if he had been stabbed. To see a tragedy such as this was heartbreaking, but to be blamed for it was unbearable. He wanted to say, "I only tried to do my best," but the words would not come. His throat seemed constricted, and he could not speak. His eye lit on Johnny Eightpence and little Jonathan emerging from the shelter of the aisle, and he suddenly remembered his responsibilities. There would be plenty of time later to agonize over who was to blame. Right now there were scores of people injured and many more trapped in the rubble. He had to organize the rescue operation. He glared at Bishop Walleran and said fiercely, "Get out of my way." The startled bishop stepped aside and Philip leaped up on the altar. "Listen to me," he called out at the top of his voice. "We have to take care of the wounded, rescue people who are trapped, and then bury the dead and pray for their souls. I'm going to appoint 3 leaders to organize this." He looked at the faces all around him, checking to see who was still alive and well. He spotted Alfred. Alfred Builder is in charge of moving rubble and rescuing trapped people, and I want all the masons and wrights to work with him. Looking at the monks, he was relieved to see his trusted confidant, Milius, unhurt. Milius Bursar is responsible for moving the dead and injured out of the church, and he will need strong young helpers. Randolph Infirmarer will take care of the wounded once they're out of this mess, and the older ones can help him. 662 Ken Follett, especially the older women. Right, let's begin. He jumped down from the altar. There was a hubbub of speech as people started to give orders and ask questions. Philip went over to Alfred, who was looking shaken and scared. If anyone was to blame for this, it was he as master builder. But this was no time for recriminations. Philip said, "Divide your people into teams and give them separate areas to work." Alfred looked blank for a moment, then his face cleared. "Yes, right. We'll start at the west end and clear rubble out into the open space." "Good." Philip left him and pushed through the crowd to Milius. He heard Milius say, "Carry the wounded well clear of the church and put them on the grass. Take the dead bodies out to the north side." He moved away, content as always to trust Milius to do the right thing. He saw Randolph Infirmarer clambering over the rubble and hurried after him. They both picked their way across the piles of ruined stonework. Outside the church at the west end was a crowd of people who had managed to get out before the worst of the collapse, and so escaped injury. "Use those people," Philip said. To Randolph, "Send someone to the infirmary to fetch your equipment and supplies. Have a few of them go to the kitchen for hot water. Ask the cellarer for strong wine for those who need reviving. Make sure you lay the dead and injured out in neat lines with spaces between them so that your helpers don't fall over the bodies." He looked around. The survivors were going to work. Many of those who had been sheltered by the intact East End had followed. Philip across the rubble and had already started to remove the bodies. 1 or 2 of the injured who had only been dazed or stunned were getting to their feet unaided. Philip saw an old woman sitting on the floor looking bewildered. He recognized her as Maud Silver, the widow of a silversmith. He helped her up and led her away from the wreckage. "What happened?" she said, not looking at him. "I don't know what happened." "Nor do I, Maud," he said, as he returned to help someone else. Bishop Walleran's words sounded again in his mind. "This is what comes of your damned arrogance, Philip." The accusation cut him to the quick because he thought it might be true. He was always pushing for more, better, faster. He had pushed Alfred to finish the vault just as he had pushed for a fleece fair and pushed to get the Earl of Shiring's quarry. In each case the result had been tragedy, the slaughter of the quarrymen, the burning of Kingsbridge, and now this. Clearly, the Pillars of the Earth 663 ambition was to blame. Monks did better to live a life of resignation, accepting the tribulations and setbacks of this world as lessons in patience taught by the Almighty. As Philip helped to carry the groaning wounded and the unresisting dead out of the ruins of his cathedral, he resolved that in the future he would leave it to God to be ambitious and pushing. He, Philip, would passively accept whatever happened. If God wanted a cathedral, God would provide a quarry. If the town was burned, it should be taken as a sign that God did not want a fleece fair, and now that the church had fallen down, Philip would not rebuild it. As he reached that decision, he saw William Hamley. The new Earl of Shiring was sitting on the floor in the third bay, near the north aisle, ashen-faced and trembling with pain, with his foot trapped under a big stone. Philip wondered, as he helped roll the stone away, why God had chosen to let so many good people die, but had spared an animal such as William. William was making a great fuss about the pain in his foot, but was otherwise all right. They helped him to his feet. He leaned on the shoulder of a big man about his own size and began to hop away. Then a baby cried. Everyone heard it. There were no babies in sight. They all looked around, mystified. The crying came again, and Philip realized it was coming from beneath a massive pile of stones in the aisles. "Over here," he called. He caught Alfred's eye and beckoned him. "There's a baby alive under all that," he said. They all listened to the crying. It sounded like a very small baby, not yet a month old. "You're right," Alfred said. "Let's shift some of those big stones." He and his helpers began to move rubble from a pile that completely blocked the arch of the third bay. Philip joined in. He could not think which of the townswomen had given birth in the last few weeks. Of course, a birth might not have come to his attention. Although the town had got smaller in the past year, it was still big enough for him to miss such a commonplace event. The crying stopped suddenly. Everyone stood still and listened, but it did not begin again. Grimly, they recommenced moving the stones. It was a perilous business, for removing one stone might cause others to fall. This was why Philip had put Alfred in charge. However, Alfred was not as cautious as Philip would have wished, and he seemed to be letting everyone do as they pleased, pulling stones away without any overall plan. At one point, the whole pile shifted dangerously, and Philip called out, "Wait." They all stopped. Alfred was too shocked to organize people properly, Philip realized. He would have to do it himself. See 6'4", Ken Follett. If there is someone alive under there, something must have protected them. And if we let the pile shift, they could lose their protection and be killed by our efforts. Let's do this carefully. He pointed to a group of stonemasons standing together. "You three, climb the heap and take stones from the top. Instead of carrying them away yourselves, just pass each stone to one of us and we'll take them away." They restarted work according to Philip's plan. It seemed quicker as well as safer. Now that the baby had stopped crying, they were not sure exactly where they were heading, so they cleared across a broad area, most of the width of the bay. Some of the rubble was what had fallen from the vault, but the roof of the aisle had partly collapsed, so there were timber and roof slates as well as stones and mortar. Philip worked tirelessly. He wanted that baby to survive. Even though he knew there were dozens of people dead, somehow the baby seemed more important. If it could be rescued, he felt, there was still hope for the future. As he hefted the stones, coughing and half-blind from the dust, he prayed fervently that the baby would be found alive. Eventually he could see, above the heaped rubble, the outer wall of the aisle and part of one deep-set window. There seemed to be a space behind the pile. Perhaps someone was alive in there. Climbed gingerly up the pile and looked down into the space. "Jesus!" he exclaimed. For once Philip ignored the blasphemy. "Is the babe all right?" he said. "You can't tell," said the mason. Philip wanted to ask what the mason had seen, or better still, take a look for himself, but the man recommenced clearing stones with renewed vigor, and there was nothing for it but to continue to help in a fever of curiosity. The level of the pile came down rapidly. There was a large stone near ground level that required 3 men to move it. As it was rolled aside, Philip saw the baby. It was naked and newborn. Its white skin was smeared with blood and building dust, but he could see that it had a head of startling carrot-colored hair. Looking more closely, Philip saw that it was a boy. It was lying on a woman's bosom and sucking at her breast. The child was alive, he saw, and his heart leaped for joy. He looked at the woman. She was alive, too. She caught his eye and gave him a weary, happy smile. It was Aliena. The Pillars of the Earth, 6655, plus Aliena never went back to Alfred's house. He told everyone that the baby was not his, and as proof pointed to the child's red hair, exactly the same color as Jack's, but he did not try to do any harm either to the baby or Aliena, apart from saying he would not have them in his house. Aliena moved back into the one-room house in the poor quarter with her brother, Richard. She was relieved that Alfred's revenge was so mild. She was glad that she would no longer have to sleep on the floor at the foot of his bed like a dog. but mainly she was thrilled and proud about her lovely baby. He had red hair and blue eyes and perfect white skin, and he reminded her vividly of Jack. No one knew why the church had fallen down. There were plenty of theories, however. Some said Alfred was not capable of being master builder. Others blamed Philip for rushing to get the vault finished by Whitsun. Some of the masons said the false work had been taken down before the mortar was properly dry. One old mason said the walls had never been intended to bear the weight of a stone vault. 79 people had been killed, including those who died of their injuries later. Everyone said it would have been more if Prior Philip had not herded so many people to the East End. The priory graveyard was already full because of the fire at the Fleece Fair the previous year, and most of the dead were buried at the parish church. A lot of people said the cathedral was under a curse. Alfred took all his masons off to Shiring, where he was building stone houses for the wealthy townspeople. The other craftsmen drifted away from Kingsbridge. No one was actually dismissed, and Philip continued to pay wages, but there was nothing for the men to do but tidy up the rubble, and after a few weeks they had all gone. No volunteers came to work on Sundays, the market was reduced to a few dispirited stalls, and Malachi packed his family and his possessions onto a huge cart pulled by 4 oxen and left town, searching for greener pastures. Richard rented his fine black stallion to a farmer, and he and Aliena lived on the proceeds. Without Alfred's support, he could not go on as a knight, and in any case there was no point now that William had been made earl. Aliena still felt bound by her vow to her father, but just now there seemed nothing she could do to fulfill it. Richard sank into lethargy. He got up late, sat in the sun most of the day, and spent his evenings in the alehouse. Martha still lived in the big house, alone except for an elderly woman-servant. However, she spent most of her time with Aliena. 666 divided by Ken Follett. She loved to help with the baby, especially as he looked so much like her adored Jack. She wanted Aliena to call him Jack, but Aliena was reluctant to name him, for reasons she herself did not quite understand. For Aliena the summer went by in a maternal glow, but when the harvest was in, and the weather cooled a little, and the evenings became shorter, she grew discontented. Whenever she thought about her future, Jack came into her mind. He had gone. She had no idea where, and he would probably never come back, but he was still with her, dominating her thoughts, full of life and energy, as clear and vivid to her as if she had seen him only yesterday. She considered moving to another town and pretending she was a widow. She thought of trying to persuade Richard to earn a living somehow. She contemplated doing some weaving or taking in washing, or becoming a servant to one of the few townspeople who were still wealthy enough to hire help, and each new scheme was greeted with scornful laughter by the imaginary Jack in her head, who said, "Nothing will be any good without me." Making love to Jack on the morning of her marriage to Alfred had been the greatest sin she had ever committed, and she had no doubt that now she was being punished for it, but still there were times when she felt it was the only good thing she had done in her entire life, and when she looked at her baby, she could not bring herself to regret it. Nevertheless, she was restless. A baby was not enough. She felt incomplete, unfulfilled. Her house seemed too small. Kingsbridge seemed half dead. Life was too uneventful. She became impatient with the baby and snappish with Martha. At the end of the summer, the farmer brought the horse back. It was no longer needed. And suddenly Richard and Aliena had no income. One day in early autumn, Richard went to Shiring to sell his armor. While he was away and Aliena was eating apples for dinner to save money, Jack's mother walked into the house. "Ellen," Aliena said. She was more than startled. There was consternation in her voice, for Ellen had cursed a church wedding, and Prior Philip might yet have her punished for it. "Ty came to see my grandson," Ellen said calmly. "But how did you know? You hear things even in the forest." She went over to the cradle in the corner and looked at the sleeping child, her face soft and, "Well, there is no doubt about whose son he is. Does he keep well?" "Never had anything wrong with him. He's small but tough," Aliena said proudly. She added, "like his grandmother." She stud. The Pillars of the Earth, 667, eyed Ellen. She was leaner than when she had left and brown-skinned, and she wore a short leather tunic that revealed her tanned calves. Her feet were bare. She looked young and fit. Forest life seemed to suit her. Aliena calculated that she must be 35 years old. "You seem very well," she said. "I miss you all," Ellen said. "I miss you and Martha and even your brother Richard. I miss my Jack, and I miss Tom." She looked sad. Aliena was still worried for her safety. "Did anyone see you coming here? The monks might still want to punish you." "There isn't a monk in Kingsbridge who's got the guts to arrest me," she said with a grin. "But I was careful anyway. No one saw me." There was a pause. Ellen looked hard at Aliena. Aliena became slightly uncomfortable under the penetrating stare of Ellen's curious, honey-colored eyes. At last Ellen said, "You're wasting your life." "What do you mean?" Aliena said, though Ellen's words had struck a chord instantly. "You should go and find Jack." Aliena felt a pang of delicious hope. "But I can't," she said. "Why not?" "Don't know where he is, for one thing." Pedo Aliena's heart beat faster. She had thought nobody knew where Jack had gone. It was as if he had vanished off the face of the earth. But now she would be able to imagine him in a specific, real place. It changed everything. He might be somewhere nearby. She could show him his baby. Ellen said, "At least I know where he was headed." "Where?" Aliena said urgently. "Santiago de Compostela." "Oh, God." Her heart sank. She was desperately disappointed. Compostela was the town in Spain where the Apostle James was buried. It was a journey of several months. Jack might as well have been on the far side of the world. Ellen said, "He was hoping to speak to the jongleurs on the road and find out something about his father." Aliena nodded disconsolately. That made sense. Jack had always resented knowing so little about his father, but he might well never return. On such a long journey, he was almost certain to find a cathedral he wanted to work on, and then he might settle down. In going to seek his father, he had probably lost his son. "It's so far away," Aliena said. "I wish I could go after him." 668 Teved Ken Follett. "Why not?" Ellen said. "Thousands of people go there on pilgrimage. Why shouldn't you?" "T made a vow to my father to take care of Richard until he becomes the Earl," she told Ellen. "I couldn't leave him." Ellen looked skeptical. "Just how do you imagine you're helping him at the moment?" she said. "You're penniless and William is the new Earl. Richard has lost any chance he might have had of regaining the earldom. You're no more use to him here in Kingsbridge than you would be in Compostela. You dedicated your life to that wretched vow. But now there's nothing more you can do. I don't see how your father could reproach you. If you ask me, the greatest favor you could do Richard would be to abandon him for a while and give him a chance to learn independence." It was true Aliena thought that she was no use to Richard at the moment, whether she stayed in Kingsbridge or not. Could it be possible that she was now free? Free to go and find Jack? The mere idea made her heart race. "But I haven't any money to go on pilgrimage," she said. "What happened to that great big horse?" "We still have it. Celtits." "How can I? It's Richard's." "For God's sake, who the hell bought it?" Ellen said angrily. Did Richard work hard for years building up a wool business? Did Richard negotiate with greedy peasants and hard-nosed Flemish buyers? Did Richard collect the wool and store it and set up a market stall and sell it? Don't tell me it's Richard's horse. He would be so angry. Good. Let's hope he gets angry enough to do some work for the first time in his life. Aliena opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. Ellen was right. Richard had always relied on her for everything. While he had been fighting for his patrimony, she had been obliged to support him. But now he was not fighting for anything. He had no further claim on her. She imagined meeting Jack again. She visualized his face smiling at her. They would kiss. She felt a stir of pleasure in her loins. She realized she was getting damp down there at the mere thought of him. She felt embarrassed. Ellen said, "Traveling is hazardous, of course." Aliena smiled. That's one thing I'm not worried about. I've been traveling since I was 17 years old. I can take care of myself. The pillars of the earth, 669. Anyway, there will be hundreds of people on the road to Compostela. You can join with a large pilgrim band. You won't have to travel alone. Aliena sighed. You know, if I didn't have Baby, I think I'd do it. It's because of Baby that you must, Ellen said. He needs a father. Aliena had not looked at it that way. She had been thinking of the journey as purely selfish. Now she saw that the baby needed Jack as much as she did. In her obsession with the day-to-day care of the baby, she had not thought about his future. Suddenly, it seemed terribly unfair that he should grow up not knowing the brilliant, unique, adorable genius who was his father. She realized she was talking herself into going, and she felt a thrill of apprehension. A snag occurred to her. I couldn't take the baby to Compostela. Ellen shrugged. He won't know the difference between Spain and England. But you don't have to take him. What else could I do? Leave him with me. I'll feed him on goat's milk and wild honey. Aliena shook her head. I couldn't bear to be parted from him. I love him too much. If you love him, Ellen said, go and find his father. Aliena found a ship at Wareham. When she had crossed to France as a girl with her father, they had gone in one of the Norman warships. These were long, narrow vessels whose sides curved up to a high, sharp point at front and back. They had rows of oars along each side in a square leather sail. The ship that was to take her to Normandy now was similar to those warships, but wider at the waist and deeper to take cargo. It had come from Bordeaux, and she had watched the barefoot sailors unload great casks of wine destined for the cellars of the wealthy. Aliena knew she should leave her baby, but she was heartbroken about it. Every time she looked at him, she rehearsed all the arguments and decided again that she ought to go, and it made no difference. She did not want to part from him. Ellen had come to Wareham with her. Here Aliena had joined up with 2 monks from Glastonbury Abbey who were going to visit their property in Normandy. 3 other people would be passengers on the ship. A young squire who had spent 4 years with an English relative and was returning to his parents in Toulouse, and 2 young masons who had heard that wages were higher and girls were prettier on the other side of the water. On the morning they were to sail, they all waited in the alehouse while the crew loaded the ship with heavy ingots of Cornish tin. The masons drank several pots of ale but did not appear to get drunk. Aliena hugged the baby and cried silently. At last the ship was ready to leave. The sturdy gray mare Aliena had bought in Shiring had never seen the sea and refused to go up the gangplank. However, the squire and the masons collaborated enthusiastically and eventually got the horse on board. Aliena was blinded by tears as she gave her baby to Ellen. Ellen took the baby, but she said, "You can't do this. I was wrong to suggest it." Aliena cried even more. "But there's Jack," she sobbed. "I can't live without Jack. I know I can't. I must look for him." "Oh, yes," Ellen said. "I'm not suggesting you abandon the trip. But you can't leave your baby behind. Take him with you. The pillars of the earth, 671. Aliena was flooded with gratitude and cried all the more. "Do you really think it will be all right? He's been as happy as could be all the way here, riding with you. The rest of the trip will only be more of the same, and he doesn't much like goat's milk." The captain of the vessel said, "Come on, ladies, the tide's on the turn." Aliena took the baby back and kissed Ellen. "Thank you. I'm so happy." "Good luck," Ellen said. Aliena turned and ran up the gangplank onto the ship. They left immediately. Aliena waved until Ellen was a dot on the quay. As they rowed out of Poole Harbor, it began to rain. There was no shelter up above, so Aliena sat in the bottom with the horses and the cargo. The partial decking on which the oarsman sat above her head did not completely protect her from the weather. But she was able to keep the baby dry inside her cloak. The motion of the ship seemed to agree with him, and he went to sleep. When darkness fell and the ship anchored, Aliena joined the monks in their prayers. Afterward she dozed fitfully, sitting upright with the baby in her arms. They landed at Barfleur the next day, and Aliena found lodgings in the nearest town, Cherbourg. She spent another day going around the town, speaking to innkeepers and builders, asking if they recalled a young English mason with flaming red hair. Nobody did. There were lots of red-headed Normans, so they might not have noticed him, or he might have crossed to a different port. Aliena had not realistically expected to find traces of Jack so soon, but nevertheless she was disheartened. On the following day, she set off, heading south. She traveled with a seller of knives and his cheerful fat wife and 4 children. They moved quite slowly, and Aliena was happy to keep to their pace and conserve her horse's strength, for it had to carry her a long way. Despite the protection of traveling with a family, she kept her sharp, long-bladed knife strapped up her left sleeve. She did not look rich. Her clothes were warm but not fancy, and her horse was sturdy rather than spirited. She was careful to keep a few coins handy in a purse and never show anyone the heavy money belt strapped around her waist underneath her tunic. She fed the baby discreetly, not letting strange men see her breasts. That night she was immensely cheered by a splendid stroke of luck. They stopped at a tiny village called Lassay, and there Aliena met a monk who vividly remembered a young English mason who, 672, Ken Follett, had been fascinated by the revolutionary new rib vaulting in the abbey church. Aliena was exultant. The monk even remembered Jack saying he had landed at Honfleur, which explained why there was no trace of him at Cherbourg. Although it was a year ago, the man talked volubly about Jack, and had obviously been charmed by him. Aliena was thrilled to be talking to someone who had seen him. It was confirmation that she was on the right trail. Eventually, she left the monk and lay down to sleep on the floor of the abbey guest-house. As she drifted off, she hugged the baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear, "We're going to find your daddy." The baby fell ill at Tours. The city was wealthy and dirty and crowded. Rats ran in packs around the huge grain stores beside the River Loire. It was full of pilgrims. Tours was a traditional starting point for the pilgrimage to Compostela. In addition, the feast day of St. Martin, the first bishop of Tours, was imminent, and many had come to the abbey church to visit his tomb. Martin was famous for having cut his cloak in 2 and given half to a naked beggar. Because of the feast, the inns and lodging houses of Tours were packed. Aliena was obliged to take what she could, and she stayed in a ramshackle dockside tavern run by 2 elderly sisters who were too old and frail to keep the place clean. At first, she did not spend much time at her lodgings. With her baby in her arms, she explored the streets, asking after Jack. Soon realized the city was so constantly full of visitors that the innkeepers could not even remember their guests of the week before last. So there was no point in asking them about someone who might have been here a year ago. However, she stopped at every building site to ask if they had employed a young English mason with red hair called Jack. Nobody had. She was disappointed. She had not heard anything of him since Lassay. If he had stuck to his plan of going to Compostela, he would almost certainly have come to Tours. She began to fear that he might have changed his mind. She went to the Church of St. Martin, as everyone did, and there she saw a team of builders engaged on extensive repair work. She sought out the master builder, a small, bad-tempered man with thinning hair, and asked if he had employed an English mason. "Never employ the English," he said abruptly, before she had finished her sentence. "English masons are no good." "This one is very good," she said, "and he speaks good French, so you might not have known he's English. He has red hair. The Pillars of the Earth, 673. Ewa A. No, never seen him, away." Aliena went back to her lodgings, somewhat depressed. To be treated nastily for no reason at all was very dispiriting. That night she suffered a stomach upset and got no sleep at all. The next day she felt too ill to go out, and spent all day lying in bed, in the tavern, with the stink of the river coming in at the window, and the smells of spilled wine and cooking oil seeping up the stairs. On the following morning the baby was ill. He woke her with his crying. It was not his usual lusty, demanding squall, but a thin, weak, sorry complaint. He had the same upset stomach Aliena had, but he was also feverish. His normally alert blue eyes were shut tight in distress, and his tiny hands were clenched into fists. His skin was flushed and blotchy. He had never been ill before, and Aliena did not know what to do. She gave him her breast. He sucked thirstily for a while, then cried again, then sucked again. The milk went straight through him, and seemed to give him no comfort. There was a pleasant young chambermaid working at the tavern, and Aliena asked her to go to the abbey and buy holy water. She considered sending for a doctor, but they always wanted to bleed people, and she could not believe that it would help baby to be bled. The maid returned with her mother, who burned a bunch of dried herbs in an iron bowl. They gave off an acrid smoke that seemed to absorb the bad smells of the place. "The baby will be thirsty. Give him the breast as often as he wants it," she said. "Have plenty to drink yourself so that you have enough milk. That's all you can do." "Will he be all right?" Aliena said, anxiously. The woman looked sympathetic. "I don't know, dear. When they're so small you can't tell. Usually they survive things like this. Sometimes they don't. Is he your first?" "Jack's easy. Just remember that you can always have more," Aliena thought. "But this is Jack's baby, and I've lost Jack." She kept her thoughts to herself, thanked the woman, and paid her for the herbs. When they had gone, she diluted the holy water with ordinary water, dipped a rag in it, and cooled the baby's head. He seemed to get worse as the day wore on. Aliena gave him her breast when he cried, sang to him when he lay awake, and cooled him with holy water when he slept. He suckled continually, the master said rudely, and turned 674 Ken Follett, but fitfully. Fortunately, she had plenty of milk. She always had. She herself was still ill and kept going with dry bread and watered wine. As the hours went by, she came to hate the room she was in, with its bare fly-blown walls, rough plank floor, ill-fitting door, and mean little window. It had precisely 4 items of furniture: the rickety bed, a 3-legged stool, a clothes pole, and a floor-standing candlestick with 3 prongs but only 1 candle. When darkness fell, the maid came and lit the candle. She looked at the baby, who was lying on the bed, waving his arms and legs and grizzling plaintively. "Poor little thing," she said. "He doesn't understand why he feels so bad." Aliena moved from the stool to the bed, but she kept the candle burning so that she could see the baby. Through the night they both dozed fitfully. Toward dawn the baby's breathing became shallow, low, and he stopped crying and moving. Aliena began to cry silently. She had lost Jack's trail, and her baby was going to die here, at a house full of strangers in a city far from home. There would never be another Jack, and she would never have another baby. Perhaps she would die too. That might be for the best. At daybreak she blew out the candle and fell into an exhausted sleep. A loud noise from downstairs woke her abruptly. The sun was up, and the riverside below the window was loudly busy. The baby was dead still, his face peaceful at last. Cold fear gripped her heart. She touched his chest. He was neither hot nor cold. She gasped with fright. Then he gave a deep, shuddering sigh and opened his eyes. Aliena almost fainted with relief. She snatched him up and hugged him, and he began to cry lustily. He was well again, she realized. His temperature was normal, and he was in no distress. She put him to her breast, and he sucked hungrily. Instead of turning away after a few mouthfuls, he carried on, and when one breast was dry, he drained the other. Then he fell into a deep, contented sleep. Aliena realized that her symptoms had gone too, although she felt wrung out. She slept beside the baby until midday, then fed him again. Then she went down to the public room of the tavern and ate a dinner of goat's cheese and fresh bread with a little bacon. Perhaps it was the holy water of St. Martin that had made the baby well. That afternoon she went back to St. Martin's tomb to give thanks to the saint. While she was in the great abbey church, she watched the builders at work, thinking about Jack, who might yet see his baby. The pillars of the earth, 6675 after all. She wondered whether he had got diverted from his intended route. Perhaps he was working in Paris, carving stones for a new cathedral there. While she was thinking about him, her eye lit on a new corbel being installed by the builders. It was carved with a figure of a man who appeared to be holding the weight of the pillar above on his back. She gasped aloud. She knew instantly, without a shadow of doubt, that the twisted, agonized figure had been carved by Jack. So he had been here. With her heart beating excitedly, she approached the men who were doing the work. "That corbel," she said breathlessly. The man who carved it was English, wasn't he? An old laborer with a broken nose answered her. "That's right. Jack Fitzjack did it. Never seen anything like it in my life." "When was he here?" Aliena said. She held her breath while the old man scratched his graying head through a greasy cap. "Must be nearly a year ago now. He didn't stay long, mind. Master didn't like him." He lowered his voice. "Jack was too good. If you want to know the truth, he showed the master up, so he had to go." He laid a finger alongside his nose in a gesture of confidentiality. Aliena said excitedly, "Did he say where he was going?" The old man looked at the baby. "That child is his, if the hair is anything to go by." "Yes, he is. Will Jack be pleased to see you, do you think?" Aliena realized the laborer thought Jack might have been running away from her. She laughed. "Oh, yes," she said. "He'll be pleased to see me." He shrugged. "He said he was going to Compostela for what it's worth." "Thank you," Aliena said happily. And to the old man's astonishment and delight, she kissed him. The pilgrim trails across France converged at Ostabat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims with whom Aliena was traveling swelled to about 70. They were a footsore but merry bunch, some prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice, a few drunks, and several monks and clergymen. The men of God were there for reasons of piety, but most of the others seemed bent on having a good time. Several languages were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Oak. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as they crossed the Pyrenees, 666 Ken Follett together they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs. After tours, unfortunately, Aliena did not find any more people who remembered Jack. However, there were not as many jongleurs along her route through France as she had imagined. One of the Flemish pilgrims, a man who had made the journey before, said, "There would be more of them on the Spanish side of the mountains." He was right. At Pamplona, Aliena was thrilled to find a jongleur who recalled speaking to a young Englishman with red hair who had been asking about his father. As the weary pilgrims moved slowly through northern Spain toward the coast, she met several more jongleurs, and most of them remembered Jack. She realized with mounting excitement that all of them said he had been going to Compostela. No one had encountered him coming back, which meant he was still there. As her body became more sore, her spirits lifted higher. She could hardly contain her optimism during the last few days of the journey. It was midwinter, but the weather was mild and sunny. The baby, now 6 months old, was fit and happy. She felt sure of finding Jack at Compostela. They arrived there on Christmas Day. They went straight to the cathedral and attended Mass. The church was packed, naturally. Aliena walked round and round the congregation, staring at faces. But Jack was not there, of course. He was not very devout. In fact, he never went to churches except to work. By the time she had found accommodation, it was dark. She went to bed, but she could hardly sleep for excitement, knowing that Jack was probably within a few steps of where she lay, and tomorrow she would see him and kiss him and show him his baby. She was up at first light. The baby sensed her impatience and nursed irritably, biting her nipples with his gums. She washed him hastily, then went out, carrying him in her arms. As she walked the dusty streets, she expected to see Jack around every corner. How astonished he would be when he caught sight of her, and how pleased, however, she did not see him on the streets. So she began calling at lodging houses. As soon as people started work, she went to building sites and spoke to masons. She knew the words for mason and redhead in the Castilian dialect, and the inhabitants of Compostela were used to foreigners, so she succeeded in communicating. But she found no trace of Jack. She began to be worried. Surely people should know him. He was not the kind of. The Pillars of the Earth 677 person you could easily overlook, and he must have been living here for several months. She also kept an eye open for his characteristic carvings, but she saw none. Around mid-morning, she met a blowsy, middle-aged woman, tavern keeper who spoke French and remembered Jack. A handsome lad. Is he yours? None of the local girls made any progress with him anyway. He was here at midsummer, but he didn't stay long, more's the pity. He wouldn't say where he was going either. I liked him. If you find him, give him a big kiss from me. Aliena went back to her lodgings and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The baby grizzled, but for once she ignored him. She was exhausted, disappointed, and homesick. It was not fair. She had trailed him all the way to Compostela, but he had gone somewhere else, since he had not gone back to the Pyrenees, and as there was nothing to the west of Compostela but a strip of coastline and an ocean that reached to the end of the world. Jack must have gone farther south. She would have to set off again on her gray mare, with her baby in her arms, into the heart of Spain. She wondered how far from home she would have to go before her pilgrimage came to an end. Jack spent Christmas Day with his friend Rashid al-Haroun in Toledo. Rashid was a baptized Saracen who had made a fortune importing spices from the East, especially pepper. They met at midday mass in the great cathedral and then strolled back in the warm winter sunshine through the narrow streets and the fragrant bazaar to the wealthy quarter. Rashid's house was made of dazzling white stone and built around a courtyard with a fountain. The shady arcades of the courtyard reminded Jack of the cloisters at Kingsbridge Priory. In England they gave protection from wind and rain, but here their purpose was to deflect the heat of the sun. Rashid and his guests sat on floor cushions and dined off a low table. The men were waited on by the wives and daughters, and various servant girls whose place in the household was somewhat dubious. As a Christian, Rashid could have only one wife, but Jack suspected that he had quietly overlooked the church's disapproval of concubines. The women were the greatest attraction of Rashid's hospitable house. They were all beautiful. His wife was a statuesque, graceful woman with smooth dark brown skin, lustrous black hair, and 6'78" to Barry Burken Follett, liquid brown eyes, and his daughters were slimmer versions of the same type. There were 3 of them. The eldest was engaged to be married to another dinner guest, the son of a silk merchant in the city. "My Raya is the perfect daughter," Rashid said as she went around the table with a bowl of scented water for the guests to dip their hands in. "She is attentive, obedient, and beautiful. Yosef is a lucky man." The fiancé bowed his head in acknowledgement of his good fortune. The second daughter was proud, even haughty. She appeared to resent the praise lavished on her sister. She looked down at Jack while she poured some kind of drink into his goblet from a copper jug. "What is it?" he said. "Peppermint cordial," she said disdainfully. She disliked waiting on him, for she was the daughter of a great man, and he was a penniless vagabond. It was the third daughter, Aisha, whom Jack liked most. In the 3 months he had been here, he had got to know her quite well. She was 15 or 16 years old, small and lively, always grinning. Although she was 3 or 4 years younger than he, she did not seem juvenile. She had a lively, questioning intelligence. She asked him endless questions about England and the different way of life there. She often made fun of Toledo society manners, the snobbery of the Arabs, the fastidiousness of the Jews, and the bad taste of the newly rich Christians, and she sometimes had Jack in fits of laughter. Although she was the youngest, she seemed the least innocent of the 3. Something about the way she looked at Jack, as she leaned over him to place a dish of spicy prawns on the table, unmistakably revealed a licentious streak. She caught his eye and said "peppermint cordial" in a perfect imitation of her sister's snooty manner, and Jack giggled. When he was with Aisha, he could often forget Aliena for hours at a time. But when he was away from this house, Aliena was on his mind as much as if he had left her only yesterday. His memories of her were painfully vivid, although he had not seen her for more than a year. He could recall any of her expressions at will. laughing, thoughtful, suspicious, anxious, pleased, astonished, and clearest of all, passionate. He had forgotten nothing about her body, and he could still see the curve of her breast, feel the soft skin on the inside of her thigh, taste her kiss, and smell the scent of her arousal. He often longed for her. To cure himself of his fruitless desire, he sometimes imagined what Aliena must be doing. In his mind's eye, he would see her, pulling Alfred's boots off at the end of the day, sitting down to eat. The pillars of the earth 679 with him, kissing him, making love to him, and giving her breast to a baby boy who looked just like Alfred. These visions tortured him, but did not stop him from longing for her. Today, Christmas Day, Aliena would roast a swan and redress it with its feathers for the table, and there would be posset to drink, made of ale, eggs, milk, and nutmeg. The food in front of Jack could not have been more different. There were mouth-watering dishes of strangely spiced lamb, rice mixed with nuts, and salads dressed with lemon juice and olive oil. It had taken Jack a while to get used to Spanish cooking. They never served the great joints of beef, legs of pork, and haunches of venison, without which no feast was complete in England, nor did they consume thick slabs of bread. They did not have the lush pastures for grazing vast herds of cattle, or the rich soil on which to grow fields of waving wheat. They made up for the relatively small quantities of meat by imaginative ways of cooking it with all kinds of spices, and in place of the ubiquitous bread of the English, they had a wide variety of vegetables and fruits. Jack was living with a small group of English clerics in Toledo. They were part of an international community of scholars that included Jews, Muslims, and Arab Christians. The Englishmen were occupied translating works of mathematics from Arabic into Latin, so they could be read by Christians. There was an atmosphere of feverish excitement among them as they discovered and explored the treasure house of Arab learning, and they had casually welcomed Jack as a student. They admitted into their circle anyone who understood what they were doing and shared their enthusiasm for it. They were like peasants who have labored for years to scratch a crop out of poor soil and then suddenly move to a rich alluvial valley. Jack had abandoned building to study mathematics. He had not yet needed to work for money. The clerics casually gave him a bed and any meals he wanted, and they would have provided him with a new robe and sandals if he had needed them. Rashid was one of their sponsors. As an international trader, he was multilingual and cosmopolitan in his attitudes. At home, he spoke Castilian, the language of Christian Spain, rather than Mozarabic. His family also all spoke French, the language of the Normans, who were important traders. Although he was a man of commerce, he had a powerful intellect and a wide-ranging curiosity. He loved to talk to scholars about their theories. He had taken a liking to Jack immediately, and Jack dined at his house several times a week. Now, as they began to eat, Rashid asked Jack, "What have the philosophers taught us this week?" 6-8a, there but Ken Follett. I've been reading Euclid. Euclid's Elements of Geometry had been one of the first books translated. Euclid is a funny name for an Arab, said Ismail, Rashid's brother. He was Greek, Jack explained. He lived before the birth of Christ. His work was lost by the Romans but preserved by the Egyptians, so it comes to us in Arabic. And now Englishmen are translating it into Latin, Rashid said. This amuses me. But what have you learned? Said Joseph, the fiancé of Raya. Jack hesitated. It was hard to explain. He tried to make it practical. My stepfather, the builder, taught me how to perform certain operations in geometry, how to divide a line exactly in half, how to draw a right angle, and how to draw one square inside another so that the smaller is half the area of the larger. What is the purpose of such skills? Joseph interrupted. There was a note of scorn in his voice. He saw Jack as something of an upstart and was jealous of the attention Rashid paid to Jack's conversation. Those operations are essential in planning buildings, Jack replied pleasantly, pretending not to notice Joseph's tone. Take a look at this courtyard. The area of the covered arcades around the edges is exactly the same as the open area in the middle. Most small courtyards are built like that, including the cloisters of monasteries. It's because these proportions are most pleasing. If the middle is bigger, it looks like a marketplace, and if it's smaller, it just looks as if there's a hole in the roof. But to get it exactly right, the builder has to be able to draw the open part in the middle, so that it's precisely half the area of the whole thing. I never knew that, Rashid said triumphantly. He liked nothing better than to learn something new. Euclid explains why these techniques work, Jack went on. For example, the two parts of the divided line are equal because they form corresponding sides of congruent triangles. Congruent? Rashid queried. It means exactly alike. Ah, now I see. However, no one else did, Jack could tell. Joseph said, but you could perform all these geometric operations before you read Euclid, so I don't see that you're any better off now. Rashid protested. A man is always better off for understanding something. The pillars of the earth 681, Jack said. Besides, now that I understand the principles of geometry, I may be able to devise solutions to new problems that baffled my stepfather. He felt rather frustrated by the conversation. Euclid had come to him like the blinding flash of a revelation, but he was failing to communicate the thrilling importance of these new discoveries. He changed tack somewhat. It's Euclid's method that is the most interesting, he said. He takes 5 axioms, self-evident truths, and deduces everything else logically from them. Give me an example of an axiom, Rashid said. A line can be prolonged indefinitely. No, it can't, said Aisha, who was handing round a bow of figs. The guests were somewhat startled to hear a girl joining in the argument, but Rashid laughed indulgently. Aisha was his favorite. And why not? He said. It has to come to an end sometime, she said. Jack said, but in your imagination it could go on indefinitely. In my imagination water could flow uphill and dogs speak Latin, she retorted. Her mother came into the room and heard that rejoinder. Aisha, she said in a steely voice. Out. All the men laughed. Aisha made a face and went out. Joseph's father said, whoever marries her will have his hands full. They laughed again. Jack laughed too. Then he noticed they were all looking at him as if the joke was on him. After dinner, Rashid showed off his collection of mechanical toys. He had a tank in which you could mix water and wine and they would come out separately. A marvelous water-driven clock, which kept track of the hours in the day with phenomenal accuracy. A jug that would refill itself but never overflow, and a small wooden statue of a woman with eyes made of some kind of crystal that absorbed water in the warmth of the day and then shed it in the cool of the evening, so that she appeared to be weeping. Jack shared Rashid's fascination with these toys, but he was most intrigued by the weeping statue, for whereas the mechanisms of the others were simple once they had been explained, no one really understood how the statue worked. They sat in the arcades around the courtyard in the afternoon, playing games, dozing, or talking idly. Jack wished he belonged to a big family like this one, with sisters and uncles and in-laws, and a family home they could all visit, and a position of respect in a small town. Suddenly he recalled the conversation he had had with his mother the night she rescued him from the Priory punishment cell. 682 divided by Ken Follett, he had asked her about his father's relations, and she had said, yes, he had a big family back in France. I have got a family like this one somewhere, Jack realized. My father's brothers and sisters are my uncles and aunts. I might have cousins of my own age. I wonder if I will ever find them. He felt adrift. He could survive anywhere, but he belonged nowhere. He had been a carver, a builder, a monk, and a mathematician, and he did not know which was the real Jack, if any. He sometimes wondered if he should be a jongleur like his father, or an outlaw like his mother. He was 19 years old, homeless and rootless, with no family and no purpose in life. He played chess with Joseph and won. Then Rashid came up and said, "Give me your chair, Joseph. I want to hear more about Euclid." Joseph obediently gave up his chair to his prospective father-in-law, then moved away. He had already heard everything he ever wanted to know about Euclid. Rashid sat down and said to Jack, "You're enjoying yourself?" "Your hospitality is matchless," Jack said smoothly. He had learned courtly manners in Toledo. "Thank you, but I meant with Euclid, yes." I don't think I succeeded in explaining the importance of this book. You see? I think I understand, Rashid said. Like you, I love Knoll Edge for its own sake. NCS 5. Even so, every man has to make a living. Jack did not see the relevance of that remark, so he waited for Rashid to say more. However, Rashid sat back with his eyes half closed, apparently content to enjoy a companionable silence. Jack began to wonder whether Rashid was reproaching him for not working at a trade. Eventually, Jack said, "I expect I shall go back to building one day." "Good." Jack smiled. "When I left Kingsbridge, riding my mother's horse, with my stepfather's tools in a satchel slung across my shoulder, I thought there was only one way to build a church: thick walls with round arches and small windows topped by a wooden ceiling or a barrel-shaped stone vault. The cathedrals I saw on my way from Kingsbridge to Southampton taught me no different, but Normandy changed my life." "T can imagine," Rashid said sleepily. He was not very interested, so Jack recalled those days in silence. Within hours of landing, the Pillars of the Earth 683. At Honfleur he was looking at the Abbey Church of Jumièges. It was the highest church he had ever seen, but otherwise it had the usual round arches and wooden ceiling except in the chapter house, where Abbot Urso had built a revolutionary stone ceiling. Instead of a smooth, continuous barrel or a creased groin vault, this ceiling had ribs which sprang up from the tops of the columns and met at the apex of the roof. The ribs were thick and strong, and the triangular sections of ceiling between the ribs were thin and light. The monk who was keeper of the fabric explained to Jack that it was easier to build that way. The ribs were put up first, and the sections between were then simpler to make. This type of vault was also lighter. The monk was hoping to hear news from Jack of technical innovations in England, and Jack had to disappoint him. However, Jack's evident appreciation of rib vaulting pleased the monk, and he told Jack that there was a church at Lessay, not far away, that had rib vaulting throughout. Jack went to Lessay the next day and spent all afternoon in the church, staring in wonder at the vault. What was so striking about it, he finally decided, was the way the ribs, coming down from the apex of the vault to the capitals on top of the columns, seemed to dramatize the way the weight of the roof was being carried by the strongest members. The ribs made the logic of the building visible. Jack traveled south to the county of Anjou and got a job doing repair work at the Abbey Church in Tours. He had no trouble persuading the master builder to give him a trial. The tools he had in his possession showed that he was a mason, and after a day at work, the master knew he was a good one. His boast to Aliena that he could get work anywhere in the world was not entirely vain. Among the tools he had inherited was Tom's foot rule. Only master builders owned these, and when the others discovered Jack had one, they asked him how he had become a master at such a young age. His first inclination was to explain that he was not really a master builder, but then he decided to say he was. After all, he had effectively run the Kingsbridge site while he was a monk, and he could draw plans just as well as Tom. But the master he was working for was annoyed to discover that he had hired a possible rival. One day, Jack suggested a modification to the monk in charge of the building, and drew what he meant on the tracing floor. That was the beginning of his troubles. The master builder became convinced that Jack was after his job. He began to find fault with Jack's work and put him on the monotonous task of cutting plain blocks. Soon Jack set off again. He went to the Abbey of Cluny, the headquarters of a monastic empire that spread all across Criston. 684, Ken Follett, Dom. It was the Cluniac order that had initiated and fostered the now famous pilgrimage to the tomb of St. James at Compostela. All along the Compostela road, there were churches dedicated to St. James and Cluniac monasteries to take care of pilgrims. As Jack's father had been a jongleur on the pilgrim road, it seemed likely he had visited Cluny. However, he had not. There were no jongleurs at Cluny. Jack learned nothing about his father there. Nevertheless, the journey was by no means wasted. Every arch Jack had ever seen, until the moment he entered the Abbey Church of Cluny, had been semicircular, and every vault had been either tunnel-shaped, like a long line of round arches all stuck together, or groined like the crossing where two tunnels met. The arches at Cluny were not semicircular. They rose to a point. There were pointed arches in the main arcades. The groined vaults of the side aisles had pointed arches, and, most startling of all, above the nave, there was a stone ceiling that could only be described as a pointed barrel vault. Jack had always been taught that a circle was strong because it was perfect, and a round arch was strong because it was part of a circle. He would have thought that pointed arches were weak. In fact, the monks told him the pointed arches were considerably stronger than the old round ones. The church at Cluny seemed to prove it, for despite the great weight of stonework in its peaked vault, it was very high. Jack did not stay long at Cluny. He continued south, following the Pilgrim Road, diverging whenever the whim took him. In the early summer there were jongleurs all along the route, in the larger towns or near the Cluniac monasteries. They recited their verse narratives to crowds of pilgrims in front of churches and shrines, sometimes accompanying themselves on the viol, just the way Aliena had told him. Jack approached every one and asked if he had known Jack Cherbourg. They all said no. The churches he saw on his way through southwest France and northern Spain continued to astonish him. They were all much higher than the English cathedrals. Some of them had banded barrel vaults. The bands, reaching from pier to pier across the vault of the church, made it possible to build in stages, bay by bay, instead of all at once. They also changed the look of a church. By emphasizing the divisions between bays, they revealed that the building was a series of identical units, like a sliced loaf, and this imposed order and logic on the huge interior space. He was in Compostela at midsummer. He had not known there. The pillars of the earth, 685, were places in the world that were so hot. Santiago was another breathtakingly tall church, and the nave, still under construction, also had a banded barrel vault. From there he went farther south. The kingdoms of Spain had been under Saracen rule until recently. Indeed, most of the country south of Toledo was still Muslim-dominated. The appearance of Saracen buildings fascinated Jack. Their high, cool interiors, their arcades of arches, their stonework blinding white in the sun. But most interesting of all was the discovery that both rib vaulting and pointed arches featured in Muslim architecture. Perhaps this was where the French had got their new ideas. He could never work on another church like Kingsbridge Cathedral, he thought, as he sat in the warm Spanish afternoon, listening vaguely to the laughter of the women somewhere deep in the big, cool house. He still wanted to build the most beautiful cathedral in the world, but it would not be a massive, solid, fortress-like structure. He wanted to use the new techniques, the rib vaults and the pointed arches. However, he thought he would not use them in quite the way they had been used so far. None of the churches he had seen had made the most of the possibilities. A picture of a church was forming in his mind. The details were hazy, but the overall feeling was very strong. It was a spacious, airy building, with sunlight pouring through its huge windows and an arched vault so high it seemed to reach heaven. "Joseph and Raya will need a house," Rashid said suddenly. "If you were to build it, other work would follow." Jack was startled. One thing he had not thought of building was houses. "Do you think they want me to build their house?" he said. "They might." There was another long silence, during which Jack contemplated life as a house builder for wealthy merchants in Toledo. Eventually, Rashid seemed to come awake. He sat upright and opened his eyes wide. "I like you, Jack," he said. "You're an honest man, and you're worth talking to, which is more than can be said for most people I've met. I hope we will always be friends." "So do I," said Jack, somewhat surprised by this unprompted tribute. "I'm a Christian, so I don't keep my women locked away, as some of my Muslim brothers do. On the other hand, I'm Arab, which means I don't give them quite the, forgive me, the license that other women are used to. I allow them to meet and talk with male guests at the house. I even allow friendships to develop. But at the point where friendship begins to ripen into something more, as 686, Ken Follett, happens so naturally among young people. Then I expect the man to make a formal move. Anything else would be an insult." "Of course," Jack said. I knew you'd understand. Rashid stood up and put an affectionate hand on Jack's shoulder. I've never been blessed with a son, but if I had, I think he would have been like you. On impulse, Jack said, but darker, I hope. Rashid looked blank for a moment. Then he roared with laughter, startling the other guests around the courtyard. Yes, he said merrily. Darker. And he went into the house, still guffawing. The older guests began to take their leave. Jack sat by himself, thinking over what had been said to him as the afternoon cooled. He was being offered a deal. There was no question of that. If he married Aisha, Rashid would launch him as housebuilder to the wealthy of Toledo. There was also a warning: if he did not intend to marry her, he should stay away. The people of Spain had more elaborate manners than the English, but they could make their meaning plain when necessary. When Jack reflected on his situation, he sometimes found it incredible. Is this me? He thought. Is this Jackson, bastard son of a man who was hanged, brought up in the forest, apprentice, mason, escaped monk? Am I really being offered the beautiful daughter of a wealthy Arab merchant, plus a guaranteed living as a builder in this balmy city? It sounds too good to be true. I even like the girl. The sun was going down and the courtyard was in shadow. There were only two people left in the arcade, himself and Joseph. He was just wondering whether this situation could have been contrived when Raya and Aisha appeared, proving that it had. Despite the theoretical strictness about physical contact between girls and young men, their mother knew exactly what was happening, and Rashid probably did too. They would give the sweethearts a few moments of solitude. Then, before they had time to do anything serious, the mother would come out into the courtyard, pretending to be outraged, and order the girls back inside. On the other side of the courtyard, Raya and Joseph immediately started kissing. Jack stood up as Aisha approached him. She was wearing a floor-length white dress of Egyptian cotton, a fabric Jack had never seen before he came to Spain. Softer than wool and finer than linen, it clung to Aisha's limbs as she moved, and its white color seemed to glow in the twilight. It made her brown eyes look almost black. She stood close to him, grinning impishly. "What did he say to you?" she said. "The pillars of the earth, 687. Jack guessed she meant her father. He offered to set me up as a house builder. "What a dowry," she said scornfully. "I can't believe it. At least he might have offered you money." She had no patience with traditional Saracen indirection, Jack observed wryly. He found her frankness refreshing. "I don't think I want to build houses," he said. She suddenly became solemn. "Do you like me?" "You know I do." She took a step forward, lifted her face, closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. She smelled of musk and ambergris. She opened her mouth, and her tongue darted between his lips, fully. His arms went around her almost involuntarily. He rested his hands on her waist. The cotton was very light. It was almost like touching her bare skin. She took his hand and raised it to her breast. Her body was lean and taut, and her breast was shallow, like a small, firm mound, with a tiny, hard nipple at its tip. Her chest moved up and down as she became aroused. Jack was shocked to feel her hand moving between his legs. He squeezed her nipple between his fingertips. She gasped and broke away from him, panting. He dropped his hands. "Did I hurt you?" he whispered. "No," she said. He thought of Aliena and felt guilty. Then he realized how foolish that was. Why should he feel that he was betraying a woman who had married another man? Aisha looked at him for a moment. It was almost dark, but he could see that her face was suffused with desire. She lifted his hand and put it back on her breast. "Do it again, but harder," she said urgently. He found her nipple and leaned forward to kiss her, but she pulled her head back and watched his face while he caressed her. He squeezed her nipple gently, then, obediently, pinched it hard. She arched her back so that her flat breasts protruded and her nipples made small, hard puckers in the fabric of her dress. Jack bent his head to her breast. His lips closed around her nipple through the cotton. Then, on impulse, he took it between his teeth and bit down. He heard her sharp intake of breath. He felt a shudder pass through her. She lifted his head from her breast and pressed herself against him. He bent his face to hers. She kissed him frantically, as if she wanted to cover his face with her mouth, and pulled his body to hers, making small panicky sounds in the back of her throat. Jack was aroused, bewildered, and even a 688 Ken Follett, little scared. He had never known anything like this. He thought she was about to reach a climax. Then they were interrupted. Her mother's voice came from the doorway. "Raya, Aisha, come inside at once." Aisha looked up at him, panting. After a moment she kissed him again, hard, pressing her lips against his until she bruised him. She broke away. "I love you," she hissed. Then she ran into the house. Jack watched her go. Raya followed her at a more sedate pace. Their mother flashed a disapproving look at him and Joseph, and then went in after the girls, shutting the door decisively behind her. Jack stood staring at the closed door, wondering what to make of it all. Joseph crossed the courtyard and interrupted his reverie. "Such beautiful girls, both of them," he said with a conspiratorial wink. Jack nodded absently and moved toward the gate. Joseph went with him. As they passed under the arch, a servant materialized out of the shadows and closed the gate behind them. Joseph said, "The trouble with being engaged is that it leaves you with an ache between the legs." Jack made no reply. Joseph said, "I might go down to Fatima's to get it eased." Fatima's was the whorehouse. Despite its Saracen name, nearly all the girls were light-skinned, and the few Arab whores were very high-priced. "Do you want to come?" Joseph said. "No," Jack replied. "I've got a different kind of ache. Good night." He walked quickly away. Joseph was not his favorite companion at the best of times, and tonight Jack found himself in an unforgiving mood. The night air cooled as he headed back toward the college, where he had a hard bed in the dormitory. He felt he was at a turning point. He was being offered a life of ease and prosperity, and all he had to do was forget Aliena and abandon his aspiration to build the most beautiful cathedral in the world. That night he dreamed that Aisha came to him, her naked body slippery with scented oil, and she rubbed herself against him, but would not let him make love to her. When he woke up in the morning, he had made his decision. The servants would not let Aliena into the house of Rashid al-Harun. She probably looked like a beggar, she thought as she stood outside the gate, in her dusty tunic and worn boots, with her baby in her arms. "Tell Rashid al-Harun that I'm seeking his friend Jack Fitzjack from England," she said in French, wondering if the dark-skinned servants could understand a single word. "After the pillars of the earth, 689. Muttered consultation in some Saracen tongue. One of the servants, a tall man with coaly skin and hair like the fleece of a black sheep, went into the house. Aliena fidgeted restlessly while the other servants stared at her openly. She had not learned patience, even on this interminable pilgrimage. After her disappointment at Compostela, she had followed the road into the interior of Spain to Salamanca. No one there remembered a red-haired young man interested in cathedrals and jongleurs, but a kindly monk told her that there was a community of English scholars at Toledo. It seemed a faint hope, but Toledo was not much farther down the dusty road, so she pressed on. Another tantalizing disappointment had been waiting for her here. Yes, Jack had been here, what a stroke of luck. But alas, he had already left. She was catching up with him. She was now only a month behind him. But once again, nobody knew where he had gone. In Compostela, she had been able to guess that he must have gone south, because she had come from the east, and there was sea to the north and west. Here, unfortunately, there were more possibilities. He might have gone northeast back toward France, west to Portugal, or south to Granada, and from the Spanish coast. He might have taken ship for Rome, Tunis, Alexandria, or Beirut. Aliena had decided to give up the search if she did not get a strong indication of which way he had gone when he left here. She was bone-weary and a long way from home. She had very little energy or determination left, and she could not face going farther with no more than a faint hope of success. She was ready to turn around and go back to England and try to forget about Jack forever. Another servant came out of the White House. This one was dressed in more costly clothes and spoke French. He looked at Aliena warily, but addressed her politely. "You are a friend of Mr. Jack?" "Yes, an old friend from England. I would like to speak with Rashid al-Haroun." The servant glanced at the baby. Aliena said, "I'm a relative of Jack's." It was not untrue. She was the estranged wife of Jack's stepbrother, and that was a relationship. The servant opened the gate wider and said, "Please come with me." Aliena stepped inside gratefully. If she had been turned away, here it would have been the end of the road. She followed the servant across a pleasant courtyard, past a 690 Ken Follett splashing fountain. She wondered what had drawn Jack to the home of this wealthy merchant. It seemed an unlikely friendship. Had Jack recited verse narratives in these shady arcades? They went into the house. It was a palatial home, with high, cool rooms, floors of stone and marble, and elaborately carved furniture with rich upholstery. They went through 2 archways and a wooden door, and then Aliena had the feeling they might have entered the women's quarters. The servant held up his hand for her to wait, then coughed gently. A moment later, a tall Saracen woman in a black robe glided into the room, holding a corner of her garment up in front of her mouth, in a pose that was insulting in any language. She looked at Aliena and said in French, "Who are you?" Aliena drew herself up to her full height. "I am the lady, Aliena, daughter of the late Earl of Shiring," she said as haughtily as she could. "I take it I have the pleasure of addressing the wife of Rashid the pepper seller." She could play this game as well as anyone. "What do you want here?" "I came to see Rashid." "He doesn't receive women." Aliena realized she had no hope of gaining this woman's cooperation. However, she had nowhere else to go, so she kept trying. "He may receive a friend of Jack's," she persisted. "Is Jack your husband?" "No." Aliena hesitated. "He's my brother-in-law." The woman looked skeptical. Like most people, she probably assumed that Jack had impregnated Aliena, then abandoned her, and Aliena was pursuing him with the object of forcing him to marry her and support the child. The woman half turned and called out something in a language. Aliena did not understand. A moment later, 3 young women came into the room. It was obvious from their looks that they were her daughters. She spoke to them in the same language, and they all stared at Aliena. There followed a rapid conversation in which the syllable Jack recurred often. Aliena felt humiliated. She was tempted to turn on her heel and walk out, but that would mean giving up her search altogether. These awful people were her last hope. She raised her voice, interrupting their conversation, and said, "Where is Jack?" She intended to be forceful, but to her dismay, her voice just sounded plaintive. The daughters fell silent. The mother said, "We don't know where he is." "The Pillars of the Earth, 691. When did you see him last?" She hesitated. She did not want to answer, but she could hardly pretend not to know when she had seen him last. "He left Toledo the day after Christmas," she said reluctantly. Aliena forced a friendly smile. "Do you recall his saying anything about where he might be going?" "I told you, we don't know where he is." "Perhaps he said something to your husband?" "No, he did not." Aliena despaired. She had an intuitive feeling that the woman did know something. However, it was clear that she was not going to reveal it. Aliena felt suddenly weak and weary. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Jack is the father of my child. Don't you think he would like to see his son?" The youngest of the 3 daughters started to say something, but the mother interrupted her. There was a short, fierce exchange. Mother and daughter had the same fiery temperament, but in the end the daughter shut up. Aliena waited, but no more was said. The 4 of them just stared at her. They were unquestionably hostile, but they were so curious that they were in no hurry to see her go. However, there was no point in staying. She might as well get out, go back to her lodgings, and make preparations for the long journey back to King's Bridge. She took a deep breath and made her voice cool and steady. "Thank you for your hospitality," she said. The mother had the grace to look slightly ashamed. Aliena left the room. The servant was hovering outside. He fell into step beside her and escorted her through the house. She blinked back tears. It was unbearably frustrating to know that her whole journey had failed because of the malice of one woman. The servant led her across the courtyard. As they reached the gate, Aliena heard running footsteps. She looked back to see the youngest daughter coming after her. She stopped and waited. The servant looked uneasy. The girl was short and slender, and very pretty, with golden skin and eyes so dark they were nearly black. She wore a white dress and made Aliena feel dusty and unwashed. She spoke broken French. "Do you love him?" she blurted. Aliena hesitated. She realized she had no more dignity left to lose. "Yes, I love him," she confessed. "Does he love you?" 692, Ken Follett. Aliena was about to say yes. Then she realized she had not seen him for more than a year. "He used to," she said. "Think he loves you?" the girl said. "What makes you say that?" The girl's eyes filled with tears. "I wanted him for myself, and I nearly got him." She looked at the baby, red hair and blue eyes. The tears ran down her smooth brown cheeks. Aliena stared at her. This explained her hostile reception. The mother had wanted Jack to marry this girl. She could not have been more than 16, but she had a sensual look that made her seem older. Aliena wondered exactly what had happened between them. She said, "You nearly got him?" "Yes," the girl said defiantly. "I knew he liked me. It broke my heart when he went away. But now I understand." She lost her composure, and her face crumpled in grief. Aliena could feel for a woman who had loved Jack and lost him. She touched the girl's shoulder in a comforting gesture, but there was something more important than compassion. "Listen," she said urgently. "Do you know where he went?" The girl looked up and nodded, sobbing. "Tell me, Paris," she said. "Paris." Aliena was jubilant. She was back on the trail. Paris was a long way, but the journey would be mostly over familiar ground, and Jack was only a month ahead of her. She felt rejuvenated. "I'll find him in the end," she thought. "I know I will." "Are you going to Paris now?" the girl said. "Oh, yes," Aliena said. "I've come this far. I won't stop now. Thank you for telling me. Thank you." "I want him to be happy," she said simply. The servant fidgeted discontentedly. He looked as if he thought he might get into trouble over this. Aliena said to the girl, "Did he say anything else? Which road he would take or anything that might help me?" "He wants to go to Paris because someone told him they are building beautiful churches there." Aliena nodded. She could have guessed that, and he took the Weeping Lady. Aliena did not know what she meant. "The Weeping Lady? My father gave him the Weeping Lady? A lady?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know the right words. A lady, she weeps. From the eyes." "The Pillars of the Earth, 693. You mean a picture? A painted lady?" "I don't understand," the girl said. She looked over her shoulder anxiously. "I have to go." Whatever the Weeping Lady was, it did not sound very important. "Thank you for helping me," Aliena said. The girl bent down and kissed the baby's forehead. Her tears fell on his plump cheeks. She looked up at Aliena. "I wish I were you," she said. Then she turned away and ran back into the house. Jack's lodgings were in the Rue de la Boucherie, in a suburb of Paris on the left bank of the Seine. He saddled his horse at daybreak. At the end of the street he turned right and passed through the tower, gate that guarded the Petit Pont, the bridge that led to the island city in the middle of the river. The wooden houses on either side projected over the edges of the bridge. In the gaps between the houses were stone benches where, later in the morning, famous teachers would hold open-air classes. The bridge took Jack into the Juivery, the island's main street. The bakeries along the street were packed with students buying their breakfast. Jack got a pastry filled with cooked eel. He turned left opposite the synagogue, then right at the king's palace, and crossed the Grand Pont, the bridge that led to the right bank. The small, well-built shops of the money-changers and goldsmiths on either side were beginning to open for business. At the end of the bridge he passed through another gatehouse and entered the fish market, where business was already brisk. He pushed through the crowds and started along the muddy road that led to the town of Saint Denis. When he was still in Spain, he had heard from a traveling mason about Abbot Suger and the new church he was building at Saint Denis. As he made his way northward through France that spring, working for a few days whenever he needed money, he heard Saint Denis mentioned often. It seemed the builders were using both of the new techniques, rib vaulting and pointed arches, and the combination was rather striking. He rode for more than an hour through fields and vineyards. The road was not paved, but it had milestones. It passed the hill of Montmartre, with a ruined Roman temple at its summit, and went through the village of Clignancourt. 3 miles after Clignancourt, he reached the small walled town of Saint-Denis. Denis had been the first bishop of Paris. He had been decapitated at Montmartre and then had walked, carrying his severed head in his hands, out into the countryside to this spot where at last he fell. A pious woman had buried him, and a monastery had 694 Ken Follett been erected over his grave. The church had become the burying place for the kings of France. The current abbot, Suger, was a powerful and ambitious man who had reformed the monastery and was now modernizing the church. Jack entered the town and reined in his horse in the middle of the marketplace to look up at the west front of the church. There was nothing revolutionary here. It was a straightforward old-fashioned facade with twin towers and 3 round arched doorways. He rather liked the aggressive way the piers thrust out from the wall, but he would not have ridden 5 miles to see that. He tied his horse to a rail in front of the church and went closer. The sculpture around the 3 portals was quite good, lively subjects, precisely chiseled. Jack went in. Inside there was an immediate change, before the nave proper. There was a low entryway, or narthex. As Jack looked up at the ceiling, he experienced a surge of excitement. The builders had used rib vaulting and pointed arches in combination here, and Jack saw in a flash that the 2 techniques went together perfectly. The grace of the pointed arch was accentuated by the ribs that followed its line. There was more to it, in between the ribs, instead of the usual web of mortar and rubble. This builder had put cut stones, as in a wall. Being stronger, the layer of stones could probably be thinner, and therefore lighter, Jack realized. As he stared up, craning his neck until it ached, he understood a further remarkable feature of this combination. 2 pointed arches of different widths could be made to reach the same height, merely by adjusting the curve of the arch. This gave the bay a more regular look. It could not be done with round arches, of course. The height of a semicircular arch was always half its width, so a wide one had to be higher than a narrow one. That meant that in a rectangular bay, the narrow arches had to spring from a point higher up the wall than the springing of the wide ones, so that their tops would be at the same level and the ceiling would be even. The result was always lopsided. This problem had now vanished. Jack lowered his head and gave his neck a rest. He felt as jubilant as if he had just been crowned king. This, he thought, was how he would build his cathedral. He looked into the main body of the church. The nave itself was clearly quite old. Although relatively long and wide, it had been built many years ago by someone other than the current master, and it was quite conventional. But then, at the crossing, there seemed to be steps down, no doubt leading to the crypt and the pillars of the earth, 695 tombs, and steps up to the chancel. It looked as if the chancel were floating a little way above the ground. The structure was obscured from this angle by dazzling sunlight coming through the east windows, so much that Jack supposed the walls must be unfinished and the sun shining through the gaps. He walked along the south aisle to the crossing. As he got nearer to the chancel, he sensed that something quite remarkable was ahead of him. There was indeed sunlight pouring in, but the vault appeared to be complete, and there were no gaps in the walls. When Jack stepped out of the aisle into the crossing, he saw that the sun was streaming in through rows of tall windows, some of them made of colored glass, and all this sunshine seemed to fill the vast empty vessel of the church with warmth and light. Jack could not understand how they had got so much window area. There seemed to be more window than wall. He was awestruck. How had this been done, if not by magic? He felt a frisson of superstitious dread as he mounted the steps that led up to the chancel. He stopped at the top of the stair and peered into the confusion of shafts of colored light and stone that was ahead of him. Slowly the realization came over him that he had seen something like this before, but in his imagination. This was the church he had dreamed of building, with its vast windows and surging vaults, a structure of light and air that seemed held up by enchantment. A moment later he saw it differently. Everything fell into place quite suddenly, and in a lightning flash of revelation, Jack saw what Abbot Suger and his builder had done. The principle of rib vaulting was that a ceiling was made of a few strong ribs, with the gaps between the ribs filled in with light material. They had applied that principle to the whole building. The wall of the chancel consisted of a few strong piers joined by windows. The arcade separating the chancel from its side aisles was not a wall, but a row of piers joined by pointed arches, leaving wide spaces through which the light from the windows could fall into the middle of the church. The aisle itself was divided in two by a row of thin columns. Pointed arches and rib vaulting had been combined here, as they had in the narthex. But it was now clear that the narthex had been a cautious trial for the new technology. By comparison with this, the narthex was muscle-bound, its ribs and moldings too heavy, its arches too small. Here everything was thin, light, delicate, and airy. The simple roll moldings were all narrow and the colonnettes were long and thin. 696 divided by Ken Follett. It would have looked too fragile to stay upright, except that the ribs showed so clearly how the weight of the building was being carried by the piers and columns. Here was a visible demonstration that a big building did not need thick walls with tiny windows and massive piers. Provided the weight was distributed precisely on a load-bearing skeleton, the rest of the building could be light stone, work, glass, or empty space. Jack was spellbound. It was almost like falling in love. Euclid had been a revelation, but this was more than a revelation, for it was beautiful too. He had had visions of a church like this, and now he was actually looking at it, touching it, standing under its sky-high vault. He walked around the curved east end in a daze, staring at the vaulting of the double aisle, the ribs arched over his head like branches in a forest of perfect stone trees. Here, as in the narthex, the filling between the ceiling ribs was cut stone jointed with mortar, instead of the easier but heavier rubble and mortar. The outer wall of the aisle had pairs of big windows with pointed tops to match the pointed arches. The revolutionary architecture was perfectly complemented by the colored windows. Jack had never seen colored glass in England, but he had come across several exemples in France. However, in the small windows of an old-style church, it could not achieve its full potential. Here, the effect of the morning sun pouring through the rich many-colored windows was more than beautiful. It was spellbinding. Because the church was round-ended, the side aisles curved around to meet at the east end, forming a semicircular ambulatory or walkway. Jack walked all the way around the half-circle, then turned and came back, still marveling. He returned to his starting point. There he saw a woman. He recognized her. She smiled. His heart stood still. Aliena shaded her eyes. The sunlight coming through the windows at the east end of the church dazzled her. Like a vision, a figure walked toward her out of the blaze of colored sunshine. He looked as if his hair was on fire. He came closer. It was Jack. Aliena felt faint. He came to her and stood in front of her. He was thin, terribly thin, but his eyes shone with an intensity of emotion. They stared at one another in silence for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. "Is it really you?" "The pillars of the earth 6697, yes," she said. Her voice came out in a whisper. "Yes, Jack, it's really me." The tension was too much, and she began to cry. He put his arms around her and hugged her, with the baby in her arms between them, and patted her back, saying, "There, there," as if she were a child. She leaned against him, breathing his familiar dusty smell, hearing his dear voice as he soothed her, letting her tears fall on his bony shoulder. Eventually he looked at her face and said, "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," she said. "Looking for me," he said incredulously. "Then how did you find me?" She wiped her eyes and sniffed. "I followed you." "How?" "I asked people if they had seen you. Masons, mostly, but some monks and lodging-house keepers." His eyes widened. "You mean you've been to Spain?" She nodded. "Compostela, then Salamanca, then Toledo." "How long have you been traveling?" "3/4 of a year." "But why?" "Because I love you." He seemed overwhelmed. His eyes filled with tears. He whispered, "I love you too. Do you? Do you still?" "Oh, yes." She could tell he meant it. She tilted her face up. He leaned forward over the baby and kissed her softly. The touch of his mouth on hers made her feel dizzy. The baby cried. She broke the kiss and rocked him a little, and he quieted. Jack said, "What's the baby called?" "T haven't named him yet." "Why not? He must be a year old." T wanted to consult you. "Me?" Jack frowned. "What about Alfred? It's up to the father," he tailed off. "Why? Is he mine?" "Look at him," she said. Jack looked red hair. "It must be a year and 3/4 since SA5. Aliena nodded. 698 divided by Ken Follett. "Good God," Jack said. He seemed awestruck. "My son." He swallowed hard. She watched his face anxiously as he tried to take in the news. Would he see this as the termination of his youth and freedom? His expression became solemn. Normally, a man had 9 months to get used to the idea of being a father. Jack had to do it all at once. He looked again at the baby, and at last he smiled. "Our son," he said. "I'm so glad." Aliena sighed happily. Everything was all right at last. Another thought struck Jack. "What about Alfred? Does he know 2/7? Of course. He only had to look at the child. Besides, she felt embarrassed. "Besides, your mother cursed the marriage, and Alfred was never able to, do anything." Jack laughed harshly. "There's true justice," he said. Aliena did not like the relish with which he said it. "It was very hard for me," she said, in a tone of mild reproof. His face changed quickly. "I'm sorry," he said. "What did Alfred do?" "When he saw the baby, he threw me out." Jack looked angry. "Did he hurt you? No, he's a pig, all the same. I'm glad he threw us out. It was because of that I came looking for you, and now I've found you. I'm so happy I don't know what to do." "You were very brave," Jack said. "I still can't take it in." "You followed me all that way." "You'd do it all again," she said fervently. He kissed her again. A voice said in French, "If you insist on behaving lewdly in church, please remain in the nave." It was a young monk, Jack said. "I'm sorry, Father." He took Aliena's arm. They went down the steps and across the south transept. Jack said, "I was a monk for a while. I know how hard it is for them to look at happy lovers kissing." Happy lovers, Aliena thought. That's what we are. They walked the length of the church and stepped out into the busy market square. Aliena could hardly believe that she was standing in the sunshine with Jack by her side. It was almost too much happiness to bear. "Well," he said, "what shall we do?" "Teat, don't know," she said, smiling. "Let's get a loaf of bread and a flask of wine and ride out into the fields to eat our dinner. The Pillars of the Earth, 699. It sounds like paradise." They went to the baker and the vintner, and then they got a wedge of cheese from a dairywoman in the marketplace. In no time at all they were riding out of the village into the fields. Aliena had to keep looking at Jack to make sure he really was there, riding along, beside her, breathing and smiling. He said, "How is Alfred managing the building site?" "Oh, I haven't told you." Aliena had forgotten how long he had been away. "There was a terrible disaster. The roof fell in." "What?" Jack's loud exclamation startled his horse, and it did a skittish little dance. He calmed it. "How did that happen?" "Nobody knows. They had 3 bays vaulted in time for Whit Sunday, and then it all fell down during the service. It was dread. Full 79 people were killed. That's terrible. Jack was shaken. How did Prior Philip take it? Badly. He's given up building altogether. He seems to have lost all his energy. He does nothing nowadays. Philip found it hard to imagine Philip in that state. He had always seemed so full of enthusiasm and determination. So what happened to the craftsmen? They all drifted away. Alfred lives in Shiring now and builds houses. Kingsbridge must be half empty. It's turning back into a village like it used to be. I wonder what Alfred did wrong, Jack said half to himself. That stone vault was never in Tom's original plans, but Alfred made the buttresses bigger to take the weight, so it should have been all right. He was sobered by the news, and they rode on in silence. A mile or so out of Saint Denis, they tied up the horses in the shade of an elm tree and sat down in a corner of a field of green wheat, beside a little brook, to eat their dinner. Jack took a draught of the wine and smacked his lips. England has nothing to compare with French wine, he said. He broke the loaf and gave Aliena some. Aliena shyly undid the laced front of her dress and gave her nipple to the baby. She caught Jack looking at her and flushed. She cleared her throat and spoke to cover her embarrassment. "Do you know what you'd like to call him?" she said awkwardly. "Jack, perhaps?" "I don't know." He looked thoughtful. "Jack was the father I never knew. It might be bad luck to give our son the same name. The nearest I ever had to a real father was Tom Builder." "Would you like to call him Tom?" 700 Ken Follett. Think I would. Tom was such a big man. How about Tommy? Jack nodded. Tommy, it is? Oblivious of the significance of the moment, Tommy had fallen asleep, having sucked his fill. Aliena put him down on the ground, with a kerchief folded under his head for a pillow. Then she looked at Jack. She felt awkward. She wanted him to make love to her, right here on the grass, but she felt sure he would be shocked if she asked him, so she just looked at him and hoped. He said, "If I tell you something, will you promise not to think badly of me?" "All right." He looked embarrassed and said, "Ever since I saw you, I can hardly think of anything but the naked body under your dress." She smiled. "I don't think badly of you," she said. "I'm glad." He stared at her hungrily. She said, "I love it when you look at me like that." He swallowed dryly. She held out her arms, and he came to her and embraced her. It was almost 2 years since the one and only time they had made love. That morning they had both been swept away by desire and regret. Now they were just two lovers in a field. Aliena suddenly felt anxious. Would it be all right? How terrible if something went wrong after all this time? They lay down on the grass side by side and kissed. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth. She felt his eager hand on her body, exploring urgently. There was a quickening in her loins. He kissed her eyelids and the end of her nose and said, "All this time I ached for you, every day." She hugged him hard. "I'm so glad I found you," she said. They made gentle, happy love in the open air with the sun beating down on them and the stream burbling beside them, and Tommy slept through it all and woke up when it was over. The wooden statue of the lady had not wept since it left Spain. Jack did not understand how it worked, so he could not be sure why it would not weep outside its own country. However, he had an idea that the tears that came at nightfall were caused by the sudden cooling of the air, and he had noticed that sunsets were more gradual in northern territories, so he suspected that the problem had to do with the slower nightfall. He still kept the statue, however. It was rather bulky to carry around, but it was a souvenir of Toledo, and it reminded him of Rashid, and although he did not tell Aliena this, the pillars of the earth 701 of Aisha as well. But when a stonemason at Saint Denis wanted a model for a statue of the Virgin, Jack brought the wooden lady to the mason's lodge and left it there. He had been hired by the abbey to work on the rebuilding of the church. The new chancel, which had so devastated him, was not quite complete, and had to be finished in time for the dedication ceremony at midsummer. But the energetic abbot was already preparing to rebuild the nave in the same revolutionary style, and Jack was hired to carve stones in advance for that. The abbey rented him a house in the village, and he moved in along with Aliena and Tommy. During the first night they spent in the house, they made love 5 times. Living together as man and wife seemed the most natural thing in the world. After a few days, Jack felt as if they had always lived together. Nobody asked whether their union had been blessed by the church. The master builder at St. Denis was the greatest mason Jack had ever met, easily. As they finished the new chancel and prepared to rebuild the nave, Jack watched the master and absorbed everything he did. The technical advances here were his, not the abbot's. Suger was in favor of new ideas in a general way, but he was more interested in ornament than structure. His pet project was the new tomb for the remains of St. Denis and his 2 companions, Rusticus and Eleutherius. The relics were kept in the crypt, but Suger planned to bring them up into the new chancel so the whole world could see them. The 3 caskets would rest in a stone tomb, veneered with black marble. The top of the tomb was a miniature church made of gilded wood, and in the nave and side aisles of the miniature were 3 empty coffins, 1 for each of the martyrs. The tomb would stand in the middle of the new chancel, attached to the back of the new high altar. Both the altar and the base of the tomb were already in place, and the miniature church was in the carpenter's lodge, where a painstaking craftsman was carefully gilding the wood with priceless gold paint. Suger was not a man to do things by halves. The abbot was a formidable organizer, Jack observed as preparations for the dedication ceremony accelerated. Suger invited everybody who was anybody, and most of them accepted, notably the King and Queen of France, and 19 archbishops and bishops, including the Archbishop of Canterbury. Such morsels of news were picked up by the craftsmen as they worked in and on the church. Jack often saw Suger himself in his homespun habit, striding around the monastery, giving instructions to a flock of monks who followed him like ducklings. He reminded Jack of Philip of King's 702 de Ken Follett Bridge. Like Philip, Suger came from a poor background and had been brought up in the monastery. Like Philip, he had reorganized the finances and tightened up the management of the monastery's property so that it produced much more income, and like Philip, he was spending the extra money on building. Like Philip, he was busy, energetic, and decisive, except that Philip was none of these things anymore according to Aliena. Jack found that hard to imagine. A quiescent Philip seemed as unlikely as a kindly Walleran bigod. However, Philip had suffered a series of terrible disappointments. First, there had been the burning of the town. Jack shuddered when he recalled that awful day, the smoke, the fear, the dreadful horsemen with their flaming torches, and the blind panic of the hysterical mob. Perhaps the heart had gone out of Philip then. Certainly the town had lost its nerve after Ward. Jack remembered it well. The atmosphere of fear and uncertainty had pervaded the place, like a faint but unmistakable odor of decay. No doubt Philip had wanted the opening ceremony for the new chancel to be a symbol of new hope. Then, when it turned into another disaster, he must have given up. Now the builders had gone away, the market had declined, and the population was shrinking. Young people were beginning to move to Shiring, Aliena said. It was only a problem of morale. Of course, the priory still had all its property, including the vast flocks of sheep which brought in hundreds of pounds every year. If it were only a question of money, Philip could surely afford to recommence building on some scale. It would not be easy, certainly. Masons would be superstitious about working on a church that had already fallen down once, and it would be difficult to whip up the enthusiasm of the local people yet again. But the main problem, judging by what Aliena said, was that Philip had lost the will. Jack wished he could do something to help bring it back. Meanwhile, the bishops, archbishops, dukes, and counts began arriving at St. Denis 2 or 3 days before the ceremony. All the notables were taken on a conducted tour of the building. Suger himself escorted the most distinguished visitors, and lesser dignitaries were taken around by monks or craftsmen. They were all awe-struck by the lightness of the new construction and the sunny effect of the huge windows of colored glass. As just about every important church leader in France was seeing this, it struck Jack that the new style was likely to be widely imitated. Indeed, Masons who could say they had actually worked on Saint Denis would be in great demand. Coming here had been a clever move. Cleverer than he had. The Pillars of the Earth 703 imagined. It had greatly improved his chances of designing and building a cathedral himself. King Louis arrived on the Saturday with his wife and his mother, and they moved into the abbot's house. That night matins were sung from dusk to dawn. By sunrise there was a crowd of peasants and Parisian citizens outside the church, waiting for what promised to be the greatest assemblage of holy and powerful men that most of them would ever see. Jack and Aliena joined the crowd as soon as Tommy had been fed. One day Jack thought, "I'll say to Tommy, you don't remember it, but when you were just a year old you saw the King of France." They bought bread and cider for their breakfast and ate while they were waiting for the show to begin. The public was not allowed into the church, of course, and the king's men-at-arms kept them at a distance, but all the doors were open, and people clustered in knots where they could see in. The nave was packed with the lords and ladies of the nobility. Fortunately, the chancel was raised several feet because of the large crypt under it, so Jack could still see the ceremony. There was a flurry of activity at the far end of the nave, and suddenly all the nobles bowed. Over their lowered heads, Jack saw the king enter the church from the south. He could not see the king's face to make out his features, but his purple tunic made a vivid splash of color as he moved into the center of the crossing and knelt before the main altar. The bishops and archbishops came in immediately afterward. They were all dressed in dazzling white robes with gold embroidery, and each bishop carried his ceremonial crozier. The crozier was supposed to be a simple shepherd's crook, but so many of them were ornamented with fabulous jewels that the whole procession glittered like a mountain stream in the sunlight. They all walked slowly across the church and up the steps into the chancel, then took prearranged places around the font in which Jack knew, because he had observed the preparations. There were several gallons of holy water. There followed a lull, during which prayers were said and hymns were sung. The crowd became restless, and Tommy got bored. Then the bishops moved off in procession again. They left the church by the south door and disappeared into the cloisters, much to the disappointment of the spectators. But then they emerged from the monastic buildings and filed across the front of the church. Each bishop carried a small brush called an aspergillum and a vessel of holy water, and as they marched, sing, 704, Ken Follett, ing, they dipped the brushes in the water and sprinkled the walls of the church. The crowd surged forward, people begging for a blessing and trying to touch the snow-white robes of the holy men. The king's men-at-arms beat the people back with sticks. Jack stayed well back in the crowd. He did not want a blessing, and he preferred to stay away from those sticks. The procession made its stately way along the north side of the church, and the crowd followed, trampling over the graves in the cemetery. Some spectators had taken up positions here in anticipation, and they resisted the pressure from the newcomers. One or two fights broke out. The bishops passed the north porch and continued around the half-circle of the east end, the new part. This was where the craftsmen's workshops had been built, and now the crowd surged around the huts, threatening to flatten the light wooden buildings. As the leaders of the procession began to disappear back into the abbey, the more hysterical members of the crowd became desperate and pushed forward more determinedly. The king's men responded with increased violence. Jack began to feel anxious. "I don't like the look of this," he said to Aliena. "I was about to say the same," she replied. "Let's get out of this crowd," before they could move. A scuffle broke out between the king's men and a group of youths at the front. The men-at-arms laid about them fiercely with their clubs, but the youths, instead of cowering away, fought back. The last of the bishops hurried into the cloisters, with a distinctly perfunctory sprinkling of the last part of the chancel. When the holy men were out of sight, the crowd turned its attention on the men-at-arms. Someone threw a stone and hit one of the men square on the forehead. A cheer went up as he fell. The hand-to-hand fighting spread quickly. Men-at-arms came running from the west front of the church to defend their comrades. It was turning into a riot. There was no hope of the ceremony providing a distraction in the next few moments. Jack knew that the bishops and the king were now descending into the crypt to fetch the remains of St. Denis. They would carry them all around the cloisters, but would not bring them out of doors. The dignitaries were not due to show themselves again until the service was over. Abbot Suger had not anticipated the size of the crowd of spectators, nor had he made arrangements to keep them happy. Now they were dissatisfied. They were hot. The sun was high by this time, and they wanted to vent their emotions. The Pillars of the Earth, 705. The king's men were armed, but the spectators were not, and at first the armed men got the better of it. Then someone had the bright idea of breaking into the craftsmen's huts for weapons. A pair of youths kicked down the door of the mason's lodge and came out a moment later with bolster hammers in their hands. There were masons in the crowd, and some of them pushed through the throng to the lodge and tried to stop people from going in, but they were unable to stand their ground and got shoved aside. Jack and Aliena were trying to retreat out of the crowd, but the people behind them were pressing forward urgently, and they found themselves trapped. Jack kept Tommy hard up against his chest, protecting the baby's back with his arms and covering the little head with his hands, at the same time struggling to stay close to Aliena. He saw a small, furtive-looking man with a black beard emerge from the mason's lodge, carrying the wooden statue of the Weeping Lady. "I'll never see that again," he thought with a pang of regret, but he was too busy trying to escape from the crush to worry about being robbed. The carpenter's lodge was broken open next. The craftsmen had given up hope of protecting their lodges, and they made no attempt to restrain the crowd. The smithy proved too strong, but the crowd burst through the flimsy wall of the roofer's lodge and took the heavy, wickedly sharp tools used for trimming and nailing lead sheets. And Jack thought, someone is going to be killed before this is over. Despite all his efforts, he was pushed forward toward the north porch where the fighting was fiercest. The same thing was happen. Ing to the black-bearded thief, he noticed the man was trying to get away with his loot, hugging the wooden statue to his chest the way Jack was hugging Tommy, but he too was being forced farther into the melee by the press of the crowd. Suddenly, Jack had a brainwave. He gave Tommy to Aliena, saying, "Stay close to me." Then he grabbed the little thief and wrested the statue away from him. The man resisted for a moment, but Jack was bigger, and anyway the thief was now more worried about saving his skin than stealing the statue, and after a moment he relinquished his hold. Jack lifted the statue above his head and started to shout, "Revere the Madonna!" At first nobody took any notice. Then one or two people looked at him. "Touch not the Holy Mother," he shouted at the top of his voice. The people near him backed off, superstitiously making a space around him. He began to warm to his theme. It is a sin to desecrate the image of the Virgin. He held the statue high above his head and walked forward toward the 706 Ken Follett Church. This just might work, he thought with a surge of hope. More people stopped fighting to see what was going on. He glanced behind him. Aliena was following, unable to do anything else because of the press of the crowd. However, the riot was rapidly simmering down. The crowd moved forward with Jack, and people began to repeat his words in an awestruck murmur. "It is the Mother of God. Hail Mary, make way for the effigy of the Blessed Maiden." All they wanted was a show, and now that Jack was giving them one, the fighting stopped almost completely, with only 2 or 3 continuing scuffles on the fringes. Jack marched forward solemnly. He was rather startled at the ease with which he had stopped a riot. The crowd fell away before him, and he reached the north porch of the church. There he set the statue down with great reverence in the cool shade of the doorway. It was a little over 2 feet high and seemed less impressive standing on the ground. The mob gathered around the doorway expectantly. Jack was at a loss to know what to do. They probably wanted a sermon. He had acted like a clergyman, bearing the statue on high and calling out sonorous warnings. But that was the limit of his priestly skills. He felt fearful. What might the crowd do to him if he disappointed them now? Suddenly they gave a collective gasp. Jack looked behind him. Some of the nobles from the congregation had gathered in the north transept, looking out, but he could see nothing to justify the crowd's apparent amazement. "A miracle," someone said, and others took up the cry. A miracle? A miracle? Jack looked at the statue, and then he understood. Water was dripping from its eyes. At first he was as awestruck as the crowd, but a moment later he recalled his theory that the lady wept when there was a sudden change from warm to cold, as happened at nightfall in southern regions. The statue had just been moved from the heat of the day into the cool of the north porch. That would explain the tears. But the crowd did not know that, of course. All they saw was a statue weeping, and they marveled. A woman at the front tossed a denier, the French silver penny, at the feet of the statue. Jack felt like laughing aloud. What was the point of giving money to a piece of wood? But the people had been so indoctrinated by the church that their automatic response to something holy was to give money, and several others in the crowd followed the woman's example. Jack had never thought that Rashid's toy might make money. The Pillars of the Earth, 707. Indeed, it could not make money for Jack. The people would not give if they thought the money was going into Jack's pocket. But it would be worth a fortune to any church. And when Jack realized that, he suddenly saw what he had to do. It came to him in a flash, and he began speaking even before he had seen all the implications himself. The words came at the same time as the thoughts. "The weeping Madonna belongs not to me, but to God," he began. The crowd fell silent. This was the sermon they had been waiting for. Behind Jack, the bishops were singing in the church, but no one was interested in them now. For hundreds of years she languished in the land of the Saracens, Jack went on. He had no idea what the history of the statue was, but it did not seem to matter. The priests themselves never inquired too closely into the truth of stories of miracles and holy relics. She has traveled many miles, but her journey is not yet ended. Her destination is the Cathedral Church of Kingsbridge in England. He caught Aliena's eye. She was staring at him in amazement. He had to resist the temptation to wink at her to let her know he was making it up as he went along. "It is my holy mission to take her to Kingsbridge. There she will find her resting place. There she will be at peace." As he looked at Aliena, the final, most brilliant inspiration came to him, and he said, "I have been appointed master builder of the new church at Kingsbridge." Aliena's mouth fell open. Jack looked away from her. "The weeping Madonna has commanded that a new, more glorious church be built for her at Kingsbridge, and with her help I shall create a shrine for her as beautiful as the new chancel which has been erected here for the sacred remains of Saint Denis." He glanced down, and the money on the ground gave him the idea for his finishing touch. "Your pennies will be used for the new church," he said. "The Madonna confers a blessing on every man, woman, and child who offers a gift to help her build her new home." There was a moment of silence. Then his listeners started to throw pennies on the ground around the base of the statue. Each person called out something as he or she made the offering. Some said Alleluia or Praise God, and others asked for a blessing, or some more specific favor, make Robert well, or let Anne conceive, or give us a good harvest. Jack studied their faces. They were excited, elevated, happy. They pushed forward, jostling one another in their eagerness to give their pennies to the weeping 708 Ken Follett, Madonna. Jack looked down and watched, marveling, as the money piled up like a snowdrift around his feet. The weeping Madonna had the same effect in every town and village on the road to Cherbourg. As they walked in procession along the main street, a crowd would gather, and then, after they had paused in front of the church to give time for the entire population to assemble, they would take the statue into the cool of the building, and it would weep, whereupon the people would fall over one another in their eagerness to give money for the building of Kingsbridge Cathedral. They had almost lost it, right at the start. The bishops and archbishops examined the statue and pronounced it genuinely miraculous, and Abbot Suger wanted to keep it for Saint Denis. He had offered Jack £1, then £10, and finally £50. When he realized Jack was not interested in money, he threatened to take the statue away forcibly, but Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury prevented him. Theobald also saw the money-making potential of the statue, and he wanted it to go to Kingsbridge, which was in his archdiocese. Suger had given in with bad grace, churlishly expressing reservations about the genuineness of the miracle. Jack had told the craftsmen at St. Denis that he would hire any of them who cared to follow him to Kingsbridge. Suger was not pleased about that either. Most of them would stay where they were, in fact, on the principle that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. But there were a few who were from England originally and might be tempted to move back, and the others would spread the word, for it was every mason's duty to tell his brothers about new building sites. Within a few weeks, craftsmen from all over Christendom would begin drifting into Kingsbridge, the way Jack had drifted into 6 or 7 different sites over the past 2 years. Aliena asked Jack what he would do if Kingsbridge Priory did not make him master builder. Jack had no idea. He had made his announcement on the spur of the moment, and he had no contingency plans in case things went wrong. Archbishop Theobald, having claimed the Weeping Madonna for England, was not willing to let Jack simply walk away with it. He had sent 2 priests from his entourage, Reynold and Edward, to accompany Jack and Aliena on their journey. Jack had been displeased about this at first, but he quickly got to like them. Reynold was a fresh-faced, argumentative young man with an incisive mind, and he was very interested in the mathematics Jack had learned in Toledo. Edward was a mild-mannered older man. The Pillars of the Earth 709, who was something of a glutton. Their principal function was to make sure none of the donations went into Jack's purse, of course. In fact, the priests spent freely out of the donations to pay their traveling expenses, whereas Jack and Aliena paid their own. So the Archbishop would have done better to trust Jack. They went to Cherbourg on their way to Barfleur, where they would take ship for Wareham. Jack knew something was wrong, long before they reached the heart of the little seaside town. People were not staring at the Madonna. They were staring at Jack. The priests noticed it after a while. They were carrying the statue on a wooden trestle, as they always did when entering a town. As the crowd began to follow them, Reynold hissed at Jack. "What's going on?" "Don't know. They're more interested in you than the statue. Have you been here before?" "Never." Aliena said, "It's the older ones who look at Jack. The youngsters look at the statue." She was right. The children and young people were reacting to the statue with normal curiosity. It was the middle-aged who stared at him. He tried staring back and found that they got scared. One made the sign of the cross at him. "What have they got against me?" he wondered aloud. Their procession attracted followers just as rapidly as always, however, and they reached the marketplace with a large crowd in tow. They put the Madonna down in front of the church. The air smelled of salt water and fresh fish. Several townspeople went into the church. What normally happened next was that the local clergy would come out and talk to Reynold and Edward. There would be a discussion and explanations, and then the statue would be carried inside where it would weep. The Madonna had only failed once on a cold day when Reynold insisted on going through with the procedure, despite Jack's warning that it might not work. Now they respected his advice. The weather was right today, but something else was wrong. There was superstitious fear on the wind-whipped faces of the sailors and fishermen all around. The young sensed the disquiet of their elders, and the whole crowd was suspicious and vaguely hostile. No one approached the little group to ask questions about the statue. They stood at a distance, talking in low voices, waiting for something to happen. 7:10 Ken Follett. At last the priest emerged. In other towns the priest had approached in a mood of wary curiosity, but this one came out like an exorcist, holding a cross in front of him like a shield and carrying a chalice of holy water in his other hand. Reynold said, "What does he think he's going to do, cast out demons?" The priest walked over, chanting something in Latin, and approached Jack. He said in French, "I command thee, evil spirit, to return to the place of ghosts, in the name." "I'm not a ghost, you damn fool," Jack burst out. He felt unnerved. The priest went on, "Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we're on a mission for the Archbishop of Canterbury," Reynold protested. "We've been blessed by him." Aliena said, "He's not a ghost. I've known him since he was 12 years old." The priest began to look uncertain. "You are the ghost of a man of this town who died 24 years ago," he said. Several people in the crowd voiced their agreement, and the priest recommenced his incantation. "I'm only 20 years old," Jack said. Perhaps I just resemble the man who died. Someone stepped out from the crowd. You don't just resemble him, he said. You are him no different from the day you died. The crowd murmured with superstitious dread. Jack, feeling unnerved, looked at the speaker. He was a gray-bearded man of 40 or so years, wearing the clothes of a successful craftsman or small merchant. He was not the hysterical type. Jack addressed him with a voice that faltered somewhat. My companions know me, he said. 2 of them are priests. The woman is my wife. The baby is my son. Are they ghosts too? The man looked uncertain. A white-haired woman standing beside him spoke up. Don't you know me, Jack? Jack jumped as if he had been stung. Now he was scared. How did you know my name? He said. Because I'm your mother, she said. You're not, Aliena said, and Jack heard a note of panic in her voice. I know his mother, and she's not you. What's happening here? Evil magic, said the priest. Wait a minute, said Reynold. Jack may be related to the man who died. Did he have any children? No, said the gray-bearded man. The Pillars of the Earth 711, are you sure? He never married. That's not the same thing. 1 or 2 people snickered. The priest glared at them. The gray-bearded man said, but he died 24 years ago, and this Jack says he's only 20. How did he die? Reynold asked. Drowned. Did you see the body? There was a silence. Finally, the gray-bearded man said, No, I never saw his body. Did anyone see it? Reynold said, his voice rising as he scented victory. Nobody spoke. Reynold turned to Jack. Is your father alive? He died before I was born. What was he? A jongleur. A gasp went up from the crowd, and the white-haired woman said, My Jack was a jongleur. But this Jack is a stonemason, Reynold said. I've seen his work, however. He could be the son of Jack the jongleur. He turned to Jack. What was your father called? Jack Jongleur, I suppose? No, they called him Jack Cherbourg. The priest repeated the name, pronouncing it slightly differently. Jack Cherbourg. Jack was stunned. He had never understood his father's name. But now it was clear. Like many traveling men, he was called by the name of the town he came from. Yes, Jack said wonderingly. Of course, Jacques Cherbourg. He had found traces of his father at last, long after he had given up looking. He had gone all the way to Spain, but what he wanted had been here on the coast of Normandy. He had fulfilled his quest. He felt wearily satisfied, as if he had put down a heavy burden after carrying it a long way. Then everything is clear, Reynold said, looking around triumphantly at the crowd. Jacques Cherbourg did not drown. He survived. He went to England, lived there a while, made a girl pregnant, and died. The girl gave birth to a boy and named him after the father. Jack here is now 20 and looks exactly like his father did 24 years ago. Reynold looked at the priest. No need for exorcism here, Father. It's just a family reunion. Aliena put her arm through Jack's and squeezed his hand. He felt stupefied. There were 100 questions he wanted to ask. 712 Ken Follett, and he did not know where to start. He blurted one out at random. Why were you so sure he died? Everyone on the white ship died, said the gray-bearded man. The white ship? I remember the white ship, said Edward. That was a famous disaster. The heir to the throne was drowned. Then Maud became the heir, and that's why we've got Stephen, Jack said. But why was he on such a ship? The old woman who had spoken earlier answered. He was to entertain the nobles on the voyage. She looked at Jack. You must be his boy, then, my grandson. I'm sorry I thought you were a ghost. You look so like him. Your father was my brother, said the gray-bearded man. I'm your Uncle Guillaume. Jack realized with a glow of pleasure that this was the family he had longed for, his father's relations. He was no longer alone in the world. He had found his roots at last. Well, this is my son, Tommy, he said. Look at his red hair. The white-haired woman looked fondly at the baby, then said in a shocked voice, Oh, my soul, I'm a great-grandmother. Everyone laughed. Jack said, I wonder how my father got to England. Chapter 1266, CC. O God said to Satan, Look at my man Job. Look at him. There's a good man if ever I saw one. Philip paused for effect. This was not a translation, of course. This was a freestyle retelling of the story. Tell me if that isn't a perfect and upright man who fears God and does no evil. So Satan said, Of course he worships you. You've given him everything. Just look at him. 7 sons and 3 daughters, 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels, and 500 pairs of oxen and 500 asses. That's why he's a good man. So God said, All right, take it all away from him and see what happens. And that's what Satan did. While Philip was preaching, his mind kept wandering to a mystifying letter he had received that morning from the Archbishop of Canterbury. It began by congratulating him on obtaining the miraculous weeping Madonna. Philip did not know what a weeping Madonna was, but he was quite sure he did not have one. The Archbishop was glad to hear that Philip was recommencing the building of the new cathedral. Philip was doing no such thing. He was waiting for a sign from God before doing anything, and while he waited, he was holding Sunday services in the small new parish church. Finally, Archbishop Theobald commended his shrewdness in appointing a master builder who had worked on the new chancel at Saint Denis. Philip had heard of the Abbey of Saint Denis, of course, and the famous Abbot Suger, the most powerful churchman in the Kingdom of France, but he knew nothing of the new chancel there, and he had not appointed a master builder from anywhere. Philip, 714, Ken Follett, thought the letter had probably been intended for someone else and sent to him in error. Now, what did Job say when he lost all his wealth and his children died? Did he curse God? Did he worship Satan? No. He said, I was born naked, and I'll die naked. The Lord gives and the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. That's what Job said. And then God said to Satan, What did I tell you? And Satan said, All right, but he's still got his health, hasn't he? A man can put up with anything while he's in good health. And God saw that he had to let Job suffer some more in order to prove his point. So he said, Take away his health then and see what happens. So Satan made Job ill, and he had boils from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Sermons were becoming more common in churches. They had been rare when Philip was a boy. Abbot Peter had been against them, saying they tempted the priest to indulge himself. The old-fashioned view was that the congregation should be mere spectators, silently witnessing the mysterious holy rites, hearing the Latin words without understanding them, blindly trusting in the efficacy of the priest's intercession. But ideas had changed. Progressive thinkers nowadays no longer saw the congregation as mute observers of a mystical ceremony. The church was supposed to be an integral part of their everyday existence. It marked the milestones in their lives, from christening through marriage and the birth of children, to extreme unction and burial in consecrated ground. It might be their landlord, judge, employer, or customer. Increasingly, people were expected to be Christians every day, not just on Sundays. They needed more than just rituals, according to the modern view. They wanted explanations, rulings, encouragement, exhortation. Now I believe that Satan had a conversation with God about Kingsbridge, Philip said. I believe that God said to Satan, Look at my people in Kingsbridge. Aren't they good Christians? See how they work hard all week in their fields and workshops, and then spend all day Sunday building me a new cathedral. Tell me they're not good people if you can. And Satan said, They're good because they're doing well. You've given them good harvests, and fine weather, and customers for their shops, and protection from evil earls. But take all that away from them, and they'll come over to my side. So God said, What do you want to do? And Satan said, Burn the town. So God said, All right, burn it, and see what happens. So Satan sent William Hamley to set fire to our fleece fair. Philip took great consolation from the story of Job, like Job. The Pillars of the Earth 715. Philip had worked hard all his life to do God's will to the best of his ability, and like Job, he had been rewarded with bad luck, failure, and ignominy. But the purpose of the sermon was to lift the spirits of the townspeople, and Philip could see that it was not working. However, the story was not yet over. And then God said to Satan, "Look now, you've burned that whole town to the ground, and they're still building me a new cathedral. Now tell me they're not good people." But Satan said, "I was too easy on them. Most of them escaped that fire, and they soon rebuilt their little wooden houses. Let me send a real disaster, then see what happens." And God sighed and said, "What do you want to do now, then?" And Satan said, "I'm going to bring the roof of that new church down on their heads." And he did, as we all know. Looking around the congregation, Philip saw very few people who had not lost a relative in that awful collapse. There was Widow Meg, who had had a good husband and 3 strapping sons, all of whom had died. She had not spoken a word since, and her hair was white. Others had been mutilated. Peter Pony's right leg had been crushed, and he walked with a limp. He had been a horse catcher before, but now he worked for his brother, making saddles. There was hardly a family in town that had escaped. Sitting on the floor down at the front was a man who had lost the use of his legs. Philip frowned. Who was he? He had not been injured in the roof collapse. Philip had never seen him before. Then he recalled being told that there was a cripple begging in the town and sleeping in the ruins of the cathedral. Philip had ordered that he be given a bed in the guest house. His mind was wandering again. He returned to his sermon. Now what did Job do? His wife said to him, "Curse God and die." But did he? He did not. Did he lose his faith? He did not. Satan was disappointed in Job. And I tell you, Philip raised his hand dramatically to emphasize the point. I tell you, Satan is going to be disappointed in the people of Kingsbridge, for we continue to worship the true God, just as Job did in all his tribulations. He paused again to let them digest that, but he could tell he had failed to move them. The faces that looked up at him were interested, but not inspired. In truth, he was not an inspirational preacher. He was a down-to-earth man. He could not captivate a congregation by the force of his personality. People did become intensely loyal to him. It was true, but not instantly. It happened slowly over time as they came to understand how he lived, and 716 Ken Follett what he achieved. His work sometimes inspired people, or it had in the old days, but never his words. However, the best part of the story was to come. What happened to Job after Satan had done his worst? Well, God gave him more than he had in the first place, twice as much. Where he had grazed 7,000 sheep, he now had 14,000. The 3,000 camels he had lost were replaced by 6 thou sand, and he fathered 7 more sons and 3 more daughters. They looked indifferent. Philip plowed on, and Kingsbridge will prosper again one day. The widows shall marry again, and the widowers find wives, and those whose children died shall conceive again, and our streets will be full of people, and our shops stocked with bread and wine, leather and brass, buckles and shoes, and one day we will rebuild our cathedral. The trouble was he was not sure he believed it himself, and so he could not say it with conviction. No wonder the congregation was unmoved. He looked down at the heavy book in front of him and translated the Latin into English. And Job lived 140 years more, and saw his sons and his grandsons and his great-grandsons. And then he died, being old and full of days. He closed the book. There was a disturbance at the back of the little church. Philip looked up irritably. He was aware that his sermon had not had the effect he hoped for, but nevertheless he wanted a few moments of silence at the end of it. The church door was open, and all those at the back were looking out. Philip could see quite a crowd outside. It must contain everyone in Kingsbridge who was not in the church, he thought. What was going on? Several possibilities went through his mind. There had been a fight, a fire, someone was dying, a large troop of horsemen was approaching, but he was completely unprepared for what actually happened. First, 2 priests came in carrying a statue of a woman on a board draped with an embroidered altar cloth. The solemnity of their demeanor suggested that the statue represented a saint, presumably the Virgin. Behind the priests walked 2 more people, and they provided the bigger surprise. One was Aliena, and the other was Jack. Philip regarded Jack with affection mingled with exasperation. That boy, he thought, on the day he first came here, the old cathedral burned down, and since then nothing connected with him has been normal. But Philip was more pleased than annoyed by Jack's entrance. Despite all the trouble the boy caused, he made life enter. The Pillars of the Earth, 717 Esting. Boy? Philip looked at him again. Jack was no longer a boy. He had been away 2 years, but he had aged 10, and his eyes were weary and knowing. Where had he been? And how had Aliena found him? The procession moved up the middle of the church. Philip decided to do nothing and see what happened. A buzz of excitement went around as people recognized Jack and Aliena. Then there was a new sound, rather like a murmur of awe, and someone said, "She weeps." Others repeated it like a litany. "She weeps. She weeps." Philip peered at the statue. Sure enough, there was water coming from the eyes. He suddenly remembered the Archbishop's mysterious letter about the miraculous weeping Madonna. So this was it. As to whether the weeping was a miracle, Philip would suspend judgment. He could see that the eyes appeared to be made of stone or perhaps some kind of crystal, whereas the rest of the statue was wooden. That might have something to do with it. The priests turned around and put the board down on the floor so that the Madonna was facing the congregation. Then Jack began to speak. "The weeping Madonna came to me in a far, far country," he began. Philip resented his taking over the service, but he decided not to act precipitately. He would let Jack have his say. Anyway, he was intrigued. "A baptized Saracen gave her to me," Jack went on. The congregation murmured in surprise. Saracens were usually the barbaric, black-faced enemy in such stories, and few people knew that some of them were actually Christians. At first I wondered why she had been given to me. Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. Jack had the congregation spellbound. He's a better preacher of sermons than I am, Philip thought ruefully. I can feel the tension building already. At last I began to realize that she wanted to go home. But where was her home? Finally it came to me she wanted to go to Kingsbridge. The congregation broke into a hubbub of amazement. Philip was skeptical. There was a difference between the way God worked and the way Jack worked, and this had the hallmark of Jack. But Philip remained silent. But then I thought, what am I taking her to? What shrine will she have at Kingsbridge? In what church will she find her rest? He looked around at the plain, whitewashed interior of the parish. Church, as if to say, this obviously will not do. And it was as if she spoke aloud and said to me, "You, Jack Jackson, shall make me a shrine and build me a church." 718, Captain Follett. Philip began to see what Jack was up to. The Madonna was to be the spark that reignited the people's enthusiasm for building a new cathedral. It would do what Philip's sermon about Job had failed to do. But still Philip had to ask himself, is this God's will or just Jack's? So I asked her, with what? I have no money. And she said, I will provide the money. Well, we set off with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. Jack glanced up at Philip as he named the Archbishop. He's telling me something, Philip thought. He's saying that he's got powerful backing for this. Jack swung his gaze back to the congregation, and along the road from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge, devout Christians have given money for the building of the shrine of the Weeping Madonna. With that, Jack beckoned to someone outside. A moment later, 2 beturbaned Saracens marched solemnly into the church, carrying on their shoulders an iron-bound chest. The villagers cowered back from them in fear. Even Philip was astonished. He knew, in theory, that Saracens had brown skin, but he had never seen one, and the reality was amazing. Their swirling, brightly colored robes were equally striking. They strode through the awe-struck congregation and knelt before the Madonna, placing the chest reverently on the floor. There was a breathless silence as Jack unlocked the chest with a huge key and lifted the lid. People craned their necks to look. Suddenly, Jack tipped the chest over. There was a noise like a waterfall, and a stream of silver pennies poured out of the chest. Hundreds of them, thousands. People crowded around to stare. None of them had ever seen so much money. Jack raised his voice to be heard over their exclamations. "I have brought her home, and now I give her to the building of the new cathedral." Then he turned, looked Philip in the eye, and inclined his head in a little bow, as if to say, "Over to you." Philip hated to be manipulated like this, but at the same time he was bound to acknowledge that the way it had been done was masterly. However, that did not mean he was going to give in to it. The people might acclaim the Weeping Madonna, but only Philip could decide whether she would be allowed to rest in Kingsbridge Cathedral alongside the bones of St. Adolphus, and he was not yet convinced. Some of the villagers began questioning the Saracens. Philip stepped down from his pulpit and went closer to listen. "I come. The pillars of the earth 719 G. From a far, far country," one of them was saying. Philip was surprised to hear that he spoke English just like a Dorset fisherman, but most of the villagers did not even know that Saracens had a language of their own. "What is your country called?" someone asked. "My country is called Africa," the Saracen replied. There was more than one country in Africa, of course, as Philip knew, although most of the villagers did not, and Philip wondered which one this Saracen came from. How exciting it would be if it were a place mentioned in the Bible, such as Egypt or Ethiopia. A little girl reached out a tentative finger and touched his dark brown hand. The Saracen smiled at her. Apart from his color, Philip thought, he looked no different from anyone else. Encouraged, the girl said, "What's it like in Africa?" "There are great deserts and fig trees." "What's a fig?" It's a fruit that looks like a strawberry and tastes like a pear." Philip was suddenly struck by a horrible suspicion. He said, "Tell me, Saracen, what city were you born in?" "Damascus," the man said. Philip's suspicion was confirmed. He was angered. He touched Jack's arm and drew him aside. In a quietly furious voice, he said, "What are you playing at?" "What do you mean?" Jack said, trying to play innocent. "Those two aren't Saracens. They're fishermen from Wareham, with brown dye on their faces and hands." Jack did not seem bothered about having his deception discovered. He grinned and said, "How did you guess? I don't think that man has ever seen a fig, and Damascus is not in Africa. What is the meaning of this dishonesty?" "It's a harmless deception," Jack said, and flashed his engaging smile. "There is no such thing as a harmless deception," Philip said coldly. "All right." Jack saw that Philip was angry. He became serious. "It serves the same purpose as an illuminated drawing on a page of the Bible. It's not the truth. It's an illustration. My brown-dyed Dorsetshire men dramatize the true fact that the Weeping Madonna comes from a Saracen land." The two priests and Aliena had detached themselves from the crowd around the Madonna and joined Philip and Jack. Philip ignored them and said to Jack, "You aren't frightened of a drawing of 720 divided Ken Follett, a snake. An illustration isn't a lie. Your Saracens aren't illustrations. They're imposters. We collected much more money after we got the Saracens," Jack said. Philip looked at the pennies heaped on the floor. "The townspeople probably think that's enough to build a whole cathedral," he said. "It looks to me like about £100. You know that. Won't even pay for a year's work." "The money is like the Saracens," Jack said. "It's symbolic. You know, you've got the money to start building." That was true. There was nothing stopping Philip from building. The Madonna was just the sort of thing needed to bring Kingsbridge back to life. It would attract people to the town, pilgrims and scholars, as well as the idly curious. It would put new heart into the townspeople. It would be seen as a good omen. Philip had been waiting for a sign from God, and he wanted very badly to believe that this was it. But this did not have the feel of a sign from God. It had the feel of a stunt by Jack. The younger of the two priests said, "I'm Reynold, and this is Edward. We work for the Archbishop of Canterbury. He sent us to accompany the Weeping Madonna." Philip said, If you have the Archbishop's blessing, why did you need a couple of fairground Saracens to legitimize the Madonna? Edward looked a little shamefaced. Reynolds said, "It was Jack's idea, but I confess I saw no harm in it. Surely you're not dubious about the Madonna, Philip?" "You can call me father," Philip snapped. "Working for the Archbishop doesn't give you the right to condescend to your superiors. The answer to your question is yes. I am dubious about the Madonna. I am not going to install this statue in the precincts of Kingsbridge Cathedral until I'm convinced that it is a holy artifact." "A wooden statue weeps," Reynolds said. "How much of a miracle do you want?" "The weeping is unexplained." "That doesn't make it a miracle. The changing of liquid water into solid ice is also inexplicable, but it isn't miraculous. The Archbishop would be most disappointed if you refused the Madonna. He had a battle to prevent Abbot Suger from commandeering her for St. Denis. Philip knew he was being threatened. Young Reynolds will have to work a lot harder than this to intimidate me, he thought. He said smoothly, "I'm quite sure the Archbishop would not want me to accept the Madonna without making some routine inquiries about her legitimacy." The Pillars of the Earth, 721. There was a movement at their feet. Philip looked down and saw the cripple he had noticed earlier. The unfortunate man was dragging himself across the floor, his paralyzed legs trailing behind him, trying to get close to the statue. Whichever way he turned, he was blocked by the crowd. Automatically, Philip stood aside to let him through. The Saracens were preventing people from actually touching the statue, but the cripple escaped their notice. Philip saw the man's hand reach out. Philip would normally have prevented someone from touching a holy relic, but he had not yet accepted that this statue was holy, so he did nothing. The cripple touched the hem of the wooden dress. Suddenly he let out a shout of triumph. Feel it!" he yelled. "I feel it!" Everyone looked at him. "I feel the strength coming back!" he shouted. Philip stared at the man incredulously, knowing what would happen next. The man bent one leg, then the other. There was a collective gasp from the onlookers. He reached out a hand and someone took it. With an effort, the man pulled himself upright. The crowd made a noise like a groan of passion. Someone called out, "Try to walk," still holding the hand of his helper. The man took one tentative step, then another. The people watched in dead silence. On his third step he stumbled, and they sighed. But the man regained his balance and walked on. They cheered. He went down the nave with the people following him. After a few more steps, he broke into a run. The cheering rose to a crescendo as he went out through the church door into the sunshine, followed by most of the congregation. Philip looked at the two priests. Reynolds was awestruck, and Edward had tears pouring down his face. Obviously, they were not in on it. Philip turned to Jack and said furiously, "How dare you pull a trick like that?" "Trick?" said Jack. "What trick?" That man had never been seen in this district until a few days ago. In another day or two, he'll disappear, never to be seen again, with his pockets full of your money. I know how these things are done, Jack. You're not the first person to fake a miracle, regrettably. There was never anything wrong with his legs, was there? He's another Wareham fisherman. The accusation was confirmed by Jack's guilty look. Aliena said, "Jack, I told you shouldn't try that." The two priests were thunderstruck. They had been completely 722 divided by Ken Follett taken in. Reynolds was furious. He rounded on Jack. "You had no right," he spluttered. Philip felt sad as well as angry. In his heart he had hoped the Madonna would prove legitimate, for he could see just how he would use her to revitalize the priory and the town. But it was not to be. He looked around the little parish church. Only a handful of worshippers remained, still staring at the statue. He said to Jack, "You've gone too far this time. The tears are real. There's no trick involved there," Jack said. "But the cripple was a mistake, I admit." "It was worse than a mistake," Philip said angrily. "When people learn the truth, it will shake their faith in all miracles." "Why do they need to learn the truth?" "Because I'll have to explain to them why the Madonna is not going to be installed in the cathedral. There's no question of my accepting the statue now, of course." Reynolds said, "I think that's a little hasty. When I want your opinion, young man, I'll ask for it, Philip snapped. Reynolds shut up, but Jack persisted. Are you sure you've got the right to deprive your people of the Madonna? Look at them. He indicated the handful of worshippers who had remained behind. Among them was Meg Widow. She was kneeling in front of the statue with tears streaming down her face. Jack did not know, Philip realized, that Meg had lost her entire family in the collapse of Alfred's roof. Her emotion touched Philip's heart, and he wondered if Jack might be right after all. Why take this away from people? Because it's dishonest, he reminded himself sternly. They believed in the statue because they saw a faked miracle. He hardened his heart. Jack knelt down beside Meg and spoke to her. Why are you weeping? She's dumb, Philip told him. Then Meg said, The Madonna has suffered as I have. She understands. Philip was thunderstruck. Jack said, You see, the statue eases her suffering. What are you staring at? She's dumb, Philip said again. She hasn't uttered a word for more than a year. That's right, Aliena said. Meg was struck dumb after her husband and boys died when the roof fell. This woman? Jack said. But she just... Reynolds looked bewildered. You mean this is a miracle? He said. A real one? The Pillars of the Earth 723. Philip looked at Jack's face. Jack was more shocked than any one. There was no trickery here. Philip was profoundly moved. He had seen the hand of God move and work a miracle. He was shaking a little. Well, Jack, he said in an unsteady voice, despite all you have done to discredit the weeping Madonna, it seems that God intends to work wonders with it anyway. For once Jack was lost for words. Philip turned away from him and went to Meg. He took her hands and gently pulled her upright. God has made you well again, Meg, he said, his voice trembling with emotion. Now you can start a new life. He recalled that he had preached a sermon on the story of Job. The words came back to him, so the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. He had told the people of Kingsbridge that the same would be true of them. I won, he thought, looking at the rapture on Meg's tear-stained face. I wonder whether this could be the start of it. There was an uproar in chapter when Jack presented his design for the new cathedral. Philip had warned Jack to expect trouble. Philip had seen the drawings previously, of course. Jack had carried them to the prior's house early one morning, a plan and an elevation, drawn on plaster in wooden frames. They had looked at them together in the clear early light, and Philip had said, Jack, this will be the most beautiful church in England, but we're going to have trouble with the monks. Jack knew from his time as a novice that Remigius and his cronies still routinely opposed any plan that was dear to Philip's heart, even though it was 8 years since Philip had defeated Remigius in the election. They rarely got much support from the broad mass of the brothers. But in this case, Philip was uncertain. They were such a conservative lot that they could be scared by the revolutionary design. However, there was nothing for it but to show them the drawings and try to convince them. Philip certainly could not go ahead and build the cathedral without the wholehearted support of the majority of his monks. On the following day, Jack attended chapter and presented his plans. The drawings were propped up on a bench against the wall, and the monks crowded around to look at them. As they took in the details, there was a murmur of discussion which rose rapidly to a hubbub. Jack was discouraged. The tone was disapproving, bordering on outrage. The noise grew louder as they began to 724 Can Follett argue among themselves, some attacking the design and others defending it. After a while, Philip called for order and they calmed down. Milius Bursar asked a prearranged question. Why are the arches pointed? It's a new technique they're using in France, Jack replied. They've seen it in several churches. The pointed arch is stronger. That is what will enable me to build the church so high. It will probably be the tallest nave in England. They liked that idea, Jack could tell. Someone else said, the windows are so big. Thick walls are unnecessary, Jack said. They've proved that in France. It's the piers that hold the building up, especially with rib vaulting. And the effect of the big windows is breathtaking. At Saint Denis the abbot has put in colored glass with pictures on it. The church becomes a place of sunshine and air instead of gloom and darkness. Several of the monks were nodding approval. Perhaps they were not as conservative as he had thought, but Andrew Sacrist spoke next. 2 years ago you were a novice among us. You were disciplined for striking the prior, and you evaded that discipline and ran away. Now you come back wanting to tell us how to build our church. Before Jack could speak, one of the younger monks protested. That's nothing to do with it. We're discussing the design, not Jack's past. Several monks tried to speak at the same time, some of them shouting. Philip made them all shut up and asked Jack to answer the question. Jack had been expecting something like this, and he was ready. I made a pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela as penance for that. Sin, Father Andrew, and I hope my bringing the weeping Madonna to you may count as recompense for my wrongdoing, he said meekly. I'm not destined to be a monk, but I hope I can serve God in a different way as his builder. They seemed to accept that. However, Andrew had not finished. How old are you? He said, although he surely knew the answer. 20 years. That's very young to be a master builder. Everyone here knows me. I've lived here since I was a boy. Since I burned down your old church, he thought guiltily. I served my apprenticeship under the original master builder. You've seen the Pillars of the Earth, 725, my stonework. When I was a novice, I worked with Prior Philip and Tom Builder as clerk of the works. I humbly ask the brothers to judge me by my work, not by my age. It was another prepared speech. He saw one of the monks grin at the word humbly, and realized it might have been a small error. They all knew that whatever other qualities he had, he was not humble. Andrew was quick to take advantage of his slip. Humbly, he said, and his face began to turn red as he feigned outrage. It wasn't very humble of you to announce to the Masons of Paris 3 months ago that you had already been appointed master builder here. Once again there was a hubbub of indignant reactions from the monks. Jack groaned inwardly. How the devil had Andrew got hold of that little tidbit? Reynold or Edward must have been indiscreet. He tried to shrug it off. I was hoping to attract some of those craftsmen to Kingsbridge, he said as the noise died down. They will be useful,